The Beast. Reawakens. For the spirit of Uncle Max. All men dream, but not equally. Those who dream by night in the dusky recesses of their minds, wake in the day to find that it was vanity, but the dreamers of the day are dangerous men, for they may act their dream with open eyes, to make it possible. Contents. Acknowledgements 13. Introduction 3. Part A Surfeit of Spies. Chapterone, Shifting Alliances 15. Scarface 15. Endgames 18. A Critical Hiatus 27. Gellen's Gambit 33. The U.S. Army's Odessa File 39. Chaptertwo, The Seesaw Strategy 46. Hitler's Bodyguard 46. Restoration 52. Exile in Madrid 58. Playing the Eastern Card 63. The Spook Who Never Returned 71. Golden Handcuff 77. Chapterthree, Neo-Nazi Diaspora 85. Votan at the Funny Farm 85. The Man with Many Aliases 91. European Liberation Front 97. Rumblings from Prague 103. The Flying Ace 109. Part 2, Political Soldiers. Contents. Chapterfour, The Swastika and the Crescent 121. Coup d'état in Cairo 121. A Mecca for Fascists 126. Double Agent Intrigue 131. The Wrath of the Red Hand 139. Trials and Tribulations 147. Chapterfive. Nostalgies and Revisionists 155. Cult of the Inquisitor 155. White Power Politics 160. The China Option 168. Flirting with the Left 177. Twilight of the Idols 183. Chaptersix, A Gathering Storm 191. Breaking a Taboo 191. Armies of the Right 199. New Right with an Old Twist 208. Browns and Greens 214. The Politics of Denial 222. Before the Deluge 231. Part 3, Post-Cold War Fascism. Chapterseven, Germany Reunited 237. Catharsis 237. Paramilitaries and Poison Gas 245. Groomed to be Führer 251. Cotter Building 258. The Deutsche Mob 264. Capitulation 272. Chaptereight, Shadow over the East 282. Prussia Lives 282. Territorial Imperative 290. The Balkan Furnace 296. Courting Mother Russia 304. Here Come the National Bolsheviks 311. Dreaming of a New Rapallo 323. Chapternine. From the Margins to the Mainstream 331. Playing with Fire 331. Aryan Machinations 337. The Road to Oklahoma City 345. Onward Christian Patriots 355. Pity the Poor Immigrant 364. 50 Years After 374. Conclusion 385. Notes 395. Bibliography 497. Index 527. Contents She. ACKNOWLEDGMENTS. While researching and writing this book, I relied on the help of many people. I especially wish to thank Jay Muller and Jack Riley for their inspiring friendship, their passion, and their remarkable music. I also wish to thank Graham Atkinson and Gary Gable of Searchlight for their diligent watchdog efforts. Carl Oglesby and Kevin Coogan deserve special thanks for introducing me to several ideas and insights, without which this book would never have taken shape. I am particularly grateful to David Sobel for guiding me through the Freedom of Information Act process, to Eben Forbes for his research assistance, to Jeff Cohen and the staff at FAIR, and to Chip Buriat of Political Research Associates. In addition, many thanks to Antifa Infoblatt in Berlin, Henrik Kruger, Richard Herding of Information Dienst, Xavier Venator, A1 Ross, Lorenzo Ruggiero, Paula Ortenza, Edgardo Pellegrini, Wolfgang Pertzkeller, Louis Bernstein, Reflex, Christopher Simpson, John Getz, Leonard Zeskind, Margita Fahrenheit, and Petko Ismanov. For translating foreign language source material, I thank my Aunt Bertha Jelinek and Ariel Zevin. Others who provided translation help include Sabina Freisek, Claudia Plasfidley, Rami Arndt, Jennifer Heilman, Miriam Lanskoy, Deanna Rodriguez, Eric Olson, Ulrich Bode, Val Tekavek, and Ghislaine Vaudier. 14 acknowledgements. For their financial support and encouragement, I am indebted to the Pope Foundation, the Center for Constitutional Government, and the Institute for Social Justice. Very special appreciation to Pia Gallegos. Thanks also to John Taylor who navigated me through the National Archives, and to Reuven Navat, Alison Glass, Lawrence Prusky, Bruce Murray, John Eskow, Annalise Arch, Gottfried Wagner, Paul Hawk, and Hewitt Pratt. Jim Silberman, Jordan Pavlin, and Jeff Klosky at Little, Brown provided editorial input at various stages of this project. Stephen H. Lamont massaged the manuscript with his excellent copy editing. And Jerry Toma of the Elaine Markson Literary Agency did more for this book than a literary agent should ever have to do. Last, but far from least, thanks to Silva and Goodwin Lee, Michael Lardner and my sister Alana, Zach and Colby, and Tom and Ronnie Devitt. And my wife, Tiffany, who gave birth to 2 remarkable children while this book was being written, I thank most of all. The Beast. REAWAKENS. Adolf Hitler and his top military advisors had gathered at the Wolf's Lair, the Führer's headquarters in East Prussia, for an early afternoon strategy session on July 20, 1944. They were listening to Lieutenant General Adolf Husinger, Chief of Operations of the Wehrmacht, deliver a bleak report about Germany's latest misfortunes on the Eastern Front. Suddenly a violent explosion hurled everyone onto the floor. Writhing and coughing amid thick smoke and dust, several German officers could hear Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel shout, "Wo ist der Führer?" Somehow unharmed, Keitel made his way through a tangle of dead and injured men until he found a groggy Hitler, his uniform shredded and blood-stained. Helped to his feet, the Führer stared at Keitel with a dazed expression before collapsing in the Field Marshal's arms. Hitler was carried to a hospital bed, where a doctor dressed his wounds. He had a punctured eardrum and a lacerated back, his legs were burned, his face and hair were charred, and his right arm was temporarily paralyzed. A badly shaken Hitler had barely survived the only serious assassination attempt on him. Meanwhile, confusion reigned in Berlin, where a handful of GER-Mann officers who had organized the bomb plot sought to gain control of the city. But their efforts would soon be thwarted by the fateful intervention of Major Otto Ernst Remmert, a relatively obscure 32-year-old leader of the Grossdeutschland Guard Battalion, which was responsible for protecting government offices in the capital. As rumors of Hitler's death swept through the barracks, Remmert was told by his commanding officer to arrest Joseph Goebbels, the top Nazi official in Berlin that day. With pistols drawn, Remmert led a 20-man contingent into the propaganda ministry, where Goebbels held sway. At that moment, Remmert was probably the single most important military officer in Germany. Encircled by gun-pointing soldiers, a quick-thinking Goebbels told Remmert that the conspiracy had failed, Hitler was still alive. To prove his point, he picked up the phone, called the Wolfslehe and handed the receiver to Remmert. The tall, strapping young officer breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the Führer's voice. Hitler put Remmert in charge of all troops in Berlin and ordered him to crush the putsch. Anyone who resisted was to be shot immediately. It was a heady assignment for Remmert, who immediately took control and instructed his troops to establish roadblocks and patrols. They sealed off the city command center and surrounded the army buildings where some of the coup ringleaders were ensconced. Reamer was posted at the entrance of the War Office when SS Colorado-nel Otto Skorzeny, a fierce Hitler loyalist, arrived on the scene with a band of armed men. Reamer introduced himself to Skorzeny and apprised him of the crisis situation. They agreed that no one, regardless of how high in rank, would be allowed to enter or leave until they finished searching the premises. Skorzeny and his SS squadron encountered a mayhem of murder and suicide inside the building. The can-do colonel quickly put a halt to a wave of executions so that suspects could be tortured into naming others and exposing the extent of the plot before they were sent to the gallows. With Skorzeny in charge of the war ministry, it didn't take long before the revolt was smashed and the affairs of the high command were once again in smooth working order. During the weeks that followed, he helped track down the remaining suspects in one of history's most gruesome manhunts. It was an occasion to settle old scores, as 2,000 people, including dozens of high-ranking German officers, were killed in a paroxysm of military fratricide. Some of the leading plotters were garroted with piano wire and impaled on meat hooks, while Nazi cameramen recorded the victims' death throes so that Hitler could view the film in his personal cinema. For the colonel's invaluable support during the aftermath of the coup attempt, the Führer gratefully declared, "You, Skorzeny, saved the Third Reich." But it was Reamer who stole the limelight. His decisive actions were crucial in restoring order in Berlin. Hitler showed his appreciation by promoting Reamer to the rank of Major General, a distinction that instantly propelled him into Nazi superstardom. Henceforth, Reamer would serve as Hitler's bodyguard. The 20th of July would prove to be more than just the date when an ill-prepared coup attempt, led by the one-armed Count Klaus von Stauffenberg, failed to topple a mad dictator. The events that transpired that afternoon were destined to become a hot-button issue that deeply divided the German people in the years ahead. Nazi diehards and their sympathizers saw the putsch as yet another stab in the back that deprived Germany of its rightful empire. They embraced Otto Ernst Reamer as the epitome of the loyal soldier, a symbol of unflinching resistance to the traitors who betrayed the fatherland from within and caused Germany's defeat. For many others, the 20th of July became a legend of exoneration and redemption, offering a moral basis for expunging the sins of the Nazi past and beginning anew. After the WAC, West Germany's lead ERS would seize upon the anti-Hitler insurrectionists as a source of historical legitimacy. The coup plotters were touted as a shining example of the other Germany that had valiantly opposed the Third Reich. Far from being a national reaction against Hitler, the July 20 conspiracy was actually the work of a relatively small number of individuals who were not necessarily inspired by lofty ideals. Evidence produced during the International Military Tribunal at Nuremberg showed that one of the army officers involved in the coup plot had been the commander of an Einsatzgruppen mobile killing squad, which perpetrated some of the first large-scale murders of Jews on the Eastern Front. 2 Some of those who belatedly turned against Hitler were motivated not by moral outrage but by fears that they were losing the war. Theirs was a desperate attempt to restore an authoritarian order stripped of Nazi trappings, rather than a first step toward political liberalism and democracy. The complete disintegration of Germany could be prevented only, they surmised, if Hitler were overthrown. Toward this end, the conspirators were encouraged by American spymaster Allen Dulles, who intimated from his intelligence headquarters in Switzerland that a non-Nazi government might be spared the harsh terms of an unconditional surrender. Ignoring the Nuremberg data, Dulles later offered unequivocal praise for the coup plotters' efforts to rid Germany of Hitler and his gang and establish a decent regime. 3 The myth of the other Germany that was fostered by the 20th of July provided a convenient alibi not only for the West German government but also for various Western espionage agencies that recruited Third Reich veterans en masse during the early years of the Cold War. As far as America's intelligence chiefs were concerned, it didn't really matter where these men stood with respect to the July 20 debacle as long as they were steadfastly anti-communist. Among those who later worked with the Central Intelligence Agency, under the directorship of Allen Dulles, was Colonel Otto Skorzeny. The Americans also tried to recruit Skorzeny's partner from the July 20 affair, Major General Otto Ernst Reamer. But Reamer spurned their offers, opting instead to collaborate with the Soviets during the Cold War. Those who looked to the east after the Third Reich fell took their historical cue from Bismarck, the Prussian Realpolitiker who unified Germany by blood and iron in 1871. Bismarck insisted that Germany must align with Russia, its proximate and mineral-rich neighbor. This was also Reamer's wholehearted belief. Yet, even as they gravitated toward rival superpowers, Skorzeny and Reamer remained friends and stayed in contact over the years. Both men continued to move in the same neo-Nazi circles while trafficking in military hardware and expertise. Their shady business ventures embroiled them in high-stakes, international intrigue. Having crossed paths for the first time on the 20th of July, their overlapping stories embody the dual-pronged nature of post-war Nazi subterfuge. Together they helped lay the groundwork for a multifaceted neo-fascist revival that gained alarming momentum in the post-Cold War era. The speed and ferocity with which the extreme right asserted itself after the Berlin Wall crumbled not only in Germany but across Europe and North America caught nearly everyone by surprise. The growing clout of far-right political parties in Europe, the emergence of a Red-Brown alliance in Russia, the rise of the U.S. militia movement, the mounting pattern of violence against refugees, immigrants, guest workers, asylum seekers, and racial minorities throughout much of the Northern Hemisphere all are manifestations of a widespread neo-fascist resurgence. Accentuated by the reunification of Germany, the collapse of Soviet bloc communism, and major changes in the global economy, the sharp escalation of neo-fascist activity constitutes one of the most dangerous trends in international politics. Focusing primarily on Germany, and to a lesser extent on the United States, Russia, and other countries, this book examines how and why fascism, utterly vanquished and discredited 50 years ago, has once again become a force to be reckoned with. In the ensuing pages, I attempt several extended treatments of major personalities in the post-war fascist scene. These political malefactors have demonstrated remarkable tenacity and resourcefulness as they grappled to fashion an effective strategy in an era when fascism seemed defunct as a legitimate political alternative. During the immediate aftermath of World War II, fascists had no choice but to maintain a low profile. This was the catacombs period for Third Reich veterans. They were placed on the defensive by the unique scope of the Nazi horror, now indelibly associated with state terror, genocide, and mass destruction on an unprecedented scale in human history. Between 50 million and 60 million died as a direct result of World War H, which Hitler started. Many millions more suffered unfathomable cruelty and hardship. The face of global politics was irretrievably altered. With the Axis armies smashed, the Western European allies exhausted, and their colonies on the verge of rebellion, a huge vacuum appeared in the world power structure. The United States and the Soviet Union were the only countries with sufficient military strength and political resolve to fill this lacuna. The onset of the Cold War was triggered in part by the superpowers' struggle over how to integrate Germany into the New World Order. Although it had been conquered on the battlefield and stripped of its political sovereignty, Germany remained a potentially important player in Europe. Even when divided between East and West, the two Germanys were not merely client states under someone else's thumb. The theory of the Cold War as a Soviet-American duopoly is sometimes defended on the grounds that, after all, the United States and the Soviet Union were in full command of their respective alliances, Arthur Schlesinger notes. But nationalism, the most potent political emotion of the age, challenged the reign of the superpowers almost from the start. De Gaulle's quarrel with NATO, Tito's break from Moscow, and the bitter Sino-Soviet conflict were among the examples cited by Schlesinger, who concludes, "The impact of clients on principles is another part of the unwritten history of the Cold War." For in a different way, German nationalists also brought their influence to bear on the U.S. Soviet conflict. A coterie of Third Reich veterans quickly reconstituted a covert network of neo-fascist groups, which tried to exploit the deepening rift between the two superpowers. The Cold War became a walking stick for Nazi spies who sought to parlay their overwhelming military defeat into a partial but significant victory once the guns had been silenced. Nazi espionage agents skillfully plied their trade on both sides of the East-West divide, playing one superpower off the other, proffering services to both American and Soviet intelligence. Instead of truly denazifying the German menace, the United States and Soviet Union plunged into the deep freeze of the Cold War, thereby allowing the fascist beast to acquire a new lease on life. Many Nazi operatives, including Otto Skorzeny, curried the favor of Western secret service agencies by touting themselves as rock-solid anti-communists. At the same time, other Third Reich veterans, such as Otto Ernst Romero, were careful not to bum bridges to the Soviet Union in accordance with the centuries-old geopolitical imperative that beckoned for a German-Russian alliance. Whether opting for expedient relations with East or West, they never ceased dreaming of a fascist comeback. The clandestine milieu they inhabited was awash in intrigue, shifting alliances, internecine disputes, and unexpected linkages that defied standard interpretations. It was a strange world in which the political categories of right and left at times seemed to blur beyond recognition. While the Cold War raged, several scholars who wrote about fascism provided intellectual fodder for the East-West propaganda contest. But mass-based fascist organizations were never just pawns of big business, as Marxist historians have asserted, nor were they simply the totalitarian soulmates of Stalinism, as anti-communist polemicists have argued. In addition to avoiding awkward truths about the indigenous appeal of fascism, neither theory could account for the recrudescence of fascism in the 1990s. Over the years, academics have engaged in much debate and semantic hair-splitting without arriving at a universally accepted definition of fascism. The lack of agreement as to what constitutes the fascist minimum stems in part from the protean nature of the fascist experience. Fascism during the 1920s and 1930s was an ideologically ambiguous movement that metamorphosed through several phases or sequences. Fascist parties initially attracted support among the hoi polloi by campaigning as social revolutionaries against the inequities of the free market. Later, as serious contenders for power, they won over conservative elites in Italy and Germany by promising to thwart the Red Menace. In places where fascists governed, they inevitably violated their early platforms, especially their anti-capitalist pretensions. Ultimately, their main political enemy was the worker left, which placed fascism in the right-wing extremist camp. 5 Several fascist leaders, including Benito Mussolini, started out as socialists but eventually lost faith in the revolutionary capacity of the working class. In order to mobilize an inert proletariat, they embraced nationalism. The mythos of national rebirth was germane to fascism, which assumed widely diverging forms based on a constellation of historical and social factors that differed from one country to the next. The National Socialist German Workers' Party, led by Hitler, emphasized Nordic mysticism, biological racialism, anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, and aggressive militarism. In its formative period, the NSDAP shared the ultranationalist stage with several non-Nazi variants of fascism that flourished in Germany during the so-called conservative revolution of the 1920s. A plethora of German fascisms embraced Völkisch and anti-Semitic assumptions, unlike Italian fascism, which was not inherently racialist. Mussolini's followers may have been racist in the general sense of viewing non-whites or non-Europeans as culturally inferior, but they did not inflate their racism into an obsessive, all-encompassing ideology. Nor did Franco's hyper-authoritarian Catholics in Spain, who had little sympathy for the pagan and anti-Christian motifs that Nazis often espoused. 6 Unfortunately, the blanket usage of the terms fascist and neo-fascist belies the diverse and sometimes conflicting tendencies that these labels encompass. Umberto Eco describes fascism as a fuzzy totalitarianism, a collage of different philosophical and political ideas, which had no quintessence. The word itself derives from fasces, a cluster of sticks with protruding axe-heads that symbolize the power and the glory of ancient Rome. In Latin, fasces is related to fascinum, to fascinate or charm. 7. The abracadabra of fascism casts a spell over people by diverting economic and social resentments toward national and racial preoccupations. Proclaiming the need for a new spirit and a new man, fascist demagogues have extolled action for its own sake and romanticized violence as regenerative and therapeutic. Although many of their ideas are a byproduct of the Enlightenment, they vehemently reject egalitarian social theories that formed the basis of the French Revolution in 1789. The anti-dimensions of fascism are manifold and well known: anti-democratic, anti-Marxist, anti-capitalist, anti-materialist, anti-cosmopolitan, anti-bourgeois, anti-liberal, anti-feminist, and so on. But fascism was always more than just a negative crusade. Its eclectic style incorporated elements of competing ideologies that fascist rhetoric ostensibly repudiated. Herein lay the essential paradox of fascism, its ability to embody social and political opposites, to be at once elitist and populist, traditionalist and avant-garde. Within the fascist milieu, there has always been a nostalgia for pre-industrial societies and an attraction to advanced technology, a pathos for uncontrolled brutality and a fetish for obedience and order. Promising to remedy the malaise and anomie of modern life, fascist leaders manipulated deep-seated longings for a better society. The skewed utopian impulse of fascism was the basis for part of its magnetism as a political movement, which appealed to all social strata, urban and rural, young and old, poor and wealthy, the intelligentsia and the uneducated. The massive defeat they suffered during World War II did not refute the innermost convictions of many fascists, who kept pining for the day when they might again inflict their twisted dream of a new order on much of the world. Within the neo-fascist scene, there has always been a residual subculture of nostalgies who clung to the heritage of the Third Reich and the Mussolini regime. Holocaust denial literature and other racialist screeds have circulated like political pornography among the deeply devoted who cluster in small marginalized groups and clandestine cells. Others showed more resiliency as they tried to adapt to the changing realities of the post-war era. But the East-West conflict, which initially afforded a means of survival for these ideological miscreants, also stranded many of them on the farther shores of politics. They realized that sooner or later the binary logjam of the Cold War would have to be broken for revisionist forms of fascism to take hold. The more sophisticated tacticians understood that the fascist game could be played in many ways. Some deemed it best not to advertise their allegiance to the creed. Discarding the fascist appellation was an initial step toward articulating a political discourse more in tune with modern times, one that spoke of preserving identity and cultural uniqueness instead of white supremacy. Of necessity, a second coming of fascism would look quite different from the first. Pragmatic and opportunistic, neo-fascist leaders reinvented themselves and crafted euphemisms into electoral platforms that concealed an abiding hatred of the democratic process. Campaigning as national populists, they managed to rack up significant vote totals in several countries and redefine the post-Cold War political landscape. This is the saga of an underground political movement that has reawakened after nearly half a century of hibernation. It is the history of something long hidden reappearing in a new form, a thing once forbidden that is gradually gaining influence and respectability. Most of all, it is a story about a cadre of old guard fascists who kept the torch burning and bequeathed it to a younger generation of extremists who are carrying on the struggle today. A surfeit of spies. Shifting alliances. Scarface. Otto Skorzeny was a towering, 220-pound hulk with broad shoulders, slate gray eyes, and dark, springy hair atop a 6'5" frame. Born in Vienna in 1908, he had endured hard economic times as a youth, tasting butter for the first time when he was 15. He studied engineering at the University of Vienna, earning his degree in able fashion while frequenting the local fencing fraternities that attracted a tough, freewheeling crowd. Intense and fearless, he loved to fight duels with a Schläger, a sharp-edged sword with a blunt tip. His lean, muscular body boasted 15 scars, including a melodramatic sword slash that cut across the left side of his face from forehead to chin. Stitched on the spot without anesthesia, this disfiguring wound earned him the nickname Scarface. The swashbuckling Skorzeny was among the first to join the Austrian Nazi Party in the early 1930s. Restless and quick-tempered, he thrived in the political fast lane, winning a gold medal in Nazi-sponsored auto races. He became a prominent figure in the Vienna Gymnastics Club, a Nazi front organization that actively supported the Anschluss, whereby Austria merged with Germany. In hindsight, this union was a decisive step toward World War II. By 1938, Skorzeny was a member of both the Schutzstaffel and the Gestapo. That year, according to subsequent legal testimony, he participated in the infamous Kristallnacht pogrom in Vienna. It was 16. A night of sheer terror throughout Hitler's Reich, as Jewish synagogues, shops, and homes burned to the ground. 100 Jews were killed, and another 30,000 were herded into concentration camps. 1 With the onset of World War H, Skorzeny quit his engineering job and enlisted in the Waffen-SS, the most ruthless of all the Nazi forces. Drawn from a cesspool of political fanaticism and honed into military athletes, the crack troops of the Waffen-SS exterminated, plundered, and enslaved their way through Eastern Europe. Their unmatched sadism was the main reason why the Nuremberg Tribunal condemned the SS in toto as a criminal organization after the war. Functioning as the military arm of the black-shirt Schutzstaffel, most Waffen-SS divisions consisted of volunteers from various ethnic groups in Europe. Other units, such as the one Skorzeny joined, were composed entirely of German conscripts. Trained as a munitions expert, Scarface soon got into trouble with his superiors because of insubordination and undisciplined conduct. He smoked cigarettes constantly and tended to be drunken and unruly, but his sheer physical prowess was such that higher UPs were inclined to overlook his erratic behavior. During the early part of the war, he saw duty in France, Holland, and Yugoslavia. It was seldom that a friendly smile greeted us, Skorzeny remarked with disarming candor while posted in Belgrade. 2 After the Germans invaded the Soviet Union, Skorzeny was sent to the Eastern Front, carrying among his supplies a copy of the Seven Pillars of Wisdom by T.E. Lawrence and plenty of schnapps. The Waffen-SS and other Nazi units left a moonscape of massive devastation as they careened toward Moscow and Leningrad. For a while it seemed that the whole continent lay under Hitler's jackboot. But the Führer had erred in thinking he could destroy the USSR by using the same blitzkrieg tactics that subdued his enemies in the West. As the supply lines stretched thin and the Nazi armies stalled in sub-zero temperatures deep inside Russia, the Soviet Union's greater troop strength and industrial resources bore down heavily on Hitler's soldiers. Toward the end of December 1942, as the Germans blasted away relentlessly at Stalingrad, Skorzeny was nearly killed by a fragment of a Russian artillery shell that hit the back of his head and knocked him unconscious. Although it was a serious injury, he refused any medication other than an aspirin and a shot of whiskey. A few days later, he was sent back to Germany with gallstones and an excruciating headache that would torment him intermittently in the years ahead. After convalescing for a few months at an army hospital, Skorzeny craved a new assignment. He eagerly responded when Walter Schellenberg, head of the Sicherheitsdienst, or SD, summoned him to Berlin. Schellenberg ordered Skorzeny to organize a school where special agents would be taught sabotage, espionage, and paramilitary skills. 150 candidates were put through a grueling series of physical and mental exercises until they were deemed fit to serve in an elite special commando unit called Jagdverband 502, led by Skorzeny, who henceforth was nominally under Schellenberg's control. But Scarface often circumvented his boss and went directly to Hitler, who took a personal interest in Skorzeny's projects. The Führer was particularly fond of Skorzeny, in part because both men were from Austria. Scarface recalled their first encounter at the Wolf's Lair in July 1943. "I lived through an unforgettable moment. Here was the man who, more than any other chief of state, had taken so decisive a hand in the destiny of Germany. Here was my master whom I had been following loyally for years. Here was my leader in whom I had absolute confidence. 3. It was during this meeting that Hitler placed Scorzeni in charge of a Mission Impossible operation to rescue Italian dictator Benito Mussolini, who had recently been deposed and arrested by the Italian government. The first challenge was to figure out where the Duce was being held. SS chief Heinrich Himmler's eccentric beliefs in the occult prompted him to seek Mussolini's whereabouts with the aid of black magic. Scorzeni tapped into more mundane channels, drawing upon a network of informants who determined that Mussolini was holed up at a remote ski resort in the Abruzzi mountains of central Italy, a bastion that was almost inaccessible. Scorzeni wasn't supposed to accompany the glider bomb rescue team, because his large size could have put the entire mission at risk. But he insisted on being part of the action. On September 12, 1943, they swooped down upon the mountain stronghold, stormed the Hotel Camp Imperator, where the Duce was incarcerated, and plucked him from captivity. With little time to spare, Mussolini and Scorzeni piled into a light reconnaissance plane. The pilot used the sudden, 1,000-foot drop off the side of the mountain to gather speed. When it pulled out of the dive, the plane had barely cleared the trees below. An unshaven Mussolini turned white from vertigo. With tears streaming down his cheeks, the Duce proclaimed en route to a reunion with the Führer, "I knew my friend Adolf Hitler would not leave me in the lurch, for Scorzeni would pull off other kidnapping missions, but none as spectacular as this one." A delighted Hitler festooned him with honors, including the prestigious Knight's Cross, for his role in the raid, which some say was greatly exaggerated. This did not matter to propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels, who was quick to exploit a truly amazing operation that outdid any fictional thriller. Goebbels realized that it had all the ingredients of a much-needed, morale-boosting legend to perk up the spirits of the increasingly demoralized German people. Catapulted instantly into the hagiography of the Third Reich, Scorzeni acquired an almost mythical reputation. He was revered as a Teutonic Superman by those who pined for some secret service miracle that might somehow alter the course of the war, which was not going well for Germany. A sympathetic biographer would later describe Scorzeni as a buccaneer, a military highwayman, a spectacular trapeze artist upon whose lone brilliance Hitler had counted to pull the show together. 5. Endgames. Adolf Hitler had hoped that the rescue of Mussolini would reinvigorate fascist military energy and galvanize his combat-weary soldiers. But realists in the Führer's inner circle knew the war effort was doomed ever since Germany's monumental setback at the Battle of Stalingrad in January 1943. The avowed purpose of Operation Barbarossa, as the Drei to the East was called, had been to gain more Lebensraum for Hitler's master race. But as the military tide turned against Germany, Nazi officials began to talk less about living space and more about defending Western civilization against the Asiatic Mongol peril. Saving Europe from the Bolshevik horde became the focus of a new disinformation campaign emanating from Joseph Goebbels' indefatigable propaganda ministry. While Hitler still ranted of a 1,000-year Reich, top-level Nazis quietly began preparing for their impending defeat. They devised a strategy based on the premise that relations between the Allies were politically tenuous and the anti-fascist coalition, an unlikely combination linking Communist East and capitalist West, would not hold together for long. Nazi operatives sought to exploit this weakness by sowing distrust between the Soviet Union and the United States. With German infantrymen hopelessly mired in the mud and snow of the Russian steppes, high-ranking Nazi officials began sending peace feelers to the Office of Strategic Services, the CIA's wartime predecessor. Most of these efforts were launched by Scorzeni's boss, Walter Schellenberg, in consultation with SS Chief Himmler. At various times the Vatican helped to facilitate a secret dialogue between the Germans and the Americans. The Iberian dictators Franco in Spain and Salazar in Portugal also offered to serve as intermediaries. While these initiatives took place behind Hitler's back, it is by no means clear that they all took place against his wishes. The main contact for disillusioned Axis officials who wanted to communicate discreetly with the West was Alan Dulles, the Tweedy, pipe-smoking, corporate enemy-turned spook who ran the OSS station in neutral Switzerland, the most important U.S. intelligence outpost in Europe during the war. 6 Dulles brought his knowledge of international finance and his prior experience as a diplomat with him when he set up his spy nest in Bern. The first signal from Schellenberg came in December 1942, just when German troops were faltering on the Russian front. Schellenberg dispatched Prince Max von Hohenlohe, a Prussian aristocrat and businessman, to Bern to see whether a rapprochement with the United States was possible. Such a reconciliation, Schellenberg suggested through his envoy, would enable Germany to concentrate its undivided attention on 20. Pulverizing the Soviets. In subsequent cables to OSS headquarters in Washington, Dulles weighed in strongly on behalf of Schellenberg's proposal, warning that if the United States dropped the ball, there were powerful elements among the Nazis who are prepared to cast their lot with Russia. 7 Schellenberg later acknowledged in his memoirs that he had been playing a double game with the United States and the Soviet Union in an attempt to exacerbate antagonism between East and West to the point where the anti-Nazi alliance would collapse. It was important, therefore, he wrote, to make contact with Russia at the same time we initiated our negotiations with the West. An increasing rivalry between the Allied powers would strengthen our position. 8 Thus, while Prince Hohenlohe and other furtive emissaries parried with Dulles, Nazi spies also reached out to their Soviet counterparts and alerted them to secret deals brewing behind their back. Schellenberg's objective was to play on Joseph Stalin's doubts about the fidelity of his Western allies and convince him that the Americans were conniving with Germany. The Soviets responded to Schellenberg's overtures by establishing a clandestine channel with the Nazis in Stockholm. Hinting that a second wartime reconciliation with Berlin was not out of the question, Stalin also gave his blessing to a Free Germany committee in Moscow led by German commander Friedrich von Paulus, who had been taken captive after he surrendered the 6th Army at Stalingrad. 9 The Nazis' covert strategy was summed up in a March 15, 1944, directive issued by Admiral Wilhelm Canaris, chief of the Abwehr. We must do our utmost to create a state of confusion and distrust among our enemies. Such a state of disunity would enable us to sue for a quick separate peace with either side. Effort should be spared to stir up, through carefully directed propaganda, political animosity inside the Anglo-Saxon countries which would enrage the Soviets to such a degree that, as a consequence, they would welcome a chance to conclude a separate peace with Germany. Right now, the chances for a separate peace with the West are a little better, especially if we succeed, through our propaganda campaign and our confidential channels, to convince the enemy that Roosevelt's policy of unconditional surrender drives the German people towards communism. We must point to the danger that Germany may be forced to cooperate with Russia. Canaris concluded by urging that the greatest caution had to be observed in all talks and negotiations by those who, as anti-Nazis, maintain contact with the enemy. 10 In an effort to bail out of Hitler's war, various segments of the German military, the SS, and the business elite were working along similar lines. They often found themselves using the same murky pathways, the same go-betweens, the same Allied agents, and they always got the same ultimatum: Hitler must go. Although Himmler had flirted with the idea, he couldn't muster the courage to strike against the Führer. But others tried. After the general's plot of July 1944 fizzled, the SS moved swiftly against its rivals. In the purge that followed, the SS seized all power, Admiral Canaris was executed, and the Nazi hierarchy was restructured with Schellenberg emerging as the supreme head of the Third Reich's intelligence apparatus. Henceforth, Skorzeny would work for AMT-6 of the SS Reich Security Office, which was responsible for foreign intelligence, sabotage, paramilitary operations, and propaganda. It was, in effect, the CIA of Nazi Germany. On August 10, 1944, 20 days after the abortive coup attempt, 67 prominent German industrialists including leaders of Messerschmitt, Krupp, Volkswagen Work and other major companies gathered at the Hotel Maison Rouge in Strasbourg. During this top-secret conclave, they made preparations for the economic campaign which will follow the end of the war. According to the minutes of the meeting, which were subsequently discovered by the U.S. Army Counterintelligence Corps. Conference records indicate that the participants had agreed to shift a prodigious amount of Nazi loot to neutral countries. Some Nazi firms would be relicensed outside Germany in order to dodge reparations claims. 22. The minutes noted, so that after the defeat a strong, new Reich can be built. 11. A pivotal figure in the expatriation scheme was the illustrious SS Fix-It man, Scarface Skorzeny, who organized the physical transfer of Nazi loot to hiding places abroad. During the waning days of the war, a group of masked SS brigands, led by SS Brigadier General Joseph Spacel, held up the Reichsbank in Berlin, removing at gunpoint jewels, securities, and foreign exchange assets valued at a total of 23 million marks. It was at that time the biggest robbery in history. Spacel passed the booty to Karl Roddy, Skorzeny's adjutant. Assisted by a handful of SS officers, Skorzeny is said to have buried the Reichsbank treasure in the Austrian Alps. Most of this money has never been accounted for, giving rise to speculation that Skorzeny may have recovered some of the hidden wealth and used it to finance his post-war Nazi activities. 12. With the Third Reich on the verge of collapse, Skorzeny found himself serenaded by a number of financiers and top SS officers who wanted to hide personal fortunes they had accumulated. Doing favors for Germany's richest men was just the kind of assignment relished by Skorzeny, who cut himself in for a share of whatever he moved. In an effort to camouflage the contraband operation, Skorzeny used Red Cross ambulances to transport gold, jewelry, and cash through southern Germany. By September 1944, there were several confirmed reports that German submarines were taking both people and plundered capital from Spain to South America. Self-confessed Nazi spy Angel Alcazar de Velasco later acknowledged that several £100 million of gold and other assets had passed through ports on the southern coast of Spain en route to Argentina. Additional gold shipments were disseminated through the German Foreign Office to its embassies in Lisbon, Madrid, Stockholm, Ankara, and Bern. 13. During this period, Skorzeny was perpetually in motion, an all-purpose marauder commandeering special operations in Denmark, Belgium, and Hungary. He also conducted several clandestine missions behind enemy lines on the Russian front. In this capacity he worked closely with another Nazi espionage whiz, General Reinhard Gehlen. As chief of the Foreign Armies East, Gehlen was responsible for all of Germany's military intelligence capabilities throughout Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. He was, in effect, Hitler's top anti-Soviet spy. Hailing from a family of Prussian aristocrats, the thin, bespectacled espionage prodigy had a hand in the details of virtually every Wehrmacht campaign in the East, despite his doubts about the wisdom of invading the Soviet Union. Highly professional and respectful of rank, he did whatever he was asked to do, often signing his wartime memoranda, "Your obedient servant, Gehlen." 14. Although enmity between the officers of the German General Staff and the SS ran strong and deep, Skorzeny respected the superior quality of Gehlen's intelligence work. They were an odd combo, to be sure. Skorzeny, the insatiable publicity hound with massive shoulders and a barking voice, epitomized raw physical power as he towered over the smaller Gehlen, who eschewed the spotlight at all costs. A stiff, unassuming man of 5'7", he had sparse blonde hair, a toothbrush mustache, and huge ears that flared from his head like radar dishes. There was, one historian has remarked, a rodent-like scurry and quickness to everything Gehlen attempted, accentuated by crimped, sharp features and an all-seeing personal ity. This mousy, little junker would figure prominently in Skorzeny's post-war Nazi machinations. 15. Scarface Skorzeny first appeared at General Gehlen's side late in 1944, when both were involved in planning resistance operations in the Soviet rear. Some of these raids were designed to sabotage key roadways and cut off Russian communications, others sought to rescue German soldiers who had been abandoned deep inside the Soviet Union when the Nazi armies retreated. Skorzeny's special service troops were also instructed to link up with anti-communist partisans identified by Gehlen, who had amassed a formidable array of contacts among Eastern European fascist groups. The Romanian Iron Guard, the Vanagis of Latvia, the Croatian USTASE, the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, Polish Quislings, and an army of Russian defectors led by General Andrei Vlasov all were pieces of a giant intelligence jigsaw puzzle that Gehlen played with incessantly in his head. This network of Nazi collaborators formed the basis of an anti-communist espionage apparatus that Gehlen would carry into the post-war era. With the military situation rapidly deteriorating, the existence of 24 clandestine guerrilla squads operating in enemy territory gave rise to the idea of forming similar units that would make a last-ditch stand inside Germany itself. Composed primarily of Hitler Youth and die-hard Nazi fanatics, these stay-behind teams were supposed to fight on indefinitely, harassing, sabotaging, and snooping on the fatherland's invaders. Skorzeny and Gehlen were ordered to train and equip what became known as the werewolves. The name itself was a product of Goebbels's macabre imagination, which drew upon medieval lore about a person who became a ferocious mane-eating wolf at night and reverted to human form at sunrise. That's how the Nazi stay-behind fighters were supposed to operate as normal citizens by day, but meting out death and destruction to their enemies under the cover of darkness. Organized in 5-man cells. Werewolf units had access to buried depots of food, radio equipment, weapons, explosives, and other liquidation devices. They were expected to lie low for a year or two before launching into action. Evidence of a post-war Nazi undergrounds taking shape was picked up by various U.S. intelligence sources. The U.S. Army Counterintelligence Corps prepared a detailed report, based largely on OSS fieldwork, that forecast what American troops could expect in the closing phase of the war. The enemy's secret intelligence services, security and secret police, and paramilitary organizations are believed to have made elaborate plans for progressively going underground as our forces advance. It is believed that the basic policy of the organized underground is of long-range character. In the later stages, guerrilla warfare and sporadic resistance will probably be forthcoming to a much greater degree from resistance groups and fanatical individuals. 16 reports filtered in that Otto Skorzeny was broadcasting urgent appeals to the German people to join the resistance against the Allied presence. This only served to underscore concerns on the part of U.S. military strategists, who were anticipating a bitter end stand by the Nazis in a well-fortified hideaway in the heart of the Austrian Alps. It was thought that there, behind snowy mountain walls, in near impenetrable caverns, ravines, and tunnels, Hitler's faithful might hold out for years. An April 1945 OSS memo pegged Scarface as the key figure in this operation. Otto Skorzeny, with the special units he trained, appears to be the most likely head of sabotage and subversive activities planned for the Alpine Redoubt. 17 But the much-feared climactic showdown in the Alps was never to be. Skorzeny, it seems, did not intend to go out in a blaze of Wagnerian glory on some forsaken mountaintop. He had other plans in mind when he selected the stay-behind teams. Under his tutelage, they formed the nucleus of a committed, post-war Nazi underground. Werewolf personnel would be instrumental in facilitating travel along ratlands and escape routes that enabled tens of thousands of SS officers and other Nazis to flee to safe locations after the Third Reich bit the dust. 18 Alan Dulles, meanwhile, continued to entertain a procession of Nazi raconteurs bearing misleading gifts. One of those who primed his pump was the wily SS Lieutenant Colonel Wilhelm Hodel, who later acknowledged that he had hyped rumors of an impending bitter-end battle in the icy highlands. Phony blueprints were drawn up and intelligence was leaked to the Americans, who seemed to be most prepared to believe such a romantic military plot, Hodel recounted. The SS disinformation specialist spiced his offerings with intelligence information, not about Germany __ but about what we had found out about the Russians. 19 Passing along anti-Soviet scuttlebutt to the OSS was a gesture calculated to smooth the way for a larger understanding between the Western Allies and the Axis, one that harkened of a combined effort against the Communists in the years ahead. 20 Not surprisingly, Stalin was livid when he learned through his espionage contacts that Dulles was trying to cut a last-minute deal with certain high-level Nazis. He accused the Americans of acting in bad faith. President Roosevelt quickly protested the Soviet dictator's vile misrepresentation, but as British Prime Minister Winston Churchill admitted privately, Stalin's complaint was not entirely off the mark. The acrimonious exchange between Stalin and FDR occurred shortly before Roosevelt died of a stroke on April 12, 1945. Although both men had wanted East-West cooperation to continue during peacetime, Nazi double-dealing succeeded in fomenting discord between the emerging superpowers and hastening the split in their ranks. 21 SS General Karl Wolff, one of Dulles's secret negotiating part. 26. NAS, confirmed this was the Nazis' intention all along. Detained briefly at the end of the war, Wolff shared his vision of the future with two SS subordinates: "We'll get our Reich back again. The others will begin to fight amongst themselves eventually, and then we'll be in the middle and can play one against the other." 22 Otto Skorzeny had similar thoughts as he pondered his long-range opportunities. Going into hiding under an assumed name wasn't a viable option, given his notoriety. He figured it would be wiser to surrender to the Americans and offer himself as someone who could make a vital contribution in the forthcoming struggle against the Communists. On May 16, 1945, he emerged from the woods with a small group of German soldiers and strutted into the command post of the U.S. 30th Infantry Regiment near Salzburg, Austria. Standing head and shoulders above the rest, Skorzeny presented himself to a startled American lieutenant. The scar-faced giant wore a paratrooper's uniform, sidearms, and numerous decorations, including the Knight's Cross, one of the highest Nazi military awards. Speaking in German, he made a perfunctory declaration, SS Obersturmbannführer Otto Skorzeny constituting himself as a prisoner of war. Skorzeny's well-informed colleague, General Reinhard Gehlen, was also convinced that the United States and the Soviet Union would soon be at loggerheads. Realizing that none of the Western Allies had a viable intelligence network functioning in Eastern Europe, the Prussian spymaster crafted a plan to keep his experienced staff together and to maintain as much as possible the clandestine cells, radio posts, and guerrilla groups that he and Skorzeny had nurtured in the East. While serving under Hitler, Gehlen had accumulated a vast archive on the Soviet Union, its army, its espionage organizations, its industrial and human resources. He microfilmed as much data as he could, making triplicate copies of the most important material. Shortly before he turned himself in, Skorzeny helped bury Gehlen's top-secret files at 3 different locations in the Bavarian mountains, not far from where Hitler's ace commando had stashed gold and other documents. All this material would enhance Gehlen's bargaining power with the Americans, who lacked precisely the espionage capacity that he could provide. During the final days of the war, Gehlen retreated to a scenic hideaway called Misery Meadow in the Bavarian Alps. His attitude at the time was summed up by the motto above his bed, "Never give up." Soon he was apprehended by an American search party and interned at a POW camp in Wiesbaden, where he had a chance encounter with Grand Admiral Karl Dönitz, Hitler's formally designated successor as head of the German state. A stickler for protocol, Gehlen wanted to clear his plans with the highest authority. He told Dönitz of his idea to strike a deal with the United States. Dönitz gave his blessing to Gehlen, even though the Grand Admiral had recently encouraged other Nazis to cooperate with the Russians. "What is important," Dönitz stated in his farewell address to the Nazi officer corps, "is that we maintain at the highest level the comradeship amongst us. Only through this unity will it be possible for us to master the coming difficult times. Let us use all our strength for Germany." 23. A critical hiatus. In February 1945, the leaders of the Big Three, the United States, Great Britain, and the Soviet Union, met at Yalta, a pleasant Black Sea resort town. Broad spheres of influence were agreed upon, as they redrew the map of Europe in anticipation of the defeat of Germany. According to legend, it was here that Winston Churchill decided the fate of post-war Poland with 3 matchsticks, using them to show Stalin how the border would be shifted when the fighting ceased. The eastern boundary of Germany would move westward to the Oder and Neisse rivers, and part of eastern Poland would become Russia. But Churchill also warned, One day the Germans would want their territory back, and the Poles would not be able to stop them. 24 This simple trick with matches sent millions of refugees fleeing to new lands after the war. Large numbers of ethnic Germans would be thrown out of their homes and forcibly deported from Poland, Czechoslovakia, and other parts of Europe. Many were mistreated or murdered in the process. What remained of Germany was divided into 4 zones of occupation, which would be administered by a 28th Council of Military Governors from the Big Three plus France. One of the Allied Control Council's first directives was an edict banning the Nazi Party. But the Allies could agree on little else between 1945 and 1949, during which time there was no longer a legal German state and not yet two. At the beginning of this critical hiatus, Germany was a country unraveled, a bombed-out disaster area enveloped by a dazed silence and the stench of death. Into this surreal landscape marched the triumphant Allied armies. The U.S. military immediately dispatched teams of specialists to sweep across Germany, searching for any scrap of industrial material and scientific data that could be garnered from the smoking carcass of the Third Reich. The Soviet Union, France, and Britain were also eager to profit from German technical know-how, and a mad scramble ensued among the Allies to exploit the talents of German scientists. 25 While the victors feasted on the spoils of war, the majority of Germans withdrew into a cocoon of sullen compliance. They became a nation of bowed heads, begrudgingly submitting to their conquerors. Although they had no choice but to admit defeat, most showed little remorse for the crimes of the Third Reich. The deleterious impact of 13 years of Hitlerism on Germany's moral conscience would not be easily undone. 26 The discovery of the concentration camps toward the end of the war strengthened the case of those who argued that little mercy should be shown the Germans. The scope of Nazi cruelty was so enormous, its technical refinements so obscene and systematic, that the Allies came to realize, in the words of the United Nations War Crimes Commission, that many of the criminal acts perpetrated by the enemy were of an altogether novel nature. Accordingly, the Big Three vowed to break up the German industrial cartels, decapitate the general staff, and bring the war criminals to justice even if it meant tracking them to the uttermost ends of the earth. 27 Of course, not every Nazi was a true believer. Some had been forced to join the Nazi Party lest they risk losing their jobs, while others, the so-called small Nazis, had voted for Hitler during an economic crunch, hoping to improve their lot. They did not envision the impending tragedy that they helped set in motion. But there was also a significant number of hardcore Nazis on the loose after the war. They were the prime targets of the U.S. Army counterintelligence corps units that fanned out across the American zone of occupation in southern Germany. The most pressing concern at the outset was rounding up the ideologically committed Nazis who had been marked for automatic detention. The CIC apprehended a total of 120,000 individuals who fell into this category, mainly SS and Gestapo members, high-ranking military officers, and some government officials. Those considered to be dangerous were kept in confinement and interrogated by U.S. specialists. Such was the case with SS Colonel Otto Skorzeny, who created quite a stir when he gave himself up to the Americans. Scarface was immediately handcuffed and driven to Salzburg for questioning by 2 CIC officers. Confident and loquacious, he emphasized how eager he was to carry on the fight against the USSR, boasting that he knew a great deal about Soviet industrial sites in the Urals. Skorzeny also spoke of his contacts with Ukrainian anti-communists itching for an insurrection inside the Soviet Union. A preliminary CIC report sized up Scarface as follows: despite the short time allotted for the interrogation of Skorzeny, these agents believe that he is sincere in his desire to give all possible information. Skorzeny seriously considers the eventuality of a Western bloc against communism. This consideration certainly was primordial in his voluntary surrender in the hope that he might be given an active part in this undertaking. Due to his Austrian ancestry, he is clear-minded and pliable but politically short-sighted to the point of naivete. 28 Events would later prove that the 2 CIC rookies were politically naive, not the man they debriefed. As soon as the initial interrogation had concluded, Skorzeny was besieged by journalists who rushed to Salzburg upon hearing that Hitler's legendary commando had been captured. An impromptu press conference generated international publicity. The New York Times described Skorzeny as handsome despite the scar that stretched from ear to chin. To the Christian Science Monitor, he had an aggressive personality to go with his physical equipment and a mind adapted to subversive activity. The Daily News declared, he was a true Nazi throughout. He walked with his head high and with a flock of American soldiers wishing he would make just one dash for freedom. 29 A few days later, Skorzeny was driven by jeep to the 12th. 30. Army Group Interrogation Center in Augsburg for another lengthy question and answer session. He maintained an upbeat demeanor while chatting about paramilitary training, the latest sabotage techniques, and other areas of expertise. But he never said a word about any of the gold and stolen loot he had stashed away. Overall, a CIC document noted, Skorzeny tried to paint himself as a military rather than a political figure. Various U.S. Army intelligence reports fleshed out his profile: oval round face, large mouth with thin lips, clean-shaven, Herculean build, large, strong hands, musical voice, energetic. Another CIC memo characterized him as an arrogant type who walks as if he is fully conscious of his own importance and drinks enough for 4 men. 30 In September 1945, Skorzeny was escorted to Nuremberg, where the war crimes trials were about to begin. There he was reunited with several members of Hitler's cabinet. Some felt that Skorzeny should have walked the scaffold along with the upper echelon of the Nazi regime, but he merely watched from the sidelines as 12 of the top leaders of the Third Reich were condemned to death, 7 other defendants received prison sentences, and 3 were acquitted. The Nuremberg verdicts reinforced what most Americans believed, that World War II was a good fight for a noble cause, and those who had committed heinous acts would get the punishment they deserved. Intrinsic to America's sense of national identity was the comforting myth that the United States wholeheartedly opposed everything the Nazis stood for. But even before the Nuremberg proceedings began, U.S. officials had already begun to waver on their commitment to denazify. The determination to mince up the conglomerates and punish the German industrialists quickly faded as American attention shifted to the imagined Red Menace, within and without. As Christopher Simpson and others have documented, U.S. policy toward Germany was heavily influenced by investment bankers who had close ties to Hitler's Reich prior to the war. By the summer of 1945, these financial interests concluded that a full-fledged denazification and decartelization of the German economy would not be attempted, despite what was said for public consumption. 31 The Allies had originally planned to hold a second tribunal at Nuremberg that would have focused on crimes by German industry. But the United States abruptly cancelled the proceedings. According to U.S. War Department Chief Robert Patterson, American officials were not going to let the Russians cross-examine bankers and industrialists in view of the many connections between the German and American economies before the war. Rather than participating in potentially embarrassing international prosecutions, the United States opted to try German business leaders and other accused war criminals separately in the American zone of occupation. Before long, however, these legal proceedings also came to an abrupt halt. 32 American backpedaling on denazification ensured that the captains of German industry, many of whom had personally profited from the horrific exploitation of concentration camp prisoners, would survive the fall of the Third Reich without losing much of their status or prestige. Soon the United States launched the Marshall Plan in an effort to pump up the economies of Western Europe. The idea that a strong and prosperous Germany would serve as a bulwark against communism was a major reason why it initially obtained more Marshall Plan funds than any other country. Helping to steer the cash flow was the deeply compromised Deutsche Bank director Hermann Abs, who had been marked for prosecution as a war criminal by the Allies until round 2 of Nuremberg was nixed. 33 Germany's much ballyhooed post-war economic miracle was largely the result of American largesse. But the rehab program also had a distinct downside. By concentrating wealth among the few, it accentuated anti-democratic and inegalitarian trends in German society that favored ex-Nazis with chummy connections to Wall Street. The real miracle would have been a truly denazified Germany, but that wasn't about to happen while numerous Third Reich veterans got away with lenient treatment from US officials and their Western allies. Among those who stood trial in the American zone of occupation was Otto Skorzeny. Hitler's favorite commando faced war crimes charges for his activities during the Battle of the Bulge in December 1944, when Germany launched a last, desperate counterattack in the Ardennes on the Western Front. The Führer had chosen Skorzeny to lead a special mission involving German saboteurs attired in U.S. Army uniforms who infiltrated behind enemy lines and wreaked all sorts of havoc. Amid the confusion, on a cold winter night the SS summarily executed 71 captured American soldiers in what became known as the Malmedy Massacre. The activities of Skorzeny's deception units triggered rampant speculation and amplified the uncertainty of the moment just when U.S. forces were suffering heavy losses as a result of the surprise GER-Man offensive. Skorzeny's reputation was such that Allied military brass thought him capable of nearly any undertaking. No matter how outrageous. At one point, U.S. intelligence got wind of rumors that Skorzeny's men were on their way to Paris to assassinate General Dwight D. Eisenhower, the Supreme Allied Commander. Eisenhower was not amused when he had to spend his 1944 Christmas isolated for security reasons to prevent a kidnapping attempt, while a look-alike served as a decoy double just in case the plot was for real. Eisenhower retaliated by ordering a no-holds-barred manhunt to capture the Nazi paladin who was allegedly menacing him. Wanted posters, like those used by the FBI, were distributed throughout the Western Front combat zone, featuring a photograph of Skorzeny with a detailed physical description and a warning. This man is extremely clever and very dangerous. He may be in American or British uniform or civilian clothes. Any information concerning this man should be furnished to the nearest G2 office right away. Wanted Skorzeny. Assassin. Wanted poster of Otto Skorzeny distributed throughout Europe by the Allies. At Skorzeny's arraignment before a U.S. military court at Dachau, the chief prosecutor called him the most dangerous man in Europe. Nevertheless, in September 1947 he was acquitted of illegal actions during the Battle of the Bulge after a British officer testified that Skorzeny had done nothing that his Allied counterparts had not themselves considered or attempted. Despite the Dachau verdict, Hitler's ace commando made a lasting impression on Eisenhower who, as President of the United States, kept a photo of Skorzeny in his White House office. Gellen's Gambit. While Skorzeny stewed in internment camps for more than 3 years, his once and future collaborator General Reinhard Gehlen, made the Americans an offer they couldn't refuse. Gehlen told his U.S. debriefers about the vast espionage archive on the USSR that lay buried in the mountains. Not only did he know where the spy treasure was hidden, he assured his interlocutors, but if necessary he could activate an underground network of battle-hardened anti-communists who were well placed to make mischief throughout much of Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. 34 The ink had barely dried on the Yalta agreements when Gehlen and 3 of his top assistants were at Fort Hunt, Virginia, wining and dining with U.S. officials, whose appetite for Cold War gossip had fast become gluttonous. The flop-eared Prussian general played their psyches like piano keys, with a pitch so seductively anti-Soviet that competing elements in the U.S. espionage establishment fought over who would get to work with him. Among his chief negotiating partners in the United States was the ubiquitous Allen Dulles, who maintained that it was incumbent upon the United States to counter Soviet aggression in Europe. But American intelligence, by and large a wartime improvisation, was ill-prepared to wage a clandestine campaign against the USSR. Hence the need for Gehlen, who promised to fill a gaping hole in 34. America's espionage apparatus, a hole that had gotten even wider when the OSS was disbanded, ironically enough, on September 20, 1945, the same day the Prussian spy chief arrived in the United States. Throughout his 10-month stay at Fort Hunt, Gehlen cultivated a fastidious professional image, passing himself off as the pure technician who liked nothing better than to immerse himself in maps, flowcharts, and statistics. The persona he projected was in crucial respects false. It was, to use a bit of espionage parlance, a legend, one that hinged on Gehlen's claim that he was dedicated above all to fighting communism. Gellen's defenders in the United States noted that his bleak intelligence reports from the Eastern Front had made Hitler so angry that he dismissed his chief anti-Soviet spy during the final weeks of the war. To some, this showed that Gellen was neither an ardent Nazi nor a war criminal. But Gellen, like most German army officers, had welcomed the Nazi seizure of power. During the way, he oversaw a brutal interrogation program of Soviet prisoners and maintained close relations with the German general staff. Significantly, Gellen was not targeted for retribution by SS fanatics after the July 20 putsch failed. Upon examining Gellen's wartime record, British historian Hugh Trevor Roper has concluded that Gellen was certainly a Nazi in his mental structure, and it is clear from his memoirs that his only objection to Hitler was that he lost the war. 35 Gellen's side may have taken a beating on the battlefield, but it appears that he did quite well at Fort Hunt. American negotiators agreed to virtually all his conditions for a German espionage organization that would operate under his leadership while receiving directives and assignments from U.S. officials. The purpose of this American-financed spy network was to continue information gathering in the East just as Gellen had been doing before. Having promised not to enlist unrepentant Nazis, Gellen was free to select his own agents, who would be released from POW and internment camps, if necessary, to work for him. The arrangement brokered at Fort Hunt had major implications for the future of U.S.-Soviet relations. From that moment on, wrote historian Carl Oglesby, from the summer of 1945 when the Army brought into the United States and made a secret deal with him, the Cold War was locked in. Also at stake was the fate of tens of thousands of Third Reich veterans who puffed their anti-communist credentials in order to please the Americans. Instead of destroying the Nazi infrastructure as promised, U.S. policymakers opted to retain a crucial part of it for use against the Soviet Union. Functioning as America's secret eyes and ears in Central Europe, Gellen's spies would work initially for Army intelligence and then for the CIA, which was founded in 1947. In this capacity, and later as head of the West German Secret Service, Gellen was able to exert considerable influence on U.S. policy toward the Soviet bloc. 36 With Germany looming as a pivotal battleground of the Cold War, Gellen had a mandate from the Americans to revive his old Foreign Armies East Department, or what was left of it, as quickly as possible. Upon returning to Germany in July 1946, he immediately pulled together the makings of a sophisticated espionage apparatus known as the ORG. Supported by regular subsidies from U.S. taxpayers and wealthy German industrialists, he set up his base of operations inside a mysterious, high-walled compound near Munich that had once housed the staff of Rudolf Hess and Martin Bormann, Hitler's deputies. Gellen's most urgent task was to gather up-to-date information from the East. His American sponsors were particularly hungry for details on troop movements and other military matters in the Soviet zone of occupation in Germany. Although Gellen was ostensibly under U.S. Army supervision, the org quickly threw its doors wide open to Gestapo, Wehrmacht, and SS veterans, despite his solemn promise to U.S. officials that he would not employ hardcore Nazis. Even the vilest of the vile, the senior bureaucrats who ran the central administrative apparatus of the Holocaust, were welcome in the org. It seems, the Frankfurter Rundschau editorialized, that in the Gellen headquarters one SS man paved the way for the next, and Himmler's elite were having happy reunion ceremonies. 37 While Gellen busily enlisted unrepentant Nazis, some U.S. Army counterintelligence corps agents were still trying to bust as many Hitlerites as they could get their hands on. Under the auspices of Operation Nursery, the CIC infiltrated an array of subversive groups that clung to the National Socialist creed. The schizoid quality of the U.S. occupation policy became evident to Nikolaus J. 36. Ryszkowski, a Nazi hunter from CIC Unit 7970, when he tried to apprehend a circle of black marketeers in Munich, only to learn they had immunity. "I wasn't able to arrest them because they were working for Herr Gellen," Ryszkowski recounted. It was hard to feel good about this. 38 By 1947, there had officially been a change in emphasis, according to a once classified CIC report. from the denazification mission to the collection of positive intelligence, which meant that anti-communism rather than Nazi hunting was now the guiding principle of CIC policy. To the extent that CIC operatives continued to chase after Nazis, it was usually not to capture them but to recruit them. American officials knew that many of the people they were hiring had committed horrible crimes against humanity, but atrocities were overlooked as the anti-communist crusade acquired its own momentum. Ironically, some of the Nazis who worked for American intelligence would later play significant roles in neo-fascist organizations that agitated vociferously against the United States. 39 At least half a dozen U.S. Army programs with colorful code names such as Pajamas, Dwindle, Birchwood, and Apple Pie were devoted to exploiting the nefarious skills of former SS and Gestapo members. Klaus Barbie, the infamous Butcher of Lyon, did double duty as a CIC informant while also snooping for the Gehlen org. So did many of Barbie's comrades. 40 The growing dependence on Gehlen's network for data about Soviet forces and armament turned American spy agencies into sitting ducks for disinformation. Much of what Gehlen passed along was tailored to whip up fears about Russian military intentions. At one point, he succeeded in convincing General Lucius Clay, the military governor of the U.S. zone of occupation, that a major Soviet war mobilization was in progress in Eastern Europe. This prompted Clay to dash off a top-secret telegram to Washington in March 1948, warning that war may come with dramatic suddenness. 41 Although it proved to be a false alarm, Gehlen continued to dispense tainted information to his avid American patrons, who needed little prodding to think the worst of Russian ambitions. By consistently exaggerating the Soviet threat, the Nazi spymaster played a significant role in exacerbating tensions between the superpowers and fostering paranoia in the West about a world communist conspiracy. The agency loved Gehlen because he fed us what we wanted to hear, a former CIA officer admitted. We used his stuff constantly, and we fed it to everybody else: the Pentagon, the White House, the newspapers. They loved it, too. But it was hyped up Russian bogeyman junk, and it did a lot of damage to this country. 42 Was Gehlen merely improvising as he fabricated dire reports about Red Army machinations? Or was this part of a conscious effort to bind U.S. foreign policy to the Cold War for his own purposes? Gehlen's strategy was based on a rudimentary equation: the colder the Cold War got, the more political space for Hitler's heirs to maneuver. He realized that the org could flourish only under Cold War conditions. As an institution, it was therefore commit to perpetuating the Soviet-American conflict. As Hugh Trevor Roper has said of Gehlen, he lived on the primacy of the Cold War and on the favor of those American and German governments which believed in the primacy of the Cold War. 43 There were plenty of true believers in the CIA, which was given the green light to engage in political action, propaganda, and paramilitary operations that relied heavily on the services of Gehlen and his spooky Nazi outfit, as one U.S. agent described it. 44 The org already employed 4,000 Germans. When it was bolted lock, stock, and barrel into the CIA in 1949. This was during the peak of the Chicken Little era of American espionage, when the sky was always on the verge of falling, or so it seemed. The agency began shelling out what amounted to $200 million to satisfy the org's voracious, covert appetite. At times, Gehlen's skewed reports were simply retyped onto CIA stationery with little alteration and integrated directly into President Harry Truman's morning intelligence briefing. 45 Gehlen's biggest booster at the CIA was Allen Dulles, who started running off-the-shelf intelligence activities in Eastern Europe from the office of his Wall Street law firm before he formally joined the agency in 1950. 3 years later he became CIA Director, a position he held until shortly after the disastrous Bay of Pigs invasion in 1961. Throughout this period, Dulles played godfather to Gehlen, protecting him from detractors who suspected that something was amiss at the org, which served as a kind of subcontracting syndicate for harebrained CIA rollback schemes, guerrilla airdrops, and other ill-fated covert attempts to topple communist regimes in Eastern Europe. In addition to providing plausible deniability, Gehlen had access to former leaders of virtually every Nazi puppet government from the Baltics to the Black Sea, as well as an assortment of Waffen-SS fanatics who joined the American-led campaign to liberate their native lands. It was a visceral business of using any bastard as long as he was anti-communist, explained Harry Rositsk, ex-head of CIA operations in the Soviet Union. The eagerness to enlist collaborators meant that you didn't look at their credentials too closely. 46 In the wake of successive paramilitary fiascos in Eastern Europe, some CIA officers wondered if Soviet agents had infiltrated the org. Clearly Gelen was a political hot potato. A conflict raged within U.S. intelligence as to what advantages the United States had in fact accrued by supporting a shadowy spy network run by a moody ex-Nazi officer. The CIA's James Critchfield, who worked with Gelen on a daily basis for nearly 8 years, recalled that hundreds of flaps kept breaking out between the elements of the occupation. Suspicions were such that the CIA and the Army both began spying on the org. Born of concern that U.S. intelligence lacked effective control over its surrogate, Operation Campus became the designated code name for a secret Army investigation into Gelen's activities. 47 American Army sleuths discovered that Gelen's agents had employed various stratagems to undercut U.S. intelligence. During interrogations at displaced persons camps, for example, his men would warn inmates not to talk with the Americans on the grounds that the United States was secretly still in cahoots with the Soviets. The agency also learned of a rabidly nationalist newsletter Orientierung, that circulated among Gelen staffers, giving rise to the uneasy feeling that we, namely U.S. intelligence, were being misused for German nationalist purposes, as one CIA operative put it. But as long as Alan Dulles ruled the roost, Gelen continued to five a charmed existence. He's on our side and that's all that matters, Dulles said of his German counterpart. Besides, one needn't ask him to one's club. 48 Was Gelen really on America's side, as Dulles glibly asserted? What we had, essentially, was an agreement to exploit each other, each in his own national interest, said Critchfield, who considered Gelen a consummate political operator. 49 It seemed to work as long as Gelen's objectives coincided with the CIA's, but being on the U.S. payroll did not guarantee abiding loyalty. While Gelen sought to satisfy his sponsors' craving for details on their mutual enemy, he also pursued another agenda, which entailed running interference for the legions of war criminals who flocked to the org for cover. By coopting the CIA's anti-communist bias, Gelen was able to neutralize the immediate threat posed by U.S. intelligence, which otherwise might have pursued a more rigorous denazification program. The CIA eventually found out that the Nazi old boy network nesting inside the org had a dangerous and unexpected twist to it. By bankrolling Gelen, the agency had unknowingly laid itself open to manipulation by a foreign intelligence service that was riddled with Soviet spies. Although far more Nazis gravitated to the West, some went over to the Soviets, who took advantage of every opportunity to infiltrate the Gelen network. Certain Third Reich veterans collaborated with the Russians while also pawning secrets to the Americans, the British, and the French, depending who offered more money. Willy Hodel, the SS disinformation adept who later worked for U.S. Army intelligence and the Gelen org, described the free-for-all that ensued at war's end. The German Secret Service is broken and scattered both to east and west. Some serve the Americans and some the Russians. Others lie low and watch which way the wind blows. Some play with fire on both sides of the Iron Curtain. _____50. The U.S. Army's Odessa File. As early as 1947, the U.S. Army Counterintelligence Corps began tracking the activities of an underground pro-Soviet network called THIO, which recruited ex-Nazis and spread rumors prejudicial to U.S. interests in the American zone of occupation. The THIO organization was allegedly composed of former SS members interned in Russian POW camps who were secretly working for Soviet intelligence. Many of these men had previously served under Colonel Otto Skorzeny, the CIC determined, and their mission to assist in a parachute invasion by the Soviets in the event that such an action should take place. 51 Skorzeny was also wooed by the Russians during his post-war incarceration. The Teutonic swashbuckler told American interrogators that he had openly and overtly been offered the opportunity of collaborating with Communist and Soviet circles. These overtures were supposedly tendered by both German and Soviet parties. Skorzeny believes that the Soviets want him both because he is an educated engineer and because his name would be an attraction to young former members of the SS to jump on the Soviet bandwagon. A CIC analyst concluded. 52 Scarface resisted blandishments from the East, choosing instead to hitch a ride with his old friend Gellin. But first there were important matters that required his attention at the American internment center where he was being held. Skorzeny's legal problems didn't end in September 1947, when he was acquitted of charges stemming from his behind-the-lines shenanigans during the Battle of the Bulge. He was still wanted by the Danish and Czech governments for war crimes. The chain-smoking Austrian giant raised more than a few eyebrows when his captors discovered that even while imprisoned, he exerted considerable influence over other Nazis. In an effort to learn more about Skorzeny's activities, the CIC planted an informant in his midst. The informant soon learned of an SS underground movement to aid internees in escaping and securing false identity papers. This group was alleged to be under the leadership of Otto Skorzeny and known as the Skorzeny Group. According to the CIC report, it was established that this Skorzeny Group was actually part of a larger organization known as Odessa, or Organization of Former SS Members. Although the precise number of Odessa members was not known, the CIC believed that many former SS men were aware of its activities and were in communication and contact with them. The tentacles of Odessa were said to stretch throughout Germany. Some members were reportedly armed, and its couriers were rumored to be transporting currency from the Russian to the American Zone 53. Odessa, the fabled post-war Nazi network whose alleged exploits have generated profuse literary and cinematic embellishments. CIC documents confirm that a Nazi brown aid network actually existed and that Skorzeny was immersed in this web of intrigue. Many names have alluded to this shadowy Nazi underground: Die Spinne, Kameradenwerk, Der Bruderschaft. Operation Brandy, a CIC probe of Odessa, discerned signs of a well-organized illegal mail service among German POWs. People living in the vicinity of internment camps were said to be particularly anxious to aid in escaping, in procuring money, in disposing of and storing stolen property, and in giving rooms to visitors at the camps. 54 Curious as to where the Ratlins led, a CIC mole arranged the escape of himself and 2 inmates from Dachau. The experience of this informant provided additional corroboration of an underground movement, bearing the codename of Odessa. The CIC explicitly identified Otto Skorzeny, who is directing this movement out of Dachau, as a leader of Odessa. One of Skorzeny's activities involved stage managing sudden departures from the camp. This is being done with the help of the Polish guards, the CIC disclosed. The Polish guards are helping the men that receive orders from Skorzeny to escape. 55 The Polish prison guards at Dachau, hired by the U.S. Army because of their presumed anti-communist reliability, were small cogs in a far-flung escape mechanism that delivered tens of thousands of Nazis to expatriate communities in Latin America and the Middle East after the war. Some Odessa operatives secured jobs driving U.S. Army trucks on the Munich-Salzburg Autobahn and hid people in the backs of these vehicles. Aided by men of the cloth, the well-traveled southern escape route consisted of a chain of monasteries throughout Austria and Italy. A Vatican runway station in Rome dispensed false papers to fascist fugitives, who were farmed out to distant pastures. A top-secret May 1947 State 42. Department report described the Vatican as the largest single organization involved in the illegal movement of emigrants, including many Nazis. 56 Another major Ratlin Odessa north stretched through Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, where an underground network of SS veterans and werewolves smuggled Nazi renegades over land and sea until they were picked up by ships heading to Spain and Argentina. According to Danish journalist Henrik Kruger, Scandinavian police officials and Argentine diplomats were instrumental in facilitating traffic along this route. The key leg men on the ground were personnel who had undergone werewolf training toward the end of World War II. Skorzeny was instrumental in selecting and schooling the werewolves, some of whom later resurfaced as Odessa operatives in Scandinavia while Scarface orchestrated the escape of Nazis from detention camps. A large number of fascist collaborators also ended up in the United States, Canada, Great Britain, Australia, and South Africa. 57 Of course, the wholesale emigration of fascist collaborators would not have been possible without the tacit approval of the US government, whose efforts to bring war criminals to book waned as the Cold War intensified. Skorzeny was still in US custody in June 1948, when the Soviet Union imposed a land blockade of Berlin in response to American steps to consolidate the three Western zones of occupation under a single administration. A few months earlier the USSR had backed a coup in Czechoslovakia. And the communist parties in Italy and France appeared to be gaining strength. With the Berlin airlift in full gear, denazification was no longer a priority for US policymakers. By this time, both the CIA and Army intelligence had revised their assessment of Skorzeny. The most dangerous man in Europe was now viewed as a potential asset in the Cold War struggle. The CIA in particular was interested in his services. Warned by American officials that the Czech government might succeed in its request to extradite him, Skorzeny decided it was time for a change of scenery. On the evening of July 27, 1948, a car with American military license plates carrying 3 former SS officers arrived at the Darmstadt internment camp, where Skorzeny was then being held. The German SS veterans, who had donned the khaki uniforms of US Army police, entered the detention center and announced they had come to take Skorzeny to Nuremberg for a legal hearing scheduled for the next day. A few minutes later, Skorzeny walked out of the camp and disappeared. When asked about his vanishing act, Skorzeny subsequently maintained that the American authorities helped him escape. What about the US military uniforms worn by the SS men who retrieved him? They weren't stolen, Skorzeny insisted. They were provided by the Americans. 58 Given his celebrity status, Skorzeny thought it best to lie low for a while. He hid at a farm in Bavaria rented by Countess Bse Luch, whose uncle, Hjalmar Schacht, had served as Hitler's finance minister. It was love at first sight when Skorzeny met Schacht's beautiful niece, even though both were already married. He and Ilse frolicked and romanced in the woods, a happy respite after 3 years of confinement. Otto was a fabulous-looking animal, she confided. He had everything you could want in a man, lots of charm, charisma, a good sense of humor. 59 While Skorzeny indulged in amorous pursuits, his fearsome reputation stalked far and wide. In September 1948, German police reported that a Skorzeny movement had sprung up in the US zone of occupation. This movement is alleged to be spreading all over Germany, a US Army document stated. Its chief purpose was supposedly to fight against communism. Another Army intelligence report noted that a group of former German SS and paratroopers have attached themselves to an underground movement which is under Skorzeny's direction. This movement was said to be linked to underground organizations in Austria as well as in the Soviet zone in Germany. British officials concluded that Skorzeny was working for US intelligence during this period, building a sabotage organization. 61 Classified CIA and Army documents indicate that American intelligence officials seriously entertained the possibility of enlisting the infamous Nazi commando. Army Major Sidney U. Barnes proposed that the US government sponsor Skorzeny, but another Army office George T. Nakamura, stated, in view of the notoriety received by Skorzeny in the press during the past years, it is felt that any OPT sponsorship or support of Skorzeny by the U.S. 44. government, or any influence exerted by the U.S. government on behalf of Skorzeny, would probably expose the U.S. government to extreme international embarrassment. Furthermore, the possibility exists that Skorzeny has been and is being utilized by U.S. intelligence. Of course, open sponsorship was not necessary when the CIA could use the Gehlen org as a cutout for sticky situations. 61 Countess Ilse recalled that Skorzeny was in contact with the chief of the org while hiding at her Bavarian farm. Gehlen was marvelous, she asserted. He and Otto respected each other very much. At one point, According to Ilse, Gelen warned that the Russians were going to try to kidnap Skorzeny. One of Gelen's men brought a machine gun to the house and told Otto to be careful. But Otto was fearless. He had nerves of steel. Occasionally Skorzeny strayed from the farm into Munich, where he and Hermann Lauterbacher, former deputy leader of the Hitler Youth, scouted potential recruits for the org. Whenever Skorzeny traveled, he would round up Nazis and draw them into Gelen's orbit. His effusive personality rekindled the esprit de corps of Third Reich veterans, who joined the org in droves. 62 Skorzeny's ongoing association with Gelen was emblematic of the pivotal alliance between Odessa and the org and, by implication, the CIA as well. For many of those unsavory characters who constituted the Odessa underground, Gelen was the life raft. He was the one who commandeered the vehicle to rescue the comradeship. In the end, the most important service performed by the org had little to do with gathering information for the CIA. Gelen's organization was designed to protect the Odessa Nazis. It amounts to an exceptionally well-orchestrated diversion, maintains historian William Corson, a retired U.S. intelligence officer. 63 Seen from this perspective, Gelen's primary accomplishment was to neutralize American intelligence so that a sizable contingent of former SS officers represented by Odessa could carry on their struggle. Instead of ostentatious mountaintop heroics, the objective of their subtly conceived efforts was the survival, and ultimately the revival, of the Nazi movement. The ghoulish espionage tryst they formed with Gelen and the CIA enabled many unrepentant fascists, Skorzeny among them, to catch their breath, re-establish themselves, and mount a response to the daunting challenges of a new political era. In the Gelen org, U.S. officials thought they had found a consistent means of access to events in the communist world. But Gelen always had his own agenda, a German nationalist agenda, that dovetailed with the machinations of Skorzeny and Odessa. Skorzeny's undercover activities were briefly interrupted when a photographer snapped his picture at a café on the Champs-Élysées in Paris on February 13, 1950. The next day his scar-faced visage appeared on the front pages of the French press. It was time to beat another quick retreat, this time to Salzburg, where Skorzeny met with German war veterans. Skorzeny also had a personal motive for visiting Austria. He retained an attorney to file for a divorce so he could marry Ilse. Afterward he made his way to Madrid, where Ilse had already found a posh apartment in the best part of town. Spain became their base of operations, but they always kept abreast of developments in Germany. Hitler's bodyguard. Major General Otto Ernst Reamer stared petulantly at a British Occupation officer, ignoring orders to remove his hands from his pockets at a legal hearing. Although hardly a serious infraction, it was yet another sign of disrespect from the tall, slender, dark-haired prisoner of war. Herr Reamer, it seems, had a bad attitude, which he flaunted in the presence of his Anglo overlords. He was often in a surly mood during 20 months of confinement in various internment camps. A testy encounter now and then with the Allied authorities was sometimes all he could muster to defy the monotony of incarceration. That was the worst part, the sheer boredom. It nearly drove him mad. Born in 1912 in the German province of Mecklenburg, Ernst Reamer had plenty of spare time to brood over his hapless circumstance. This was not what he expected when he graduated from a cadet academy and embarked on a career as a professional soldier. Wounded 9 times during the war, his company officer described him as the prototype of a respectable and brave swordsman. But after 5 years in the service, he had risen only to the rank of major in charge of a guard battalion in Berlin. As fate would have it, Reamer happened to be on duty during that seminal episode on July 20, 1944, when his nick-of-time intervention saved the day for Adolf Hitler. 147. Rewarded for his efforts, Reamer became the Führer's chief bodyguard. I was responsible for Hitler's personal security. I saw him frequently and spoke with him many times, Reamer recalled years later. I never met a man with his qualities. What he said was reasonable and made sense. Hitler was a totally normal man who knew what he wanted. 2. Although Reamer had never officially joined the National Socialist German Workers' Party, his intimate relationship with the Führer clinched him a spot on a watch list of German generals in the British and US zones of occupation. Issued in April 1946, this elite roster included the names of top German officers who were viewed as serious security risks and who were therefore deemed priority surveillance targets by Allied military intelligence. The entry on Reamer, by far the longest and most detailed of all the names on the watch list, described him as a very dangerous man and potentile werewolf leader. The youngest general in the German army. A fanatical Nazi. 3. To break up the stultifying routine of prison life and, as he put it, to set the German record straight, Reamer agreed to write an account of the Battle of the Bulge for the U.S. Army. Reamer knew a lot about the Ardennes offensive from first-hand experience. It was yet another instance in which his wartime activities brought him into contact with Otto Skorzeny, who was technically under Reamer's command when the Ardennes assault began in December 1944. Reamer worked on this war history from December 1946 to February 1948. After his release from the Allendorf internment center, he began apprenticing as a bricklayer with Menkens, a construction firm near his home in Oldenburg. Der Spiegel ran a "Where Is He Now?" story on Reamer the Mason that featured a picture of his handsome, smiling mug, with sunken cheeks and prominent, pointed ears, on the cover. But Hitler's former bodyguard soon found cement mixing almost as distasteful as race mixing. He decided to throw in the trowel and try his hand at politics, which he took up with a vengeance in 1949.4. It was a pivotal year for post-war Germany. In May, the British, French, and American zones of occupation congealed into a single unit, forming the Federal Republic of Germany, with Bonn as its capital. A number of political parties licensed by the Allied authority. Ties were permitted to compete in state and national elections. In August, 73-year-old Konrad Adenauer of the Christian Democratic Union was elected the first Chancellor of West Germany. 2 months later, Adenauer installed his cabinet, which included several prominent ex-Nazis. Shortly thereafter, the Soviets countered by inaugurating the German Democratic Republic in the east. The Cold War division of Germany was now firmly in place. 1949 was also the year that National Socialists and other right-wing extremists began flexing their political muscle after laying low during the immediate post-war years. This was an important incubation period in which the seeds of a reborn radical nationalism quietly germinated. Some Nazis had gone into hiding, living with assumed names and ersatz identities. Many others went through the motions of denazification, knowing they had to proceed cautiously if they were to ever mount a political comeback. It happened in phases. The first wave of far-right rehab surfaced in 1946 after the United States, finding the denazification program too cumbersome to manage, turned over administrative responsibilities to the Germans themselves. As a result, any possibility of salvaguing the Allied pledge to eradicate all remnants of Nazism was lost. Millions of Third Reich veterans received a blanket amnesty and never faced charges for their wartime deeds. In successive stages, they were granted democratic privileges, including the right to vote and compete for political office. John J. McCloy, U.S. High Commissioner of the Federal Republic of Germany, acknowledged in an August 1949 radio address that some 30% of the positions in government and industry were already occupied by ex-Nazis. By this time, only a few hundred war criminals remained in prison. 5 As millions of former Hitlerites quietly filtered K.J.C. into the mainstream, details of their Nazi past were swept under the rug and repressed. Then, was no revolutionary self-purging or liberating catharsis among the German people after the war. Nor had an earnest effort been made to educate the German public about the realities of World War II. The absence of a profound confrontation with the horrors of the Third Reich was to have serious and adverse effects on the political climate of the post-war years, scholar Kurt Tauber observes in his encyclopedic study Beyond Eagle and Schwarz. Taika. It provided the preconditions of the rebirth of radical anti-democratic nationalistic attitudes and organizations. 6 In light of the significant shortcomings of the denazification process, US officials were concerned about Germany's political reliability. Public opinion polls showed that in spite of dreadful revelations about Auschwitz and proddings in the direction of democracy, anti-Semitic prejudice remained deeply entrenched in German society. A study conducted in the U.S. zone of occupation during the years 1945 through 1949 concluded that 15 to 18% of German adults were unreconstructed Nazis. 7 Shortly before McCloy assumed the role of High Commissioner, U.S. intelligence analysts accurately predicted that there would soon be a nationalist revival in West Germany. Leading the way was Otto Ernst Reamer, the first of Hitler's generals to enter the political arena. In October 1949, Reamer became the deputy director of the Sozialistische Reichspartei, one of several neo-Nazi groups that had mushroomed throughout the fatherland. The SRP quickly outflanked the rest of the ultranationalist pack, emerging as West Germany's leading far-right organization. It immediately claimed representation in the West German Bundestag when 2 parliamentary deputies from other parties jumped over to the more overtly extreme SRP. Many other incorrigibles joined the Socialist Reich Party, thanks in large part to the energetic campaigning of Major General Reamer, the big name in the organization, who kicked off a noisy recruitment effort with a brazen appeal to former Nazis: "We want them, we need them." A major drawing card whenever he barnstormed around the country, Reamer railed against the shit democracy that American occupiers had imposed on Germany. The Nazis achieved more than all the parties today put together. "I am and will remain a" was a great effort, but it was impossible for Reamer to succeed, said Hughes. Skorzeny felt that Reamer was in too much of a hurry. If the SRP did not proceed more cautiously, it might end up causing a lot of trouble for the entire neo-Nazi movement. While Reamer blazed the electoral trail back in Germany, Skorzeny was busy cavorting with fascist fugitives who had sought refuge across the Pyrenees. He struck up a close relationship with Horia Sima, commander of the bloodthirsty Romanian Iron Guard, which had opened a headquarters in Spain. Sima was joined by other Eastern European collaborators, including members of the Hungarian Arrow Cross and the Croatian Ustase. 35 Skorzeny's closest comrade in Spain was General Leon de Grelle, the most decorated non-German member of the Nazi military. Leading the Walloon division of the Waffen-SS, de Grelle had immersed himself in that cataract of horrors, as Churchill referred to the Eastern Front. A close confidant of the Führer, de Grelle had his proudest moment when Hitler told him, "If I had a son, I would want him to be just like you." De Grelle fled to the Iberian Peninsula while the Third Reich was on its last legs. Sentenced to death in absentia by the Belgian government for war crimes, he kept in close contact with many Nazi veterans, including Skorzeny. "We had lunch together every week," de Grelle reminisced. He was a great friend of mine. 36 When he first met de Grelle in Spain, Skorzeny confided to him that the Americans had helped him escape from an internment camp in Germany. The Americans were convinced there would be a war against the Soviet Union, and they wanted Skorzeny's assistance, de Grelle recalled. He was a specialist with unique skills, a very strong man with a strong will. De Grelle described Skorzeny as a soldier, not a philosopher, who had a very simple view of the world: that Europe had to be anti-communist and unified. During the early 1950s, Hitler's All-Star Commando contacted a U.S. military attaché in Madrid to explore the possibility of training 62 German soldiers in Spain for combat against the Soviet Union. An American Air Force officer who befriended him during this period reported that a customary greeting from Skorzeny was not unlike being welcomed by a huge bear or engulfed by a huge Saint Bernard dog. Skorzeny loves to talk about the war, has a rather high opinion of his prowess. He likes good Scotch whiskey and mixes only a little plain water with it. 37 Speaking English with a heavy British accent, Skorzeny elaborated upon his plan to organize anti-communist guerrilla units, which would be dispatched behind enemy lines if the Soviets invaded Western Europe. He made a similar pitch to a Madrid-based FBI informant, who recommended that American officials support his proposal. "Personally, I am convinced that Skorzeny means well and will help us if it is within his power, and I frankly feel his price in one form or another will not be too high." but the CIA had already set in motion secret plans for a European-wide stay-behind network, and it didn't need Scorzeni's help on this project. American intelligence operatives had other plans for Skorzeny, as he would soon find out. 38 Skorzeny, meanwhile, was aggressively pursuing various business ventures, thanks in large part to Uncle Schacht, who taught him the proper protocol and opened lucrative doors. Adopting the alias Rolf Steinbauer, Skorzeny set up an engineering office and an import-export firm in 2 rooms overlooking the Gran Via, Madrid's main boulevard, a stone's throw from the CIA headquarters in the Spanish capital. He proceeded to parlay his wide range of Spanish and German contacts into hefty monetary gain. The beautiful Yus, an astute businesswoman in her own right, was instrumental in facilitating a number of major commercial transactions. We represented a big consortium of German companies, which were contracted to build the Spanish National Railroad in 1952, she explained. Netting a sizable commission for brokering the deal, Skorzeny and his talented wife went on to amass a personal fortune estimated at $15 million. 39 One of Skorzeny's business associates, Willy Messerschmitt, had previously supplied Hitler's Air Force with state-of-the-art fighter planes. Seized by the advancing Red Army in 1945 at the Peen. 63. Mund rocket installation, Messerschmitt's aeronautical blueprints were transferred to the Soviet Union, as were hundreds of German scientists who used the Messerschmitt design to develop a prototype of the high-speed MiG jet. Since he was unable to work in West Germany in the early 1950s because of restrictions imposed by the Allies, Messerschmitt sought to bring 50 technicians with him to Madrid to develop a Spanish aircraft industry. Drawing on reports from other U.S. intelligence agencies, the FBI noted that Skorzeny was allied with Messerschmitt in the physical transplanting of German industry to Spain. While ostensibly they were working on this project for the Spanish government, it seems entirely logical we will be having the German air industry recreated under our very noses, an FBI agent cautioned. 40. Playing the Eastern card. From time to time, Skorzeny would slip back into Germany to confer with Hjalmar Schacht and other business leaders. During the summer of 1951, according to U.S. intelligence reports, he traveled the length and breadth of Germany as fast as a car would take him. Skorzeny's peregrinations caused a ripple among American spymasters, prompting an exchange of memos between FBI Chief J. Edgar Hoover and CIA Director Walter Bedell Smith. Although technically a fugitive, Skorzeny appears to travel freely in the western zone of Germany and has high-level contacts among the former German military, Hoover noted. In addition to commercial pursuits, Skorzeny spent much of his time seeing friends and contacts and keeping his hand in German affairs. Rumors of Skorzeny's presence in Germany or of his influence being felt in Nazi circles are intermittently heard, McCloy wrote in a cable to Secretary of State Dean Acheson. 41 Other U.S. intelligence reports indicated that Skorzeny was active behind the scenes, pulling all wires available in a number of German veterans associations. The most prominent of these, the Hilfsgemeinschaft gegen Gerechtigkeit, or 6-4 HIAG, was a hard-nosed lobbying group for former Waffen-SS personnel in the Bonn Republic. Founded in October 1951, the HIAG campaigned for legal and economic measures that would benefit Waffen-SS vets who had been denied government pensions and other privileges in light of the Nuremberg decision that deemed the entire SS a criminal organization. 42 Picking up where Goebbels had left off, HIAG spokesman portrayed the Waffen-SS, including the Death's Head division that ran the concentration camps, as idealists who defended European civilization against the Asiatic Bolshevik swarm. German soldiers were similarly glorified in hundreds of cheap, popular war-adventure novels, replete with sex and sadism, that inundated West Germany during the early 1950s. Nationalistic publishing houses also churned out memoirs of numerous Third Reich warriors, including several books by Colonel Otto Skorzeny, who exonerated the Hitler regime by blaming death camp atrocities on a handful of wayward fanatics. It is a malevolent twisting of the facts to pretend that the Waffen-SS had anything to do with the concentration camps' horrors, Skorzeny wrote in We Fought We Lost. Commenting on another autobiographical treatise, Skorzeny's Secret Missions, A New York Times reviewer concluded, "If a new Hitler appeared in Germany tomorrow, one feels after reading this book, Skorzeny would be by his side." 43 Skorzeny was a real-life hero to many Waffen-SS men who attended annual HIAG meetings, where old soldiers dressed in military drag drank an abundance of beer, sang war songs, and listened to their leaders exhort them to work for the resurrection of our holy German Reich. Such intemperate displays were particularly problematic for Chancellor Adenauer, who sought to generate support among veterans for his number one policy initiative, the American-backed plan to remilitarize the Federal Republic so that it could contribute to the defense of Western Europe. 44 At the outset, there was considerable grassroots opposition to rearmament, particularly among ex-soldiers who composed a large and potentially disruptive element in West Germany. Resentful of the way they had been treated after the war, many former military 65 men identified with the defiant slogan "Ohne mich," that Major General Otto Ernst Reamer had popularized. "Ohne mich" became the SRP rallying cry against the Bonn-Washington rearmament axis. First we were told that guns and ammunition were poison, and now this poison has changed to sweets which we should eat, sneered SRP Bundestag Deputy Fritz Rosseler. But we are not Negroes or idiots to whom they can do whatever they want. It is either they or us who should be admitted to the insane asylum. 45 Dead set against any accommodation with the West, Reamer declared that he would only consider German rearmament when it was possible to assure that all of Germany was to be defended. He insisted that Germans should not fight to cover an American retreat if the Russians got the upper hand in a war. Taunting U.S. officials, he announced that if an armed conflict erupted, he would show the Russians the way to the Rhine. Reamer promised that his SRP comrades would post themselves as traffic policemen, spreading their arms so that the Russians can find their way through Germany as quickly as possible. 46 Seeking to take the wind out of the SRP sails and to boost his lagging popularity, Chancellor Adenauer became an outspoken advocate for the HIAG and other soldiers' associations. During his first year in office, he reassured a delegation of Wehrmacht retirees that his government energetically opposed all attempts to defame the former members of the military. As for the Waffen-SS, they were soldiers like all the rest, Adenauer insisted. His courtship of this fickle constituency, which had mixed feelings about rapid remilitarization on U.S. terms, led to generous government subsidies of ultranationalistic publications. One Bonn-financed magazine, the HIAG-affiliated Deutsche Soldatenzeitung, was banned in Austria because of its openly pan-German and neo-Nazistic content. 47 Many veterans felt vindicated by Adenauer's solicitude, which only served to harden widespread illusions that Hitler had been right in his assessment of the Soviet menace and that the Allies had been wrong. Cold War U.S. Realpolitik fostered revisionist mythologies that reinforced the propensity among Germans not to face up to 66. Their past/whitewashed in the process was the deep complicity of the German General Staff and the Army in supporting Hitler's rise to power and in carrying out his genocidal schemes. Instead of being punished for their crimes, numerous senior officers from the Hitler era were eagerly sought after by Adenauer and his military planness. 48 The rearmament debate took place in an atmosphere of heightened urgency stemming from the Korean War, in which U.S. soldiers were pitted directly against communist firepower for the first time. The implications of the Korean conflict reverberated all along the East-West fault line, particularly in Germany, where American soldiers also stood eyeball to eyeball with the Russians. As far as American policymakers were concerned, this was no time for Bonn to waver in its commitment to the West. In the wake of Red Chinese intervention in Korea and the first Soviet A-bomb explosion, U.S. military strategists flatly declared that German rearmament was essential to save Western Europe from communism. Once again, American paranoia was stoked by General Reinhard Gehlen, who sought to convince his U.S. partners that Korea was merely a dress rehearsal for a Soviet invasion of Western Europe. Ironically, the CIA came to fear just the opposite, that the Russians might decide to abruptly withdraw their troops from East Germany in order to prevent an American military buildup in the West and undermine the fledgling North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Despite Gehlen's increasingly dubious track record, his espionage organization would go on to play a major role in NATO, supplying 2/3 of its raw intelligence on the Warsaw Pact countries. 49 Even before the Korean War, Gehlen had developed plans to revive the German army. Instrumental in this effort was Adolf Heusinger, formerly a high-ranking Wehrmacht officer and a survivor of the July 20 bomb blast. Together with Gehlen, Heusinger laid the groundwork for what was tantamount to a new general staff. He emerged as Adenauer's principal advisor on military affairs and would later serve as chairman of NATO's Permanent Military Committee in Washington. In September 1950, the Chancellor proposed that West Germany create a quasi-military protective police force of 150,000 men, a move that was envisioned as the first step toward a fully reconstituted West German army. 50 The same month Adenauer floated this idea, a group of German strategists in Madrid issued a confidential report analyzing the world's situation in light of the Korean conflict. Known informally as the German Geopolitical Center, this think tank was staffed by a clutch of Third Reich carryovers, mostly from von Ribbentrop's Foreign Office, who had been sheep-dipped into Spain in the mid-1940s. Acknowledging that the Korean War could bring great opportunities to Germany if she follows a prudent foreign policy, they laid out a calculated plan designed to transform Germany's pivotal geographic position smack dab in the middle of Europe into political negotiating power. In the past, Germany's status as a bridge between East and West had caused a lot of trouble and contributed in no small way to that country's perpetual identity crisis. But the Madrid-based think tankers believed that this historical liability could be turned into a tactical asset by deftly maneuvering between rival superpowers, wresting concessions from one by threatening to embrace the other. SS General Walter Schellenberg and other Nazi spies had employed a similar modus operandi with some success in the waning days of World War II. There's a word for it in German, Jokelpolitik, which means seesaw politics, shifting back and forth, playing two sides off each other. The Madrid Circular was explicit about this. Germany has exploited the tension between East and West to the utmost, and she must continue her effort in that direction. The Yankees are willing to pay a high price for our help. This is clear from all the confidential reports which we have obtained from circles close to the American High Commissioner. Driven by their anti-Soviet zealotry, the Americans had begun seeking the advice of our generals. 68. Whom they formerly called criminals, but the German people would not be inclined to defend Europe, so long as Germany is treated as a defeated nation. With this in mind, the circular recommended a course of action that entailed squeezing concessions out of the victors in order to regain German sovereignty. The fact that the Americans would now like us to join them in the defense of Europe and become their ally will thereby enhance our bargaining position with the Russians, the circular added. 51 The seesaw strategy, as outlined in this lengthy memo, called for German nationalists to be on guard against both sides to avoid being swallowed up by one of the two colossi. The dollar imperialism is certainly in no way less aggressive or reckless than communism. We must not let ourselves become befogged by Washington's stupid and meaningless slogans about the struggle of democracy versus communism. The so-called American democracy does not deserve the sacrifice of the bones of a single German soldier. The circular also provided a blueprint for a non-aligned foreign policy in what would later be described as the Third World, by which emerging nations could also reap advantages by playing the East off the West. Predicting the coming revolt of the Arab world, the think tank concluded that Germany should concentrate on building a new political bloc in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Scorzani's Madrid-based colleagues distributed the circular among influential Germans in Bonn and other parts of the world. Meanwhile, the von Ribbentrop clique in Spain stayed in close contact with their former Nazi colleagues, also from the von Ribbentrop school, who were running Adenauer's Foreign Office. They were like a brotherhood who continued to collaborate after World War II, even though some of them officially worked for the West German government and others lived in exile. General Gehlen also served as an intermediary between Bonn and the neo-Nazi network in Spain, where Scorzani occasionally took on special assignments at his request. Scarface would later play a role in behind-the-scenes negotiations between Spain and West Germany regarding the establishment of a joint arms industry on the Iberian Peninsula. There were even feelers about setting up West German military bases in Spain outside of NATO's purview. 52. 69. Acting upon the advice of his Foreign Office, Adenauer played hardball with High Commissioner McCloy, insisting on major concessions in matters of sovereignty in exchange for cooperation with the United States and the Western Alliance. The Chancellor was determined to bring about the end of the occupation as such. He hoped to accelerate this process as much as possible by using rearmament as a bargaining chip. Some called him the real McCloy, for it seemed that Adenauer was manipulating the High Commissioner, who grew increasingly frustrated by the Chancellor's habit of linking every issue to West Germany's defense contribution. Demands include the complete restoration of German sovereignty in the administration of justice, permission to open up consular and commercial relations with whomever the government saw fit, and an end to restrictions on scientific and industrial research. 53. The Chancellor also pressed for the release of the few hundred war criminals who were still imprisoned in West Germany, warning that support for rearmament would be seriously compromised if leniency were not displayed. Hanging in the balance was the future of some of the most egregious criminals of the Hitler era, including people like SS officers Sepp Dietrich and Jochen Piepeck, who had been convicted by a U.S. military tribunal for their principal role in the Malmedy massacre at the outset of the Ardennes offensive, when 71 unarmed American POWs were lined up in a snow-covered field and machine-gunned to death by Waffen-SS killers. Adenauer dispatched his top military aide, Lieutenant General Adolf Husinger, who put it country simple to McCloy, freeing the soldiers was a prerequisite to West Germany's joining the Western Defense Mission. Otto Skorzeny chimed in with a similar message from Madrid. If Piper dies, it is all over, he threatened. In good faith, even with a certain amount of enthusiasm, we have put ourselves at the disposal of the Americans. Yet, I repeat in the name of all German officers who are working for the future victory of the West, if Piper dies, we will no longer lift a finger to help but will yield to the opposing point of view. 54. Back in Washington, Senator Joseph McCarthy had launched a high-profile lobbying effort in an attempt to overturn the Malmedy convictions. McCarthy claimed that crucial evidence related to the massacre had been extracted through the torture of German prison. 70. ERS, some of whom allegedly had their testicles crushed by U.S. interrogators. The ensuing furor resulted in an early publicity windfall for McCarthy, who would soon initiate his infamous anti-communist witch hunts. Ironically, McCarthy based his false charges regarding the Malmedy affair on information provided by Dr. Rudolf Askanaui, a German attorney with close ties to Reimer's SRP and the post-war Nazi underground, who had previously represented a number of Nuremberg defendants. 55. Buffeted by demands from the entire spectrum of German nationalist groups, the High Commissioner mulled over requests to declare a full amnesty for the remaining prisoners, even the mass murderers on death row. McCloy was not one to shy away from controversial decisions. During World War II, he had argued in favor of the internment of Japanese Americans, yet opposed all but a trickle of Jewish immigration into the United States. He also successfully sought to forestall Allied military action against railways servicing the Nazi death camps on the grounds that doing so would divert resources from decisive operations elsewhere. Now he had to wrestle with the problem of what to do about the condemned Nazis in light of the U.S. government's resolve to build up the West German military. In January 1951, McCloy announced that verdicts would be reduced in 74 out of 104 cases. All but 5 death sentences were commuted. Sepp Dietrich and Jochen Pieper had their prison terms cut. A few years later, both men were paroled. Other SS war criminals, such as Dr. Franz Six, immediately joined the Geländeorg when their sentences were overturned. Thanks to McCloy, high-ranking Nazi judges who had dispensed Gestapo justice during the Third Reich also walked free and resumed their careers as legal arbiters in West Germany. Some of these former People's Tribunal judges had imposed the death penalty on persons convicted of telling an anti-Hitler joke or having sexual relations with a Jew. Imprisoned doctors who had conducted ghastly experiments on concentration camp inmates were also released from West German penitentiaries. 56. Outside Germany, McCloy's mass clemency provoked a mixture of shock and indignation that Nazi criminals of such magnitude were back in circulation little more than 5 years since the war. Perhaps no decision provoked greater outrage than the release of 71. Alfred Krupp, whose Mammoth Steel Company had helped finance Hitler's path to power. Known as a super-Nazi among German industrialists, Krupp had been convicted of plundering occupied territories and utilizing slave labor to boost company profits during the war. In addition to pardoning the steel magnate, McCloy rescinded a property confiscation order, thereby restoring Krupp's vast holdings as well as his status as one of the world's wealthiest men. A beaming Krupp strode out of Landsberg prison and celebrated at a champagne brunch with his supporters. Hughes and Otto Skorzeny quickly picked up Krupp Steel as one of their most prestigious clients, representing the firm in Spain and South America. Soon the Krupp Company began assembling jet fighters and other necessities for America's Cold War military buildup. 57. The spook WHO never returned. Joseph Stalin's recurring nightmare of an Anglo-German strategic alliance haunted him once again as the Soviet dictator watched West Germany rev up its military-industrial engines at the behest of the United States and NATO. The Kremlin condemned plans for resurrecting the fascist Wehrmacht under American control, but verbal attacks did little to deter Adenauer and McCloy in their efforts to integrate the Federal Republic into an anti-communist military bloc. To that end, the Western powers had already begun contractual negotiations on matters of sovereignty with the Bonn government. Alarmed by the rapidly developing course of events, Soviet-led ERS decided to play their ace in the hole. In March 1952, they threw down the gauntlet in the form of a peace bombshell that was designed to upset NATO's apple cart and derail the rearmament express. Stalin endorsed German reunification in free elections up to the Oder-Neisse line. The offer was made in a diplomatic note, which stipulated that Germany would be allowed to maintain its own military and its own armament industry, that there would be no limits on German trade and economic development, and that all foreign troops would be withdrawn within a year after an agreement. 72. Was reached. The note also called for the full restoration of civil and political rights to all former members of the German army, including officers and generals, all former Nazis, excluding those who are serving court sentences for the commission of crimes. The only proviso the Soviets insisted upon was that a reunited Germany could not enter into a military pact with any of its former enemies or join any kind of coalition or military alliance directed against any power which took part with its armed forces in the war against Germany. Neutrality was a non-negotiable cornerstone of the Soviet plan. 58 Stalin had correctly surmised that such a dramatic proposal would sway fence-sitters and galvanize neutralist feeling in West Germany. The prospect of a united Germany had immense appeal. Polls conducted by the U.S. High Commissioner's office indicated that a majority favored putting the contractual negotiations on hold while the Soviet offer was seriously explored. According to some surveys, reunification was preferred to West integration by a 2-to-1 margin. Even a few members of Adenauer's Christian Democratic Union were warm to the Soviet note. It was, after all, a rather alluring package: reunification and self-determination without way, a German army not subject to foreign command, and a huge potential market for German industrial products in the USSR and Eastern Europe. This seemed a lot more attractive than the American plan for permanently dividing the country, with the West German army under U.S. control and no chance in the foreseeable future for regaining any land lost during the war. 59 Stalin repeated the same proposal on 2 more occasions that year, but in each case Adenauer and McCloy dismissed the Soviet offer as a public relations gesture calculated to disrupt the Western alliance. Privately, however, frantic State Department officials conceded that the Soviet note has the ring of considered policy rather than propaganda. In one fell swoop, the Soviet gambit had succeeded in putting the onus for the partition of Germany on the United States. American policy makers were suddenly backed into a diplomatic corner. They tried to wriggle out by asserting that only a democratically elected German government could decide whether or not to align itself with either superpower. Fearing that German neutrality was more favorable to Soviet plans than to our own. 73. and readily lends itself to Eastern manipulation, the State Department refused to accede to Russian demands on this crucial point. American distrust of Germany was too strong to permit such a deal, and a chance to end the Cold War was aborted. 60 The resurgence of neutralist sentiment in the wake of the Soviet note was a boon for Major General Otto Ernst Reamer and the Socialist Reich Party. They viewed the Russian offer as the basis for genuine negotiations and vilified Adenauer for his stubborn intransigence. For once the SRP found itself in good company, as opposition to U.S. plans for rearming the country ran the gamut of the West German political spectrum, from sincere, war-weary pacifists to social democrats, communists, and bitter-end Nazis. This crazy quilt of groups and factions that composed the neutralist scene made for strange political bedfellows, as the SRP began to work in tandem with the West German Communist Party. In May 1951, SRP chairman Fritz Doris met with KPD leaders in an effort to cement their anti-Adenauer ties. Both organizations had campaigned against U.S. intervention in Korea. But the KPD, an obedient tool of Soviet foreign policy, wielded little influence in West German politics. The SRP, by contrast, was a growing mass-based party that espoused neutralism for far different reasons than the Communists. Reamer and his colleagues pursued a strategic relationship with the Soviet Union because they hoped to achieve a reunited fatherland, armed to the teeth, that would be able to use its pivotal position between East and West to dominate Europe. "The only danger to our plans," said Doris, "is an understanding between the United States and Russia. If that happens, of course, we are lost, but then that cannot happen." 61 Doris and other SRP operatives occasionally traveled across the great superpower divide for clandestine encounters with the East German National Front, which had been set up by the Soviets as a sop for ex-Nazis, army officers, and others tainted by their association with the Hitler regime. Closely supervised by communist officials, the front was one of several nationalist formations that sprang up in the Soviet zone after the Russians abruptly announced the end of denazification in 1948. Certainly the Soviet Union, which had suffered more losses on the battlefield and in the POW and concentration camps during 74. World War II than any other country, did a much better job than its Western counterparts in purging Third Reich veterans from public institutions and bringing Nazi war criminals to trial. Over 500,000 former Nazi Party members were expelled from their posts, and 13,000 war criminals were given lengthy sentences in East German prisons. But Soviet policy shifted as the Cold War hardened and the United States began taking steps to rearm West Germany. 63 Soon East Germany embarked upon a new nationalist course, and former Hitlerites who had atoned by honest labor were officially welcomed back into the fold. By professing a swift conversion to communism, ex-Nazis became eligible for immediate rehabilitation. Many with a tainted past were absorbed into the ranks of the East German police and the Staatssicherheitsdienst. Although smaller in scope than the wholesale restoration that occurred in West Germany, the return to power of numerous Gestapo, SS, and Wehrmacht veterans under Soviet auspices prompted a State Department analyst to remark, "USSR has decided to take a risk on the former Nazis in the expectation that they will be salvageable for pro-communist, or at least, police and paramilitary work may well be a Pandora's box which produces unforeseen consequences to the carefully laid Soviet plans. That a Pandora's box may already have been opened in Bonn went unmentioned. 64 In addition to conferring with erstwhile Nazis, SRP representatives took their case directly to the Russian authorities in East Germany. "I sent my people there," Reamer admitted years later. "They were all received at the Soviet headquarters in Pankow." At the time, however, SRP leaders were not inclined to publicly acknowledge these contacts that led to Soviet financial support for Reamer's party. In this instance, ideological differences were deemed less important than tactical considerations for both sides. Apparently Soviet intelligence saw the neo-Nazi SRP as a better investment than the ineffectual KPD. And the SRP, needing funds, was willing to tango with the Russians. "It's one of those funny parts of German history after the war," a close associate of Reamer's explained.
For a while in the early 1950s, the Socialist Reich Party was funded by Russia. The KPD was not 75. The State Department suspected that the SRP was consciously in cahoots with the Soviets. It is the first sizable party that shows clear signs of playing with the Communists, a State Department official warned in December 1950. A few months later, another State Department document indicated that the SRP has gained something of a reputation for having ties to the East. Their suspicions were confirmed by a number of local SRP officials who quit the party after they learned of links to the Soviet bloc. A Berlin-based State Department officer concluded that the SRP, although committed to right radicalism, was receiving assistance from the East German authorities, in return for which it parrots the communist line on such subjects as neutrality. The Communists also appear to be exploiting the SRP's value as a disruptive element in West Berlin. 66 As it turned out, the SRP was but one of several radical nationalist organizations that obtained support from the East. Chancellor Adenauer would have had to look no further than the German Party, which participated in the original national governing coalition in the West German Bundestag, to find right-wing extremists who danced to the Soviet tune. Former SS Major Fritz Brem, a major figure in the Bavarian section of the German Party, played a leading role in a number of East-financed newspapers that promoted a nationalist-neutralist line. 67 Needless to say, not all neo-Nazis who adopted an anti-American stance were paid Soviet agents. As Kurt Tauber explains, some radical nationalists, for one reason or another, wanted essentially what the Russian strategists had stipulated as their first objective. Since they were doing for their own purposes what the Soviets would have wanted them to do, there was no need for special solicitude or bribery on the Communists' part. In other cases, it was the nationalist radicals who again for a variety of reasons sought contact with the East Zonal or Soviet authorities, rather than being sought out by them. 68 While the Eastern turn was central to Reamer's vision of an independent post-war Germany, many former Nazis firmly believed that hitching a ride with the Western powers would open up the greatest possibilities for reasserting national strength. These conflicting perspectives resulted in a curious and somewhat ironic lineup of forces. On one side, there were men who pulled 76 official strings and worked with Western intelligence agencies that subsidized rabid authoritarians and anti-democrats. On the other side stood the SRP and like-minded fanatics who were often in collusion with the Communists. And some ex-Nazis moved back and forth between both camps, depending on what seemed most expeditious at the moment. The internecine maneuvering within the radical nationalist milieu was epitomized by the bizarre saga of the Bruderschaft, a half-political, half-mystical secret society composed of former Hitler Youth, Wehrmacht, and SS officers. Founded in July 1949 as a paramilitary cadre organization, the 2,500-strong Bruderschaft developed a close working relationship with the SRP and cultivated ties with neo-Nazi groups in South America, the Middle East, and elsewhere in Europe. It was instrumental in the Underground Railroad that enabled war criminals and other Third Reich fugitives to establish themselves abroad. Because of the relatively small number of members, the State Department discerned, that does not entertain the hope of ever being able to achieve its aims through democratic processes. 69 Alfred Franke-Grich, a former SS officer and the Bruderschaft's chief ideologist, was an avid proponent of the Europe as a third force concept. On much the same wavelength as the SRP, he agitated for a non-aggression pact with the Soviet Union. In response to an invitation by Lieutenant General Vincent Müller, vice-chairman of the communist-led National Democratic Party in East Germany, Franke-Grich traveled to the Soviet zone for a series of meetings designed to coordinate a common struggle for reunification. He quickly opened lines of communication with the Soviet military administration and East Zone authorities. An American consular officer in Bremen noted in his weekly intelligence assessment that Franke-Grich was also in contact with Otto Skorzeny, a Bruderschaft bigwig, regarding these forays into the East Zone. 70 Meanwhile, Bruderschaft founder and co-leader Helmut Beck-Broich-Sitter had also been visiting the East Zone, but this was only part of a dangerous, double-faced game that he was playing. A mercurial figure, Beck negotiated behind the scenes with the East while simultaneously offering his services to the Americans. On several occasions, he engaged in lengthy discussions with State 77 Department officials, trying to interest them in a proposal for a paramilitary vigilante network, handpicked by the Bruderschaft, that would combat Red Terror throughout West Germany. His father confessor at the American consulate in Hamburg soon learned that Beck and Frankreich, unable to agree on which way to tilt in the East-West conflict, had gotten embroiled in a major dispute that split the Bruderschaft into competing factions and eventually destroyed the organization. Their feud, both personal and political, was emblematic of the continual splintering and reuniting of radical grouplets within the ultranationalist matrix. 71 According to various State Department accounts, Beck often complained that his rival had more money than he did because of the largesse of his Eastern patrons. Beck also accused Frankreich of extorting cash from West German industrialists, who sought to buy protection in the event of a Soviet invasion. At another meeting, Beck disclosed that he, too, had offers of Soviet financial support, but an astute U.S. official discerned that he was only trying to use this as a lever to obtain money from the Americans. Beck appears to drive for his objective in a somewhat devious manner, the State Department concluded. 72 Such shenanigans did not bode well for Frankreich, as word of Beck's association with U.S. intelligence quickly got back to the Russians. Suspecting that the Bruderschaft was honeycombed with American agents, Soviet authorities henceforth cast a wary eye on Frankreich. In October 1951, he disappeared in East Berlin and was never heard from again. His wife also vanished while searching for him. After a few years, she returned to West Germany with the news that Frankreich had been condemned to death by a Russian military court. Decades later, Frankreich's son would emerge as a figure of some repute in neo-Nazi circles. 73 Golden handcuffs. The mysterious demise of Frankreich underscored the high stakes inherent in the Cold War spy drama that was unfolding on German soil, as Third Reich veterans plied their cloak and dagger. 78 Skills on both sides of the superpower divide. Furtive Nazi overtures to the USSR after the fall of the Third Reich constituted yet another strange chapter in an ongoing historical drama involving Germany and Russia. Prussia, the kernel of the German nation-state, perennially looked eastward in keeping with the long military tradition of its general staff, which had viewed Russia as a natural ally ever since Frederick the Great was enthroned in the mid-18th century. Several royal weddings united the Prussian monarchy with its Russian counterpart. The importance of this geopolitical alliance was driven home again when Tsarist forces helped Prussia defeat Napoleon in the early 1800s. With mineral-rich Russia needing German-manufactured goods and Germany coveting raw materials from Russia, the two countries carried on a brisk trade from Bismarck's time until World War I. Humiliated and embittered by the terms of the Versailles Treaty, Germany struck a secret deal with beleaguered Soviet Russia, which also had been ostracized by the victorious Western powers. In an effort to circumvent Versailles-imposed military restrictions, the Prussian-dominated Reichswehr began to collaborate with the fledgling Red Army shortly after the Russian Revolution. The conservative Prussian military elite steadfastly maintained that the national interests of Germany and Russia were compatible in spite of their ideological differences. Of mutual benefit to both countries, the German-Russian partnership was codified in the April 1922 Rapallo Pact/*. At the time it was enacted, the tie-up with Russia drew support from all shades of political opinion in post-Versailles Germany, including some radical nationalists who began to think of themselves as Bolsheviks of the right or National Bolsheviks. Fearing that the German soul would be corrupted by Americanization, these ideological dissidents viewed parliamentary democracy as an alien import to be resisted at all costs. This was obvious to D.H. Lorentz when he visited Germany in 1924. The great leaning of the Germanic spirit is once again more eastwards, toward Russia, Lorentz observed. 74 Several varieties of non-Nazi fascism percolated in Germany during the crucial decade before Hitler seized power. Nourished by a deep-rooted culture of despair, Oswald Spengler, Arthur Moeller van den Broek,
Ernst Junger and other widely read critics associated with the so-called conservative revolution lamented the loss of community and VO/Feyrootedness. Insisting that the Weimar Republic be replaced by a dictatorship, these brooding prophets attacked, often incisively and justly, the deficiencies of German culture and the German spirit, says historian Fritz Stern. They were instrumental in shaping the mental and psychological climate that set the stage for steppes, which were well suited to accommodate aviation and tank training, joint German-Soviet WAR games, and other conspicuous, large-scale exercises. Eager to do business with the Soviets, major German industrialists and bankers threw their weight behind von Seeck's plan. Hjalmar was in the thick of it, conducting sensitive negotiations that provided credit for the Bolshevik government as German firms established factories on Russian soil that produced poison gas, tanks, airplanes, heavy weapons, and explosives proscribed by the Versailles Treaty. Krupp Steel was particularly adept at disguising its illegal preparations for rearmament. It owned several munitions plants and an oil concession in the Caucasus. At the same time, Germany also began to put out feelers for a gradual rapprochement with the Western powers. With one of its directors serving as Germany's ambassador to Washington, the Krupp Company sought to cultivate better relations with the United States. British and American loans soon exceeded the amount of German reparations required by Versailles. But even as U.S. banks and corporations pumped up the German economy with investments, two powerful institutional forces, the Prussian-dominated General Staff and a rejuvenated military-industrial complex, remained committed to a geopolitical alliance with the Soviet Union. 80. The Nazi movement, which gathered together the millions of malcontents, of whose existence the conservative revolutionaries had for so long spoken, and for whose relief they had designed such dangerous and elusive ideals. 75 Many leading thinkers of the conservative revolution favored a geopolitical tryst with Bolshevik Russia, a passion shared by Joseph Goebbels, the young rabble-rouser who emerged as a mainstay of the Eastern-oriented wing of the Nazi Party. Goebbels praised the Soviet Union as an ally which nature has given us against the devilish temptation and corruption of the West. But the Hitler-Stalin Pact of August 1939, which was greeted with enthusiasm in Prussian officer circles, proved to be only a temporary reprieve. 76 Despite warnings from his military advisors, Hitler initiated battle on two fronts simultaneously. Ironically, many of the weapons that pounded Russian cities during World War II had been produced in Soviet factories under the auspices of the Rapallo Agreement. The ensuing catastrophe at Stalingrad underscored to many Third Reich veterans the validity of Bismarck's injunction that Germany must never allow its interests to conflict with Russia's. That was certainly how Major General Otto Ernst Reamer and the leaders of the Socialist Reich Party felt. Invoking the memory of Rapallo, which remains a potent symbol and slogan in German-Russian diplomacy, Reamer insisted that German national interests required an agreement with the East, this time on the basis of the Soviet proposals of March 1952. Paradoxically, Reamer's hardcore, pro-Soviet posturing may have played to the advantage of those German nationalists who favored cooperation with the West as long as they could keep extracting political concessions from the United States. With the threat of a new Rapallo casting a shadow over American plans to rearm West Germany, Adenauer pressured High Commissioner McCloy for additional compromises as they haggled over an overarching treaty that would grant independence to the Federal Republic. "Time is on our side," the Chancellor told a group of his close collaborators in Bonn. "American insistence on a German army will eventually force the Western powers to accede to our demands." 77 Driven by an almost pathological fear that West Germany would 81. Drift into a neutral orbit if he turned down Adenauer's requests, McCloy yielded on nearly every point. Signed on May 1952, the so-called contractual agreement stipulated that Bonn would exercise authority over both its internal and external affairs. For his part, Adenauer consented to pitch in 12 divisions to a European defense force. West German sovereignty, although still somewhat limited by old Allied prerogatives and new obligations to NATO, officially went into effect 3 years later. With its newfound freedom,
Bonn soon passed a law allowing former SS members to join the West German army with the same rank as they held during World War II. Kurt Panzermeier, the head of HIAG, greeted this belated recognition with enthusiasm. "Yes, my comrades," he proclaimed at an SS reunion, "this federal republic is really our state." The Bundeswehr, as the new army was called, was commanded in large part by the same generals who had earned their stripes in Hitler's Wehrmacht. War veterans and ex-Nazis were given generous government pensions, and industrialists received lucrative contracts to produce weapons for NATO and the West German military. The very existence of a West German weapons industry was a closely guarded secret during the 1950s and 1960s. 78 But what assurance did the US government have that a revived West German army would function as an effective bulwark against the Soviet Union? Would a strong West Germany necessarily be a dependable ally? McCloy questioned the political reliability of the Germans, but this made him all the more intent on staying the course with Adenauer. The High Commissioner deemed it preferable to live with the risks of the Cold War than to tangle with a neutral, unified Germany, even if it meant that much of the country had to toil under communism. He was not willing to hazard the uncertain ties of an unfettered, non-aligned Germany that might, once again, be tempted to engage in Schokelpolitik, to play the East off the West and vice versa, in an effort to dominate the continent. Therefore, U.S. officials pursued a dual containment policy aimed at putting golden handcuffs on West Germany while keeping the Soviets at bay. Overtly, NATO was a Western alliance to contain the Soviet Union, explained Walter Russell Mead. Tacitly, it was 82. Also expected to contain Germany. Historians Joyce and Gabriel Kalko argue that protecting the West against Germany rather than Russia was the ultimate basis of this calculus. 79 American officials believed that anchoring Bonn within the Atlantic system would provide the best defense against a possible resurgence of nationalist and irredentist sentiment, a development that McCloy anticipated. The all-prevailing power of the National Socialist regime has left many former officials with a longing for powers, the High Commissioner wrote in his report for the last quarter of 1952, adding that the undercurrent of extreme nationalism might form a combination willing again to set Germany off on another dangerous adventure. But he was willing to gamble that over time, if the economic recovery continued and living standards kept rising, the Germans could be weaned of their Volksschubses. 80 Incipient signs of West German prosperity made the golden handcuff seem much more attractive than Soviet-backed repression in East Germany, where a workers' rebellion was swiftly crushed in June 1953. Neo-Nazis who favored neutralism were further weakened by splits that bedeviled the radical nationalist scene. In the end, the debate over rearmament proved so divisive that it seriously undermined the anti-communist opposition to Adenauer, who won over prominent right-wing leaders by offering them ministerial posts and other blandishments. While dangling these carrots, the Chancellor also wielded a mighty stick when dealing with incorrigibles like Otto Ernst Reamer and the SRP. Kept under close surveillance by Western intelligence agencies, several leading SRP members were convicted on various charges, ranging from slandering the Federal Republic to tearing down the West German flag. Reamer himself was sentenced to a 4-month prison term in 1951 because he had publicly insulted Adenauer and other Bonn officials. Noting the rather strange reaction to the verdict, an American vice-consul in Bremen reported that every political figure surveyed by his office criticized the decision in private, even though they all said they were against Reamer. The feeling is that Reamer will now become a martyr and his party will benefit from it. 81 Quick to make hay out of the difficulties put in his way, Reamer. 83. Compared his own persecution to that of Jesus Christ. He referred to High Commissioner McCloy as the Pontius Pilate who had caused Herod crucify the SRP. Reamer felt that McCloy was out to get him because of the SRP's strong line against remilitarization and adherence to the Atlantic Pact. Reamer's Christ complex was further in evidence when he declared, "If we should be banned, we shall descend into the catacombs like the early Christians." 82 While serving time in prison for offending the Chancellor, Reamer was tried and convicted for making defamatory remarks about the 20th of July conspirators. A number of books devoted to the anti-Hitler coup attempt had already achieved wide distribution in ultranationalist circles. Among the most popular was July 20, 1944, by Reamer, whose landmark defamation case established the principle that the Nazi state was illegal and that Germans who conspired to overthrow Hitler were not guilty of treason. This verdict set an important precedent for subsequent legal measures against neo-Nazi propagandists in West Germany. 83 While incarcerated, a defiant Reamer made noises about staging a general strike. "We agree to any means of overthrowing the state," he proclaimed. But the other SRP leaders, bickering increasingly among themselves, saw the writing on the wall. Their days as a party were numbered. 84 Under intense government pressure, the SRP began to fracture. Key members bolted to form new groups. Other SRP stalwarts vowed to carry on the struggle underground, if necessary. Anticipating that the party would soon be proscribed, some drew up elaborate plans for salvaging as much as possible of the SRP apparatus. There was talk of infiltrating other parties, taking them over and delivering the SRP vote in the 1953 national elections. Dr. Rudolf Aschauer, the pro-Nazi attorney who represented some of the Nuremberg defendants, consented to head a new nationalist party that would function as a camouflaged SRP successor organization. Aschauer's close ties to the pro-Soviet SRP were particularly ironic given that he also collaborated with Senator Joseph McCarthy, the rabid anti-communist, in an effort to overturn the Malmedy verdicts. 85 But Aschauer's scheme to continue the SRP under a new name was doomed, as UCS. Intelligence quickly got wind of his intentions. 84. After October 23, 1952, the SRP faithful would have to fend for themselves. On that day, Reamer's party was outlawed by the West German Constitutional Court, which branded the SRP as the direct successor of the Nazi Party. Agreeing with Bond's charge that Reamer was engrossed in National Socialistic ideology and had objectively abused the basic right of freedom of expression, the court stripped him of his right to vote and hold public office. 86 Facing a second prison term, this time for 3 months stemming from the July 20 libel conviction, Reamer scampered for cover. He hid for a while in the Bavarian Alps at a hunting chalet owned by the wealthy Faber-Castell family, the pencil manufacturer ERS, who were SRP supporters. There Reamer considered his dwindling options. With political engagement on the home front ruled out for the moment, he could hide in the mountains, go to jail, or flee the country. It was a tough decision, but help was on the way from some unlikely places. CHAPTERTHREE. Neo-Nazi diaspora. Votan at the Funny Farm. Harold Keith Thompson, a New Jersey-born businessman and public relations specialist, spent much of his time in the late 1940s and early 1950s carrying on behind the scenes as the principal U.S. point man for Die Spinne, the post-war Nazi support network. Although not yet 30 years old, this strapping, dark-haired, 6-foot bachelor had become, in his own words, the chief and almost exclusive representative in North America for the interests of the surviving National Socialist German Workers' Party and the SS. One descended from a line of Prussian field marshals and Scottish noblemen, Thompson got his first taste of Nazi ideology as a teenager when he joined the German-American Bund and the isolationist America First movement, both of which were secretly financed by Hitler's Reich. Boasting 15,000 U.S. members and 100,000 supporters in its heyday, the Bund held uniformed rallies and celebrations, including Hitler birthday dances, where pictures of George Washington were framed with swastikas. The Bund also sponsored summer camps for German-American children that featured paramilitary drills and exercises in addition to sports and social activities. The leadership was not the best, Thompson acknowledged, but the spirit was there, and I liked it too. Thompson's political sympathies and his penchant for covert AC. 86. Activity made him a natural ally of German intelligence during World War II. I did some very sensitive work, he admitted somewhat elliptically. A high school student carrying around a bundle of books could get into things, you know. Thompson hinted that he was involved in sabotage operations,
referring to a steamship that sank, things like that. But he wouldn't elaborate further. That was a long time ago. No sense in bringing it out now. This much, however, can be confirmed. On July 27, 1941, Thompson became a special agent of the Nazi SD/Overseas Intelligence Unit. A document to this effect, signed by Hitler himself, was captured by a U.S. Army team that moved into Munich. It was not a misrepresentation, Thompson acknowledged. The document came from Interpol, which had it in their files. When it became obvious that Germany was going to lose the way, Thompson and his colleagues started to set things up quietly, as he put it, in preparation for the post-Hitler era. Thompson resumed his studies at Yale and graduated in 1946. Shortly thereafter he went on an expedition to Antarctica, where he reflected upon the fall of the Third Reich. It was a great shame. The infernal meddling of the United States in 2 world wars was quite unnecessary, he later remarked. Upon returning to the United States, Thompson redoubled his efforts to assist the flotsam and jetsam of the Axis that drifted precariously in the post-war mix. The real National Socialists were on the lam if they could get out of Germany at all, he stated. That worked in a number of ways. Several organizations maintained a service to get individuals out, using false passports and the like. People were available to help at various stages of the process. South America, the Iberian Peninsula, and the Middle East were favored havens for fascist fugitives. Through his political activities, Thompson befriended several important personalities in the international neo-fascist scene, including Otto Scarface Skorzeny, the premier web spinner. Skorzeny was not an intellectual. He was a get-it-done type, a soldier. Very daring. He would take on anything, said Thompson. He played a significant role after the war in the escape routes. The versatile Thompson made himself available when Skorzeny and other Odessa wire pullers needed a favor done in the United States. Those were difficult years, Thompson confided. Sure, some money was put away. But, by and large, the people who fled Germany had to depend on the generosity of those who had already settled in the area. Thompson had signature control of an Odessa bank account at the Royal Trust in Kitchener, Ontario, a small city west of Toronto. Funds were always limited, as the costs of Odessa were enormous, he explained. There were officials to be bribed, lawyers to be engaged, identity papers to be procured and / forged from scratch. It didn't matter to Thompson that Skorzeny tilted expediently toward the west while other Third Reich veterans played the Eastern card during the Cold War. He was willing to assist any committed Nazi who required a helping hand, including the leaders of the Socialist Reich Party in the Federal Republic of Germany. During the early 1950s, Thompson was one of the SRP's busiest boosters. In an effort to drum up American support for the controversial West German political party, he registered with the Justice Department as the U.S. representative of the SRP. In this capacity, he lobbied American officials and press outlets for more favorable treatment of the SRP and raised funds for those individuals who were being harassed by Bonn. A smooth, mild-mannered operator, Thompson contacted hundreds of German-American groups and alerted them to the plight of his idol, Otto Ernst Reamer. Reamer was the only man in post-war Germany that I thought had a chance of achieving some political power and whose views represented basically my own, Thompson explained years later. There were very few people of his stature. In my opinion, he was a great man. While his hero was in jail in 1952, Thompson set up the Committee for the Freedom of Major General Reamer and began bombarding anyone who would listen with announcements and press releases. He filed legal briefs on Reamer's behalf, hoping to spring him from prison. I established the committee as a means of publicizing the SRP, the battles in which it was engaged, and the attempt to suppress it, said Thompson. I produced some money for them. Threatening to petition the United Nations, Thompson argued in a letter to Secretary of State Dean Acheson that the incarceration of 88 Reamer was an international civil liberties case of primary importance. he wrote to Chancellor Adenauer and members of the West German Bundestag, calling for an end to the persecution of General Reamer and minority rightist political parties. In an unpublished letter to the editors of Time magazine, Thompson described Reamer as a young, vigorous, far-seeing political leader of the new Germany. His final statement to the Justice Department paid tribute to the courageous leadership of General Reamer, whom he called the hope of Germany and the free world. For after the SRP was banned, Thompson terminated the Committee for the Freedom of Major General Reamer. But he did not cut his ties with key people who were involved in the party. Please inform General Reamer of my loyalty to him and my continuing desire to be of service in any way possible, Thompson assured the SRP leadership. An appreciative Reamer thanked his American friend in a letter that concluded with an aphorism from Nietzsche, "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger." 5. Thompson's devotion to Reamer was not sullied when he learned that the SRP had received funds from the USSR. "Take money where you can get it," Thompson explained, shrugging. "I always said that if the Soviets wanted to give me money to support my activities, I'd rush to the bank with the check and hope it was good." Defending Reamer's tactics, he maintained that several neo-Nazi organizations in West Germany were happy to take communist funds, provided they didn't have to compromise their political principles. 6. While representing the SRP, H. Keith Thompson also served as a registered U.S. agent for Die Andier, a Munich-based periodical published by Dr. Rudolf Aschenauer, West Germany's big-wheel ultranationalist attorney who worked closely with Reamer's party as well as with Senator Joseph McCarthy. Aschenauer and Thompson were both involved in waging a public relations campaign to free Nazi war criminals from West German jails. 7. Grand Admiral Karl Dönitz, Hitler's chosen successor, thanked Thompson for his support after Dönitz was released from prison in 1957, somewhat later than most convicted Nazis. The West German government subsequently restored full pension rights to Dönitz, thanks in part to an international campaign mounted by Thompson, who carried on a lively correspondence with fascist sympathizers throughout the world. "My principal contacts," Thompson acknowledged, were within nationalist parties and organizations, not only in the United States and Germany but in Canada, England, South Africa, Argentina, Brazil, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Sweden, and the Middle East. The tentacles of Die Spinner reached into the Soviet bloc as well. "There were a number of people in power in East Germany who were very friendly to our circles," Thompson recalled. "I suddenly began to receive a lot of East German press releases and publications of a historical institute that they had. They were seeking an exchange of information. In East Germany we had contact with people who had worked for the SD. It made sense for the East Germans to hire ex-Nazis. They knew what was what." Thompson also got involved with a bizarre neo-Nazi sect called the National Renaissance Party. Based in New York City, the NRP took its name from Hitler's last political testament, written just before the Führer committed suicide, "I die with a happy heart, a where will spring up." The seed of a radiant renaissance of the National Socialist movement. In an attempt to generate publicity for the party, Thompson agreed to appear as the featured speaker at several NRP meetings. Gathering in hotels and private homes, a handful of nomadic NRP members listened to Thompson carry on about alleged injustices perpetrated by the U.S. government against convicted Nazi war criminals and other German kinfolk. 8. James Madole, the nominal chief of the NRP, was a balding shipping clerk in his mid-40s who lived with his mother, a raving anti-Semite. Defining the goal of the NRP as a racial nationalist state, Madole vowed to defend the Aryan people against contamination by deporting all non-whites. And he promised to put an end to communism by eliminating the Jews. Although Adolf Hitler is dead, Madole wrote in the NRP's monthly mimeograph bulletin, his philosophy lives again in the growing strength of fascist forces. 90. In America, Europe, and the Middle East. What Hitler accomplished in Europe, the National Renaissance Party shall yet accomplish in America. 9. In seasonable weather, Madole could be seen haranguing some 24 followers in the Yorkville section of Manhattan, where many German immigrants lived. Dressed in Hitler's stormtrooper uniforms, a bevy of NRP oddballs passed out pamphlets that featured inflammatory messages,
such as you are being brainwashed by a pro-communist, Jew-controlled press. These rowdy displays invariably attracted hecklers, who jeered while Madol praised Hitler and Mussolini and berated racial minorities. 10 Such gatherings, which often ended in fisticuffs, prompted the House Un-American Activities Committee to depart momentarily from its red hunting activities in order to investigate Madol's goons. Characterizing the NRP as an avowed neo-fascist organization, a HUAC preliminary report recommended that the Justice Department ascertain whether prosecution of its leaders under the provisions of the Smith Act was possible. But no action was ever taken. 11 The HUAC probe identified Frederick C. F. Weiss, a hawk-nosed, heavy-set German World War I veteran, as the main force behind the NRP. The ruddy-complected Weiss was H. Keith Thompson's most visible political ally during the period when he represented the Socialist Reich Party. Both men were part of a small circle of Nazi intellectuals in the New York City area, which became an important relay point for the post-war international fascist network. Through Weiss, the NRP maintained ties to a panoply of white racialist groups in the United States and abroad. He was in contact with the Viking Youth, an SRP spin-off organization, which often sent layouts of material to be printed by the NRP. LeBlanc Publications, run by Weiss and Thompson, handled many requests from overseas. This propaganda support role by neo-Nazis in the United States would continue throughout the Cold War and later. 12 Every so often, Weiss hosted a racialist conclave at his rundown farmhouse outside Middletown, New York. I was never very comfortable there, Thompson confessed. His wife was positively nuts. She maintained such a filthy house that I didn't want to eat anything. Neonazi Diaspora 91. They served. She was constantly talking about visits from Wotan and her father's rising from the grave, or some such damned thing. Yet, Frau Weiss, for all her idiosyncrasies, hardly stood out among the weird assortment of cranks, fanatics, social misfits, closeted homosexuals, and undercover informants who turned up regularly at the farm. Among those who frequented the Weiss household was Eustace Mullins, the NRP self-proclaimed expert on the U.S. Federal Reserve System. Described by H. Keith Thompson as a veteran crackpot propagandist of the radical right, Mullins wrote an article for the National Renaissance Bulletin entitled Adolf Hitler, An Appreciation. He also organized the Free Ezra Pound Committee while the fascist poet was sequestered in a psychiatric hospital in Washington, D.C. 13 Mullins occasionally joined NRP members at street corner demonstrations, where he ranted about how the Jews had killed Eisenhower and replaced him with a double whom they controlled. He peppered his speeches with snide remarks about President Rosenfeld and the Jew deal. Mullins's roommate and intimate friend, Matt Cole, was in charge of the NRP security echelon guard, whose members wore surplus army fatigue caps, black ties, and khaki shirts with lightning flash armbands. Cole would become the head of the American Nazi Party in the late 1960s. Another NRP security guard, the deeply troubled Dan Burrows, concealed from his colleagues the fact that he was Jewish. The man with many aliases. Of all the strange characters associated with America's homegrown neo-Nazi scene after the war, none was more enigmatic than Francis Parker Yockey, a shadowy intellectual who made his presence felt whenever he turned up in New York, which was usually on short notice. Yockey wandered perpetually from place to place, visiting prominent fascists in North America and Europe. A mystery man with many aliases, Ty emerged as one of the leading philosophers. 92. Within the post-war fascist milieu. He didn't like to sit still anywhere. It was against his nature, said H. Keith Thompson, who was one of Yockey's few friends. Thompson first met Yockey at an expensive Jewish luncheon at where else? In Midtown Manhattan. They were introduced by Frederick Weiss, who was always trying to grub a free meal off Thompson. Weiss was quite drunk, as usual, on that Greek wine he drank so much of, made of shellac or something like that, Thompson recalled. Dining Yiddish was somewhat like conducting a reconnaissance mission in enemy territory. H. Keith, who had a business office nearby,
invariably picked up the tab. 14 Looking back on their initial encounter, Thompson confided, "I was delighted to find that Yaki was as anti-American as I was. I couldn't say that he was more anti-American than me, because I don't think that would have been possible. We got along very well." Yaki's saga is partially chronicled in more than 1,000 pages of once classified FBI documents describing him as a loner and a secretive individual who did not tolerate anyone who would not wholeheartedly agree with his solution to world problems. A brilliant mind with an IQ of 170, Yaki was nervous, high-strung, erratic, unpredictable, and dictatorial, according to his FBI profile. He was also extremely outspoken, very well-read, and a veritably storehouse of information. But his air of superiority often rubbed others the wrong way. He had an amazing capacity for alienating people, the FBI concluded. 15 A slim, wiry figure of 5'8", Yaki was somewhat bohemian in appearance, with brown hair, a protruding lower jaw, sallow complexion, and dark, deep-set eyes. "He dressed one notch above Bowery bum," said Thompson. Walking with his shoulders hunched over and his hands in his pockets, Yaki at times wore a Hitler-like mustache. Born and raised in the Chicago area, Yaki was trained as a classical pianist. He could play the works of Chopin and Liszt concert hall style. A gifted speaker, Yaki addressed a meeting of the Silver Shirts, a pro-Nazi group, in Chicago in 1939, when he was 22 years old. He was also in contact with the German-American Bund and the America First movement. Despite his high 93 degree of intelligence, he was said to be extremely immature and prone to temper tantrums. 16 Yaki received a BA from Georgetown University and a law degree cum laude from Notre Dame. The FBI reported that he outraged officials at Michigan State University, where he also studied, by playing the Internationale, a communist anthem, on the piano during a faculty party. This spoof belied his fascist beliefs, which were evident to some of his fellow students. An FBI informant stated that Yaki was completely opposed to people of the Hebrew faith and followed the philosophy of the German Nazis wholeheartedly. He expressed nothing but contempt for Negroes, Jews, and Communists, claiming that he would not sit at the same table with them in the dining hall. 17 Although Yaki was opposed to America's entering World War II, he enlisted in the Army and was assigned to a G2 intelligence unit in Georgia. After disappearing for 2 months in the fall of 1942, Yaki returned to his base camp and suffered a nervous breakdown. In July 1943, he received an honorable discharge by reason of disability due to dementia praecox, paranoid type, cause undetermined. 18 Yaki subsequently applied for employment with the Office of Strategic Services but was turned down because his name had appeared on a fist of Americans with suspected Nazi sympathies. This, however, did not prevent him from getting a job as assistant prosecuting attorney for Wayne County, Michigan. Keith Thompson recalled his shock when Yaki told him a few years later how he had deliberately lost the cases of several legal clients just to prove that he could do it. 19 Despite his dubious track record, Yaki somehow managed to secure a position with the U.S. Army in Germany after the war, this time as a civilian member of the prosecution at the trials of second-string war criminals held in Wiesbaden. Undoubtedly his motive was to help out some of the people on trial, asserted Thompson. American officials came to believe that Yaki was actually a mole for the Nazi defendants, seeking to subvert the Allies' case against them. Relations between Yaki and other members of the U.S. legal team were already strained when he began tickling 94. Those 88s and playing provocative tunes at the U.S. Army Officers Club. In one impromptu piano set, Yaki did a buoyant rendition of Deutschland über alles. Shortly thereafter Yaki was fired. From then on, he considered himself a marked man. The U.S. Army Counterintelligence Corps raided his home in Germany in 1947, but Yaki managed to stay one step ahead of his pursuers. Abandoning his wife and 2 small children, he fled to Brittisbay, Ireland. There, in a quiet inn by the seashore, Yaki decided to put his thoughts down on paper. Working without notes or access to a library,
he composed his intellectual magnum opus, a 600-page, 2-volume tome called Imperium. 20 conceived as a kind of extended philosophical pep talk for brainier right-wing radicals, Imperium was nothing if not grandiose in scope. In his introduction, Yaki called the book the first blow in the gigantic war for the liberation of Europe. He pitched an upbeat message to beleaguered Nazis, summoning them to engage in a world historical struggle at a time when things looked rather bleak for them. Yaki insisted that the destruction of National Socialist Germany was merely a temporary setback that paved the way for a future triumph. Widened and chastened by tragedy, defeat, and catastrophe, the Western soul is emerging from the ruins, unbroken in its will, and purer in its spiritual unity than ever before. It must look ahead, it must believe when there is apparently no hope, it must obey even if it means death, it must fight to the end rather than submit. Fortifying it is the knowledge that against the spirit of heroism no materialistic force can prevail. 21. The political upshot of Yaki's clarion call could be gleaned from the pseudonym he affixed to the book REAWAKENS, which symbolized the full spread of a united Europe, with Uliki Irish for reward of the mind, indicating the western boundary, while Verge, a Norse tribe that civilized Russia in the 9th century, staked out the eastern fringes. But his conception of Europe as a single, integrated entity contrasted sharply with what he described as the miserable plans of retarded souls to unite Europe as an economic area for purposes of exploitation by and defense of the imperialism of extra-European forces, that is to say, the United 95 States and the Soviet Union, which, in Yaki's view, had conquered the continent and turned it into a spiritual swamp. 22 Convinced that it would be impossible for Germany, Italy, and other countries to regain their sovereignty unless they acted in concert, Yaki denounced nationalism as a bankrupt notion and decried the petty statism of European politicians who felt they could achieve independence on their own. Instead of individual nation-states, he promoted the notion of Europe in toto as a third force that could challenge the supremacy of the Cold War superpowers. Politics is destined to move into a new realm, the Western nations are gone, and the Western nation is coming. 23 Yaki borrowed many ideas from Oswald Spengler, author of The Monumental Decline of the West and one of the leading voices of the conservative revolution in Germany during the 1920s. Like Spengler, Yaki was a severe critic of parliamentary democracy and other 19th-century political forms traceable to the French Revolution. Popular elections entailed the lowering of everything human to the level of the least valuable human beings, said Yaki, who dismissed the idea of basing political power on the masses of the population, a mere cover for unhampered looting by the financier. He equated liberalism with weakness, calling it an escape from hardness into softness, from masculinity into femininity, from history to herd grazing, from reality to herbivorous dreams, from destiny into happiness. 24 Whereas Hitler's eternal schematics posited an indestructible thousand-year Reich, Spengler maintained that all cultures are governed by an organic life cycle, blossoming and wilting through various phases until they eventually die. Very much under Spengler's spell, Yaki glorified the West and bemoaned its decay in a sweeping historical tour de force. But unlike his philosophical mentor, Yaki felt it was possible to defy the laws of cultural gravity, so to speak, and rejuvenate society by embracing fascism. This was the basic premise underlying Yaki's philosophy of cultural vitalism, which he expounded upon at length in Imperium. He believed that a heroic sense of purpose emanating from an elite culture-bearing stratum would trickle down and spread among the masses, thereby ushering in a quasi-religious age of authority, which Yaki Khan 9-6 trusted to the decadent rule of money. This epical transformation would destroy the Jewish culture retarders and save the white race. Yaki also differed from Spengler in that the latter did not stress anti-Semitism. Imperium reeked of Judophobia and Jew hatred. Yaki acknowledged that Jews had suffered at the hands of Christians. As a result, he argued, unforgiving Jews had embarked on a mission of revenge that assumed sci-fi proportions in Yaki's fertile imagination. He obsessed over Jewish parasites who had burrowed into the Western host culture and riddled it with disease. Describing the Ku Klux Klan as a reaction of the American organism to the presence of the foreign matter,
Yaki stated, "Antisemitism is precisely analogous in culture pathology to the formation of antibodies in the bloodstream in human pathology. In both cases, the organism is resisting the alien life." 25 Yaki saw World War II as the outcome of a Jewish plot in America and Western Europe to build up a counter-force to thwart the European Revolution of 1933, which he characterized as a ray of hope. This is how Yaki referred to the Nazi takeover that culminated in the glorious days of 1941 and 1942, when Hitler's armies controlled much of the continent. Although he never mentioned Hitler or the Nazis by name in Imperium, he defended their legacy by denying the Holocaust. Yaki was one of the first to promote the idea that the final solution was a myth, gas chambers that did not exist were photographed, and a gas mobile was invented to titillate the mechanically minded. Yet, in private conversations, Yaki praised how the Germans exterminated the Jews during World War H.26. Yaki diverged from the party line of Hitler's Reich in at least one crucial respect. He criticized racial concepts based purely on biology as crude and provisional. Instead of materialist, genetic-based theories, Yaki held that race was primarily a spiritual matter, an assertion contested by other fascists after the war. Race, according to Yaki, had less to do with a physical type than the psychic ethos or innate character of a society. He maintained that it was perfectly conceivable that an authentic European like himself could be born and raised in the United States. 27 Other than that, Yaki had little to say that was in any way Nazi diaspora 97 complimentary about America. As he saw it, the United States was a much bastardized derivative of Europe, debased by alien minorities and their perverse manifestations: Hollywood, jazz, modem art, boogie-woogie dancing, and the like. Yaki urged all true Europeans not to collaborate with America's Cold War crusade against the Soviet Union, a crusade that split the continent in two. Denouncing the insidious impact of American culture, Yaki concluded that the Soviet Union's heavy-handed military repression of Eastern Europe was less harmful in the long run because it did not distort and corrupt the Western soul as American capitalism did. Branding the United States as Europe's main enemy was another point of contention that put him at odds with many post-war fascists. 28. European Liberation Front. Having written Imperium in less than 6 months, Yaki took his unpublished manuscript to London, where he sought out Oswald Mosley, who was at one time Hitler's top British disciple. After spending much of World War II in an English prison, Mosley had returned to active politics as head of the Union movement. Like Yaki, he maintained that Europeanism was the only viable post-war political creed. The nations of Europe are too small to survive when they are caught between two giants like the United States and Russia, Mosley argued. That's why they must forget their old nationalist animosities and form a united Europe as soon as they can. 29 When he first met Mosley in 1947, Yaki tried to solicit aid for certain German officers who had been condemned to death for war crimes. But Mosley, not wanting to run afoul of the authorities once again, was careful to project a more respectable image, which entailed toning down his pre-war anti-Semitism. He was a bit wary of Yaki, a young man of some ability who had an indiscreet obsession with the Jewish question, as Mosley put it. Nevertheless, Yaki ended up working for a brief period as an organizer for the Union movement's European Contact Section, enabling him to cultivate ties to an underground neo-fascist network throughout the 98 continent. He was in communication with, among others, Alfred Frankengrich before the leader of the neo-Nazi Bruderschaft mysteriously disappeared while on an undercover mission in East Berlin. 30 Yaki soon became a disruptive influence. He left the Union movement when Mosley punched him in the nose during a dispute at Hyde Park. Shortly thereafter, Yaki fell in with a group of British extremists who embraced him as a fascist guru. Their first task was to raise enough funds so that Imperium could be circulated among a wider audience. 1,000 copies of the first volume of Imperium and 200 copies of the second volume were initially published by West Europa Press in London in 1948, thanks to the generosity of Baroness Alice von Pflugel, a wealthy mistress Yaki had taken up with.
It was at the Baroness's home that Yaki and a handful of others decided to form the European Liberation Front in 1949. According to Anthony Gannon, a former Maaseite who joined Yaki's circle, theirs was the first organization to use the words Liberation Front in its title. They announced their arrival on the post-war fascist scene by publishing the Proclamation of London, which was basically a boiled-down, popularized version of the Nazi Spenglerian synthesis that Yaki had penned in Imperium. As Gannon explained, Yaki long had the idea that, to coincide with the centenary of the publication of the Communist Manifesto of 1848, we should issue a European manifesto setting out the situation for the masses, and calling for action to liberate Europe from its occupation by the extra-European forces of the USA and USSR. Written by Yaki, the ELF 12-point program demanded the immediate expulsion of all Jews and other parasitic aliens from the soil of Europe, the abolition of unearned income, and the cleansing of the soul of Europe from the ethical syphilis of Hollywood. The ELF also produced a monthly bulletin called Front Fighter, which featured Yaki's political analysis. 31 Yaki could be a charming companion, with an unsuspecting sense of humor and a great gift for mimicking others, said Gannon, who recalled how Yaki used to imitate W.C. Fields. But Gannon readily conceded there was another side to his compelling American comrade. Yaki could become quite insulting and contemptuous to those he believed were being unduly obstinate or slow in conceding a point in dispute. Of course, this kind of behavior is fatal if one is seeking to make converts and obtain their support. Perhaps the most controversial aspect of Yaki's political thinking was his insistence that the corrupting influence of American culture was ultimately more damaging to Europe than communist military intervention. Instead of collaborating with U.S. intelligence, as many post-war fascists were inclined to do, Yaki and the ELF advocated a flexible neutralism and a pan-European approach to geopolitics, much like Major General Otto Ernst Remer and the Socialist Reich Party were touting in West Germany. According to Front Fighter editor Peter Huxley Blythe, Yaki praised Soviet policy in Germany and urged his comrades to help him organize secret partisan bands of neo-Nazis in West Germany, bands which would collaborate with the Soviet military authorities against the Western occupation powers. Yaki promised all who helped in this effort would be initiated into a vast worldwide secret organization working to establish an authoritarian state in Europe. 32 Their adrenal glands working overtime, Yaki and his small circle of British associates were immersed in international plots. But the abrasive and condescending personality of their American leader proved too much for the others to bear. Unable to repair his personal or political relations in England, Yaki slipped back into West Germany with false papers in hand. Army documents which call him Jockey instead of Yaki state that he was involved in promoting a national Bolshevist movement and contacting ex-Nazi and ex-Wehrmacht officers. As he traveled around the continent, Yaki distributed copies of Imperium to key figures in the international neo-fascist scene. During his sojourns, according to FBI reports, the itinerant American fascist also made contact with representatives of the Socialist Reich Party, whose political platform dovetailed largely with Yaki's own views. He arranged to have a German translation of what was essentially a condensed version of the second part of Imperium published under the title Der Feind Europas. With missives like Prussia Germany is the custodian of the destiny of all Europe, Yaki's geopolitical musings were a big hit among the nationalist neutralists set in Germany. Otto Ernst 100. Remer, in particular, thought highly of Yaki's exegesis, which he recommended to several of his associates. 33 Praise for Imperium came from far and wide. The National Renaissance Party in New York called it the greatest book on racial nationalism since Mein Kampf. A review from South America described it as the blueprint for the next European revolution. Maurice Bardèche, a leading French fascist, was also a big fan of Yaki's book. And Julius Evola, the Italian Dadaist painter turned pagan fascist, extolled Imperium even though he disagreed with the thesis that Soviet communism constituted a lesser evil than Western capitalism. 34 In October 1950, Yaki traveled to Italy to attend a conference hosted by the Movimento Sociale Italiano, Europe's first neo-fascist party.
Founded shortly after the war by veterans of Mussolini's last gasp solo republic, the vociferously anti-communist MSI managed to secure a foothold on the Italian political landscape despite a constitutional ban on reviving fascism. As in Germany, official determination to punish fascist collaborators faded as U.S. intelligence focused on neutralizing Italy's powerful Communist Party. This afforded some wiggle room for MSI leaders, who the Western Allies never implemented a coordinated post-war plan to root out and punish collaborators in Italy. The situation paralleled similar developments in West Germany. The vast majority of imprisoned Italian fascists were quickly released under the provisions of a general amnesty that freed even torturers. There was no attempt to punish the captains of Italian industry who had profited greatly from their close relationship with the fascist regime. A serious purge never occurred, thereby allowing much of the old fascist bureaucracy to survive. With implicit U.S. support, many fascist government administrators were retained in positions of power. Most Italian judges from the fascist era, for example, kept their posts, and the fascist penal code remained largely intact. As a result, fascist tendencies persisted in Italian society and government, particularly in the armed forces and the secret service. Some Italian officials were plucked straight from the Duce's final holdout and incorporated into an Atlantic-oriented espionage structure, although nothing like on the scale of what transpired in West Germany with the Gehlen org. Guido Leto, ex-police chief of the Salo Republic, became the director of Italy's post-war police academies, while post-war Interior Minister Mario Solba enlisted veterans of OVRA, Mussolini's secret police. Specializing in hit-and-run tactics, Solba's infamous Celerate targeted Italy's powerful, communist Nazi diaspora 101. Placed a great deal of emphasis on cross-border networking. The emphasis on international linkage was in part a pragmatic response to the realization that no single European country was strong enough on its own to challenge the post-war economic and political might of the two superpowers. Hoping to forge a united international front with other neo-fascists, MSI chieftains invited representatives from numerous countries to a four-day congress in Naples. Yaki participated in several strategy sessions, but there was little that all delegates could agree upon. Boorish biological bigots who were into blood myths and far-flung Jewish conspiracies argued with those who suggested it would be wise to soft-pedal their anti-Semitic views, if only for tactical reasons. Although post-war fascists paid a great deal of up-service to European unity, they were unable to reconcile the national egotism that often flared at such gatherings. A major sore point, for example, was the status of South Tyrol, the predominantly German-speaking region of northern Italy. Coveting this territory, Austrian neo-Nazis were at loggerheads with Italian fascists, who took umbrage, not surprisingly, when several targets in South Tyrol were bombed. Neo-Nazi terror attacks continued intermittently in this area over the next few decades. In addition to feuding with neo-fascists from other countries, the MSI was also vexed by internal strife, which nearly destroyed the organization. Its members struggled in vain to reach a consensus on whether to embrace a third force approach or on themselves with NATO and the Western powers. This key axis of division was indicative of the Janus-faced nature of post-war European fascism, which encompassed two major geopolitical perspectives, one Atlantic-oriented, the other pan-European. Those who opted for the latter strongly identified with the slogan against the gold of dominated labor movement during the early years of the Cold War. According to historian Paul Ginsborg, in 1960 it was calculated that 62 out of 64 prefects had been functionaries under fascism. So too had all 135 police chiefs and their 139 deputies. Only 5 of these last had in any way contributed to the resistance. 102. America and the iron of the USSR, the blood of Europe. As well as being staunchly anti-communist,
they were vehemently opposed to the cultural, political, and economic domination of Western Europe by the United States. 35 Third position. Fascists sought to ride the crest of popular enthusiasm for a European economic union, a trend that paralleled and abetted their own deceptive efforts to create an independent geopolitical force strong enough to negotiate on even terms with East and West. In that sense, emphasizing a united Europe was a clever way to camouflage a neo-fascist agenda. But pan-European fascists also argued among themselves. It was not clear, for example, exactly how Russia's Eurasian landmass fit into the picture. People like Yaki, REAWAKENS and Thompson advocated a strategic link-up with the Soviet Union, but other pan-European fascists, such as Julius Evola, remained unconvinced. By the early 1950s, MSI leaders who favored an opportunistic anti-communist alliance with NATO and its principal backek, the United States, had gained the upper hand over their pan-European rivals in Italy. This set the stage for future meetings between MSI bigwigs and members of the U.S. National Security Council, as well as for covert American support for Italian Secret Service officials who were closely associated with their country's neo-fascist. First promoted in the early 1920s by Count Richard Coudenhove-Kalergi of Austria, pan-Europeanism embodied popular aspirations for a continent-wide confederation, an objective endorsed by a range of thinkers, including Miguel de Unamuno of Spain and Hermann Kaiserling of Germany. To many ultranationalists, however, the pan-European ideal smacked of cosmopolitanism and was therefore highly suspicious. Thus, it was somewhat ironic that the slogan of a united Europe proved to be one of the Nazis' most successful propaganda weapons in the wake of their defeat at Stalingrad. Henceforth, Joseph Goebbels trumpeted a kind of Eurofascism, whereby the Nazi cause had become that of all racially superior whites fighting for their continental homeland. Accordingly, he downplayed the subhuman Slav theme and placed greater emphasis on saving Europe from the Asiatic swarm. Post-war pan-European fascists thus had ample precedent for including the concept of a united Europe in their revisionist arsenal. Party * as in West Germany, those who continued to identify with the Third Force concept were officially shoved to the margins while their Atlantic-leaning counterparts ingratiated themselves with the governing powers. Rumblings from Prague. After the MSI conference, Francis Parker Yaki hit the road again, lugging around a large steamer trunk full of books and papers as he zigzagged across mainland Europe and North America. Suspecting that U.S. intelligence agents were on his trail, he adopted a series of disguises that would change with every hasty departure. Yaki was always concerned about being spied upon. That's why he trusted so few people and never stayed very long in one place, said H. Keith Thompson. He was very secretive in his movements. He engaged in countless conspiracies to mislead those who were searching for him. When Yaki telephoned his political associates, he never used his real name. Occasionally he signed his letters Torquemada, the Spanish Grand Inquisitor of the Middle Ages. I always had to wait for him to contact me, Thompson recounted. He would identify. American Ambassador Graham M. Arden passed $800,000 to Vito Missili, head of Italian military intelligence, to disperse during the 1972 election campaign in an effort to keep the Italian Communist Party out of power. At the time, Missili was clearly linked to anti-democratic elements of the right, according to a congressional report on CIA activities. A few years later, Missili ran successfully for parliament as a candidate of the neo-fascist MSI. General Giovanni Di Lorenzo, another former Italian intelligence chief, also became an MSI deputy in the mid-1970s, when the neo-fascist party was led by Giorgio Almirante, an ex-cabinet minister in Mussolini's Salo Republic. Although Almirante had disparaged democracy as an infection of the mind, he met with representatives of the U.S. National Security Council in Washington in September 1975. The cordial reception given to Almirante, who touted the MSI as Italy's toughest anti-communist bastion, was widely reported in the European press, prompting criticism of U.S. government contacts with avowed neo-fascists. 104.
himself as Oswald Spengler or someone else. But I knew who it was. A relentless womanizer, Yaki had plenty of bed partners when he came to New York, including Hazel Guggenheim. An oft-married Jewish woman of rather large proportions, Hazel dyed her hair blonde, wore heavy purple eyeliner, and smoked cigarettes in a long cigarette holder. Apparently she liked young men and found the idea of sleeping with a fascist particularly appealing. I am sure he received some financial remuneration for any services rendered to her, alleged Thompson. When he wasn't squiring some female, Yaki would drop by Thompson's public relations office on 52nd Street near Madison Avenue in Manhattan. During the early 1950s, H. Keith was busy with various projects, including the Committee for the Free Dom of Major General Reamer and another short-lived effort called the American Committee for the Survival of Western Culture. Volunteering to assist Thompson in his political work, Yaki helped prepare press releases, letters to the State Department, and other correspondence. Yaki's rhetorical flourishes were evident in an October 1952 communiqué to Secretary of State Dean Acheson, which quoted passages from Imperium and strongly endorsed the efforts of Ernst Reamer and the recently banned Socialist Reich Party. 36 Since he was required by law to mention anyone who assisted his work as a registered foreign agent, Thompson dutifully indicated in his annual statement to the Justice Department that he had been aided by Frank Healy, the alias Yaki was then using in New York. Yaki later regretted that Healy had been cited in official documents. His association with Thompson resulted in some unwelcome publicity in 1954 when Drew Pearson, the nationally syndicate columnist, drew attention to a sensational exposé in The Reporter that described Yaki as fairly prominent in the political demi-monde of international fascism and discussed his ties to the SRP in Germany and the National Renaissance Party in New York. 37 Realizing that his mercurial comrade had little visible means of support, Thompson donated a wad of cash on several occasions to NEO, NAZIDSPO RA 105. Cover printing costs for articles that Yaki had written under different pen names. He also invited Yaki to some lively, late-evening soirees hosted by George Sylvester Weyrich at Manhattan's swanky Hotel Belclare. Dubbed Hitler's prostitute because of his role as Nazi Germany's highest-paid publicist in the United States, Weyrich was a defendant in a famous wartime sedition trial. He served time in a U.S. prison after flooding millions of American mailboxes and bookstores with pro-German material. Shortly before he was indicted by U.S. officials, Weyrich entrusted his little black book to his future literary agent, H. Keith Thompson. This book, according to Thompson, contained handwritten records of all the payoffs that Weyrich had made to U.S. congressmen and senators right up to Pearl Harbor and the services he got back. Weyrich didn't want it to fall into the wrong hands while any of these people were still alive, said Thompson, who ended up burning the book just to be on the safe side. 38 A poet of some repute who sang the praises of pansexuality, Weyrich threw plenty of parties at his large, circular suite at the Belclare after he got out of prison. For the most part, these were jocular high-spirited gatherings that attracted an unusual assortment of intellectuals, artists, Nazi sympathizers, and offbeat lifestyle experimentalists. Mingling among the guests one could often find D.N. Alfred Kinsey, the famous sexologist, and Dr. Harry Benjamin, the sex change operation pioneer. Yaki proceeded to have an affair with Benjamin's attractive receptionist, Virginia Allen, who was also sleeping with her boss. The licentious atmosphere that prevailed at Weyrich's weekly get-togethers, where bisexuality was encouraged, enhanced the sense of living on the edge that many post-war fascists shared. 39 Weyrich took an immediate liking to Yaki when Thompson first brought him over to the Belclare. With H. Keith tending bar, discussions broke off into a few small groups. Yaki was a capable conversationalist, and he genuinely enjoyed talking with Lawrence Dennis and Harry Elmer Barnes, two pro-German revisionist historians who frequented Weyrich's suite. For the most, however, such interludes were atypical of Yaki's complex and, in many ways, tormented relationship with other 106 right-wing extremists in the United States. He had a very low opinion of knee-jerk, anti-communist flag wavers who obsessed over little else than Russia and the Red Menace. Impatient with America's dyspeptic radical right and profoundly ill at ease on this side of the Atlantic, Yaki confessed to one of his mistresses, "America always did fill me with a terrible feeling that I didn't know where I was, a feeling of being on the edge of the world, of being isolated." 40 So Yaki darted off to Europe again, carrying messages from Thompson to his comrades in the Socialist Reich Party and other West German neo-Nazis. Yaki's strange trajectory had already taken him way beyond the typical right-wing orbit. Just how far he was willing to push the political envelope became evident when the American fascist turned up in Prague, a center of Soviet espionage activity, to witness the infamous anti-Semitic show trials that were staged in late 1952. 14 Czech leaders had been accused of espionage, high treason, sabotage and assorted crimes against the state. Of these, 11 were Jews, including Rudolf Slansky, the General Secretary of the Czech Communist Party. Slansky and the others faced charges of plotting with Zionists to assassinate key leaders, overthrow the government, and restore capitalism. The indictment lumped together all of Stalin's current bogeyman Trotskyists, Titoists, Western imperialists, Zionist adventurers, rootless cosmopolitans, valets of the bourgeoisie, etc. in a huge conspiracy against the Soviet bloc. It was particularly ironic that Slansky should be slandered by the government he served so faithfully, given that he had been shunned by Israeli diplomats as the most anti-Zionist of all the Czech communist leaders. 41 As Yaki watched with rapt attention in the visitors' gallery, Slansky went on automatic pilot and confessed to everything. He and the other Jewish defendants were put to death by hanging. For Yaki, the spectacle of Slansky's choreographed performance signified nothing less than a historic watershed, an unmistakable turning point that heralded the beginning of the end of American hegemony in Europe. Noting his enthusiasm for developments in the Soviet bloc, an FBI memo quoted an article written by Yaki, who said that the Prague show trial foretold a Russian break with Jewry which is becoming deeper and more complete every day. This Nazi Diaspora 107 development, arising as it did from the absolute identity of American and Jewish policy, is favorable to our fight for the liberation of Europe. 42 Yaki went so far as to characterize the anti-Semitic purges that occurred in several Soviet bloc countries during the 1950s as a war declaration by Russia on the American Jewish leadership. He denounced the satanic project of constructing a German army to fight Russia on behalf of the occupying Jewish American enemy, while repeating his belief that the inability of the Soviet Union to impose itself culturally upon its conquests made it a lesser danger to Europe than the United States. Russian leadership is killing Jews for treason to Russia, for service to the Jewish entity. Nothing can gainsay or reverse this fact, Yaki asserted. 43 Yaki argued that under the circumstances, it would be tactically advantageous to forge an alliance with the USSR in an effort to free Europe from American domination. His eagerness to play the Eastern card prompted him to collaborate with Soviet bloc espionage agencies. During the 1950s, Yaki became a paid courier for the Czech Secret Service, which functioned as a catspaw for the Soviet KGB. Yaki got behind the Iron Curtain. He ran some papers for the Czech Secret Service. I heard this directly from him, H. Keith Thompson disclosed. The Czechs were operating a courier service on behalf of Soviet intelligence. 44 After the Prague trials, Yaki made his way back to New York, where he briefed Thompson and the man who had originally introduced them, Frederick Weiss, about what had transpired in the Czech capital. They enthusiastically endorsed Yaki's analysis, which he summarized in an essay entitled "What is Behind the Hanging of the 11 Jews in Prague?" Weiss gave a copy of Yaki Weiss' article to James Madole, leader of the National Renaissance Party. Until then, Madole, like many Nazis, believed that Bolshevism was part of a Jewish conspiracy to take over the world. But the two-bit NRP Führer was turned around by Yaki's commentary. He published Yaki's Prague ruminations without attribution in the National Renaissance Bulletin. The distribution, foreign and domestic, of Yaki's Prague piece was considerable,
thanks to Thompson and Weiss, who paid Madol for an extra-large print run. 45. 108. Endorsing the frenzied campaign against Zionism and rootless cosmopolitans in the USSR, Madol told NRP members that communist ideology had served as a mask for Russian nationalism ever since the fat peasant Stalin prevailed in a power struggle over his arch-rival, Leon Trotsky, the leader of the Jewish internationalist faction. Thanks to Stalin, Jewish Bolshevism had been transformed into National Bolshevism, which should be supported, according to Yakian logic, in its struggle against the Jewish-controlled United States of America. Apparently this explanation managed to win over a few ex-commies, who began hanging around the NRP's New York City headquarters. The change in the NRP's office decor reflected the new political line. A picture frame hanging on the wall featured interchangeable portraits of Hitler and Stalin, depending upon who was visiting at the time. An undercover operative who infiltrated the NRP described the office as a veritable madhouse. All day long, he stated, there was a constant procession of communists, uniformed Nazis, motorcycle gang hoodlums, some ballet dancers, and a Jamaican medical student from Columbia University who kept parts of cadavers in the icebox. 46. Frederick Weiss, the ostensible brains behind the NRP, proceeded to publish a series of articles that praised the Soviet Union. Like Reamer and his cohorts in the Socialist Reich Party, Weiss called for a renewed German-Russian alliance. We Germans must find out whether we can get more out of the East or the West, Weiss stated. I've come to the conclusion, and this is disclosing my innermost thought, that we can work out a better deal in going along with the East rather than the West. With our know-how and with our experience, we can get ahead faster with the USSR. True, the West gives lip service to a united Germany, but it really fears a united powerful Germany. 47. In addition to Thompson, Weiss, and the wacky NRP clique, a number of other American right-wing extremists began to reap praise the Soviet Union after they were exposed to Yaki's analysis of Russia as the lesser danger. 48. But Yaki's views did not sit well with those post-war fascists who steadfastly maintained that any attempt to cast the Soviets in a positive light was wrong-headed and outrageous. Disillusioned by the mixed response his ideas received in far-right circles, Torquemada sank into a deep depression. He saw himself as a hero in unheroic times, a misunderstood prophet moving toward a climactic rendezvous with destiny. Like the archetypal wandering Jew he so despised, Yaki meandered from one country to the next. At one point, he told NRP leader James Madol of his intention to travel to East Germany. The FBI suspected that Yaki was also in touch with Soviet authorities and may have visited the USSR. In an effort to gather additional information on his activities, FBI Chief J. Edgar Hoover contacted CIA Director Allen Dulles and the head of the Office of Naval Intelligence. 29 FBI field offices were told to be on the lookout for Yaki, while Hoover's G-men queried his relatives in the Midwest, hoping for clues to his whereabouts. The feds briefly picked up his scent in Los Angeles, where he was reportedly living as a gigolo with some wealthy women. While drifting around the United States, Yaki also earned some money by playing piano in honky-tonk bars and gambling casinos. But the enigmatic fascist continued to elude the domestic and international gumshoes who were chasing him. 49. The Flying Ace. While Yaki was wrestling with his own private demons, Colonel Otto Skorzeny continued to amass a considerable fortune through various business deals. Representing the Krupp Company, he then toured to Argentina, where he met with President Juan Perón on several occasions during the early 1950s. Skorzeny encouraged Perón to hire German firms to construct highways, airports, military installations, schools, and other public works projects. With his preference for dashing capes and white military uniforms, Perón managed to charm Skorzeny. But she was even more impressed by his wife, Evita, the charismatic former actress and Grand Dame of Buenos Aires, who held the Argentine masses in thrall. 50 During Perón's 9-year tenure as his country's popularly elected leader, Argentina became the preferred haven for tens of thousands of Nazi war criminals and fellow travelers, as well as 110 a repository for a large amount of stolen Nazi funds. Much of the cash was deposited in Argentine bank accounts controlled by Evita Perón. While rolling out the red carpet for war criminals, El Presidente occasionally crossed swords with U.S. officials, who took him to task for welcoming fugitive fascists, a criticism not without cynicism, given how U.S. intelligence agencies had secretly assisted the large-scale emigration of Nazis to the Americas, both North and South. 51 The U.S. officials were peeved by Perón's repeated denunciations of Yankee imperialism and by his willingness to embrace dissident left-wing intellectuals who were drawn toward justicialism, the ambiguous political doctrine he espoused. Akin in many respects to Italian fascism, Perón's third position ideology was stridently nationalistic, blatantly authoritarian, and contemptuous of both capitalism and communism. Appealing to much of the Argentine working class, it also resonated favorably among the boatloads of refugees from the Third Reich, who inundated Buenos Aires in the late 1940s and early 1950s. 52 The most celebrated figure in the German exile community was Colonel Hans-Ulrich Rudel, the ace fighter pilot of Hitler's Air Force. The young Salesian reportedly flew more than 2,500 sorties against the Allies, destroying more than 800 combat vehicles, 500 tanks, and 3 battleships. In the process, Rudel was shot down 30 times and wounded on 5 occasions. Toward the end of the war, his right leg was amputated because of a battle injury he suffered. Yet, Rudel continued to fly missions for the Luftwaffe. His martial feats were so extraordinary that Hitler created a special award just for him. Rudel was the only German soldier to receive the Golden Oak Leaves with diamonds and swords to the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross, a military mouthful that constituted Germany's highest decoration for valor during World War II. 53 Rudel's dark grey eyes overflowed with tears when he learned of Hitler's suicide. But the Führer's demise did not dampen Rudel's enthusiasm for the Nazi creed. Released after a year in an internment camp, the Flying Whiz became a leading operator of the Nazi escape routes. Rudel founded the Kameradenwerk organization to aid imprisoned comrades. He also directed traffic along ratlines, stretching north and south. These covert machinations brought him in contact with Skorzeny's Odessa network, and the two heroes of the Third Reich became close, lifelong friends. They hung out together when Skorzeny visited Argentina. And Rudel was a guest at Skorzeny's summer hideaway on the island of Majorca during several trips to Spain. He came to our house, carrying an assortment of wooden legs with him, Ilse remembered fondly. He was a marvelous man. 54 Rudel appreciated the assistance rendered by sympathetic figures within the Vatican, who helped Nazi renegades find their way to safe pastures during the early years of the Cold War. One may otherwise view Catholicism as one wishes, Rudel acknowledged. But what the Church, especially certain towering personalities within the Church, undertook in those years to save the best of our nation, often from certain death, must never be forgotten. In Rome itself, the transit point of the escape routes, a vast amount was done. With its own immense resources, the Church helped many of us to go overseas. In this manner, in quiet and secrecy, the demented victor's mad craving for revenge and retribution could be effectively counteracted. 55 Although he had not been charged with war crimes, the fair-haired Rudel decided to join many of his compatriots in Argentina, where he was greeted with open arms by Juan and Evita Perón. Serving as a paid advisor to the Argentine government, he became a fixture at diplomatic receptions and state dinners. The glamour boy of South America's post-war Nazi scene, Rudel also functioned as a roving ambassador for Siemens, the German electronics giant. Rudel used his personal relationship with Pifone to secure jobs for more than 100 former Luftwaffe staffers in Argentina's fledgling Air Force. For a while he worked as a test pilot at an all-German engineering firm in Buenos Aires run by Dr. Willy Tank, who was previously the construction chief of the Focke-Wulf aircraft factory, which produced warplanes for Hitler's Reich. Entertaining offers from the Soviets and the British at war's end, Tank opted to set up shop in the Argentine capital, where Perón was keen on enlisting German talent to beef up his nation's industrial and military capabilities. Dr. Karl Weiernet, a physician who had been a member of the 112 Danish Nazi Party, also found a congenial niche in Perón's Argentina. During the war, Weiernet conducted surgical experiments on homosexual prisoners in the Buchenwald concentration camp. Being embarked on a crusade to straighten out so-called deviants, Weiernet implanted metal sex glands in gay men after they had been castrated. Several of his artificially sexed-up subjects suffered agonizing deaths, but Weiernet kept assuring SS chief Heinrich Himmler that he had discovered a cure for homosexuality. A delighted Himmler ordered concentration camp officials to provide Weiernet with as many homosexuals as possible. Dr. Weiernet subsequently became chief of the city health department in Buenos Aires, where he resided until his death in 1968.56. Another Nazi medical maniac who lived in Argentina for a while was the notorious Joseph Mengele. As the SS doctor at Auschwitz, he sent an estimated 400,000 prisoners to the gas chambers and killed thousands more with his deranged genetic quackery. Twins, dwarfs, giants, hunchbacks, and cripples were his favorite specimens. The angel of death injected serum into eyeballs to change their color, amputated limbs at random, and rearranged the organs of hapless victims to suit his mad whims. He also aborted pregnant women by stomping on their stomachs and wired inmates for electroshock to ascertain their pain threshold. Mengele was briefly detained by U.S. Army officers in Vienna in 1947, but they released him, according to a U.S. Justice Department report, without realizing who he was. He made his way to Buenos Aires, where Rudel looked after him. When Mengele deemed it necessary to leave Argentina, Rudel convinced General Alfredo Stroessner, Paraguay's pro-Nazi dictator, to provide citizenship papers for the Auschwitz doctor. Using his friendship with Rudel as a calling card, Mengele visited Otto Skorzeny at his home in Madrid in 1965.57. Rudel helped hundreds of newly arrived Nazi émigrés establish themselves with homes and jobs in various Latin American countries, where they swelled the ranks of extremist organizations. Some would later become advisors to dictators in Chile, Bolivia, Peru, and, of course, Argentina, which swarmed with war criminals from Germany and Eastern Europe while Perón ruled the roost. Adolf Eichmann, the main administrative director of the Holocaust, lived in Buenos Aires until he was captured by Israeli spies in 1960. At least 10 former concentration camp commanders also took advantage of Perón's hospitality. 58 Some war criminals preferred the anonymity of the Argentine outback, but not Ante Pavelic, the fascist dictator of wartime Croatia, who set up a high-profile government in exile in Buenos Aires. Under Pavelic's command, the Croatian USTASE had perpetrated crimes that surpassed even the Nazis in their savagery. Roman Catholic priests from Croatia subsequently played a pivotal role in the Vatican-assisted escape routes that enabled Pavelic to get to Buenos Aires, where he and a handful of USTASE associates shared their expertise on consensus-building techniques with the Argentine secret police. 59 For the most part, however, Perón's authoritarian reign was benign compared with the repressive measures utilized by Nazi Germany and its wartime client states. Although he instigated and tolerated more than a few excesses, Perón never transformed his prisons into slaughterhouses. At times he even cautioned his followers not to vent their wrath against the sizable Jewish community in Buenos Aires. But Perón did provide an important sanctuary for those who committed horrible crimes against humanity, thereby enabling them to regroup and launch new political initiatives in the post-war era. 60 Convinced that it was just a matter of time before National Socialism would flourish again in Europe, Rudel and his comrades sought appropriate outlets to spread the gospel. The principal mouthpiece for the Nazi colony in Argentina was a monthly periodical called Der Weg, which glorified Prussian militarism and praised Nazi eugenics experts for trying to improve the health of the German people. Der Weg also ridiculed Grand Rabbi Adenauer and his U.S. patrons. Several German-owned firms in Argentina purchased advertisements in the journal, which received additional financial support from wealthy Nazis in South Africa. 114. Where Der Weg had many subscribers. The publication was banned in Germany by US occupation officials, but copies circulated at events organized by the Socialist Reich Party. The SRP's main contact in Argentina was Hans-Ulrich Rudel. 61 Der Weg ran several articles by Rudel, accompanied by photos that showed the former flying ace in a variety of macho poses: high diving, mountain climbing, skiing despite his physical handicap. Rudel's one-legged will-to-power shtick was geared toward evoking the lost spirit of German heroism that Der Weg continually tried to conjure up in its pages. As well as reprinting pieces from neo-Nazi hate sheets in Europe, Der Weg featured contributions by prominent Third Reich veterans such as Otto Skorzeny, who was described in an editorial as one who continues to fight the enemy even after the war. Otto Ernst Riemer also wrote for Der Weg, which emerged as the most significant neo-Nazi journal to appear outside Germany during the 1950s. 62 Der Weg was one of several products issued by Dürer Verlag, an Argentina-based company that published new editions of Hitler's Mein Kampf in German and Spanish, along with the memoirs of leading Nazis, including Trotzdem and other titles by Hans-Ulrich Rudel. When he needed a literary agent to secure a U.S. publisher for his books, Rudel contacted the New York office of H. Keith Thompson, who represented an array of notables, including Cuban dictator Fulgencio Batista, the exiled Romanian monarch King Carol II, and a handful of American generals and admirals. Thompson, it turns out, was also registered as the United Nations correspondent of Der Weg's parent company, Dürer Verlag. I got credentials and could wander around and buttonhole people at the UN Delegates Lounge, he explained. Thompson dispatched news items concerning Jewish activities and other political scuttlebutt to Rudel's circle in Buenos Aires. His contributions included a derogatory piece about Eleanor Roosevelt that ran in Der Weg. 63 In his letters to Thompson, Rudel sent fraternal greetings to Frederick Weiss, who distributed bulk copies of Der Weg to sympathizers in the United States. Weiss, in turn, delivered a German translation of Francis Parker Yockey's controversial article on the Prague show trials, which Der Weg reprinted despite a lack of consensus among its editors regarding Yockey's political line. Rudel, for one, was a fan of Imperium. He thought that an arrangement with the Soviet Union would best serve the interests of the fatherland. His outspoken attitude prompted U.S. embassy officials in Buenos Aires to express concern about Rudel's highly suspicious pro-communist activities. 64 The State Department's worries were misdirected. Rudel was not a communist; if anything, he despised the theories of Karl Marx. But he had no compunction about pursuing a deal with the Soviets if it might further the neo-Nazi cause. Rudel and his colleagues dreamed of the big Cold War crack-up that would loosen the superpowers' grip on Europe. Until that happened, the neo-Nazis would continue their geopolitical maneuvers, seeking to gain some advantage by playing east off west and vice versa. This is what Rudel had in mind when he returned to Germany in the early 1950s, ostensibly to obtain a new false leg. During successive visits, he conferred with Otto Ernst Riemer and other radical nationalist leaders, trying to weld together the disparate political and ideological factions associated with the extreme right-wing fringe in Germany. 65 Rudel considered the SRP to be a milestone on the way to national regeneration, but he felt that some of the party's tactics were misguided and counterproductive. He picked up where the SRP had left off after it was outlawed and Riemer dropped from sight to avoid another prison term. Many SRP faithful subsequently threw their support behind the Deutsche Reichspartei, which Rudel promoted when touring West Germany. With Rudel plunking for the DRP, it inherited the mantle as the SRP's successor party in the early 1950s. 66 Worshipped as the patron saint of the neo-Nazi scene, Rudel was an inflammatory orator who insisted that all German soldiers reject Bond's Western-oriented rearmament plans, lest they become traitors and dishonored human beings. What good would it do Germany if the Americans won the last battle, he asked. No one would be left to see a nigger division marching in Germany over the atom-bombed graves of the German people. Alarmed by his anti-American vitriol, U.S. Army intelligence described Rudel as a phrasemonger and a warped and vicious fanatic who obviously has a great deal of personal magnetism. 67 After a particularly abrasive diatribe,
Rudel was banned from 116. Speaking at political events in Bavaria. Unruffled by attempts to muzzle him, the gimpy Nazi concocted a fantastic plot to free more than 100 German war criminals who were still incarcerated in Spandau prison in the British zone of occupation. The jailbreak was supposed to involve a daring helicopter raid almost as audacious as Scorzini's rescue of Mussolini during the one, fearing that Rude PS plan might undermine Bonn's more low-key approach to securing the release of convicted Nazis. A Bundestag deputy blew the whistle on the impending helicopter mission. 68 The Deutsche Reichspartei, meanwhile, got trounced in the August 1953 national elections, which returned Chancellor Konrad Adenauer to a second term in office. The Christian Democratic Union prevailed at the polls by a wide margin, thanks in large part to West Germany's brisk economic recovery. This, combined with Adenauer's staunch anti-communist stance, managed to win over the lion's share of radical right-wing voters, who could not help but notice that the CDU-led government was filled to the brim with ex-Nazis. The 1953 election results were sobering for Nazi incorrigibles who had deluded themselves into thinking that they could effectively challenge the Adenauer government by playing the democratic game. In a sense, they had reached a dead end. The fact that so many Third Reich veterans found it increasingly profitable to work within the new system and to share its benefits made the extremist parties much less attractive. Old-style Hitlerism was not about to rise again as long as German industrialists, reaping huge rewards from the economic upturn, continued to support the Adenauer coalition. Bolstered by substantial U.S. economic aid, Adenauer had no intention of wavering on his commitment to NATO and the Atlantic system. As a result, radical nationalists in West Germany had entirely two choices: accept Bonn's integration into the Western Alliance, which entailed remilitarization along anti-communist lines, or languish on the political periphery. Confronted with this implicit Cold War ultimatum, neo-Nazi diehards who opposed Adenauer's Western-oriented policies struggled to devise an effective response that would prevent them from fading into irrelevance. For those whose faith in fascism remained undimmed, the bipolar neonazi diaspora 117 realities of the new political order had to be taken into account. Some trimmed their sails to suit the times, eschewing racist and anti-Semitic rhetoric without abandoning the quest to revive fascism in a much altered post-war form. They set their sights on the long haul, sharing a common objective of political power but lacking consensus on how to achieve it. Given the factionalism that bedeviled the neo-Nazi scene, some felt the best they could do was to nurture a loose-knit, extra-parliamentary underground movement in an effort to keep the ideological flame burning until circumstances were more conducive to a full-fledged fascist resurgence. Frustrated in their drive for political power, neo-Nazi diehards devoted much of their energy to preparing a body of myths, symbols, and social images that might sustain the next generation of activists through a lengthy political dry season. They worked hard, in the words of Kurt Tauber, to salvage from the past still usable parts of the conservative revolution, folkish and national socialist ideology, and to shape them into a new ideological springboard from which they might once again reach their goal. Intrinsic to their revisionist methodology were various ploys designed to improve the Nazi image. A standard element in their repertory, for example, involved the claim that there was a crucial difference between an early, beneficent form of fascism and a subsequent, tainted form. 69 By invoking such arguments, ultra-right-wing organizations, such as Rude PS Deutsche Reichspartei, were able to retain a small base of support throughout the middle and late 1950s, particularly among those who questioned the wisdom of Adenauer's total embrace of NATO. Smoldering resentments were sufficient to sustain several neo-Nazi groups that continued to promote a nationalist-neutralist line. East-financed newspapers and East-oriented associations were encouraged by repeated overtures from Stalin's successors, who kept raising the possibility of a non-aligned, united Germany. 70 As a way of demonstrating their sincerity, the Soviets offered to withdraw their troops from occupied Austria if the Western powers would as well. In 1955, once U.S. policymakers overcame their misgivings, the Soviet proposal was enacted and a neutral Austria came into being. but wary US officials balked when the Soviets pressed for an analogous solution. 118. To the German problem. American intransigence contributed to an eventual shift in Soviet tactics. In 1961, the Berlin Wall, the quintessential symbol of the Cold War, was constructed on orders from the Kremlin to stem the flow of refugees from the east to the west. With both superpowers opting for peaceful coexistence, neo-Nazis who favored neutrality found themselves left out in the cold. There were occasional eruptions, as when a Jewish synagogue in Cologne was desecrated with swastikas on Christmas Eve, 1959, by young followers of Hans Ulrich Rudel. This triggered a spate of anti-Semitic incidents in Western Europe. For the most part, however, hardcore neo-fascist activity was confined to the fringes of society. French fascist Maurice Bardache bemoaned their plight as perennial outcasts, acknowledging that these bands of lost soldiers were beset by an acute identity crisis. On the political stage, we always seem to be merely extras, Bardache complained. An army of nobodies has encamped all over the territory of the right. 71. Political soldiers. CHAPTERFOUR. The swastika arid. The crescent. Coup d'état in Cairo. January 1953. A brigade of goose-stepping Arab soldiers marched along a wide boulevard in Cairo. They saluted as they passed the grandstand reserved for special dignitaries. Sitting among the honored guests, conspicuous in his dark glasses, was Otto Skorzeny. The Nazi war hero had been invited to inspect the sun-drenched military parade in celebration of the Free Officers' coup that toppled the corrupt Egyptian monarchy 6 months earlier. A key advisor to the new regime's secret service, Skorzeny was held in high regard by Egypt's young revolutionary leaders, including the up-and-coming Colonel Gamal Abdel Nasser, considered by many to be the real power behind the secular throne. Ilse Skorzeny, who often accompanied her husband during his travels to the Middle East, acknowledged that Otto and Nasser were on very friendly terms. When we were in Cairo, they were together a lot, she recalled. 1 While visiting Egypt, Skorzeny also kept up his contacts with the burgeoning German exile community that had taken root shortly after World War II. Cairo, like Madrid and Buenos Aires, had become a safe haven for thousands of Nazi expatriates. Many Third Reich veterans found employment with the Egyptian government. Close ties between Germany and the Arab world had been forged initially during the Hitler years, as the Führer's geopolitical experts. 122. Gave top priority to building up Nazi influence in the Middle East. Even though he loathed Arabs, Hitler was nonetheless the idol of the paramilitary Green Shirts, Egypt's indigenous proto-fascist movement, which referred to him as Abu the Good Fighter. King Farouk, who ruled Egypt during the Hitler era, was also a Nazi sympathizer. The king's palace became a rendezvous point for Axis spies and couriers. Members of the royal family were involved in espionage for fascist Italy, and many of the king's mistresses did double duty as Nazi agents. 2 With Rommel's army aiming to wrest Egypt from British colonial rule, German military intelligence stepped up its activities in the land of the Sphinx. Admiral Wilhelm Canaris, chief of the Abwehr, counted among his confidential agents 2 young Egyptian lieutenants, Abdel Nasser and Anwar Sadat, both of whom belonged to a secret officers' association known as the Ring of Iron. We made contact with the German headquarters in Libya, Sadat said of his wartime activities, and we acted in complete harmony with them. Imprisoned for 3 years by the British because of his subversive efforts, Sadat would later succeed Nasser as president of Egypt. 3 The most influential Arab leader to seek an alliance with Nazi Germany was Hajj Amin al-Husseini, the notorious Grand Mufti of Jerusalem. A scion of a prominent Muslim family in British-controlled Palestine, the Mufti fled his native land 2 years before the outbreak of World War II. Lean and intense, this worldly man of letters with a scraggly red beard remained the preeminent religious leader of Palestinian Muslims despite his refugee status. In November 1941, the Mufti had a meeting with Adolf Hitler in Berlin, which became his residence in exile for the duration of the war. Hajj Amin al-Husseini managed to impress the Führer,
who spoke highly of his exceptional cleverness, which made him almost equal to the Japanese. Heinrich Himmler also respected the Mufti and often complimented his blue eyes, which the SS chief described as appropriately Nordic. A so-called racial expert at the Abwehr concluded in an intelligence report that the Mufti was not really much of an Arab after all. Pure Arab blood star could not have been so consistent and systematic in the struggle against the English and the Jews, he would certainly have been bought off. 123. What is more, that Caucasian, or Aryan blood enables us to expect from the Mufti in the future that faithfulness in an ally of which pure Arab blood would be incapable. For while Arabs in Germany suffered discriminatory treatment consistent with Nazi racial theories, the Mufti was chauffeured around by an SS guard in a black Mercedes. Referring in effusive terms to his friendship with Hitler, he sought promises of assistance for the anti-British and anti-Zionist struggle in Palestine. But the Mufti's demands, which included explicit Axis endorsement of Arab self-determination and unity, conflicted with the colonial interests of Fascist Italy and Vichy France, Germany's wartime allies. Consequently, Hitler refrained from giving his full-fledged support to Arab cries for independence, even though Third Reich officials spouted anti-imperialist rhetoric when talking about the Islamic world. Undaunted, the Mufti was convinced that the immediate objectives of Arab nationalism and Nazi strategy coincided, given their common enemies Brits, Jews, and Communists. Powerful radio transmitters were put at the Mufti's disposal so that his inflammatory pro-Axis propaganda could be heard throughout the Arab world. He was also instrumental in organizing a special Muslim division of the Waffen-SS, which consisted of young recruits from the Balkans, primarily Bosnians and elsewhere. The Mufti visited these troops regularly, leading them in prayer and exhorting them to fight for Allah. He also blessed Nazi-trained sabotage teams before they were dispatched to Palestine, Iraq, and Transjordan. As it became increasingly obvious that the military tide was turning against the Axis, Haj Amin al-Husseini urged Germany and its puppet regimes in Eastern Europe to send thousands of Jews to concentration camps rather than allow them to emigrate to Palestine. It does not appear, however, that the Mufti decisively influenced the Nazis, who needed little encouragement to exterminate more Jews. 5 After the war, the Mufti made his way to Egypt. He settled into a luxurious villa in Alexandria, courtesy of King Farouk. The Mufti's arrival in 1946 was a prelude to a steady stream of Third Reich veterans, including several badly compromised Nazis, who chose Cairo as a hideout. One of King Farouk's ministers suggested that former Nazis should be hired as advisors in an effort to upgrade the Egyptian armed forces. Although the king showed little enthusiasm. 124. For the proposal, some of his military officers went ahead anyway and secured the services of several German technicians and industrial experts. 6 During the early 1950s, a 40-man contingent of German paratroopers, artillery, and demolition experts, frogmen, and tank veterans of Rommel's Afrika Korps began sharing their skills with students at Egyptian military academies. Their contribution was recognized by Colonel Gamal Abdel Nasser and the other leaders of the Free Officers Society, who asked them to continue working in Egypt after the overthrow of the monarchy on July 23, 1952. The most intriguing aspect, the revolt against King Farouk, Newsweek reported, was the role played in the coup by the large group of German advisors serving with the Egyptian army. While there was no evidence that former Nazis initiated the coup, according to Newsweek, the young officers who did the actual planning consulted the German advisors as to tactics. This would account for the smoothness of the operation, the magazine suggested. 7 Nasser emerged as Egypt's uncontested leader in 1954 after shoving aside the avuncular Muhammad Nahib, who had served as titular chief of the country immediately following the Free Officers' coup. This power grab was endorsed by CIA officials, who viewed Nasser as a valuable anti-communist ally. One of Nasser's first measures was to crack down hard on the Egyptian Communist Party and imprison its leaders. His henchmen also rounded up several left-wing trade unionists, and after a summary trial, they were hanged. 8 The CIA gladly assented to Nasser's request for assistance in overhauling the mothballed Egyptian espionage apparatus. Such a sensitive assignment, however, required that American advisors not get their hands dirty. An off-the-shelf style of nation tampering was deemed preferable, so the CIA turned to the readily available Galen org. Miles Copeland, the CIA's man on the spot in Cairo throughout the 1950s, recalled that U.S. intelligence had on its hands a number of Germans who were not, or in some cases not quite, war criminals. He and his CIA cohorts combed the files of these GER-mans in a search for talent which could be put to use, in some cases in the United States, mostly in other countries. This effort was 125. Well on the way to being completed when, in 1953, it became apparent that Nasser needed outside help for his intelligence and security services, and our government found it highly impolitic to help him directly. 9. After conferring with Dulles, Gelen decided that the best man for the job was Otto Skorzeny. The CIA chief concurred, confident in the presumption that Skorzeny, an ardent anti-communist, would help solidify Nasser's power base within the Egyptian military. Skorzeny was a particular favorite of American counterintelligence, having made friends with several of his captors before escaping from them, and was believed to be especially suited, in temperament and personality, for getting along with Nasser, remarked Copeland. It was a decision that U.S. policymakers would come to regret. 10. At first, Skorzeny played hard to get. He was approached in a routine manner, wrote Copeland, then at a higher level, then through a personal visit from a certain well-known Major General of the American Army. In the end, it took some diligent persuasion by Jalmershak to convince his nephew-in-law that it would be in everyone's best interests if he swaggered off to the pyramids on a mission for Gelen and the Americans. Scarface accepted the assignment after he was assured that his stay in Egypt would be limited and that the CIA would supplement the salary offered by Nasser. 11. Over the next year and a half, Skorzeny used CIA funds to recruit a slew of SS veterans and other Third Reich luminaries, who jumped at the chance to inject new life and expertise into the Egyptian Secret Service, as Gelen put it. More than 100 additional German advisors were pressed into service under Skorzeny's auspices. Some were drawn from the ranks of neo-Nazi organizations and remnants of the Odessa escape networks that crisscrossed through Madrid. Skorzeny's team included fugitives like SS Major Leopold Gleim, who had been sentenced to death for wartime atrocities committed while he was the Gestapo chief of Poland, and Franz Bunche, a Goebbels propagandist best known for his pornographic book The Sexual Habits of Jews. Miles Copeland of the CIA took it all in stride. Perhaps someone will one day devise a means for inducing gentlemen of finer sensibilities to become security officers, but certainly no such means were known, either by Nasser or his American advisors. 12. 126. The fact that Egypt was technically at war with Israel made many of the Gelenites, with their anti-Semitic proclivities, all the more enthusiastic about helping the free officers once they were in power. And the Arab countries, for their part, were eager to embrace Germans with an ostensibly Nazi past, Gelen notes in his memoirs. Nasser, in particular, had a great deal of respect for Skorzeny. To the leaders of the Egyptian military, he was the scar-faced master of ambush, the Third Reich's fearless cloak and dagger man who could out-James Bond the best of them. British officials, peeved at their diminishing status in the Middle East, were less sanguine about Skorzeny's presence in Cairo. In a speech before the House of Commons, Prime Minister Winston Churchill warned that the Egyptian army was being aided and trained by Nazi instructors and staff officers in unusual numbers. But an Egyptian government spokesperson, wondering what all the fuss was about, replied swiftly, Britain herself is using more than 4,000 German experts, the United States is employing several thousand, and many other countries are doing the same. 13. A mecca for fascists. Having checked into a room at the Luna Park Hotel, Francis Parker Yockey stood by a window and gazed upon the city that Arabs call the mother of the world. From the right vantage point, he could see the massive bastion of Saladin's citadel, the dominant landmark of Cairo, and the three slender minarets of Al-Azhar that towered over a sweeping panorama of mosques and huddled rooftops. Beyond the boundaries of the old city, a few skyscrapers were under construction. And off in the distance,
the pyramids loomed like silent sentinels guarding the mysteries of an ancient era. A revolutionary in search of a revolution, Yaki had come to Egypt in the summer of 1953, the same year Skorzeny arrived on the scene with a passel of German advisors. During a stint in Cairo that lasted only a few months, the American fascist spent much of his time writing anti-Semitic propaganda for the Egyptian Informa. 127. Shin Ministry. Although he considered Nasser to be a great and vigorous man, Yaki could not handle the scorching heat of the Nile Valley. The climate here is so torrid that it takes everything out of a man. There are 20,000 Germans here, and they're all slowly growing oblivious. They are all going black. If I stay here, I will, too, he wrote to an associate. I'm rather sensitive. I hate the sun, always have. Short on cash, Yaki tried to sell one of his US passports before he resumed his wandering ways. 14 As more Nazis inundated the Egyptian capital, the posh bars and elite social clubs of Cairo attracted a rogues gallery of SS renegades, Gestapo interrogation specialists, and German rocket scientists, all mingling freely with fervent Arab radicals, shadowy arms merchants, and Israeli spies. It was a world that Major General Otto Ernst Reamer found irresistible. Fleeing from West Germany to avoid a second prison term, Reamer also made his way to Egypt in 1953. Unlike Yaki, he did not wilt under the desert sun. The Middle East, initially Cairo and later Damascus, would become Reamer's principal theater of operations for the better part of 3 decades. He, too, would be employed by the Egyptian government, serving, in his own words, as a political advisor to Nasser. 15 Joining Reamer in Egypt were several of his associates from the outlawed Socialist Reich Party, including Ernst Wilhelm Springer, who would later be implicated in various gun-running schemes to an Arab clientele. According to West German press reports cited by U.S. Army intelligence, Reamer and Springer offered to set up a new system for policing Egypt. But this wasn't necessary, as the Nasser government already had several Nazi experts assisting with police work. 16 While living in Egypt, Reamer wrote an article for Der Weg, the Nazi monthly published in Buenos Aires. Alleging that both Germans and Arabs were being oppressed by international Jewry, he denounced as a national disgrace the recent decision by Bonn to provide reparations to the State of Israel. Worried that making these payments would disrupt the traditional friendship between the Arab world and the Germans, Reamer went on to declare that the creation of a 128 strong Arab army is the immediate and direct concern to Germany's patriotic forces, which are prepared to offer the services of their best men. 17 Reamer's presence in Cairo was particularly embarrassing to the West German government, which wanted him behind bars. While both men were in Egypt, Skorzeny adroitly steered clear of any direct association with the former SRP leader, who had a propensity for getting into trouble. Shortly after he absconded from the fatherland, Hitler's illustrious bodyguard was arrested for disturbing the peace, an infraction that might have prompted local authorities to throw him in jail if not for his amicable relations with the influential Grand Mufti, who took a liking to Reamer. 18 During the post-Farouk era, the Grand Mufti held court at a closely guarded villa on Sharia Isud Street in Heliopolis, a suburb of Cairo. There he entertained delegations from throughout the Arab world while maintaining close contact with radical nationalists from Germany and other countries. Among those who gathered at the Mufti's home during the mid-1950s was his distant cousin, Yasser Arafat, then an engineering student at the University of Cairo. Reamer, who would collaborate with Arafat in the years ahead, also visited the esteemed Gross Mufti on several occasions. Over cups of strong Arabian coffee, they shared fond recollections of Adolf Hitler and indulged in the usual talk of driving the Jews into the sea. 19 The Grand Mufti's network of sympathizers extended far and wide. I did a couple of jobs for him, getting some documents from files that were otherwise unavailable, recalled H. Keith Thompson. Otto Skorzeny also collaborated with the Muslim religious Letin. According to A.F.X. Barron, a prominent British fascist, Skorzeny was instrumental in funneling more than $1 million, which the Mufti had raised for anti-Zionist and anti-Jewish propaganda, to various neo-Nazi groups around the world. 20 Several German propaganda experts adopted Arabic names when they emigrated to Egypt. Johann von Leers, one of the Third Reich's most prolific Jew baiters, converted to Islam and became Omar Emin. He got a job with the Egyptian Information Ministry, thanks to the good offices of the Gross Mufti. With von Leers in charge, Cairo's anti-Israeli propaganda machine churned out hate literature and inflammatory broadcasts on a regular basis. Assisting von Leers. 129. Were dozens of European Nazis who welcomed a fresh opportunity to continue their vendetta against the Jews. They had regular access to Radio Cairo, which utilized a powerful CIA-constructed transmitter to spread the message throughout much of the Arab world. 21 Taking a cue from von Leers, Hans Applet, another Goebbels protege, changed his name to Salah Schaefer when he started preparing anti-Semitic material for the Nasser regime. And Louis Haydn, alias Louis Al-Hajj, a wartime employee of the German press agency, pitched in by translating Hitler's Mein Kampf into Arabic. The Egyptian government also published an Arabic version of TB Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which Nasser recommended to a visiting Indian journalist in 1958. It is very important that you should read it, the Egyptian president explained. I will give you a copy. It proves beyond the shadow of a doubt that 300 Zionists, each of whom knows all the others, govern the fate of the European continent. 22 Prior to World War II, vicious European-style anti-Semitism, as typified by the protocols, was uncommon in the Arab world. While Jews were often discriminated against, they were rarely persecuted. But this began to change when Nazi propagandists assumed key positions inside the 10-story building that housed the Information Ministry in Cairo. Inevitably, the racialist views of these German expatriates rubbed off on Egypt's leaders, who launched a repressive campaign against members of the local Jewish community, many of whom were expelled from the country after their property and possessions had been confiscated. Such measures were applauded by von Leers and the other European fascists who found favor with Nasser in the mid-1950s. 23 The Nazis on the Egyptian government payroll were engaged in more than just a war of words. According to the Times, in addition to serving as advisors to the Egyptian army, German war veterans were also instructing Arab volunteers in guerrilla tactics for possible action against British troops in the Suez Canal zone. The Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung subsequently reported that Otto Skorzeny had met with Colonel Nasser to discuss the training of commando troops. 24 Several young Palestinian refugees, including Yasser Arafat, 130, joined the Egyptian soldiers who were learning the ways and means of unconventional warfare. Although initially the intended target was the British, the future PLO chief realized that rigorous commando exercises would help prepare the Palestinian militants who were eager to renew the battle for their lost homeland. A grateful Arafat recognized Skorzeny's abundant skills in this area, and the two men struck up a relationship that lasted for many years. Apparently the Palestinian leader was quite fond of the scar-faced paladin. Arafat would have done anything for Otto, remarked Skorzeny. 25 With Skorzeny commuting between Cairo and Madrid, the hands-on schooling of commando units was conducted by a team of German specialists that included former SS General Oskar von Dirlewanger, who was wanted in Poland for war crimes. Dirlewanger also tutored the Egyptian guards responsible for the personnel security of Nasser and his important guests, a task shared by Eugen Eichberger, one of Dirlewanger's wartime assistants, who had participated in the extermination of Jews in the Ukraine. 26 In the early and mid-1950s, Arab irregulars conducted dozens of commando operations against Israel that turned large stretches of land bordering the Gaza Strip and the West Bank into de facto combat zones. About 300 Israelis were killed by infiltrators during this period, prompting reprisal raids against Egypt by Israeli soldiers. These counter-terrorist attacks usually hit targets that were unrelated to the source of the border transgressions, resulting in civilian casualties much greater than those suffered by Israel. 27 Seeking to avenge continued Arab commando operations, in February 1955 the Israeli military launched a massive assault that destroyed the Egyptian military headquarters in Gaza.
Nasser countered by throwing his full weight behind the Palestinian cause. He authorized Egyptian military officers to oversee a German-trained strike force of 700 Palestinian guerrillas, who were given a new name. They were called the Fadayin, an ancient and honorable Islamic phrase that means men of sacrifice. After a number of successful forays into Israel, the Fadayin quickly became legends throughout the Arab world. Nasser realized that hit-and-run attacks were of limited value in 131. The long run unless they were backed up by substantial military hardware. Skorzeny had already been dabbling in the international arms trade, and he was willing to help his friends in Cairo. Alert to new business opportunities, he persuaded General Franco of Spain to sell $3.5 million of military equipment to Egypt. Effected through an intermediary company in Switzerland, this secret arms transaction was one of several deals involving military, industrial, and consumer products that Skorzeny arranged on behalf of the Egyptian government. 28 But Nasser was convinced that his army needed much greater firepower than Skorzeny could deliver. So the Egyptian president asked the United States for assistance. The Americans wanted Egypt to join an anti-Soviet military alliance, which would have allowed U.S. bases in Egypt. But Nasser balked, insisting that this would violate his country's national integrity. Moreover, he had no axe to grind with the USSR. The Soviet Union never occupied our country, Nasser told Secretary of State John Foster Dulles. It has no imperial past in the Middle East. I don't see why I should turn my country into a base to threaten the Soviet Union with nuclear warheads when they have never threatened us. 29 Dulles refused to believe that Nasser was acting solely out of nationalistic motives. By linking arms sales to conditions that Nasser regarded as an infringement on Egyptian sovereignty, U.S. policymakers left him little choice but to seek help from the Soviet bloc. If the Americans objected, they could try to woo him back. Prodded by his German advisors, Nasser decided that Egypt's future lay in not committing wholeheartedly to either side in the Cold War. He would pursue his own version of the seesaw strategy, pitting one superpower against the other in order to collect from both. Or so he hoped. Double agent intrigue. In April 1955, Gamal Abdel Nasser ventured to Indonesia to attend the first conference of non-aligned nations in the city of Bandung. This seminal gathering drew delegates from 29 Asian and 132 African countries, most of which had only recently cast off the shackles of colonialism or were still fighting for independence. They discussed mutual problems and reaffirmed the importance of not taking sides in the East-West conflict. The Grand Mufti of Jerusalem surfaced at the Bandung parley somewhat incongruously as the representative of Yemen, a place he had never visited. But he was upstaged by Nassif, who introduced a resolution in support of the Palestinian struggle, which the assembly overwhelmingly endorsed. 30 Nasser emerged as a major figure at the non-aligned conference, which was hosted by Sukarno, Indonesia's new revolutionary leader. During this historic conclave, Nasser met Zhou Enlai, the foreign minister of the People's Republic of China, for the first time. The Egyptian president discreetly asked Zhou Enlai about the possibility of obtaining weapons from the Soviet Union. A few months later, the Kremlin gave Czechoslovakia the green light to sell a large consignment of military equipment to Egypt. Shortly before the deal was publicly disclosed, Nasser met with Skorzeny and asked him to convey a message to whom it may concern. Alerting his American contacts to the impending arms transaction and other Soviet aid proposals, Skorzeny suggested that they try to sway Nasser with a better offer. Kermit Roosevelt of the CIA proceeded to discuss the matter directly with the Egyptian president, but they made little headway at their secret meeting. 31 Strategically situated as a bridge between Africa and Asia, Egypt was coveted by the Soviets as a gateway to the rest of the Arab world. The Kremlin had long been trying to gain a foothold in the Western-dominated Middle East, but a lack of suitable personnel undermined the best efforts of Soviet intelligence to infiltrate the region. Muslim recruits from the USSR's southern republics were not very reliable as agents, and Russian espionage stiffs made little headway on their own. The first breakthrough came in 1945,
when Fritz Graube, Hitler's top cloak and dagger operative in the Middle East, turned himself and his entire spy net over to the Soviet Union. Formerly Nazi Germany's ambassador to Saudi Arabia and Iraq, Graube became the director of Arab affairs at the Soviet Foreign Ministry in Moscow after the war. He later helped to facilitate the sensational arms deal between Nasser and the Czechs. 32. 133. One of the more curious aspects of the $80 million Czech Egyptian weapons transaction was the pivotal, behind-the-scenes role of Dr. Wilhelm Voss, a key German advisor to the War Ministry in Cairo. During World War II, Voss supervised Škoda Works, the huge armament firm in Nazi-occupied Czechoslovakia. 3 of Škoda's top engineers were later recruited by Voss for a stint in Egypt. According to Der Spiegel, these 3 engineers were actually communist agents operated under the facade of being refugees from Sudetenland, the heavily Germanic area of Czechoslovakia that Hitler grabbed at the outset of the war. The Czech operatives helped Voss seal the deal with Škoda Works, which furnished most of the weapons that were delivered to Egypt in 1955. Dr. Voss's wheeling and dealing raised eyebrows at the State Department. Jefferson Caffery, the U.S. ambassador in Cairo, was convinced that Voss had aided Ernst Reimer's escape to Egypt. The SRP chief's flirtation with the Soviets did not faze Voss, who saw advantages in cultivating contacts in the East as well as in the West. 34 The double game that Voss was playing did not escape the attention of Ernst Wallweber, a leading East German security official who convinced his Soviet masters that several former SS officers with Arab connections could be useful to Moscow. In particular, Wallweber had his eye on Bernhard Bender, a Middle East expert who once held the rank of lieutenant colonel on Himmler's personal staff. After the war, Bender resurfaced in Cairo, where he served as chief of the political department of Nasser's secret police. In this capacity, Bender dispensed funds to a whole gang of SS émigrés that two-timed for the Soviets. Meanwhile, the British Secret Service and the CIA, seeing red in the wrong places, kept snooping among Egyptian locals who were thought to harbor communist sympathies. 35 Apparently American intelligence experts never anticipated that ex-Nazis would serve as vehicles for communist penetration of the Arab world. Yet, there were several clues that Skorzeny, among others, may have been working both sides of the Cold War street. In February 1953, while Scarface was hobnobbing with Nasser, a Waffen-SS veteran identified only by the code name Club in a State Department report approached the American consulate in Marseilles, France, and disclosed the existence of a secret international. 134. Organization composed of former SS officers and partially funded by the Soviets supposed to work with the Russians against the Western orbit. Club pegged Skorzeny as an important figure in this underground operation. The State Department stool pigeon said he had remained in contact with Skorzeny ever since they served together during the war. He even gave J. Roland Jacobs, the U.S. consular official in Marseilles, Skorzeny's private telephone number, indicating that they had recently met in Spain, where Club learned of couriers from the Russian zone, carrying either money or pouches, weekly or bi-weekly to Madrid. In addition, Club explained, this international neo-Nazi network received funds from German industry. He specifically identified Countess Faber-Castell of the large German pencil manufacturing firm as an important financial backer. Club told the State Department officer that Reimer had also been cooperating with the Russians. He proceeded to spin what sounded like a fantastic yam about a group of SS fanatics who were preparing to instigate an armed insurrection against Western oil companies in Iran. Although Club was right on target about Reimer, Jacobs concluded that his informant's story did not quite ring true, and no official follow-up inquiries were made. 36 More evidence linking Skorzeny to the East surfaced after British military police arrested 7 former high-ranking Nazi officials in January 1953 for conspiring to overthrow the Bonn Republic. Figuring prominently in this strange affair was the H.S. Lucht Company, an import-export firm that provided cover for the coup plotters. Owned by Fraulein Lucht, this shadowy corporation employed Otto Skorzeny as its Madrid representative. What's more, The HS Lucht Company was deeply involved in illegal trade with the Soviet bloc. It had an office in the East German city of Leipzig, which Skorzeny used to recruit technicians and military experts for special projects in the Middle East. 37 Reassured by General Gehlen, U.S. intelligence strategists naively believed that their hired Nazi guns would prevent Egypt from straying into the Soviet camp. But that's where Nasser appeared too. 135. Beheading in the mid-1950s. His abrupt volte-face toward Moscow was encouraged by Skorzeny, who favored the seesaw policy that the Egyptian president had recently begun to implement. Of course, Nasser was nobody's flunky. He may have needed little coaching on the best way to comport himself with respect to the great superpower rivalry. Nevertheless, the influence exerted by the likes of Skorzeny and Voss cannot be dismissed. It is yet another example of how Nazi operatives played the East off the West while pursuing their own agenda in support of Arab nationalists and other non-aligned forces in the Third World. 38 Miles Copeland, the Cairo-based CIA spook, completely misread the situation when he opines that Skorzeny's big mistake was not to recruit unrepentant Nazis for duty in Egypt. This was unfortunate, Copeland argues, because as mere survivalists rather than men of principle, even wrong principle, they find no difficulty in adjusting to leftish influences in Nasser's government. As if Skorzeny and Voss were merely adjusting to unforeseen events, rather than helping to bring them about. The operative CIA premise was that an unrepentant Nazi must, of necessity, be a rock-solid anti-communist. This was true to a degree, but ideological considerations in this instance accounted for much less than CIA professionals were inclined to assume. 35 The CIA's ill-fated Nazi caper in Egypt was emblematic of a series of colossal blunders that characterized U.S. intervention in the Middle East. In the wake of the Czech arms deal and Nasser's decision to recognize Communist China, the United States reneged on its commitment to finance the construction of the Aswan Dam. Unwilling to accommodate Nasser's assertions of independence, American officials left Egypt little choice but to seek additional aid from Moscow, which promptly offered to pick up the tab for the Aswan Dam and much more. The Kremlin's generosity seemed to show the efficacy of playing one superpower off the other. At least that's how it appeared to Nasser, who proceeded to nationalize the Suez Canal in July 1956, brazenly declaring that if the imperialist powers didn't like it, they could choke on their rage. 3 months later, British and French warplanes bombed Egyptian airfields and military targets, and Israeli ground troops rolled across the Sinai Peninsula. Unable to accept the end of the colonial 136 era, the two Western European powers were intent on toppling the Nasser regime in order to regain control of the strategic waterway. Israel, for its part, wanted to eliminate the Fedayeen bases in the Gaza Strip. In the days leading up to the October 1956 Suez Crisis, Israeli politicians and journalists frequently raised the specter of Nazi advisors in Egypt. A leading Israeli newspaper, Ma'ariv, ran a full-page article headlined "Swastika in Thelandoffthenile" that described former SS officer Otto Skorzeny as the man behind Nasser. 40 Worried that the Soviet Union would gain additional prestige in the Arab world as a result of the tripartite attack against Egypt, President Eisenhower denounced the invasion. Israel, under American pressure, agreed to withdraw from the Sinai in March 1957 in exchange for a pledge by Nasser to halt the border incursions by Palestinian guerrillas. Although Nasser's military had been badly defeated, his anti-Western defiance endeared him to the Arab masses, who viewed the Egyptian president as their liberator, a kind of Simon Bolivar of the Middle East. The success of Nasser's seesaw strategy underscored that a non-aligned approach to international affairs could produce credible results. The Russians, for their part, placed a high priority on cultivating good relations with Egypt, which set a precedent for Soviet involvement with non-aligned movements throughout the emerging Third World. The Dulles brothers were apoplectic. John Foster denounced neutralism as an immoral and short-sighted conception, while Allen scolded Miles Copeland. If that colonel of yours pushes us to FAC, we will break him in half. 41 The CIA quickly drew up plans to knock the pesky Nasser off his pedestal. One scheme called for slipping the Egyptian president a surreptitious dose of LSD to induce bizarre public behavior that would tarnish his heroic image and discredit him in front of his followers. When this ploy proved unfeasible, the CIA sent 3 assassination teams to Egypt, but Nasser managed to elude his stock ERS.42. With Nasser thumbing his nose at the West, the CIA forged a closer alliance with its Israeli counterpart, the Mossad, in an effort to curb what was perceived as increasing Soviet encroachment into the Middle East. Although the United States had been the first count 137. Try to recognize the Jewish state, the American superpower was only lukewarm toward Israel at the outset so as not to sully relations with the Arabs. A strong Arabist faction within the State Department and the CIA, which included Kermit Roosevelt and Miles Copeland, had the upper hand in the early 1950s. But their stock plunged when the CIA's Nazi caper boomeranged in Egypt. Later on, Roosevelt admitted, "We came to the conclusion that it was not a smart thing to be training the Egyptian Secret Service." 43 The espionage debacle in Cairo provided a decisive opening for Mossad chief Yasser Harel and Israeli Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion, who were determined to forge closer relations with the Western Alliance. For a number of years, Israeli intelligence had provided the Americans with a steady stream of information gleaned from Jewish immigrants of Eastern European origin who had a lot to say about life under the Soviet boot. After the Suez Crisis, contacts between the Mossad and the CIA expanded dramatically. One bittersweet consequence of this for the Israelis entailed newly forged links with the Gelen Org, which officially became the BND in 1955. These intelligence ties were a prelude to high-level military contacts and eventual diplomatic recognition, despite strong reservations in both countries. "I have always regarded it as something of a tragedy," Gelen confessed in his memoirs, "that West Germany was inevitably dragged into an alliance with the State of Israel against the Arab countries." But he recognized the political debt that Germany owed to the Jews, and thus, according to Gelen, he began to take a more professional interest in the Israelis. "We gave them expert advice on the development of their small but powerful secret service, we made facilities available to them and aided them in placing key agents in the Arab countries, especially since Nasser was becoming increasingly involved with Moscow." Harel remembered it differently. "We had only limited contact with West German intelligence," he asserted. Gelen wanted more. 44 A cool-headed pragmatist, Harel understood that the Gelen organization occupied a special position in NATO and the Atlantic system. Some kind of rapprochement between Bonn and Tel Aviv was therefore necessary, even if it meant dealing with the BND's Nazi-infested spy apparatus. "We had to do it," Harel shrugged. 138. Because Gelen was important to the United States. The Israeli spy chief was painfully aware that the Gelen Org-cum BND employed and protected heinous war criminals who belonged behind bars. But he knew the same was true for many other West German institutions, which were also staffed with former Nazis. Even as Bonn doled out reparation payments to Jews and the State of Israel, the Mossad collected damning information on the past Nazi activities of top West German politicians. 45 West German relations with Egypt took an official turn for the worse following the Suez War, but a number of important ex-Nazi advisors, some with close connections to Bonn, persisted in helping Nasser. Dr. Wilhelm Voss, for example, continued to advise the Helwan arms factory outside Cairo, and the Ruhr steel magnate, Alfried Krupp, was commissioned to develop iron ore resources in the region where the Aswan Dam was being built. And Siemens, the huge German firm that utilized slave labor during World War H, volunteered to undertake the electrification of the entire Nile Delta area. Gelen, meanwhile, still ran a network of agents in Cairo even though he had ostensibly washed his hands of the Egyptian Secret Service. 46 During this period, the BND set up shop in several Arab countries where pro-Nasser sentiment was rising. Gelen counseled Saudi Arabian intelligence, among others, and expanded the BND's operation in Damascus. The BND station chief in the Syrian capital in the mid-1950s was Alois Brunner, the former SS captain who had served as deputy and personal secretary to Adolf Eichmann, the chief administrator of the Final Solution. Described during the Nuremberg trials as the most cold-blooded killer in Eichmann's retinue, Brunner was given to boasting about how he directed the slaughters at the Drancy concentration camp north of Paris in 1943. He also bragged of rounding up prisoners for Auschwitz. Eichmann relied heavily on this roving mass murderer, who traveled from one country to the next, personally supervising the deportation of more than 120,000 people, nearly all of whom were killed. 47 Condemned to death in absentia by two French military courts in 1954, Brunner escaped to Cairo, where he became part of the CIA-financed program to train the Egyptian security forces. When Gelen downsized the 139 BND team in Egypt, Brunner moved to Syria and resumed his intelligence work. He was a relative latecomer to the neo-Nazi scene in Damascus. Since 1951, the Syrian armed forces had been receiving instruction from a team of German military advisors led by General Rainer Kriebel. 48 Whereas many Germans came and went, Brunner remained in Syria for the next 3 decades. He lived under an assumed name in a heavily guarded flat on George Haddad Street in the Abu Ramana district of Damascus. Brunner knew how to ingratiate himself with a succession of Syrian strongmen. In 1960, he helped to arrange the purchase of 2,000 electronic bugging devices from East Germany, a peculiar arrangement, to say the least, given Brunner's ostensible affiliation with the West German intelligence apparatus commanded by Gelen. 49 2 years later, a Major General Otto Ernst Riemer settled in for a long-term stay in Damascus. He and Brunner would become business partners, brokering deals for various Arab governments. Riemer had already proved his worth as a versatile middleman when he aided the Algerian rebels in their war against the French. The Wrath of the Red Hand. One of the most brutal episodes of colonial rule in Africa occurred in 1830 when French troops occupying Algeria chopped off the limbs of Arab women to collect the silver leg and arm bracelets they wore. This was not an isolated instance of the white man's burden gone berserk. It typified the colonial authorities who ruthlessly subdued the native population. Tribal lands were confiscated and settled by French colons, also known as the Pied Noirs. By 1954, the year the war for Algerian independence began in earnest, some 25% of all farmland was owned by only 2% of the agricultural population. Over 1 million Arabs were totally or partially unemployed, and another 2 million were seriously underemployed. 50 Such bleak conditions fueled the anger and resolve of the Algerian National Liberation Front, which vowed to free the country. Indicative of the old Arab adage, the enemy of my enemy. 140. Is my friend. Some top FLN personnel had previously sided with the Nazis, hoping that an alliance with Hitler would dislodge the French and inaugurate a brighter era. Such was the case with Mohammed Said, who always wore his Wehrmacht steel helmet when commanding FLN guerrilla operations near the Tunisian border. During World War H, Said had joined the Muslim SS Legion formed by the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem. Parachuted into North Africa as an Abwehr agent in 1943, he was caught by the French and sentenced to life imprisonment. Paroled after a few years, Said joined the nascent FLN underground. He would later serve as a minister in Algeria's first post-colonial government led by President Ahmed Ben Bella. While Said had previously collaborated with the Nazis, Ben Bella's wartime contribution to the Allied cause earned him the Médaille Militaire, which was pinned to his chest personally by General Charles de Gaulle, leader of the anti-Nazi Free French forces. Of course, de Gaulle, the future French president, had not the slightest inkling that he was decorating the man who would become one of the initiators of the revolt against France. 51 Ben Bella's anti-colonial agitation landed him in Blinda prison after the war, but he managed to escape by sawing through the bars of his Algerian cell with a blade hidden inside a loaf of bread. By 1953, Ben Bella had made his way to Cairo, where he was joined by other FLN leaders. They opened an office in the Egyptian capital that recruited Arab volunteers for combat duty in Algeria. Cairo became a nerve center of the Algerian rebellion and the seat of the provisional government set up by the FLN. This was one of the main reasons why the French instigated the Suez Crisis in 1956 to deliver what they hoped would be a knockout blow against the Algerian rebel leaders. But the French portrayal of Nasser as the guiding hand behind the Arab revolt in Algeria was vastly exaggerated. Much to the dismay of Ben Bella and the other exiled FLN leaders, the Egyptian president was long on rhetoric and short on crucial material assistance. Although the FLN pressured him for additional aid, Nasser sent very little in the way of arms or money to bolster the Algerian cause. For the most part, only vocal support was forthcoming, as when Nasser introduced a motion affirming Algeria's right to end. 141. Pendants at the Non-Aligned Conference in Bandung. The FLN delegation appreciated the gesture, but what they needed most was weapons to fight the French. All signs pointed toward a bitter, protracted conflict. The French military, which had recently suffered a humiliating defeat at Dien Bien Phu in Vietnam, was determined to stay the course in North Africa. But it was impossible for French forces to thoroughly patrol a desert terrain the size of Algeria, particularly when the FLN enjoyed wide support among indigenous Arabs. The rebels, however, were woefully deficient in training and armament. With few alternative sources available, the FLN leaders were receptive to offers from several Cairo-based Third Reich veterans who had revamped Egypt's military capabilities. Otto Ernst Reamer and a handful of other German advisors were eager to do the same thing for the Algerian rebels. While in Cairo as a fugitive from West German justice, Reamer developed many contacts that would serve him well when he returned to the fatherland in 1954 after a legal amnesty nullified the slander sentence pending against him. As the Algerian conflict escalated into a full-fledged civil war, Reamer became the front man for a group of German-based arms traffickers who supplied the FLN and other Arab nationalists. "I'll never forget one orders," Reamer recalled. The Algerians wanted 5 tons of black pepper. They needed the spice to mask the smell of explosives. It was a difficult request, but I got it for them. 52 Reamer was traveling frequently, spending months at a time hawking his wares in different Arab states. He set up a base of operations in Rabat, Morocco, where he occasionally entertained Ben Bella and other FLN leaders. Reamer's cozy ties to the Algerian rebels put him at odds with the French Secret Service, which dispatched death squads and saboteurs to disrupt the FLN's European support network. Several neo-Nazi gun runners were murdered by the Red Hand, an unofficial arm of the French Secret Service that claimed dozens of victims during the Algerian War. A nervous Reamer asked the state government in Lower Saxony to provide him with special police protection because he felt his life was in danger, but the German authorities turned him down. "I couldn't travel through France because of my connections to the FLN," he asserted. 53. 142. High on the Red Hand's list of targets was D.N. Wilhelm Beisner, a former Gestapo officer who lived in Cairo during the mid-1950s but also maintained an office in Munich. Beisner, a post-war Gehlen operative, figured in a number of neo-Nazi gun-running networks. He served as the chief contact in Egypt for a group of arms dealers in northern Germany who were associated with Remen at the same time. Beisner worked for the Cairo affiliate of the Madrid-based Alpha Company, which was run by Otto Skorzeny. A U.S. Army intelligence document described Beisner as Skorzany's representative in Egypt. 54 Linked to both Skorzeny and Reamer by the black market arms trade, Beisner miraculously survived a shrapnel-laden bomb that blew him through the roof of his car. Rushed to a hospital in critical condition, Beisner was severely crippled for life by the blast. Once again, the Red Hand had left its mark. 55 The French made it very clear that anyone who smuggled weapons to the FLN had better be prepared to pay with his youth. The message was not lost upon Skorzeny, who secretly supplied arms to the Algerian rebels while pursuing a variety of other business ventures. On several occasions, he traveled to areas of sub-Saharan Africa where uranium deposits were suspected to be. He did a lot of business in South Africa, the adopted home of a sizable number of German Nazis who favored the white supremacist policies of the apartheid state. During his African journeys,
Scorzeni also managed to befriend anti-colonial tribal chiefs in Kenya and other countries, some of whom later turned up on his doorstep in Madrid. At times it got to be too much even for the feisty Countess Ilse, who complained of being inundated by a constant stream of guests. One weekend we had the king of the Mau Maus at our house, she huffed. 56 Otto Ernst Riemer was among the visitors who breezed in and out of Madrid during the 8-year Algerian one. He and Scorzeni met at the engineering office of Rolf Steinbauer to coordinate the delivery of locomotives to Egypt, a shipment that both men were involved in arranging. The fact that Scorzeni had lined his pockets with a CIA stipend while Riemer accepted funds from the Soviet bloc was never a point of contention between the two men. Scorzeni was a good friend. "I knew him very well," said Riemer. "We 143 saw each other over the years. Ever since their initial encounter on July 20, 1944, they viewed themselves as comrades in the same struggle. The superpower rivalry was important to them only insofar as it impinged upon or facilitated their post-war political strategies. With Arab and Third World nationalism gaining worldwide momentum, some neo-Nazi propagandists began envisioning a German Islamic neutralist belt stretching from the heart of Europe to the South China Sea. They urged the creation of a third power bloc, an intercontinental alliance of all uncommitted nations and non-aligned elements that opposed the Yalta system. Such was the upshot of a myriad of German Arab and Eurafrican societies that sprang up in the mid-1950s on both sides of the Iron Curtain, which was proving to be rather porous when it came to neo-Nazi machinations. For the likes of Otto Scorzeni and Uncle Schacht, the Third Force strategy conveniently dovetailed with their own efforts to recapture traditional markets for German industry. 57 Under the guise of anti-imperialism, some German neo-Nazis sang the praises of non-aligned movements in the Third World. Typical was the spiel by Erwin Schönborn, founder of the German Arab community in Heidelberg and editor of Nation Europa, the leading West German neo-Nazi publication. "We see in the struggle of the Arab peoples against colonialism and imperialism both West and East a fateful parallel to our own struggle for freedom from occupation by the enemy and for the reunification of Germany. If we lived in the East we would be primarily fighters against Bolshevism. As we live, however, in the West we are consciously directing our attack primarily against the other, equally dangerous, enemy of all peoples, liberal capitalist colonialism. We herewith call upon the German people to join our ranks to work and fight alongside us until the common goal of all oppressed peoples is achieved, namely, liberation from the foreign yoke. 5 A highfalutin declaration of this sort did not, in and of itself, detract from the legitimacy of Third World independence struggles. But it underscored the vulnerability of non-aligned movements as 144. They sought to extricate themselves from the bipolar gridlock of the Cold War. The neo-Nazis, for their part, would support anything to destroy the democratic communist world tyranny forced upon us in 1945, as Goebbels's protégé Johann von Leers put it. Von Leers accordingly commended the heroic Algerians in their struggle against French colonialism. In this particular case, he and other neo-Nazi propagandists may have been backing the right side for the wrong reasons, or perhaps it was the left side for rightist reasons. Their third position pitch was calculated to obfuscate political differences. "We stand neither right nor left, we consider those conceptions inappropriate," Schönbaum asserted. 59 In addition to smuggling arms to the Algerian rebels, German advisors provided military instruction at remote camps in North Africa. Fresh FLN recruits attended a training school in an old castle 2 miles outside Tetuan, Spanish Morocco, which was directed by a former SS officer Ritter Franz von Scholl, whose left arm had been amputated because of a war injury. Another SS veteran, Graf Zimmermann, organized the so-called flying columns of the Algerian rebels in the mid-1950s. During this period, Zimmermann is said to have acted as a kind of executive officer under Otto Scorzeni. Several non-German FLN support networks sprang into being as well. Some were coordinated by left-wing Catholics in France. Whatever the political coloration, they all provoked the wrath of the Red Hand, which was hell-bent on stopping arms traffic to Algeria,
by fair means or foul. 60 Conceived in the hotbed of North African violence, the Red Hand was the bastard offspring of a sub-rosa alliance between French colonial extremists and French intelligence. While officials in Paris vehemently denied its existence, the Red Hand reached out to murder and maim in a dozen countries, wreaking much of its havoc in West Germany and Belgium. The Red Hand blew up ships with weapons bound for the FLN in several European ports. North African diplomats, trade union leaders, students, lawyers, and arms merchants were rubbed out by Red Hand hitmen, who occasionally dug into their bag of 007 tricks to pull off an operation. One of the more exotic weapons wielded by the Red Hand was a long South American blowpipe equipped with a poison dart, which killed Marcel Leopold, a German arms trafficker in Geneva. 61. 145. Ahmed Ben Bella, one of the directors of the FLN provisional government, was also targeted by the Red Hand. Following several death threats, a bomb exploded outside his Cairo headquarters in early 1956. On October 22 of that year, French Secret Service operatives pulled off their most audacious mission, yet they diverted an airplane carrying Ben Bella and forced it to land in Algiers. He and 4 other FLN leaders were en route to Tunis from Rabat, where they had recently met with Otto Ernst Reiner, as their flight was interrupted by the world's first airplane hijacking. The captured Algerians were hauled off the plane by French gendarmes waving Tommy guns. 62 The following year France won what appeared to be a decisive victory in the famous Battle of Algiers, but this was possible only because of the colonists' overwhelming military force and the frequent use of torture, which French officers acknowledged. It was a particularly dirty war, which claimed the lives of 10% of the Algerian population and displaced another 30%. But the rebellion refused to die, triggering a crisis of confidence in metropolitan France that set the stage for General Charles de Gaulle's return to power in 1958. 63 Expectations on the part of French colons that de Gaulle would bring the Algerian War to a swift and decisive conclusion in their favor were dashed when he endorsed the concept of Algerian self-determination. About the same time, de Gaulle began making noises about a phased withdrawal of French forces from NATO's integrated military command structure. The anti-NATO rhetoric emanating from Paris perked up Kremlin officials, who turned a deaf ear to FLN pleas for military aid as long as de Gaulle flirted with détente. De Gaulle's change of policy regarding NATO and Algerian self-rule knocked the French colonists for a loop and generated a lot of anger among right-wing military officers stationed in North Africa. When the president commenced negotiations with the FLN, the barricades went up throughout the Pied Noir districts. Resisting the winds of change, implacable elements in the French army, the Foreign Legion, the police, and right-wing ultras in Algeria banded together with remnants of the Red Hand and other secret service factions. The result was a Frankenstein monster called 146. The Secret Army Organization, which lurched into being in 1961. After 4 wayward French generals defied de Gaulle and seized power in Algiers, the OAS vowed to topple the government of France and replace it with an authoritarian regime that would be committed to the defense of all colonial possessions. A series of spectacular bank robberies swelled the OAS treasury, and members of the secret underground army perpetrated random outrages against the Muslim population. They indulged in a festival of plastique, detonating bombs in Algeria and the mother country while drawing up lists of prominent Frenchmen who were marked for elimination along with target number 1, Charles de Gaulle. The president survived several OAS murder attempts, some by a whisker. 64 Among the ringleaders of the OAS were several unabashed French fascists who viewed the Algerian War as white Christian civilization's last stand against the heathens of North Africa. Militant anti-Semitism was vogue in OAS circles, which attracted a large number of former Vichy collaborators and French Waffen-SS veterans. Khaki-shirt OAS shock troops sported the insignia of the Celtic Cross, with its explicit racialist connotation. 65 Needless to say, the anti-Gaullist ultras did not take kindly to a significant number of German neo-Nazis supporting the FLN. In effect, the Algerian War had split the extreme right in Europe into 2 camps, one of which backed the OAS while clamoring for a common front of white Europeans against the rising masses of the colored world. The other group, faithful to Nazi Germany's wartime alliance with Arab nationalists and enthusiastic about the emerging non-aligned movement, supported the Algerian rebels. Otto Skorzeny was hooked into both sides of the Algerian struggle. That he had sold weapons to the Algerian guerrillas did not stop him from conferring with a handful of OAS ringleaders who sought his counsel in Madrid. Hedging his bets made sense to Skorzeny, as France appeared to be teetering on the brink of civil war. For a while it seemed that the OAS might actually succeed in ousting de Gaulle. But a multitude of terrorist attacks on French soil turned public opinion strongly against the ultras and weakened their cause. 147. Algeria finally celebrated its independence on July 1, 1962. Shortly thereafter, disgruntled French military officers who had rebelled against de Gaulle were put on trial. Some served time in prison, and a few OAS leaders were convicted of treason and executed. But full-fledged retribution was not forthcoming, as French officials feared that revelations regarding the Red Hand and the French Secret Service prior to the anti-Gaullist rebellion might embarrass the government. 66 Secret Army organization members who eluded the authorities dispersed into armed gangs and melded in with a bewildering array of groups and factions that composed Europe's increasingly fragmented neo-fascist underground. Some returned to their gangster roots by robbing banks. The most famous heist was the 1976 sewer coup in Nice, in which former OAS commandos stole more than $10 million in cash and jewelry. Other OAS fascists got involved in smuggling heroin and running protection rackets. With more anti-colonial upheaval brewing in Africa, they would make their presence felt in the years ahead. 67. Trials and tribulations. 1 month before Algeria gained its independence, Adolf Eichmann looked at the world for the last time as a noose was placed around his neck in an Israeli prison. The principal architect of the final solution knew he was doomed ever since a team of Israelis snatched him from his neighborhood on the outskirts of Buenos Aires. The Mossad's spectacular move against Eichmann in April 1961 generated considerable fear among Nazi war criminals hiding in various locales around the world. 68 Mossad chief Esser Harel first learned of Eichmann's whereabouts in Argentina from Dr. Fritz Bauer, a West German public prosecutor who decided to give Israel the information because he feared that his own government would sabotage efforts to bring Eichmann to justice. More than any other Nazi war criminal then still alive, Eichmann epitomized the cold bureaucratic horror of Hitler's Geno. 148. Seidel policies. It was he who had commissioned the design of the first gas chambers. He oversaw on a daily basis the diabolical plan to exterminate European Jewry. Israeli officials felt strongly that Eichmann should stand trial not simply for the sake of justice but as a moral lesson and as a reminder to Jews and non-Jews alike. His execution on June 1, 1962, was the culmination of an emotional legal ordeal that garnered international attention. Soviet and East German officials, hoping to score propaganda points while the trial was in progress, asserted that West Germany had been lax about arresting Nazi war criminals. In particular, they cited the flourishing career of Hans Glow, Chancellor Adenauer's right-hand man, who had favored the deportation of German Jews and the expropriation of their property during the Third Reich. Globke's name was also invoked by the defense team, which charged that he was responsible for increasing the power and authority of Eichmann's Gestapo bureau. Moreover, the CIA had financed and protected several senior officers of Eichmann's SS after the one Israeli Prime Minister Ben-Gurion, however, had little interest in ruffling feathers in Washington or Bonn. Instead, he preferred to emphasize the continuing ties between Nazis and some Arab rulers. In an effort to discredit the Palestinians, Eichmann's prosecutors tried to link him with the Grand Mufti, but the connection was threadbare. 69 The propaganda sideshow proved irresistible to die-hard Nazis as well. Johann von Leers, then in charge of the Department for Jewish Questions in the Egyptian Information Ministry, traveled to Spain to discuss the Eichmann situation with General Leon de Grael. The main item on their agenda was how to counter the trial's impact on world opinion. There followed the predictable gush of vitriol in neo-Nazi publications around the world. For example, Thunderbolt, the mouthpiece of the National States Rights Party in the United States, waged a Help Free Eichmann campaign, alleging that his trial was a giant propaganda hoax designed to prop up the myth that the Nazis murdered 6 million Jews. Back in West Germany, Dr. Rudolf Aschenauer, the former SRP-linked attorney who had collaborated with Senator Joseph McCarthy, arranged for the publication of an apologetic book, Ich, Adolf Eichmann, which argued that the Nazis 149 did not intend to murder the Jews but merely sought to bring about their emigration, and that Eichmann failed to do so because the Western democracies refused to admit them. 70 The Eichmann trial doubtless gave a jolt to the conscience of decent-minded people around the world. It was obvious that those who shielded him had also been protecting many other Nazi criminals, including some of the death camp doctors who were guilty of mutilating thousands of men, women, and children. The Mossad had considered going after a few of the worst offenders, such as Dr. Joseph Mengele and Gestapo chief Heinrich Müller. But the Israelis felt the onus should be on the Germans to make amends for their shameful lassitude in this area. In West Germany, incredibly lenient sentences had been meted out to some of the cruelest Nazi criminals, many of whom benefited from early pardons. 71 In the wake of the Eichmann affair, a West German district court issued an order for the arrest of Alois Brunner. Praised by Eichmann as my best man, Brunner was also sought by the Austrian government, which demanded his extradition from Syria, only to be told that the infamous Nazi did not reside in that country. It was a flagrant lie. Brunner not only lived there, he served as an advisor to the Syrian police, training special personnel in interrogation techniques. He had developed an ingenious device for extracting information from recalcitrant subjects. Reporting for the British Independent, Robert Fisk described Brunner's torture contraption as a wheel upon which prisoners could be strapped and beaten with electric cable. Every few minutes an electronic pump would spray water through the wheel to open the prisoner's wounds. Then the whippings would start again. 72 Although Syria fended off repeated extradition requests, Brunner did not go unscathed. Parcel bombs mailed by the Israeli Secret Service cost him his left eye and 4 fingers on his left hand. He always kept a suicide pill with him, vowing to swallow it if the Israelis caught him. I will not become a second Eichmann, Brunner declared. 73 Letter bombs were also sent to several German and Austrian rocket technicians working in Egypt during the early 1960s. It was the Mossad's way of signaling that they had better abandon Nasser's pet project, the development of missiles capable of striking Israel. 150. The effort to create an Egyptian munitions industry with the help of German scientists was originally the bailiwick of D.N. Wilhelm Voss, who mediated the groundbreaking 1955 Czech arms deal. Voss recruited several missile experts who had previously worked at Nazi Germany's top-secret research station known as Peenemünde, which produced the V-2 rockets that terrorized London during the war. Some of these men were employed at the Helwan aircraft factory near Cairo, an advanced facility Voss had established. 74 Many German technicians were replaced by Soviet advisors when collaboration between Egypt and the USSR peaked in the late 1950s. But Nasser's relationship with the Russians proved to be testy. When the Soviet Union failed to supply spare parts for MiG fighter jets, the Egyptian president resolved anew to create his own aircraft industry. Help-wanted ads began appearing in German publications. Aeronautical industry in northern Africa requires specialists. Another wave of German scientists checked into Cairo, prompting kudos from ultra-right-wing newspapers, such as Gerhard Frey's Deutsche Nationalzeitung, which complimented Nasser. He knows how to play with several balls. 75 By the early 1960s, 500 Europeans were working on aircraft and guided missile projects in Egypt. Included among the Germans were a number of scientists who would later render assistance to Libyan and Iraqi chemical warfare projects. Walter Busey, for example, designed ballistic missiles and military jet engines for Nasser in the late 1950s and 1960s,
He subsequently turned up as an advisor to Saddam Hussein's military R&D program prior to the 1991 Gulf War. 76 German scientists often were not able to pursue their chosen professions because of research and manufacturing restrictions imposed by the Allies that were still operative in the Bonn Republic. This is one of the main reasons why so many went abroad for employment, a process discreetly encouraged by the West German government, which had a perennial interest in securing access to rocket and air bases in Africa. The financial rewards were high. 151. For qualified experts. Those who opted for Egypt typically lived in air-conditioned luxury apartments with swimming pools and drove their sports cars to exclusive restaurants and clubs. It was a social scene that Wolfgang Lotz, an Israeli spy disguised as an adventurous German aristocrat, came to know quite well. Lotz showed up in Egypt in early 1961 and pretended to be a former captain in Rommel's Afrika Corps. Through hints and innuendo, this blonde, Aryan-looking specimen encouraged rumors that he had actually served in the SS during the war. This brought him in contact with a secretive Nazi clique that included the aging Dr. Johann von Leers, who often hosted parties at his house, where guests smoked hashish and imbibed generous quantities of liquor. Lotz was less interested in the never-ceasing recital of reminiscences from the Third Reich and the belching and bawling of Nazi songs than in the notables he encountered at these gatherings. Whenever he visited von Leers, the Israeli spook sucked up news from an assortment of Hitler fanatics, Egyptian officials, and key personnel involved in the rocket program. Lotz communicated to the Mossad what he learned by a hidden radio transmitter. 77 Otto Ernst Reamer called upon von Leers whenever he visited Cairo on business in the early 1960s, which was fairly often. I knew him very well, Reamer acknowledged. I also had good contact with the people who constructed the rockets. Reamer's home base at this time was Damascus, where he had recently gone into business with Eichmann's personal favorite, Alois Brunner. A number of Peenemünde graduates were also working on an aeronautics project in Syria. 78 But the main action for German scientists during this period was in the Nile Delta, not far from where Lotz owned a large stud farm, where he bred race horses and watched for clues regarding rocket and aircraft production, as well as other military-related data. Lotz was eventually caught by the Egyptian Secret Service, but not before the information he supplied to the Mossad was splashed all over the international press. After U.S. intelligence confirmed that the Egyptian missile program was making progress, Israeli officials demanded that Nasser expel the rocket scientists pronto. At the same time, the Israelis lodged a formal protest with Bonn for its role in condoning the presence of German technicians in Egypt. 152. Mossad chief Esser Harel was sure that West German officials were being disingenuous when they claimed that the scientists had been contracted by private companies, not by a foreign government. Technically, no West German law had been broken, thus, Bonn did not try to convince the German scientists to return home. Nor did the West German government seek to restrict the export of strategic materials to Egypt. It was a criminal operation by the West German government, Harel insisted. 79 Rebuffed by Bonn officials, Harel decided to lower the boom with Operation Damocles, a lethal campaign directed at German rocket experts and other top Nazis in the Middle East. At least 2 scientists were kidnapped, others were injured when they opened booby-trapped parcels that arrived in the mail. Several of Willy Messerschmitt's men were targets of letter bomb attacks, which resulted in a number of deaths. 80 A curious wrinkle in the Damocles affair occurred when Harel dispatched a team of Mossad operatives to Madrid to chat with Otto Skorzeny, who remained on friendly terms with many of the German technicians in Cairo. It's not clear whether Skorzeny knew he was dealing with Israeli agents, who masqueraded as NATO officials when they visited the infamous former SS officer. Given that most of the scientists working in Egypt were ex-Nazis, the Mossad assumed that some of them would be susceptible to the influence of one of their former commanders. After an all-night dinner at Skorzeny's sumptuous villa in Madrid, the Israeli spies persuaded Skorzeny to help convince the German technicians to leave Egypt. Dr. Willy Tank immediately got the message. He had built aircraft in Argentina in the early 1950s before he came to Egypt to oversee construction of the He-300 supersonic fighter plane.
Now it was time for Tank to pull up stakes again. He accepted an offer from the government of India, which sought assistance for its fledgling aeronautics program. D.N. Wolfgang Pilz, another German rocket scientist, departed from Cairo and went to work in the People's Republic of China, where he played an important role in developing guided nuclear missiles. Threatened by the Mossad, several other German scientists quickly returned to Europe. 81 Where did Skorzeny actually stand amid all the espionage? 153. Nuvering. Was he a really hardcore anti-communist, as the CIA assumed? Of course and not at all. Of course, in that his entire background and personal history viscerally predisposed him against Marxism. Not at all, insofar as ideological factors were tempered by the vagaries of post-war Nazi realpolitik. Thus, Skorzeny had no compunction about double-dealing when it suited his objectives. His recruitment of East German technicians through the H.S. Lucht Company to serve in Egypt pointed up Skorzeny's willingness to play both ends off the middle as far as the superpowers were concerned. Skorzeny was hardly unique in this respect. Several Third Reich veterans, including Dr. Wilhelm Voss, parried alternately with East and West during the Cold War. So did Reamer's business partner Alois Brunner, who helped Syria acquire bugging devices from the East German Secret Service even though he served as the BND's chief representative in Damascus. Shortly thereafter Brunner was cut loose by Reinhard Gehlen, whose professional reputation had nosedived as a result of a huge spy scandal that rocked West Germany in the early 1960s. Given the BND's pivotal status within the Atlantic Alliance, it came as quite a shock to CIA officials when Heinz Felf, one of Gehlen's most powerful and trusted operatives, was exposed as a Soviet mole. A former SS officer, Felf had run amok with Nazi gangs during the Kristallnacht looting and bumming spree, but this obviously did not deter Gehlen from hiring him after the war. In addition to functioning as Gehlen's liaison with the CIA and other Western intelligence agencies, Felf was responsible for ferreting out East Bloc spies inside the org and the BND. For nearly a decade, he supplied the Soviets with copies of the same weekly digests Gehlen shared with the CIA. It was heady stuff for Felf, who likened his activity as a double agent to dancing at two weddings, with the Russians and with Gehlen. 82 Felf's sensational trial began on July 8, 1963, the same day that Hans Globka, Adenauer's closest aide, was tried in absentia in East Berlin. Both legal proceedings generated adverse publicity for Washington and Bonn. Most troubling to the CIA was that it had no way of knowing how many other moles remained inside the Gehlen organization after Felf received a 14-year prison sentence. He, 154, was subsequently freed in a high-level spy swap. Explaining his motives, Felf said he felt compelled to defend true German values against the cultural barbarism of Coca-Cola, gum, narcotics, and sex imposed by the United States. 83 Gehlen's habit of employing ex-Nazis and the CIA's willingness to sanction this practice enabled the Soviet Union to penetrate West Germany's secret service from the get-go. In effect, the United States had hired Gehlen to keep the Soviets out, but he ended up letting them in. The org was particularly susceptible to Russian infiltration given that many former Nazis found themselves in agreement with Soviet policy on the all-important question of German unification. West Germans with an unsavory Nazi past who worked for Gehlen were also susceptible to blackmail by the East Germans and the Soviets. The notion that Gehlen's intelligence apparatus had been pierced by Soviet bloc spies was accurate to an extent. But the Felf affair obscured a more perplexing aspect of the double-agent imbroglio. Whereas Felf had faithfully served his masters in Moscow, for Skorzeny and many of his post-war colleagues, it was never ultimately a matter of choosing between Uncle Sam or the Great Russian Bear. Skorzeny's links to the H.S. Lucht Company's branch in Leipzig, East Germany, in the early 1950s, which could not have escaped Gehlen's attention, did not make him a Soviet loyalist any more than he was a CIA or a Mossad loyalist. He was, rather, a radical German nationalist, a third positionist, and a seesaw opportunist who used his high-powered business connections and paramilitary skills to advance his personal and political agenda during the Cold War. Slow to recognize that some neo-Nazis would feign an allegiance to the Western Alliance as long as they deemed it tactically advantageous, CIA officials invested far too much in the Gehlen network. One of the biggest mistakes the United States ever made in intelligence was taking on Gehlen, a U.S. Army espionage specialist later admitted. When Miles Copeland finally caught on, he felt betrayed by Gehlen, whom he called a slimy little intriguer. Gehlen retired in 1968. By then, however, the damage had been done. 84. CHAPTERFIVE. Nostalgics arid. Revisionists. Cult of the Inquisitor. Francis Parker Yockey had outfoxed the U.S. authorities for more than a decade as he traversed North America and Europe, with occasional forays behind the Iron Curtain and into the Middle East. Moving around incessantly, Torquemada spent a few weeks in Havana, Cuba. After Batista, the mafia-backed dictator, was overthrown by Fidel Castro's rebels. 1 Yockey's luck finally ran out not long after he returned to the United States in early 1960. After years of playing cat and mouse with J. Edgar Hoover's agents, the wandering anti-Semite was spotted by an FBI informant at a private party in San Francisco. During the evening, the FBI snitch reported, a photo of a nude woman was removed from the wall, revealing a swastika, which prompted a salute by Yockey and several others, who shouted, "Heil Hitler." Yockey subsequently misplaced his suitcase during a plane flight to the Bay Area. An American Airlines employee at the Dallas-Fort Worth airport opened his baggage and found 7 birth certificates and 3 passports, all bearing the same photo but each with a different name. The FBI traced the luggage to a residence in Oakland, California, where Yockey occasionally visited. When he came to pick up his suitcase, he was arrested by 2 G-men and taken to the San Francisco County Jail. The 47-year-old American fascist was 156. Subjected to a thorough strip search by police officers. If that wasn't humiliating enough, Yockey had to fend off reporters after a legal hearing in which his bail was set at $50,000, 10 times the usual amount for cases of passport fraud. Asked by a local TV journalist if he had ever been to Russia, Yockey screamed, "You dirty swine, get out of here." A government source told the San Francisco Examiner, "This is not a small fish. This is a man that we are very, very interested in." 3 While incarcerated, Yockey expressed regret to a jailmate over the recent capture of Adolf Eichmann by the Israelis. Whispering throughout the night because he thought his cell was bugged, he talked at length about fascism and praised Hitler as one of history's great heroes. Then, in the early morning hours of June 17, 1960, after spending 11 days in jail, Yockey munched on a cyanide capsule. His body was found lying on a bunk bed, dressed only in underwear and a pair of black SS-type boots. 4 Yockey died as mysteriously as he had lived, leaving others to ponder how he managed to get his hands on a poison pill despite frequent police searches during his incarceration. According to H. Keith Thompson, Yockey took his own life in a prison cell, rather than run the risk of being, through torture, forced to reveal his operations with the European Liberation Front, a group doing a job for Moscow among European rightists. 5 Within a few years, Yockey would become a cult figure among the fascist fringe in the United States, thanks largely to the efforts of Willis Allison Carto, a former bill collector and an indefatigable promoter of extreme right-wing causes. More than any other person, it was Carto who kept alive and distorted Yockey's legacy. A dapper man who often sported a bow tie, Carto was the last person from the outside to visit Yockey in jail before he committed suicide. Carto was at the time the director of Liberty and Property, a San Francisco-based letterbox organization that put out a monthly newsletter called Right. He eulogized Yockey in his publication, describing him as a great creative genius and a martyr who had been hounded and persecuted like a wild beast. 6. Nostalgics and Revis Ion is TS 157. Drawing upon white supremacist literature and anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, Wright championed a variety of political projects that ranged from staunchly conservative to neo-fascist. In addition to commending the American Nazi Party and the National States Rights Party in the late 1950s, Cardo's newsletter welcomed the advent of the National Review and praised its young editor, William F. Buckley, as a brilliant writer. Years later, however, the National Review would run a scathing indictment of Cardo, excoriating him for giving conservatives a bad name because of his pro-Nazi sympathies. Employed briefly by the John Birch Society, Cardo also had a falling out with its leader Robert Welch, who did not share his anti-Jewish obsession. "The Jew is an alien in our midst and will remain so until he is driven out or conquered," Cardo declared in Right.7. With the nativist right reawakening in reaction to the civil rights movement, Cardo began to develop an extensive network of front groups and journals that he marketed through mail order. In 1957, he established the Liberty Lobby, which became the institutional pivot of his growing political empire. After Yaki died, the Liberty Lobby and several of its spin-offs began to tout Imperium as the main camp of the post-war American Nazi scene. Noontide Press, which Cardo acquired in the early 1960s, published a mass-market edition of Imperium, along with the Protocols of the Elders of Zion and other neo-Nazi favorites. The Institute for Historical Review, yet another tentacle of the Cardo complex, would devote itself in subsequent years to elaborating upon Yaki's contention that the Holocaust was a hoax. The Noontide Press version of Imperium, which went through numerous printings, includes a lengthy introduction signed by Cardo, who describes Yaki's treatise as prophetic, the work of an intuitive seer. The Liberty Lobby founder waxed poetic as he recounted his fateful encounter with Yaki in jail a few days before he killed himself. "I knew that I was in the presence of a great force _____. I could feel history standing beside me. As for the significance of Imperium, simply this," said Cardo, "that now, for the first time, those soldiers who enlist in the service of the West 158 have a profound theory to inspire and guide them." Alluding to the Third Reich, he predicted that Yaki's tome would live 1,000 years. Although Yaki had many posthumous extreme right-wing admirers, it seems that some of his fans did not understand or did not agree with his racial theories. As Cato privately admitted, Yaki was not a scientific racist. The author of Imperium did not view genetics as the be-all and end-all of politics. Committed to a kind of spiritual fascism, he considered race fundamentally a matter of the soul rather than skin color or skull shape. Cardo, by contrast, maintained that the genetic interpretation of race is a necessary, useful, and valid one if we are to see all of our problem clearly and accurately. Cardo, for his part, assumed the guise of a super-American patriot, wrapping himself in old glory at every opportunity. This undoubtedly would have sickened Yaki, whose philosophical argumentations did not square with Cardo's thinking on other key points, either. Cardo soft-pedaled Yaki's idea that Russia constituted a lesser evil than the United States. H. Keith Thompson, who knew both men quite well, asserted that Yaki had Soviet connections. The current bunch who exploit him don't want to hear about that angle. Indeed, it would have been embarrassing and politically disastrous for Cardo if it were known that he revered a man who engaged in espionage missions for Czech communists. 10 During the early 1960s, the Liberty Lobby set up an office in Washington, D.C., and began to cultivate contacts on Capitol Hill. Projecting himself as a red, white and blue conservative rather than a racial nationalist, Cardo made a favorable impression on several members of Congress, who received financial contributions as well as research and speech writing favors from Liberty Lobby staffers. Most of his congressional supporters, such as Senator Strom Thurmond, were boll weevils from the Deep South who adamantly opposed civil rights legislation. Warning of the dangers of mongrelization in America's schools, Cardo advocated a repatriation scheme for sending blacks back to Africa. Negro equality is easier to believe if there are no Negroes around to destroy the concept, he quipped. Musings of this sort elicited praise from James Eastland, chairman of the Senate. 159. Internal Security Subcommittee, who stated, Cardo is a great patriot doing a great service to all Americans. The super anti-communist Liberty Lobby also attracted the support of some retired generals and admirals,
as well as a handful of wealthy businessmen. 11 Cardo's operation got a big boost when Barry Goldwater ran for president in 1964. Although he lost by a landslide, the Liberty Lobby drew a large block of Goldwater followers into its orbit by distributing over 20 million pieces of pro-Republican literature. Cardo's strategy was to use the names culled from the Goldwater campaign to gain leverage within the GOP. Hiding behind a conservative veneer, he sought to build a party within a party so that eventually the racialist right might seize power by stealth. If that approach failed, a third-party bid remained an option in the future. Cardo was willing to try different tactics. Assisted by his German wife, Elizabeth Waltrud, Cardo compiled a huge mailing list to further his political objectives. Some U.S. congressmen lent their signatures to fundraising letters that the Liberty Lobby rolled out en masse to gullible rightists. By the late 1960s, Cardo's intricate web of political fronts was milking funds from an estimated 250,000 people. Most donors thought they were giving to legitimate conservative groups. Cardo, meanwhile, continued to cultivate ties to neo-Nazi and racialist factions. With links to Congress and paramilitary groups like the Whites-Only Minutemen, the Liberty Lobby served as a bridge between various SEC tours of the American far-right. 12 In the late 1960s, a disgruntled Liberty Lobby staffer stumbled upon a file that included private correspondence between Cardo and some of his political collaborators. The Liberty Lobby whistleblower found the contents eye-opening, and he leaked copies to columnist Drew Pearson. In one letter Cardo wrote, "Hitler's defeat was the defeat of Europe and of America. How could we have been so blind? The blame, it seems, must be laid at the door of the international Jews. It was their propaganda, lies and demands which blinded the West as to what Germany was doing." 13 On various occasions, according to former Liberty Lobby employee Robert Bartle, Cardo asserted to his colleagues that the 160 United States needed a right-wing dictatorship. But the Liberty Lobby wire puller wouldn't say so publicly. After supporting Alabama Governor George Wallace's third-party presidential bid in 1968, Cardo tried to seize control of Youth for Wallace, which was renamed the National Youth Alliance. Former directors of the Wallace Youth Group grew chagrined when they discovered that the real movers and shakers behind Cardo's political apparatus were part of a subterranean neo-Nazi cult known as the Francis Parker Yockey Society. They belong to secret cells, Drew Pearson reported, where they are known only by code names. They sing the old Nazi songs, hoard Nazi war relics and display the swastika at their meetings. They seek the overthrow of democracy in the United States. 14 The Wallace Youth Group soon fell apart amid heated internecine strife, and the lechers of the Francis Parker Yockey cult went searching elsewhere for suitable prey. In the coming years, Willis Cardo would establish himself as one of the most enduring and shadowy figures in the post-war American far right. Under his command, the Liberty Lobby grew into the largest and best organized anti-Semitic group in the United States. Functioning as the white racialist movement's leading umbrella organization, it developed close ties to the U.S. militia movement and forged extensive links with right-wing extremists around the world. White power politics. Negative fallout from a number of unflattering articles in the mainstream press convinced the leaders of the Liberty Lobby of the importance of keeping their extremist proclivities in the closet, lest they end up as marginalized as George Lincoln Rockwell, the self-styled Führer of the American Nazi Party. An obnoxious exhibitionist, Rockwell believed that the only way to really be a Nazi was to be entirely open about it. He had little patience for camouflaged Nazis who were reluctant to wear their swastikas on their sleeves. Originally a devotee of Senator Joseph McCarthy, Rockwell de Nostalgics and Revis Ion is TS 161. Sighed that the anti-communist witch hunts were too namby-pamby for his tastes. He formed the American Nazi Party in 1958, attracting a pathetic band of followers who used shock tactics to gain attention for their decidedly unpopular cause. Based in Arlington, Virginia, Rockwell and some 24 stormtroopers clad in Nazi regalia lived together in a suburban house that featured an altar with a bust of Adolf Hitler in the center.
A picture of George Washington and a self-portrait of Rockwell hung on the wall. A printing press spewed forth anti-Semitic propaganda. Roy Frankhauser, a veteran of the ultra-right-wing scene in the United States, had a memorable encounter with Rockwell during his first visit to Hate-Monger Hill, as the American Nazi Party headquarters was known. The obese, chain-smoking Frankhauser telephoned to secure an appointment for himself and a few friends, but Rockwell, heavily bandaged from recent oral surgery, had trouble pronouncing his words. As a result, Frankhauser and company, dressed in Nazi outfits and armed to the teeth, went to the wrong address, only to be chased away by an old woman brandishing a broomstick. When they finally arrived at Rockwell's domicile, Frankhauser and the others were ushered into a waiting room with a very low ceiling, their rifles in hand. Surprised by these motley interlopers, one of Rockwell's bodyguards reached for his gun and accidentally squeezed the trigger, shooting a hole through his pants and scalding his thigh. Moments later, Rockwell barged in to see what all the ruckus was about. Frankhauser and company immediately snapped to attention and hoisted their bayonets straight into the ceiling, while the injured bodyguard hopped around on one leg cursing. "Who the fuck are you?" Rockwell screamed. "We're Nazi soldiers," Frankhauser responded earnestly. "The hell you are," said Rockwell. "You're nothing but a bunch of Hollywood Nazis." 15 It was quite a comment coming from a comic book character like Rockwell, whose political vaudeville act included regular forays into the nation's capital to picket the White House and harass bystanders. Frankhauser joined Rockwell for a heckling session at the Washington Monument, where they were pelted with bagels and lox by 162 Jewish tourists from New York. After another incident, Rockwell complained ruefully that one of his men had his ear almost bitten off by a Jew. 16 In 1963, the American Führer and several of his heel-clicking stalwarts embarked upon a pilgrimage to Senator Joe McCarthy's grave in Wisconsin, where they held a memorial service on Hitler's birthday. Rockwell subsequently traveled to Chicago to speak before Elijah Muhammad's Black Muslim organization. Although the American Nazi Party produced hate literature that belittled Negroes, Rockwell was favorably received by the black Muslims, who advocated similar ideas regarding racial separation. Contact between white supremacists and black Muslims, particularly Louis Farrakhan's organization, would continue sporadically over the years. Rockwell also visited England, where he cemented ties with the British National Socialist movement directed by Colin Jordan. Like his American counterpart, Jordan was an incurable Nazi nostalgic who disagreed with the idea that Soviet communism constituted a lesser danger to Europe than did Western capitalism. Together they launched the World Union of National Socialists, which was viewed by its founders as the crucial dike that held back the waters of the great Jewish Bolshevik conspiracy. They sent heaps of racialist literature to West Germany and cultivated links to sympathizers in South America and the Middle East. In the early 1960s, Jordan was in contact with an Egyptian military attaché in London who would emerge as one of the extremist plotters behind the 1981 murder of Egyptian President Anwar Sadat after he made peace with Israel. 17 Rockwell communicated regularly with neo-fascists around the world, but his main focus was on stirring up trouble in the United States. He used the Nazi swastika the way Playboy used a naked woman on its cover, said Roy Frankhauser. Not surprisingly, Rockwell's organization became a magnet for kooks, criminals, juvenile delinquents, psychopathic misfits, and other mentally unbalanced individuals who joined the American Nazi Party to gain a sense of self-worth and belonging that was otherwise lacking in their alienated existence. Often these losers drifted from one extremist group to another, their frequent departures having less to do with political nostalgics and Revis Ion is TS 163. Tips than personality conflicts that were endemic to the neo-Nazi scene. Such was the case with Frankhauser's friend, Dan Burroughs, who once edited Stormtrooper, the American Nazi Party's newsletter. Burroughs quit the group because he felt that Rockwell was too moderate. A former Nazi Party associate claimed that Burroughs enjoyed torturing dogs, including his own pet, gas chambers. Curiously, Burroughs's name and address were subsequently discovered in the notebook of Lee Harvey Oswald, the man accused of assassinating President John F. Kennedy. After JFK was murdered, Burroughs wore a button with the words Lee Harvey Oswald Fan Club 18. In addition to admiring Oswald, Burroughs was a great fan of Yaki's Imperium, which he called the Bible of the American right wing. He read the book over and over, talking about it with his friends. Burroughs subsequently joined the National Renaissance Party, whose chief, James Madole, had published several essays by Yaki. Madole appreciated Burroughs's dedication and put him in charge of the NRP's elite security echelon. Before long, however, he had a falling out with Madole. Burroughs apparently wanted to drop the H-bomb on Communist China, a country that Madole had grown increasingly fond of. Madole was strongly pro-Nasser and spoke well of anti-imperialist leaders such as Castro, Ben Bella, Sukarno, and Chairman Mao. 19 While Madole professed admiration for left-wing revolutionaries, Burroughs kowtowed to the Ku Klux Klan. He also became a practitioner of Odinism, the putative sun-worshipping religion of pre-Christian Nordics. A short, pudgy man who wore thick glasses, Burroughs had a disconcerting habit of cocking his head to one side and walking at an angle. He also giggled uncontrollably when nervous or excited, in a way that tended to strike others as a bit weird. Roy Frankhauser liked Burroughs in spite of his eccentricities. The young Nazi was visiting Frankhauser's home in Reading, Pennsylvania, on October 31, 1965, when the New York Times ran a story about Burroughs that revealed he was Jewish and had been bar mitzvahed. Devastated by the article, a hysterical Burroughs ran upstairs raving RJ's a madman, according to Frankhauser, who was then 164. The Grand Dragon of the United Clans of Pennsylvania. Burroughs destroyed Frankhauser's bed with several karate kicks, grabbed a gun, and blew his own brains out. 20 Burroughs died from 3 gunshot wounds, unusual for a suicide, which led the FBI to suspect that Frankhauser may have finished the job. Bloodstains and bullet holes from the incident were still splattered on the walls and ceiling of Frankhauser's house nearly 30 years later. That he never bothered to clean up the gory mess is a testament to Frankhauser's peculiar mindset. Those who dropped by could not help but notice the photos of lynchings and concentration camp atrocities on the walls, along with an abundance of Nazi memorabilia and racialist ornaments. It was like a scene straight out of Silence of the Lambs, said one visitor. 21 A Klansman who wore many different hats, Frankhauser was, to put it mildly, a complicated chap. In addition to the American Nazi Party and the KKK, he joined some 30 different far-right groups over the years while also serving as an undercover informant for the FBI and the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Unit of the Treasury Department. On one occasion, he carried out a covert mission at the behest of President Nixon's National Security Council. 22 Described by his ATF handler as an excellent infiltrator and confidential informant, the rotund, 5'6" Frankhauser took to wearing a bulletproof vest after several incidents when unidentified gunmen tried to kill him. He lost one eye while engaged in unspecified Aryan maneuvers, which gave a new twist to the appellation Exalted Cyclops, as Klan members traditionally referred to their leader. An emotionally unstable personality that reveled in spookery, Frankhauser later claimed he was actually a double agent who used his role as government spy to gain access to information that the FBI and the ATF held in their files about his ultra-right-wing colleagues. This must have sounded credible to his neo-Nazi buddies, for they continued to treat Frankhauser as one of their own, despite widely publicized reports that he was working for the feds. 23 Frankhauser's bizarre career epitomizes the murky clandestine milieu where intelligence operations overlap with neo-Nazi activity, and the ultimate loyalty of undercover snitches is difficult to discern. Although they floundered on the political fringes while condemning nostalgics and Revis Ion is TS 165. The race traders who purportedly controlled the U.S. government, the white supremacist organizations haunted by Frankhauser, were at times willing to engage in undercover operations for American spy agencies when their objectives coincided. Herein lay an essential paradox of the ultra-right in the United States. It agitated against the U.S. government while simultaneously supporting covert activities mounted by American intelligence. During the 1960s, for example, U.S. Army intelligence came to regard the Reverend Martin Luther King as a threat to national security because he denounced U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War. In a no-holds-barred effort to monitor King and his associates, the Army utilized infiltrators, electronic wiretaps, and aerial photographs by U-2 spy planes. Headquartered in Birmingham, Alabama, the U.S. Army's 20th Special Forces Group sought out members of the Ku Klux Klan and instructed them to gather information on civil rights demonstrators. In return for paramilitary training at a farm in Cullman, Alabama, Klansmen soon became the 20th intelligence network, whose information was passed to the Pentagon. The Memphis Commercial Appeal reported years later. 24 Had George Lincoln Rockwell been alive, he would have rejoiced over King's slaying in April 1968. But Rockwell was killed 8 months earlier by a disgruntled recruit who had been booted out of the American Nazi Party. The Führer's body was cremated in a pagan ceremony, and his ashes were kept by Matt Cole, who claimed to be the authentic heir to the American Nazi throne. As the executor of Rockwell's estate, Cole assumed command of his organization, which was renamed the National Socialist White People's Party. A former contributor to Willis Carto's Right, Cole had passed through several ultra-right-wing sects including the National Renaissance Party before teaming up with Rockwell. But Cole lacked the perverse charisma of his mentor and had a difficult time keeping the group together. To shore up his authority, he traveled to West Germany and had his photo taken with several Third Reich veterans who had known Hitler. Cole proceeded to publish pictures of himself shaking hands with Skorzeny's friend, Hans Ulrich Rudel, who was shown in an adjacent photo pressing the flesh of Adolf himself. This ploy was repeated with photographs of several other 166 old Nazis who had shaken Hitler's hand as if to demonstrate a direct lineage between Hitler and Matt Cole. But Cole's efforts to make it appear as though he had the endorsement of the old guard in Germany did little to enhance his standing among younger Nazis in the United States. Fending off accusations that he was a homosexual, Cole tried unsuccessfully to prevent his party from splintering into several entities, each purporting to be the rightful successor to Rockwell's group. 25 In an effort to boost his sagging reputation within America's homegrown Nazi scene, Cole sought to expand his network of international contacts. Most notable in this regard was his alliance with Pavlo Resurgence, a youthful and energetic neo-Nazi leader from Denmark. Forlorn about the prospects for a genuine Nazi comeback in Europe, Resurgence surmised that the United States, less encumbered by historical baggage, was a more likely setting for a revival of National Socialism. He was pleased when Cole appointed him General Secretary of the World Union of National Socialists, the cross-border umbrella organization that Rockwell had co-founded in the early 1960s. Before long, however, Resurgence grew disenchanted with Cole and his tawdry operation. The Danish neo-Nazi was particularly dismayed by Cole's decision to invent a new religion, Hitlerism. With this in mind, Cole and a handful of true believers sought refuge on a neo-Nazi commune in New Berlin, Wisconsin, where they worshipped Adolf as an infallible avatar whose every utterance was gospel. They called themselves the New Order, but there was nothing novel about their reactionary creed, which only appealed to those who were somewhat touched in the head. What struck me as I moved around these circles is that normal people were few and far between, a disillusioned Resurgence admitted years later. 26 Hoping to shake up the dead-end Hitler nostalgies and challenge them to rethink their ideas, Resurgence wrote a provocative essay called National Socialism, a left-wing movement in which he criticized right-wing conservatives who favored the status quo. Resurgence argued that National Socialism was essentially a left-wing movement, for it opposed NATO and U.S. domination of Western Europe and, like left-wing revolutionaries, it did not want to 167 serve the present system or any part thereof. Jumbling the political vocabulary in such a manner was for Resurgence a kind of marketing strategy that reflected both the strength of left-wing progressive movements, which had blossomed in the 1960s, and the need for neo-Nazis to move beyond their perennial role as bit players languishing on the edges of society. We must leave all half-cocked right-wing attitudes behind us and realize that we are left-wingers, he urged his neo-Nazi cohorts. 27 In this essay, Resurgence also praised Russia, which he visited in 1978, as a Caucasian bastion. He had no trouble obtaining a visa from Soviet officials, who were well aware of Resurgence's Nazi affiliations, given the media controversy that erupted when Danish journalists learned that he was planning to travel to Moscow. After his sojourn, Resurgence concluded, the racial consciousness of the Russians, who are the dominant nation in the Soviet Union, definitely promises a better prospect for the survival of the Aryan race than the visions of liberal and conservative American politicians. It is true, of course, that communism does not support racial principles in theory, but with communism, theory and practice are two very different things. 28 Several other Western neo-Nazis were impressed by evidence of a growing race consciousness in Russia during the Brezhnev years. A new wave of state-sponsored anti-Semitism under the guise of anti-Zionism attested to the fact that top Soviet officials felt they had to invoke a traditional Russian bogeyman, the Jew, to galvanize support for an ailing regime. A key turning point was the 1967 Six-Day War, in which Israel humiliated the Soviet Union's Arab allies. Soviet propaganda organs responded by launching a sustained anti-Zionist campaign that dredged up old Black Hundred myths of a worldwide Jewish conspiracy whose main goal was to destroy Mother Russia. The political directorate of the Soviet Armed Forces was one of the principal supporters of the anti-Zionist crusade. 29 In widely circulated books published by official Soviet press outlets, anti-Zionist proselytizers quoted freely from the protocols of the elders of Zion, the notorious anti-Jewish forgery that had been concocted by the Tsar's secret police. Soviet writers engaged in almost Talmudic debates as to whether Zionism was an instrument of American imperialism or vice versa. Addressing this question. 168. Komsomolskaya Pravda, the newspaper of the Communist Youth League, lifted anti-Semitic passages from a neo-Nazi pamphlet entitled America a Zionist Colony, which was co-authored by Goebbels's protégé Johann von Leers. Appalled by such flagrant displays of bigotry, a leading Italian communist, Senatore Umberto Terracini, denounced anti-Semitic press accounts in the USSR as a heap of idiocies built on rotting quotations. 30 As the Brezhnev years wore on, Soviet propagandists weighed in with greater doses of racism, chauvinism, militarism, and anti-Semitism. Aping their Nazi forebears, some Soviet authors added Freemasons to the list of conspirators who were allegedly in cahoots with international Jewry. Others promoted a kind of Gnostic racism, depicting the Russian folk as the original Aryans, a master race that once ruled a glorious pagan civilization. 31 Infused with Nazi overtones, the Soviet Union's anti-Zionist campaign resonated favorably with ultra-right-wing zealots in Europe and the United States, who felt a racial kinship with their Russian brethren that outweighed theoretical concerns about communism. Pavlo Resurgence and other neo-Nazi revisionists realized that a pure, universal, all-embracing form of communism was an abstraction that existed only in the minds of Marxist thinkers. In the real world, communism assumed a variety of guises that differed from one country to the next. The Soviet Union implemented its brand of communism, while China and Cuba enacted distinct versions each according to its own national interests. And because national interests ultimately superseded ideology, some neo-fascist strategists believed that it would be worthwhile to seek allies in the communist world. The China option. Jean-François Thieriart, a native of Brussels, had never met Francis Parker Yockey nor had he read Imperium, but he shared many of the same ideas. Like Yockey, he considered the American occupation of Europe to be more dangerous than the threat of the Soviet Union. Nostalgics and Revis Ion is TS 169. If only because US domination was less heavy-handed and more difficult to recognize. Both men were obsessed with the idea of a united Europe as a third force capable of challenging the hegemony of the Cold War superpowers. Although their political thinking may have been similar in many respects, Thieriart and Yockey had very different personalities. Compared with the latter's bohemian habits, Thieriart was the quintessential bourgeois,
a stable family man who ran a prosperous business, but he, too, had his quirks. In addition to his wife and children, THIRD lived with up to 20 cats at a time, which imparted a distinct feline odor to his household. This eccentric cat lover was one of the more unusual theoreticians to emerge from the bowels of Western Europe's neo-fascist underground in the 1960s. His career as a militant political activist points up just how far some right-wing extremists were willing to go to overcome their post-war isolation and achieve their goals. THIRD didn't start out as a fascist. A dark-haired, medium-sized, physically fit specimen who was not averse to punching it out with his enemies, he began his political journey in high school when he enlisted in the Young Socialist Guards, a left-wing student organization. His subsequent ideological zigzag had a lot to do with his mother's decision to divorce his father and marry a German Jew, who taught his stepson Jean to speak Yiddish. Filled with anger and spite at the new family arrangement, THIRD rebelled against his upbringing and joined the extreme right-wing National Legion in 1939 at age 17. He also became a member of a pro-Nazi Walloon organization known as the Association of the Friends of the German Reich. His favorite hobby was skydiving, a thrill he first experienced while training with one of Otto Skorzeny's special commando units during the war. 32 After the Third Reich collapsed, THIRD spent 3 years in prison for collaborating with the Nazis. Upon his release, he established a chain of optometry stores in several countries. His professional standing was such that he became the chairman of the European Federation of Optometrists. While traveling on business, he conferred with leading figures in the neo-fascist scene, including Skorzeny, whom he often visited in Spain. 170. THIRD generally kept a low political profile until the early 1960s, when Belgium granted independence to the Congo. This decision generated considerable anger among Belgian settlers, who felt betrayed by their government, much as the French Pied Noirs did in Algeria. Appealing to those who bemoaned the loss of the Congo, THIRD sought to galvanize a movement that would force Brussels to reclaim its African colony. At the same time, he formed a Belgian support group for the French Secret Army organization, which was engaged in a bitter struggle against the Arab rebels in Algeria and the Gaullist regime in Paris. When the tide turned against the French ultras, THIRD tried to convince the leaders of the Secret Army organization to embrace the idea of a united Europe. It was very difficult, he recounted. The majority of them were blocked by their old French nationalist concepts. As far as THIRD was concerned, the loss of the Congo was more than merely a Belgian affair, and the loss of Algeria was more than just a French issue. They were both European problems that required continent-wide solutions. But right-wing extremists who opposed decolonization often did not think in pan-European terms. This, THIRD insisted, was a fatal flaw that inhibited their ability to mount a successful political and military initiative. 33 In the wake of the Algerian War, THIRD decided to create an organization called Jeune Europe that would reach out to the entire continent. THIRD inaugurated his new group with the Manifesto to the European Nation, which began with the slogan "Neither Moscow nor Washington." Calling for a united European homeland with its own nuclear arsenal, he vowed to replace chat-tearing and corrupt parliamentarism with a dynamic governing elite that would sanction free enterprise only if it was civic, disciplined and controlled by the nation. Promising to reverse the betrayal at Yalta, he denounced the common market and the legalist Europe of Strasbourg. 34 Jeune Europe branches quickly sprang up in 13 countries, thanks to THIRD's indefatigable organizing efforts. His stump speech during the early 1960s was full of bombast. Nostalgics and Revis is TS 171. The USA and Soviet Russia tolerate an embryonic, weak Europe. We want a genuine Europe, and a strong one. We are calling the men who are ready to die for Europe. The Europe of the beautiful conceptions, the Europe of salons, will emerge from the Europe of guns, from the Europe of willpower. Europe needs 100 times more soldiers than lawyers, 100 times more leaders than reformers. The Fourth Reich will be Europe, the Reich of the people from Brest to Bucharest. We are for Europe, the party of the last chance. 35. In 1964, THIRD published his penultimate political statement, Europe an Empire of 400 million men. Translated into several languages at his own expense, this book aimed its sharpest barbs at some familiar neo-fascist targets. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt was denounced as a senile and perverted megalomaniac, windbag democracy was depicted as a front for plutocrats, and Americans were described as young presumptuous barbarians and impostors of culture who had turned Western Europe into a colony. While purporting to be antagonists, the United States and the Soviet Union were actually involved in a game of crossed alibis to keep Europe divided and oppressed, said THIRD. Thus, Washington used the excuse of the Soviet threat to keep NATO together, while Moscow asserted that it had to shield the East Bloc from American imperialism. 36 In passages that reeked of condescension, THIRD referred to Europe's monopoly of creative power, its cultural supremacy, and its unique mission to bring morality to the rest of the world. On the train of history, THIRD asserted, Europe represents the energy that moves the locomotive and the black races represent the carriages. Those who intermarry were denigrated as the trash of both nations, black and white. 37 At the same time, however, THIRD indignantly repudiated charges that he was a fascist. An astute strategist, he realized that he had to discard the nostalgic trappings of the pre-World War II era and adapt to the political and social realities of the 1960s, a decade in which New Left and Third World revolutionaries were 172. UNEMPIREDEB 1 T-Food AE*A* millions B E Hamzai Ascendant. Dismissing National Socialism as obsolete, he derided those who pranced around with swastikas on their arms as past dwellers and ridiculous caricatures. Instead, THIRD purported to stake out a position beyond the ordinary political spectrum. We consider ourselves to be at the forefront of the center, the avant-garde center. The linear division of the political world, passing from extreme right to extreme left, is totally outdated. 38 But THIRD's attempts to distance himself from the legacy of fascism were only partially successful. Jean Europe had emerged from the far right, and this association persisted, even though THIRD was advocating a new-sounding political philosophy, communitarianism, that supposedly transcended left/right distinctions. Friendly contacts with well-known Nazis, such as the former flying ace Hans Ulrich Rudel, were publicized in Jean Europe's weekly magazine. The Celtic Cross, a symbol with fascist connotations, was featured on its masthead. Consequently, young militants of the ultra-right were drawn toward THIRD's movement. Many of these were emotionally warped individuals in desperate need of a father figure, prompting THIRD to complain at one point, Jean Europe is a political organization, not a psychiatric clinic. 39. Nostalgics and Revis Ion is TS 173. Eschewing the role of substitute parent, THIRD delineated a far-reaching geopolitical strategy that was unconventional in many respects. The leader of Jean Europe thought in terms of big spaces. Between nations, there is no other language than strength. Power resides most notably in size, dimension. Maintaining that countries are guided by interests and facts rather than ideologies, he characterized communism as an agent of pan-Russian politics that masked the Kremlin's traditional imperialist appetite. Since 1935, he asserted, Moscow has been infinitely more Russian than communist. THIRD was confident that the instinct of self-preservation will in time outweigh ideology and that one day Russia will have need of Europeans to help them stem the yellow flood. In light of the Sino-Soviet split, THIRD felt that a rapprochement between Europe and Russia was inevitable. Europe will renew the Bismarckian policies of relations between Berlin and Petrograd, he predicted, and when it happens, the racial frontiers of Europe will coincide with its geopolitical frontiers. 40 THIRD dreamed of a massive white power bloc stretching all the way from Brest to Vladivostok. The Soviet Union is an intrinsic part of our territorial concept, he maintained. It's a Eurasian Europe, a very great Europe, the new Rome. But before such a vision could be realized,
the Soviet Union would have to change its imperialist ways and stop dominating Eastern Europe. With this in mind, THIRD urged European revolutionaries to exploit the inter-NAL contradictions within the communist world, i.e., by treating differently, the different varieties of communism. Specifically, he called for a tactical link-up with Red China so that the Soviet Union would be forced to divert more attention to its southern flank and loosen its grip on Eastern Europe. In the short term, THIRD reasoned, we must hope for an anti-Russian thrust by the Chinese, and in the long term we must do everything to help the Russians contain the Asian flood. We must weaken Russia but not conquer it. In the future, he added, Russia would be absorbed into an immensely vast Europe. 41 THIRD also had a plan for expelling the Yankees from Western Europe, support Latin American revolutionaries and black power proponents in the United States in order to keep Washington preoccupied with troubles close to home. Latin America, like Europe. 174. Must fight against American imperialism. We have common enemies, and this leads us to seek an alliance, he argued. 42 Such prescriptions were not standard fascist fare by any means. His apparent shift to the left alienated several members of Jeune Europe. To dispel confusion in the ranks, THIRD set up a series of training camps in Western Europe for political soldiers. After an internal shake-up, his organization was restructured along Leninist lines as a vanguard party dedicated to leading the European Revolution. Around this time, the Celtic Cross disappeared from the masthead of Jeune Europe's magazine. Acknowledging that it was wrong to have opposed independence for Algeria and the Congo, THIRD started a new monthly, La Nation Européenne, that reflected both his radical anti-Americanism and his steady drift toward a more explicit national communist perspective. 43. THIRD was particularly intrigued by developments in Romania, which since Nicolae Ceausescu ascended to power in 1965, seemed like one of the few bright spots on an otherwise dreary Eastern. Nostalgics and Revis Ion is TS 175. European landscape. In contrast to the stodgy, bureaucratic style of his predecessor, Ceausescu showed signs of a fresh approach to governance as he loosened domestic controls and guided his country toward an independent foreign policy. During the height of Sino-Soviet tensions, he made friendly gestures toward China. But certain unpleasant features of Romania's fascist past continued to cast a shadow over that country's political culture. This became evident when Ceausescu began to promote an extreme form of Romanian chauvinism that harkened back to the 1920s and 1930s. In all likelihood, the large-scale post-war recruitment of fascist Iron Guard veterans by Romania's secret police influenced the development of national communism during the Ceausescu era. 44 Jean THIRD traveled to Romania in the summer of 1966 and introduced himself to Ceausescu. They recognized each other as kindred spirits, and Ceausescu agreed to contribute an article to La Nation Européenne. Ceausescu also arranged a meeting between THIRD and Zhou Enlai, the Chinese foreign minister in Bucharest. In its initial phase, THIRD recounted, "My conversation with Zhou Enlai was but an exchange of anecdotes and memories. At this stage all went well. Zhou Enlai was interested in my studies in Chinese writing and I in his stay in France, which represented for him an enjoyable time of his youth. The conversation then moved to popular armies, a subject that interested both of us. Things started to go downhill when we got to concrete issues. I had to sit through a true Marxist-Leninist catechism class. Zhou followed with an inventory of the serious psychological errors committed by the Soviet Union. THIRD tried to persuade Zhou Enlai that Europe could be an important partner in a united struggle waged by all the world's anti-American forces, but he made little headway. He then asked the Chinese foreign minister for financial assistance so that he could establish a revolutionary army to carry out anti-American attacks in Europe. An elite military apparatus of this sort also needed a base outside Europe, and THIRD hoped that China would provide sanctuary for his guerrilla brigades. A skeptical Zhou referred THIRD to contacts in the Chinese Secret Service, but these never bore fruit. 45 For THIRD,
Maoist China was at best a tactical ally rather than a political or ideological model to be emulated. In this context, his 176 overtures to Beijing made sense to several West German neo-Nazis, including the editors of Nation Europa, which recommended a pro-Chinese foreign policy in 1967. We Germans see no reason why we should adopt an anti-Chinese line. True, from the biological point of view, the old slogan of the Yellow Peril may indicate a possible threat to Europe. But for the present we have more pressing worries. As yet we are separated from China by the gigantic Soviet Empire, and we have no reason to oblige the Soviets, who deny us self-determination, by opposing Mao. 46. Curiously, even General Reinhard Gehlen, the retired super spy, agreed with the gist of Thiers' proposal. In my view, Gehlen wrote in his memoirs, it was of utmost importance to put out feelers to Beijing with the aim of securing a détente in Russia's rear. If we were to strengthen our hand in dealing with the Russians, then we had to come to terms with our potential enemies. 47. One of Thiers' closest allies in West Germany was Adolf von Thatten, a veteran right-wing extremist who also dreamed of a non-aligned European bloc. Nicknamed Bubi because of his youthful appearance, von Thatten had chaired the Deutsche Reichspartei in the 1950s and early 1960s when it functioned as the de facto successor to Ernst Römer's banned Socialist Reich Party. These were lean years for hardcore Nazis in the fatherland. With few exceptions, they remained largely mute and incognito, preferring to cluster in secretive societies and nostalgic reunions with their collections of kitsch regalia, their unwholesome memories, and their never-ending internal quarrels. West German law explicitly prohibits any attempt to revive the Nazi program, leaving little room for them to maneuver. This was one of the main reasons why a firebrand like Römer opted to live abroad during much of the post-war period. The extreme right remained at a low ebb in West Germany until von Thatten launched the Nationaldemokratische Partei Deutschlands during an economic recession in the mid-1960s. The National Democrats provided an electoral outlet for neo-Nazi insurrectables and disgruntled conservatives who shared Bubi's vehement opposition to NATO, foreign guest workers, the creeping Americanization of German culture, and the burgeoning New Left student movement. 48 Rebelling against a society that had allowed so many ex-Nazis to 177 secure influential positions in business and government. Many West German students took the older generation to task for its voluntary silence and its unwillingness to confront the truth about the Hitler-era/radical left-wing youth were particularly loathed by NPD leaders, who caused a stir by placing wreaths on the graves of Nazi war criminals. With Bubi at the helm, this crypto-fascist party demanded the immediate withdrawal of all foreign troops from Holy German soil, the return of the lost Eastern territories, and an end to the UE that Hitler started World War II. Echoing Thiers' call for a Sino-European alliance, von Thatten urged that the best German ambassador be sent to Beijing. 49 The NPD managed to win seats in a majority of state legislatures in the mid-1960s. But its fortune declined as the economy picked up, and Bubi's party failed to gain the necessary 5% of the vote in the 1969 national elections, preventing it from securing representation in the Bundestag. Following this setback, the National Democrats ran out of steam and sputtered along at the political margins, flirting with the left. While Bubi von Thatten was making waves in West Germany, Jean Thiers continued to pursue his radical geopolitical agenda. Several fascist notables responded favorably to his ideas, including General Juan Perón, who left Argentina post-haste after a military coup in September 1955. Scorzeni arranged for the fallen president to live comfortably in exile in Madrid. After they were introduced by Asterisk, among others, the newly elected chancellor, Christian Democrat Kurt George Kiesinger, had a murky Nazi past. Kiesinger had worked in the Nazi propaganda ministry during the war. Heinrich Lübke, the West German president during the mid and late 1960s, was an ex-Nazi engineer who had designed and supervised the construction of a concentration camp. Whether these and other men were personally guilty is not the point, remarked historian Eberhard Jäckel.
It was bad for German democracy, and it set a bad example to the younger generation, that people with any kind of Nazi record should have been given such posts. 178. Scarface, Perón, and THIRD became close collaborators. Perón granted several interviews to La Nation Européenne, in which he endorsed THIRD's political tactics and goals. 50 An advocate of Third World unity and non-alignment. Perón viewed the struggle to liberate Latin America from the yoke of Yankee imperialism as inextricably related to THIRD's quest to expel the United States from Europe. THIRD predicted that a united Europe would one day be a sister state to a united Latin America, a sentiment Perón also verbalized. Both men expressed high regard for Fidel Castro and the Cuban Revolution, and they lionized Che Guevara, the Argentine-born guerrilla legend. 51 In his autobiography, Perón as He Is, the Argentine general asserted that Latin America's biggest problem was not the Soviet Union but economic, political, and cultural domination by the Yankee colossus. If the North Americans did not modify their imperialist conduct, Perón warned, soon Latin Americans would be multiplying by 100-fold the drama of Cuba's confrontation with the United States. Aiming his message at radical left-wing Argentine youth who were enamored of the revolutionary mystique, Perón described the turbulent 1960s as the hour of the peoples and quoted Mao Zedong in a filmed interview. 52 Encouraged by THIRD, Perón explicitly urged his followers to undertake armed action to topple the military regime that ruled Argentina. While they prepared to fight on Perón's behalf, many of them may not have known that the exiled Argentine general was busy cavorting with European neo-Nazis. Perón's inner circle in Madrid included several hardcore fascists, such as Mila Bojanic, a Croatian USTASE veteran who was in charge of security at Perón's residence. 53 The peculiar conjunction of far-right and far-left within Peronist circles was exemplified by the political circumlocutions of a neo-fascist paramilitary sect called the THIRD, which had long-standing ties to the Argentine Secret Service. When Adolf Eichmann was seized by Israeli agents in 1960, THIRD members went on a rampage, bombing Jewish synagogues, machine-gunning Jewish homes and businesses, and defacing buildings in Buenos Aires with Jews to the gas chambers, and other vile graffiti. 2 years later, after Eichmann's execution, they sprang into action again, abducting nostalgics and revisiones. TS 179. Jewish students and carving swastikas on their tortured flesh. But the Argentine police consistently dragged their feet when it came to bringing these racialist gangsters to heel. 54 Joe Baxter, a mysterious Yugoslav-born Argentine, emerged as the THIRD's new commander in the mid-1960s. Influenced by Fidel Castro's revolutionary mixture of nationalism and communism, Baxter steered his neo-fascist organization sharply to the left. His political shift paralleled that of Jean THIRD, who also appeared to lurch leftward during this period. They had other things in common as well. Most notably, both were in contact with Juan Perón in Spain. 55 With the exiled general's personal endorsement, Baxter proceeded to reorganize the THIRD into Argentina's first urban guerrilla warfare organization. Several THIRDistas, including Baxter, visited Havana, where they were schooled in guerrilla maneuvers. According to FBI and State Department reports, Baxter also visited Communist China in 1965. After he returned to Latin America, the core of the THIRD merged with various revolutionary fragments to form the Montoneros, a left-wing nationalist youth group that engaged in armed struggle and set the stage for Perón's remarkable return home on June 20, 1973. 56 The irreconcilable contradictions within Perón's populist coalition, which encompassed left-wing and right-wing militants, came surging to the surface when Argentina's would-be national savior stepped off his jet at Ezeiza Airport in Buenos Aires. All hell broke loose as neo-fascist goon squads, organized by one of Perón's chief advisors, sprayed machine gun fire at a throng of Montoneros who were there to greet their hero. Thinking they were on the threshold of a social revolution, the Montoneros had come to claim what they felt was their rightful place adjacent to the platform where Perón was slated to address the largest public rally in Argentine history. After all, Perón himself had hailed the glorious youth who did his bidding while he was in exile. Their illusions were shattered by the ensuing bloodbath that claimed more than 200 lives in a matter of minutes. 57 After using the Montoneros as shock troops to pave the way for his political comeback, Perón abruptly renounced all talk of a socialist fatherland. Another military coup would soon follow. 180. Plunging Argentina into 7 years of horror. Invoking the spurious threat of a left-wing guerrilla movement that had already been effectively destroyed, Argentine military leaders waged a dirty war that targeted unarmed men, women, and children. Between 10,000 and 30,000 people disappeared during this period, as several European neo-fascists specializing in torture and murder assisted the Argentine military regime. 58 Jean Thyriart emphasized wooing the left as part of an overall geopolitical plan aimed at weakening the United States. As American forces got bogged down in Southeast Asia, the Belgian extremist applauded the efforts of Ho Chi Minh and dreamed of starting a Vietnam-style conflict against U.S. allied governments in Western Europe. As far as Thyriart was concerned, Europe was the key battlefield. If the United States were defeated in Vietnam or in another third world country, it would not have that great an impact, but if the North Americans were trounced in Europe, the consequences would be enormous, he argued. 59 In 1968, Thyriart visited several Arab countries in an effort to win support for his idea of a European brigade, which he envisioned as the embryo of a future guerrilla army that would engage in armed struggle against the American occupation forces on the continent. He sought to convince his Arab hosts that it would be to their advantage if the United States became embroiled in a blind war in Europe against a terrorist enemy both invisible and ever-present. 60 With this in mind, Thyriart traveled to Iraq, where officials of the ruling Ba'ath Party received him warmly. After denouncing Zionist-American collusion in the Middle East at a Baghdad press conference, he conferred with an up-and-coming Iraqi colonel named Saddam Hussein. Iraqi leaders were all ears when Thyriart spelled out his plan for a European military force to assist the Arabs in their fight against Israel. In addition to helping the Arab cause, Thyriart's young recruits would gain valuable combat experience that would presumably serve them well when they returned to Europe to take on the Americans. According to Thyriart, the Iraqis were enthusiastic, but the Soviet Union nixed the proposal. Iraq had no choice but to comply, given that it was largely dependent on the USSR for military aid. 61 After Israel's victory in the 1967 Six-Day War, a mood of despair. Nostalgics and revisiones. TS 181. 8 Militancy engulfed the miserable Palestinian refugee camps. Deprived of a homeland and faced with an implacable enemy, Palestinian leaders apparently felt they couldn't afford to turn down offers of help, no matter how unsavory the donors. Arab revolutionaries were continually approached by neo-Nazi suitors. Dismissing the distinction between Jews and Zionists as a subtlety for intellectuals, Thyriart forged a close relationship with George Habush, head of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, which hijacked several commercial jets and engaged in other international acts of terror and sabotage. According to Luc Michel, Thyriart's secretary, Habush gave money to La Nation Européenne, and Thyriart supported Habush in this magazine. 62. In addition to his ties with Thyriart, Dr. Habush collaborated with François Genoud, a shadowy Swiss banker with extensive neo-Nazi connections. Described by Otto Ernst Reamer as a very important person, Genoud became an early member of the Swiss Nazi Party and worked for German military intelligence during World War II. Somehow Genoud was able to secure the posthumous rights to all the writings of H. Hitler Goebbels, and M. Arden Bormann. He knew everybody, said Reamer, who considered Genoud one of his best friends. Both men were involved in arranging arms shipments to the FLN at the height of the Algerian War. Genoud also managed the FLNWARAs through the Geneva-based Arab Commercial Bank, a fiduciary debt he created. DNH Jalmay Arshakt was a consultant to this bank and a business associate of Genoud's. In the late 1960s, Genoud began selling weapons to various Palestinian groups. His closest relations were with DNH Abash's Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. After 3 members of the Popular Front were captured during an attack on an LA-1 airplane in Zurich in February 1969, Jenud helped foot their legal bill. The Swiss Nazi also supported the efforts of ultra-left-wing anti-Israeli terrorists from Western Europe who were linked to the Carlos network during the 1970s. According to Le Monde correspondent Jean-Claude Burer, Jenud visited Carlos at his house in Damascus. Jenud committed suicide in 1996. Pro-Arab and anti-Jewish themes were explicit in THIRD-WORLDISM's publication, La Nation Européenne, which included ads for the International Jew, the infamous anti-Semitic screed by Henry Ford. La Nation Européenne also eulogized Roger Courtois, a Belgian Waffen-SS veteran who was killed fighting for the Palestinians in June 1968. Courtois, a close collaborator with THIRD, was not the first European volunteer to die during a guerrilla attack against Israel. West German neo-Nazi Karl von Keine fell in a commando raid on the Suez front in September 1967. A handful of his countrymen subsequently joined the 182. While based in Damascus, Otto Ernst Reamer was in contact with Yasser Arafat, chief of the Palestine Liberation Organization. "I know Mr. Arafat quite well, Naderlich," he asserted. "I saw him many times. He invited me to eat at his headquarters. I knew all his people. They wanted many things from us. For Remit, anyone who was an enemy of Israel was his friend, particularly when a profit could be turned." He claimed to have brokered several business deals between West German companies and the PLO. But Reamer denied that he also arranged arms shipments for the PLO. "I couldn't have done so," he maintained. "Arafat gets all he wants from Russia. A German arms dealer can't get into business there." 63. THIRD continued to view the Palestinian struggle American Samoa as springboard to pursue his dream of a pan-European revolution. But after seeking financial and material support from the Chinese and several Arab states, he had little to show for his efforts. Otto Skorzeny told a dejected THIRD that his plan for a guerrilla army, however admirable, would never work. Having no wish to be a grand theorist to whom no one of significance paid attention, THIRD decided to take an extended leave from political activism. Throughout the 1970s, he stayed out of the limelight, giving only a few interviews, in which he pounded home his anti-American message. The whole of Europe, from Stockholm to Naples, must know about each American who is killed within 48 hours of the event, THIRD told a French reporter. European unity will only come about when 200 or 300 American occupiers are killed in every corner of Europe just to prove our point. Then there will be no going back. 64. Some of THIRD's disciples took his words to heart. Renato Curdu, a member of Giovane Europa, the Italian section of Jeune Europe, went on to become a leader of the Red Brigades, the left-wing terrorist group that kidnapped and murdered selected targets in Italy throughout the 1970s and early 1980s. Another THIRD protégé, Claudio Muti, formed the Italian-Libyan Friendship Society after Colonel Muammar Gaddafi seized power in Tripoli. In addition to publishing an Italian translation of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion and Gaddafi's Green Book, Muti founded an organization called Lotta di Popolo, whose Italian initials spelled PLO, an indication of its pro-Palestinian sympathies. The name was chosen because it did not carry an obvious rightist or fascist connotation. This would make it easier to woo left-wing students. Muti subsequently collaborated with a pro-Chinese student group, which set the stage for a bizarre political mutation in Italy known as Nazi Maoism. Influenced by THIRD's political analysis, a small band of Italian militants adopted a seemingly incongruous set of heroes: Hitler, Mao, Catetu, and Perón, and touted slogans such as "Long live the fascist dictatorship of the proletariat," and "Hitler and Mao united in struggle." 65. But any possibility of creating a strategic alliance with China was dashed when Chairman Mao rolled out the red carpet for President Richard Nixon. The Sino-American rapprochement, which occurred shortly after THIRD went into semi-retirement,
reinforced his belief that Europe and the Soviet Union were destined to become equal geopolitical partners. THIRD was especially pleased when Soviet officials took an interest in his writings, which were translated into Russian by a Red Army officer. After the USSR unraveled, his ideas would generate considerable interest among a new breed of national Bolsheviks that emerged in a very volatile Russia. Idarelite off the idols. Otto Skorzeny had many irons in the fire during the 1960s. He pursued a wide range of business opportunities, including a scheme to harness wind power for profit. But his main bailiwick continued to be the arms trade. A major weapons broker for the Salazar regime in Portugal, Skorzeny worked with several lucrative firms, including the Virginia-based Inter Arms Company, which was run by a former CIA operative named Sam Cummings. Skorzeny also helped found the Bonn-based Murex Company, which was closely linked to the 184 West German BND spy organization that Gehlen directed until 1968. Through Murex, the BND peddled surplus arms to Middle Eastern countries and other Third World hotspots, even though transactions of this sort were prohibited according to international agreements signed by the West German government. 66 Skorzeny's partner in launching Murex was Gerhard Mertens, a former Wehrmacht officer. Mertens had served as a military advisor in Nasser's Egypt in the early 1950s before he became head of the Murex company. From his office in Bonn he managed a worldwide network of agents and arms dealers. Mertens' principal contact in Bolivia was Klaus Barbie, the notoriously brutal ex-Gestapo captain. Known as the Butcher of Leon because of his wartime exploits, Barbie had been condemned to death in absentia by a French court for war crimes, a fact well known to the Gehlen Org and the U.S. Army Counterintelligence Corps when they recruited him as an anti-communist spy. After trumping extradition requests from France, U.S. officials winked as Barbie made his way to South America in 1951 via the Vatican Ratlin. He soon became a familiar figure in La Paz, the Bolivian capital, where he served as a security advisor to a succession of military regimes. During this period, Barbie continued to provide confidential information to the CIA. 67 Barbie's post-war career epitomizes how Nazi methods and ideology were exported to Latin America with the help of U.S. intelligence. He spread the fascist creed among leading figures in the Bolivian military who were also members of Thule, a secret neo-Nazi lodge. The Butcher lectured by candlelight at lodge meetings, expounding on National Socialist principles underneath a large swastika. But he was not merely an old nostalgic of the Third Reich, said Escobedo Mila Rodriguez, a Spanish neo-fascist who crossed paths with Barbie in Bolivia. He was a very realistic person, aware that the Reich had lost the war, which inevitably resulted in the demise of those types of ideas. He was trying to redefine and update these ideas so they could survive. 68 Barbie's involvement in the arms trade inevitably brought him into contact with Otto Skorzeny, whom he visited during several business trips to Spain. Using an assumed name, the Butcher also traveled to the United States for commercial purposes at least half a dozen times in the late 1960s and early 1970s. Occasionally he Nostalgics and Rivas Ion is TS 185. Granted interviews to journalists at his safe haven in La Paz. The exiled war criminal told a French reporter that he had worked for General Gehlen. He also named Otto Skorzeny as the chief of Die Spinne, the international neo-Nazi support network. 69 In addition to selling weapons, Skorzeny taught people ingenious and treacherous ways to use them. Toward this end, he set up the Paladin Group, which Scarface envisioned as an international directorship of strategic assault personnel straddle the watershed between paramilitary operations carried out by troops in uniforms and the political warfare which is conducted by civilian agents. Headquartered on the Mediterranean near Alicante, Spain, the Paladin Group specialized in paramilitary instruction for men who earned their keep by killing people. 70 TASS, the Soviet press agency, charged that the Paladin Enterprise was involved in training American Green Berets for commando missions in Vietnam during the 1960s. But this seems unlikely, given that Skorzeny's methods were already somewhat antiquated. At least,
That's what an American mercenary named Anthony Herbert found when he journeyed to a Paladin base camp in the mountainous region of Basque Country. According to Herbert, Skorzeny and a small group of former German troopers had formed a corporation whose service was the arming and training of groups of guerrillas. However, after several visits to Skorzeny's school for commandos, Herbert concluded that the techniques were good, but they were dated. The only thing Herbert learned that he didn't already know was the fine art of arson. It is no simple thing, for instance, to burn down a large factory. 71 The hands-on manager of the Paladin group was Dr. Gerhard Hartmut von Schubert, a veteran of Goebbels's propaganda ministry who tutored security personnel in Argentina and Egypt after the war. Under his command, Paladin provided logistical support to a Palestinian splinter group led by Wadi Haddad, the mastermind behind several anti-Israeli terrorist attacks. Paladin's other clients included Colonel Muammar Gaddafi of Libya and the South African Secret Service. In addition, Paladin did odd jobs for the Greek Coloradonels who seized power in 1967 and imposed a 7-year military dictatorship in the cradle of democracy. Paladin operatives were also recruited by the Spanish Interior Ministry to wage a clandestine 186 war against Basque separatists, who had resorted to armed struggle against the Franco regime. 72 In many ways, these were Skorzeny's salad days. He had bought a 170-acre farm in Ireland, where he bred horses and spent the summer months relaxing with Ilse. Dabbling in journalism, he contributed articles to the Deutsche Wochenzeitung, an ultranationalist newspaper that functioned as a mouthpiece for Bubi von Thaten's far-right National Democratic Party in West Germany. 73 Skorzeny also counseled the leaders of a Spanish neo-Nazi group called Círculo Español de Amigos de Europa. Established in 1966 as a Richard Wagner fan club, the Spanish Circle of Friends of Europe counted Skorzeny among its founding fathers. Within a few years, this quasi-cultural association developed into an important neo-Nazi hub with connections to like-minded groups in Portugal, France, Austria, Great Britain, Belgium, and several Latin American countries. The SED was also allied with the Liberty Lobby in the United States. After American Nazi Party leader George Lincoln Rockwell was assassinated, the SED sent a telegram to the U.S. Embassy in Madrid, deeply moved. We earnestly ask you to convey our sincerest regrets for this deep loss to family, comrades, and the American people. 74 Calling for a Europe purged of inferior races, SED's youthful members idolized Hitler to such a degree that vegetarianism became de rigueur for this neo-Nazi sect. Its publishing house, Ediciones Votan, brought out the Spanish edition of Imperium by Francis Parker Yockey, along with several books by Skorzeny's close friend General Leon de Grael. Years later, Major General Otto Ernst Riemer would avail himself of SED hospitality in Spain in order to evade another prison term in Germany. 75 Skorzeny slowed down considerably after undergoing an operation to remove a spinal tumor in 1971. He also suffered from other ailments that were exacerbated by a 3-packs-a-day cigarette habit. Despite his declining physical stamina, Scarface kept up a busy social schedule. He and his wife continued to entertain a steady stream of visitors. Hans Ulrich Rudel was a frequent house guest, and Bubi von Thaten dropped by when he vacationed in Spain. Several other neo-fascist notables availed themselves of Skorzeny's 187 hospitality, including an old friend from Italy, Count Junio Valerio Borghese, who fled to Madrid after leading an abortive coup attempt in Rome in December 1970. Welcomed with open arms by Otto and Ilse, Borghese mixed easily with the upper crust of the expatriate scene, meeting regularly with the likes of Juan Perón and Leon de Grael, who held the Italian admiral in high regard. He was a very impressive man, de Grael asserted, the most important man of post-fascist Italy. 76 Known as the Black Prince, Admiral Borghese was a descendant of an aristocratic family that gave popes and princes to Italy over the centuries. He developed a fearsome reputation as the World War II commander of the 10th Flotilla, Italy's tenacious frogman unit, which pulled off a series of daring, Skorzeny-like raids against Allied ships and harbors. Comandante Borghese worked with Scorzeni on several projects, including an explosives-packed speedboat that ejected its pilot just before hitting a target. Brainstorming on various occasions during the war, the two unconventional warriors struck up a close personal relationship that persisted long after the defeat of the Axis powers. 77 Captured by vengeful partisans at the end of the war, the Black Prince survived because of the last-minute intervention of James Jesus Angleton, the OSS station chief in Rome, who rushed up to Milan when he heard that Borghese had fallen into communist hands. At Angleton's insistence, Borghese's life was spared, even though this die-hard fascist military officer had waged a bloody crusade against the Italian resistance in northern Italy, where Mussolini held sway as the titular head of the Salo Republic following the infamous Scorzeni glider raid. Borghese was subsequently convicted of war crimes but served only an abbreviated prison term in the late 1940s, thanks to a far-reaching amnesty declared by the Italian government. The charismatic Comandante would go on to play a significant role in Italy's post-war fascist movement. By the early 1950s, Admiral Borghese had become the honorary president of the Movimento Sociale Italiano, Europe's largest neo-fascist political party. 78 Accompanying Prince Borghese when he scampered into Madrid in December 1970 was a 36-year-old Italian, Stefano Del Che, who also participated in the botched putsch. A compact 188. Wiry figure, Del Che was nicknamed Kishala because of his truncated physical stature. But his organizing talents and his fierce political commitment earned him the respect of several old guard Nazis, including Otto Scorzeni and Leon de Graal. Borghese often spoke highly of the 5-foot fascist phenom, referring to Del Che as one of the few men capable of putting things in order in Italy. 79 A Roman street gang leader, Del Che glorified violence as a hygienic outburst capable of cutting through the post-war bourgeois morass. During the 1960s, his organization, Avanguardia Nazionale, came to be regarded as the cudgel of Italian right-wing extremism. For guidance and inspiration, Del Che looked to Julius Evola, the reactionary intellectual who emerged as the grey eminence of post-war Italian fascism. Evola's nihilistic ravings were evident in several books he wrote, including Gli uomini e le rovine, which bore a preface by Comandante Valerio Borghese. It is not a question of contesting and polemicizing, but of blowing up everything, Evola proclaimed. Such words made a deep impression on Del Che and his cohorts. Implicated in a series of bomb attacks in the Italian capital, they were known for meting out punishment to left-wing students and other foes. "We are for man-to-man engagements," proclaimed one of Avanguardia Nazionale's leaflets. "Before setting out, our men are morally prepared, so that they learn to break the bones even of somebody who kneels down and cries 80." Shortly after Kishala fled to Spain with Borghese, the well-connected Count took him to see Scorzeni. They had met before, but it wasn't until the Italian renegade made Spain his base of operations in the early 1970s that Scorzeni recognized Del Che's leadership qualities and their relationship blossomed. With Scorzeni tendering introductions, all doors opened for Del Che. Shorty hit the big league fascist circuit, meeting with an aging but famous cast of characters: de Graal, Perón, and General Francisco Franco himself, whose regime had entered its twilight years. 81 In April 1974, Del Che and Comandante Borghese journeyed to Santiago, Chile, for a meeting with General Augusto Pinochet, head of the CIA-backed military junta that overthrew the democratically elected government of President Salvador Allende. 189. During the next few years, Del Che cut a swath of terror through Latin America, plying his lethal skills for a host of repressive right-wing regimes. In addition to carrying out special assignments for DINA, Chile's dreaded secret police, he worked with Argentine military intelligence as it was busy transforming that country into the killing fields of South America. 82. Stefano Del Che's activities as depicted in the Spanish press after Franco died. Kikala's expertise was greatly appreciated by Roberto D'Aubuisson, the eminence grise of the Salvadoran death squads, who asked Shorty for pointers on how to conduct a counterinsurgency campaign against left-wing guerrillas. Based in Latin America in the early 1980s, Del Che also proffered his services to the fledgling Nicaraguan Contras in their war against the Sandinistas. At times he coordinated his efforts with the World Anti-Communist League, a neo-fascist umbrella organization that assisted U.S. intelligence operations in Latin America during the Reagan years. A CIA report during this period described the fugitive Italian as the most prominent rightist terrorist. Still at large. 83. 190. Stefano Del Che's greatest triumph occurred in July 1980, when he helped plan and execute the cocaine coup that succeeded in putting Bolivia under the control of a pro-fascist military junta for 2 years. The aftershocks of this brutal putsch, which triggered the cocaine boom of the 1980s and catalyzed the emergence of the Latin drug cartels, would be felt for a long time to come. Working closely with Nazi veteran Klaus Barbie, Del Che oversaw a team of European mercenaries who taught Bolivian soldiers torture techniques and protected the flourishing cocaine trade that provided the main source of revenue for the ruling junta. 84 But Otto Skorzeny would not be around to applaud the exploits of his Italian protégé. Stricken with a high fever on Easter Sunday, 1975, he was diagnosed with advanced lung and bronchial cancer. He passed away on July 7. Ilse was grateful for a quick death. Her husband's body was cremated at a ceremony in Madrid. Afterward, Skorzeny's ashes were flown to Vienna and buried near his birthplace in the suburban cemetery of Dobeling. A memorial service attracted more than 500 Nazi diehards from all over the world. They came to pay homage to one of their heroes. Many wore uniforms and military medallions, including Skorzeny's close friend and comrade in arms, Hans Ulrich Rudel, who delivered the eulogy. A New York Times obituary depicted Skorzeny as unrepentant to the end. "I am proud to have faithfully served my country and the Führer who was elected by the German people with an overwhelming majority," he declared shortly before his death. "The only thing I lament is that all Europe and not only Germany is divided and torn by those powers that I had the honor of fighting." The Times obituary did not mention that Skorzeny escaped from an internment camp after the war with the help of American military officers, nor was there any indication of his subsequent relationship with the Gehlen and the CIA. 85 The fascist faithful had occasion to gather again a few months later when Skorzeny's longtime protector, Generalissimo Franco, finally gave up the ghost. Comandante Borghese and Juan Perón had died the previous year. The departure of these ignominious titans marked the end of an era. The torch was passed to a new generation of zealots eager to carry on the fight. Chapters. Breaking a taboo. Every summer tens of thousands of people from all over the world flock to Dixmude, Belgium, for a weekend filled with colorful pageants and marching bands. Hundreds of yellow flags emblazoned with the Black Lion of Flanders flutter in the breeze, as a goose-stepping parade of uniformed men leads the way to a memorial service at a nearby cemetery where SS soldiers are buried. Speakers in various languages pay homage to Adolf Hitler and the glories of white supremacy, and a cheering audience responds with enthusiastic stiff-armed salutes. Back in town, local residents sing Flemish folk songs and dance in the street. They seem oblivious to the youthful bands of right-wing extremists who roam from one cafe to the next, hawking Nazi trinkets and passing out brochures that claim the Holocaust never happened. Third Reich memorabilia are traded in a hobby-like way by skinheads wearing leather jackets with phrases such as "Soldiers of Hell" and "National Revolution" encrusted on their backs. Prodigious quantities of beer are consumed, invariably leading to drunken brawls. Figuring that it's best to let the ruffians blow off steam, Belgian authorities usually do not intervene unless the violence threatens to get out of hand. 1 The scene at Dixmude is absolutely incredible, said one first-hand observer who had infiltrated the neo-Nazi underground in the 192 early 1980s. It's party time, a fascist Disneyland. It's not the real world. 2 Originally a celebration of Flemish nationalism and a forum for airing grievances against French-speaking Belgians, this annual pilgrimage became a magnet for right-wing extremists in the late 1960s when the Vlaams Militanten Orde, a Flemish paramilitary organization, invited neo-fascist groups from around the globe to send delegations. Dixmude soon acquired a reputation as a place where hardcore Nazis could openly proclaim their racist ideology and recharge their batteries in a carnival-like atmosphere. Major General Otto Ernst Reamer was among those who attended the Dixmude Jamboree in 1983, a year after the VMO was officially declared a terrorist organization by the Belgian government and banned. Several VMO members were arrested and some served brief prison terms, but the Flemish fascists continued to organize an alternative event alongside the mainstream assemblage at Dixmude. They treated the 71-year-old Reamer like royalty when he arrived for the festivities. Hitler's illustrious bodyguard had recently pulled up stakes from Syria and resettled in West Germany. After 2 decades in the Middle East, he was eager to renew and expand his contacts among European neo-Nazis. The Dixmude gathering was well suited for this purpose. 3 While inebriated youth swaggered about shouting Sieg Heil and Il Duce. Representatives from various neo-fascist organizations, including the illegal VMO, slipped away for a series of private brainstorming sessions at a dingy bar just outside Dixmude. Each person began by reporting on the state of the neo-fascist game in his particular neck of the woods. The overall picture that emerged was not a bright one for these malefactors, who seemed destined to languish on the political periphery for a long time. With little hope that their prospects would improve in the near future, several neo-Nazi groupuscles represented at Dixmude turned to terrorism during the early 1980s. Their leaders pledged to continue cross-border cooperation regarding paramilitary training and harboring fugitives. When it came to specifics, however, the Discus Zion often degenerated into acrimonious squabbles between ultranationalist cliques. British neo-Nazis, for example, were peeved at their Flemish hosts because the breakaway-minded VMO had a separatist soft spot for the Irish Republican Army. Internecine conflict of this sort, an inevitable feature of the ultra-right-wing milieu, undermined efforts to forge a viable pan-European strategy. Reamer had his own ideas about the best way for the neo-Nazi movement to proceed. He wanted to make a personal presentation at the Dixmude strategy retreat, but his visit to Flanders was cut short by Belgian police, who arrested and deported him. Undaunted, Reamer continued to make the rounds in Western Europe, meeting with neo-Nazi activists from various countries. Word began to circulate within far-right circles that Reamer had returned from the Middle East loaded with money to support a new anti-Zionist political project that would strive for an alliance between Germany and the USSR. The funds allegedly came from Syria, the Soviet Union's staunchest Arab ally. For wherever he traveled, Reamer promoted his formula for a German-Russian geopolitical link-up, much as he had when he campaigned for the Socialist Reich Party in the early 1950s. Only such a combination, Reamer maintained, could defeat the Americans and liberate Western Europe. There is a problem concerning who holds the real power in the United States, said Reamer. Without a doubt, the Zionists control Wall Street. That's where the evil originates, because Israel has a pro-war foreign policy. Israel is the instrument of Wall Street, and as a result, the Middle East foments one. 5 In an effort to realize his geopolitical vision, Reamer advocated total European collaboration, from Iberia to the Urals. Of necessity, this included Russia, which was worried about the threat from China and would therefore welcome a reunited Germany to hold the Western powers in check. According to this racialist scenario, Russia would become the outer shield, the bulwark of the white race in Europe against the Asiatic hordes. 6 From his home in the Bavarian town of Kaufbeuren, Reamer launched the Deutschen Freiheitsbewegung in 1983. Dedicated to the concept of a new Rapallo, this initiative published a rambling, 30-page declaration entitled the Bismarck German Manifesto, which embodied Reamer's nationalist-neutralist politics. The American way of life is for us synonymous with the destruction of European culture, the manifesto asserts. Vowing that Germany would not be used as the tip of 194. The NATO spear, it states, we are no NATO American legionnaires ____. We will not participate in a NATO war against Russia. Pour Bismarck Deutsche Manifest 1983. Deutschen Freiheitsbewegung Deutsch-Russisch all 1 AHZ. Ra Paulo 1983-90. The most pressing order of business for Reamer and other German ultranationalists was reunifying the fatherland. To bring this about, Reamer counseled his countrymen to emulate the example of Bismarck, the greatest German politician of recent centuries, who preserved the interests of the German people against East and West. Said Reamer, "We have to realize and act accordingly, like Bismarck did, that Russia is the superpower in this gigantic Eurasian continent, to which we belong geographically, geopolitically, and economically, even culturally. We are, like Bismarck, for a close collaboration with Russia in politics, economy, culture, science, technology, and research. That the Soviet Union was officially communist should not be an impediment for Germany to ally with the USSR, Reamer insisted. Whoever deals with Moscow does not have to be a communist and need not become one." This was the same rationale that Reamer trumpeted during the halcyon days of the SRR. Back on the lecture circuit 3 decades later, Hitler's former bodyguard addressed more than 195 political meetings in a year and a half. Although his Eastern-oriented formula evoked a mixed reaction from German rightists, U.S. Army intelligence, which continued to monitor Reamer's activities, feared that he was making headway among neo-Nazi youth. Noting a trend towards neutralism and a rise in anti-Americanism within the extreme right in Germany, a May 1985 Defense Intelligence Agency report cited Reamer's busy speaking schedule and his unabashed sympathy for the USSR. "It is becoming chic among many neo-Nazis to be anti-Western and anti-capitalist," a West German Secret Service official concurred. At the same time, the Soviet Union is seen as a potential friend and, in some cases, even an ally. At every opportunity, Reamer defended the legacy of the Third Reich, proudly proclaiming that he still believed in National Socialism. For a new generation of far-right adolescents, he was a living symbol of the Hitler era. As such, Reamer provided a sense of continuity between past and present. He instructed his young followers in Nazi ideology and geopolitics, always stressing the importance of German-Russian relations in the grand scheme of things. Through his indefatigable proselytizing, Reamer influenced a fresh crop of neo-Nazis who came of age in the late 1970s and early 1980s. Of these, the most important was Michael Kühnen, the baby-faced Führer of the Action Front of National Socialists. Like Reamer, Kühnen was often in trouble with the law, spending several years in prison as a result of his political endeavors. Army intelligence pegged Kühnen as one of the key figures of right-wing extremist/terrorist scene. A skillful orator with closely cropped dark hair and steel blue eyes, he shared a platform with Reamer at several meetings. 9 Born in 1955 into a middle-class family and raised a Catholic, Kühnen became politically active at the age of 15 when the New Left was flexing its muscles in West Germany. For a brief period, he considered himself a Maoist, which he viewed as a sort of Chinese radical right organizations due to its well-organized, nationwide command and control structure. West German officials banned the ANS in December 1983, but affiliates continued to function in neighboring countries, including 200. In the Netherlands, where the Actionsfront Nationale Socialisten was led by SS veteran E.T. Volsink. A wartime member of one of Otto Skorzeny's special sabotage units, Volsink also ran the Dutch section of the Viking Youth. 19 On the home front, Kühnen established a new organizational foothold by encouraging his supporters to infiltrate and take over the Freiheitliche Arbeiterpartei, a small and hitherto insignificant right-wing entity. Seeking to accelerate the growth of the neo-Nazi movement, he devised a plan that entailed stirring up resentment against guest workers and asylum seekers. By scapegoating immigrants, Kühnen hoped to win over alienated working-class youth, who had been thrown on the social and economic scrap heap. Clearly he touched a raw nerve among a majority of the population. A poll taken in the early 1980s showed that 79% of West Germans agreed with the neo-Nazi contention that there were too many foreigners in the country.
This issue would become a major factor in German politics in the years ahead. 20 But Kunen's attempts to increase the FAP's membership ran into a major roadblock: the negative image of Nazism. Seeking to shed some of the cumbersome historical baggage associated with the Third Reich, several neo-Nazis began to criticize Hitler, embracing figures linked to dissident tendencies within the original Nazi movement, such as Gregor and Otto Strasser. Before they were murdered in 1934 by Hitler's SS henchmen during the Bloody Night of Long Knives, the Strasser brothers led a quasi-left-wing faction that emphasized the socialist and anti-capitalist dimensions of the original Nazi project, or so it was claimed, whereas Hitler had sold out to big business and the bourgeoisie. This was the gist of a pamphlet, Farewell to Hitlerism, written by two young neo-Nazi militants in 1982.21. Like the born-again Strasserites, Kunen was trying to develop a different ultranationalist style that would perhaps be more palatable to a wider audience. With this goal in mind, he latched onto the ghost of SA Captain Ernst Röhm, whose brown shirts had terrorized Germany during the Nazi Party's rise to power. Hitler's loyal confidant and second in command since the beginning, Röhm was also betrayed and slaughtered during the Long Knives Purge. Kunen, a gathering storm. 201. Felt that Hitler made a fatal mistake when he smashed the SA, given that Röhm's support for the Führer had never wavered, unlike Gregor Strasser, who bolted from the Nazi Party to form his own organization. This was one reason why Kunen identified more closely with Röhm than with Strassen. Kunen had another, more personal motive for touting the brown shirt bully. Like Röhm, he was a homosexual. When Kunen came out of the closet in the mid-1980s, he caused a scandal among his followers. The young neo-Nazi leader defended himself by pointing out that several important figures in German history, including Emperor Frederick the Great, were homosexuals. For Kunen, there was something super macho about being a Nazi as well as a homosexual, both of which reinforced his sense of living on the edge, of belonging to an elite that was destined to make an impact. He told a West German journalist that homosexuals were especially well suited for our task of winning our struggle because they do not want ties to wife, children, and family. That thousands of homosexual men and women were tortured and murdered in Nazi death camps did not appear to faze Kunen, who refused to acknowledge Hitler's genocide. 22 When Kunen disclosed his sexual orientation, the FAP split into two feuding sections. Major General Otto Ernst Riemer appeared as a guest speaker at several FAP events, but he quarreled with Kunen over the sexual issue. They eventually reconciled, then argued again, a pattern of bickering and making up that typified West Germany's dysfunctional neo-Nazi family. 23 Despite the controversy surrounding his private life, Kunen remained the most influential ultra-right-wing leader in West Germany. His notoriety was a mixed blessing, the downside being the unwelcome attention of West German and U.S. intelligence agencies. Fearing that he would be arrested and jailed for subversive activities, Kunen fled to Paris in March 1984. While in exile, he was sheltered by Marc-Fried Erickson, head of an illegal French neo-Nazi group called Fédération d'Action Nationale Européenne. According to French officials, at one time 20% of Friedrichson's 200-member organization were police officers. 24 A key nodal point within Europe's murky neo-Nazi netherworld. 202. Fein maintained an array of international contacts. In addition to ties with SEDAD in Spain, the VMO in Flanders, and Stefano Del Ce's network in Italy, it functioned as an affiliate of the World Union of National Socialists coordinated by Danish neo-Nazi Pablo Rees-Knudsen. Fein also collaborated with the Turkish Grey Wolves, a neo-Nazi terrorist group whose most famous member, Mehmet Ali Agca, shot Pope John Paul II in May 1981. Abdullah Katli, the high-ranking Grey Wolves member who gave Ali Agca the gun that was used to shoot the pontiff, later stated under the oath in a Roman court that he had been approached by the West German BND spy organization, which allegedly promised him a large sum of money if he implicate the Bulgarians and the Soviets in the papal plot. Ex-CIA analyst Melvin A. Goodman later disclosed that his colleagues, under pressure from CIA higher UPS, skewed their reports to make it seem that the Soviets were involved.
The CIA had no evidence linking the KGB to the plot, Goodman told the Senate Intelligence Committee on September 2, 1991. The CIA station chief in Rome at the time of the papal shooting was Duane Dewey Claridge, who had served with the agency in Turkey in the early and mid-1970s when armed bands of Grey Wolves unleashed a wave of bombings and political assassinations that culminated in a military coup at the turn of the decade. Disclosures by Turkish human rights groups indicate that during this period, the Grey Wolves worked in tandem with the Turkish Army's counter-guerrilla organization, which functioned as the Turkish branch of the CIA's multinational stay-behind program. At the same time, members of the Grey Wolves were immersed in the international drug trade. Serving as couriers for the Turkish mafia, they crisscrossed the infamous smugglers' route passing through Bulgaria, which served as a transit point for sizable shipments of arms and heroin. An inquiry by Italian magistrates disclosed that large quantities of sophisticated NATO weaponry including machine guns, Leopard tanks, and U.S.-built Cobra assault helicopters were smuggled from Western Europe to countries in the Middle East during the 1970s and early 1980s. Deliveries were often made in exchange for consignments of heroin that filtered back, courtesy of the Grey Wolves and other smugglers, to northern Italy, where the drugs were received by mafia middlemen and transported to North America. Turkish morphine formed the basis of the infamous pizza connection, which flooded the United States with high-grade heroin for many years. The bristling contraband operation that traversed Bulgaria was a magnet for Secret Service agents on both sides of the Cold War divide. Crucial, in this regard, was the role of Kintex, a Sofia-based, state-controlled import export. 203. In exile, Konan consolidated his ties with prominent European fascists. He traveled to Spain, where he met with Scorzini's old friend General Leon de Grelle, whose seaside suite in Malaga was an essential port of call for young neo-Nazis from all over the world. Adorned with original Roman statues, Flemish oil paintings, and other priceless works of art, de Grelle's sumptuous residence seemed more like a museum than a bolt hole for a fugitive war criminal. He gave Konan the grand tour, showing off many of his fascist mementos, including the Iron Cross that Hitler had personally draped around de Grelle's neck. Immensely energetic for a man of 78, the well-attired de Grelle had receding, combed-back hair and a large schlong of a nose. An ample paunch prevented his 5'6" frame from fitting into his Waffen-SS uniform, which hung in the closet as if in a shrine. Awed as much by de Grelle's robust personality as by what he actually said, Konan listened attentively while the old Walloon regaled him with tales of his wartime heroics. De Grelle likened the Waffen-SS to a holy order with its own set of rules and loyalties, an aristocratic minority that had been entrusted with a sacred mission. He extolled the fascist ideal in literary panegyrics aimed at arousing a new generation of zealots. True elites are formed at the front, de Grelle effused, a chivalry is created there, young leaders are born. The word carried shameful connotations. Drawing upon the work of Italian leftist Antonio Gramsci, Dabinoist, and his colleagues stressed the importance of waging a war of ideas on the cultural battlefield, which they saw as a prerequisite to genuine political change. Accordingly, they devoted considerable effort to resurrecting Europe's conservative intellectual patrimony, which had been discredited by the fascist experience. In a plethora of books and articles, Dabinoist and his colleagues in Gressreep praised right-wing authors such as Oswald Spengler, Arthur Moeller van den Broek, Ernst Junger, Ernst Niekisch, Wilfried Pareto, Carl Schmitt, and other thinkers who faded into oblivion after 1945. Gress argued that the conservative revolution, which flourished in Germany between the two world wars, was more a seismograph that registered the depths of social discontent than a key factor that contributed to the demise of the Weimar Republic. Even if the conservative revolution was the treasure trove from which National Socialism its ideological weapon, Gress maintained that revolutionary conservative precepts were never actually put into practice by Hitler's regime. 36 Such logic failed to impress detractors, who charged that the French New Right was basically the same old right dressed up in more sophisticated finery. This was true, to some extent,
given that many of the themes championed by Gress, including its emphasis on paganism, had long been of interest to European rightists. For de Benoist, nothing was more important than the task of rekindling Europe's sacred, polytheistic spirit that flourished before Christianity had colonized the continent. His hostile diatribes. 211. Against Christianity resembled those of Italian Nazi philosopher Julius Evola. Despite his status as the guru of neo-fascist terrorism in post-war Italy, Evola's work was embraced by members of Gress as they began searching for an authentic European identity shorn of its Christian heritage. 37 By rejecting Christianity as an alien ideology that was forced upon the Indo-European peoples 2 millennia ago, French New Rightists distinguished themselves from the so-called New Right that emerged in the United States during the 1970s. Ideologically, Gress had little in common with the American New Right, which de Benoist dismissed as a puritanical, moralistic crusade that clung pathetically to Christianity as the be-all and end-all of Western civilization. The leader of the French New Right began to thrust his sharpest barbs at the American way of life, with its inane TV serials, chronic mobility, ubiquitous fast food, adoration of the almighty dollar, and its quiescent, depoliticized populace held in thrall by hidden persuaders, Bible thumpers, and other mass media tricks. Vehemently opposed to the capitalist free market, de Benoist denounced liberalism as the ideology of an all-encompassing consumer society that was innately totalitarian by virtue of its compulsion to reduce every aspect of existence to the realm of economic utility. His thinking had evolved to the point where he identified U.S. economic and cultural imperialism as more of a threat than Soviet communism. Better to wear the helmet of a Red Army soldier, de Benoist wrote in 1982, than to live on a diet of hamburgers in Brooklyn. 38 Continuing on an anti-American trajectory, the leader of Gress excoriated mass consumer society as a kind of soft totalitarianism that air conditions hell and kills the soul. He condemned NATO and adopted a pro-Third World stance, calling for an alliance between Europe and the Islamic world on the grounds that both were threatened by the homogenizing juggernaut of American capitalism. Europe, Third World, the same struggle, de Benoist proclaimed. 39 His opposition to U.S. global intervention and his advocacy of a bloc-free Europe appeared to dovetail with certain ideas of the New Left, which had peaked during the student-worker Sorbonne uprising of May 19,687, just when de Benoist was establishing his think. 212. Tank. This belated ideological convergence was proof to some of de Benoist's erstwhile allies on the far right that he had become a turncoat. At the same time, his neo-fascist pedigree made it impossible for him to find a home among left-wing radicals. The leader of Gress, a physically unimposing man with thick eyeglasses and a vanishing hairline, was sporting a new philosophical look, they surmised, in order to further a deceptive political agenda and sow confusion among his adversaries. 40 Relishing his role as a gadfly, de Benoist spumed attempts to pigeonhole him on the left-right spectrum. Already on the international level, he stated in 1986, the major contradiction is no longer between right and left, liberalism and socialism, fascism and communism, totalitarianism and democracy. It is between those who want the world to be one-dimensional and those who support a plural world grounded in the diversity of cultures. 41 The celebration of ethno-pluralism and cultural diversity signaled an important turn in de Benoist's intellectual progression. The former white supremacist had now become an ardent defender of threatened or minority cultures, of different ways of life that were disappearing in a world where money is the only sign of distinction. Imagining a Europe of 100 flags in the future, de Benoist rallied to the cause of cultures without countries, nations without states: the Basques, Catalans, Bretons, Lombards, Welsh, Scots, Flemish, Sami, Transylvanians, Chechens, etc. His emphasis on regionalism put him at loggerheads with Jean Thieriert, the eccentric Belgian optician who would soon come out of retirement to resume his political work. Although they shared an abiding antipathy toward the United States and American culture, de Benoist rejected Thieriert's call for a super-European nation-state stretching from Ireland all the way to the far end of Siberia. This seemed like the most grandiose form of nationalism to Durbinoist, whose thinking was moving in the opposite direction. 42 For Durbinoist, the focus on preserving specific cultural and ethnic identities at all costs was viewed as a way of challenging the corrosive single model propagated by economic forces that sought to transform the world into one big global market. Will the earth 213 be reduced to something homogeneous because of the deculturalizing and depersonalizing trends for which American imperialism is now the most arrogant vector, he asked. Or will people find the means for the necessary resistance in their beliefs, traditions, and ways of seeing the world? This is really the decisive question that has been raised at the beginning of the next millennium. 43 Although advocating racial superiority may not have been his intention, there was little in Durbinoist's analysis of ethnopluralism and the dangers of global monoculture that would prevent neo-fascist demagogues from using the new right's ideas to justify racist and xenophobic campaigns. This was certainly the case with respect to Jean-Marie Le Pen, leader of the Front National, which appropriated and vulgarized Durbinoist's concepts of ethnic specificity and the right to difference. We not only have the right but the duty to defend our national character as well as our right to difference, declared Le Pen, who urged the French to defend the integrity of their culture against the invasion of Third World immigrants, the alleged source of France's problems. 44 By lifting some of the new right's rhetoric, Le Pen and like-minded national populists throughout Western Europe found a novel and highly effective way to legitimize their hateful prejudices, which would have been considered beyond the pale had they mouthed master race rhetoric. The seductive vocabulary of ethnopluralism allowed them to feign concern about the best interests of the very people who bore the brunt of their racist tirades. I love North Africans, but their place is in North Africa, said Le Pen. Invoked in such a manner, the right to difference seemed to vindicate race-mixing phobias and demands for exclusion. It also underscored the complexity of contemporary racism, which, paradoxically, could be expressed in terms of both denying and affirming the identity of another group or person. Scholar Pierre-André Tagif, an expert on the French New Right, detected within neo-fascist circles the appearance of a softer, more euphemistic form of racism that praised diversity while focusing on cultural rather than racial differences. Describing this phenomenon as neo-racism, Tagif noted that it was far more serviceable, and therefore more 214 pernicious, than tarnished biological ideologies that touted the superiority of one race over another. 45 A handful of Durbinoist's former New Right colleagues jumped on the Front National bandwagon when it started to roll in the mid-1980s. But the leader of Grèce was not among them. In no uncertain terms, he condemned Le Pen's anti-immigrant scapegoating. This discord was not without irony, given that Durbinoist had helped to create a climate in which certain extreme right-wing ideas could be expressed without opprobrium. For it was only after Durbinoist began to articulate his thoughts on ethnopluralism and the right to difference that mass-based, neo-fascistic parties such as the French Front National discovered a workable, theoretical framework to promote their ugly views. While several factors contributed to the rise of radical right-wing populism in non-communist Europe during the mid and late 1980s, Durbinoist and his intellectual cadre were instrumental in bequeathing the ideological trappings that made racism and xenophobia appear respectable. This would have a profound impact in West Germany, where right-wing extremists were beginning to mount a comeback. Browns and Greens. Alain Durbinoist occasionally traveled to the Federal Republic of Germany to speak at meetings and discuss his views. At a public forum held in Lüberi in April 1985, he urged his German listeners to reclaim their authentic identity by working for the abolition of neocolonialist structures. This entailed dissociating themselves from the United States as well as from the Soviet Union, although Durbinoist believed that a German-Russian rapprochement would in the long run provide the basis for a collective security system in Europe. His forthright endorsement of regionalism also struck a responsive chord, given the deep-rooted federalist tradition that exists in Germany. 46 But it was precisely the strength of this regionalist impulse that complicated the issue of German identity, which was always highly 215 problematic. Deutschland as a nation did not exist until 1872, when Bismarck succeeded in Prussianizing a multiplicity of Germanic dukedoms. Long divided between Catholics and Protestants, Germany derived from the medieval Holy Roman Empire, which was expansionist by nature, with fluid and insecure boundaries much like the nation-state that Bismarck forged. By virtue of their central geographical position and the constant movement of population groups, the Germans were always a mixed breed. The mystical concept of the Germanvolk, a people bound together by common blood, language, territory, and customs that arose in the 19th century, was largely a form of compensation, a way of propping up a flimsy ethnic nationalist identity. 47 The Germans have never been able to feel themselves comfortably settled within their borders, untroubled in their belief in themselves, William Pfaff has observed. Nationhood is a matter of anxiety for the Germans. This angst was compounded in 1945 by the partition of Germany into two countries with very different social and political systems, each integrated into hostile military blocs. After the reconfiguration of national frontiers and additional large-scale migrations, those of Germanic stock included Austrians, Dutch, Swiss, French, Czechs, Poles, Russians, and Italians. All these factors, topped by the enormous crimes of the Third Reich, contributed to a full-blown identity crisis, which became a burning issue in West Germany in the 1980s. 48 During this period, identity politics was central to the discourse of the German extreme right, which took many of its rhetorical cues from Alain de Benoist. Every people has a right to its own identity. Whoever violates this right is playing with fire, asserted Nation Europa, a pan-European neo-fascist journal. Founded in 1950 by an ex-SS officer, it was one of several German publications that later adopted the jargon of Völkisch or ethno-pluralism. The influence of New Right and conservative revolutionary fascism was also evident in various journals that maintained the Germans had a right, nay, an obligation to defend their unique cultural identity, which was threatened by immigrants, multinational alienation, and other foreign influences. 9. 216. As in France, such notions were compatible with the hatred of refugees, asylum seekers, and ethnic minorities. But this animosity was obscured somewhat by the German New Right's strong endorsement of national liberation movements and revolutionary struggles around the world, ranging from the Basques in Spain and the IRA in Northern Ireland to the peoples of Eastern Europe, the Ukraine, the Afghan Mujahideen, and the Sandinistas of Nicaragua. In short, any mortal enemy of a superpower was deemed a de facto ally by various inchoate New Right formations that sprang up in West Germany during the early 1980s. 50 This period also saw the emergence of the Greens, the left-of-center Peace and Ecology Party, as a mass-based opposition movement in West Germany. Galvanized by NATO's decision to station a new generation of medium-range nuclear missiles in Europe, the Greens adopted a neutralist stance toward the East-West conflict. Their attempts to forge a third way beyond capitalism and communism bore certain similarities to themes stressed by New Right intellectuals and neo-Nazi militants, who tried to outflank their left-wing contemporaries by enunciating radical positions on ecology, nuclear weapons, U.S. imperialism, and national liberation. Some right-wing extremists went so far as to call for revolution from below in Germany modeled after Third World independence struggles. They often employed leftist-sounding rhetoric that appealed to the Greens supporters, who also obsessed over questions of personal and collective identity. Many Greens were receptive to arguments that German unification was an indispensable precondition to a durable peace in Europe. Such matters were debated in New Right publications that interspersed articles by left-wing authors and neo-fascistic national revolutionaries. 51 The political cross-fertilization that ensued in West Germany around this time provided new opportunities for far-right strategists, who were continually searching for ways to transcend their marginalized status. Toward this end, they sought to piggyback on the success of the Greens, which polled enough votes to enter the West German Bundestag, a feat that had not been accomplished by a radical right-wing party since 1949. Although most Greens were indisputably anti-fascist, some of them lacked the political 217 Savvy to realize that neo-Nazis and other far-right miscreants had infiltrated their ranks from the outset. 52** in 1980, the West Berlin chapter of the Greens, known as the Alternative List, expelled a contingent of national revolutionaries that had employed stealth tactics in an effort to take over the group. This was merely one skirmish in a battle for control of the Greens, as leftists feuded with brown elements inside the party. Left-wing forces ultimately prevailed, prompting eco-fascists and their fellow travelers to form a rival organization, the Democratic Ecology Party headed by Herbert Gruel, in 1982.53. While German neo-Nazis and New Right intellectuals expressed concern for green issues, their interest in ecology was often little more than a pretext for promoting a cutthroat social Darwinist ideology and a disguised form of racism. Gruel, for example, trumpeted the laws of nature to justify a hierarchical social order. All strivings of a people for organized social justice are simply hopeless, he asserted. A guest speaker at Holocaust denial confabs and other neo-Nazi functions, Gruel was subsequently awarded the Bundesverdienstkreuz, the country's highest official honors by the Bonn government. 54 Gruel is best known for advancing dubious ecological arguments for keeping foreigners out of Germany. He claimed that every Volk requires its own particular environment in order to flourish, as is the case with a fragile ecosystem. Any outside interference will disrupt the natural ecology of a Volk. According to the perverse logic of eco-fascism, NLY, when a Volk maintains its characteristics, can we preserve the ethnic variety to which humanity owes its adaptability? Protecting the environment was therefore tantamount to preserving the biological substance as well as the collective identity of the German people. This type of thinking would enable mainstream politicians to avoid racist terminology while advocating xenophobic views. We have to think of the ecological consequences of unlimited immigration, declared Otto Zeidli, Bavaria's land development minister after German unification. 55 Rudolf Barrow, a former East German dissident who became a leader of the West German Greens, saw the ecological crisis in apocalyptic terms. He shocked many of his erstwhile allies by urging them to rediscover the positive side of the Nazi movement so as to liberate the suppressed brown parts of the German character. After leaving the Greens party in the mid-1980s, he echoed the sentiments of many new rightists by calling for authoritarian measures to rescue the biosphere. Present-day environmental problems were so serious, he asserted, that they could only be resolved through an eco-dictatorship. Said Barrow, there is a call in the depths of the Volk for a green Adolf. People should not fear the advent of such a charismatic prince, Barrow insisted, for he could lift Germans out of their spiritual oblivion and lead them to the promised land of ecological salvation. 56 Pronouncements of this sort were vigorously rejected by the Greens, whose differences with the extreme right far outweighed any similarities. The Greens were strongly committed to egalitarian principles, unlike the brown intelligentsia, which harbored a bitter animosity toward American culture that went way beyond the anti-US sentiment expressed by sectors of the West German left. Although the Greens favored reunification on the basis of disarmament and neutrality, they deplored the concept of a greater Germany that incorporated Austria, Silesia, Sudetenland, and other so-called Eastern territories. Nor did the Greens subscribe to the right-wing argument that the division of Germany was merely a 219 consequence of the imperialist policies of the occupation forces. Such a notion, the Greens maintained, belittled both Hitlerism and German nationalism. Furthermore, they did not accept the proposition that decriminalizing German history was a first step toward recovering a true German identity, an idea that became fashionable among conservatives in the fatherland in the mid-1980s. And, finally, the Greens did not see reunification coming about through an arrangement with the Soviet Union, a strategy favored by an increasing number of right-wing extremists. 57 This, of course, had long been the view of Major General Otto Ernst Remmert, the most pointedly pro-Soviet neo-Nazi in West Germany. Remmert felt it was important to put out feelers to the Russians to see what price they would expect for supporting German unification. He recognized that Moscow was Germany's enemy as long as it refused to take its boot off the neck of Eastern Europe, East Germany included, but this situation could conceivably change if the Soviet bloc, burdened by economic woes, showed signs of fraying at the edges. Perhaps the USSR would be willing to permit the reunification of Germany in exchange for security guarantees and long-term economic assistance. With this in mind, Reamer met with Valentin Fallon, the former Soviet ambassador to West Germany who served as one of President Gorbachev's chief advisors on foreign policy. "I spoke with Fallon on several occasions," said Hitler's former bodyguard. Invariably, the conversation turned to the possibility of a new Rapallo agreement and a revitalized German-Russian alliance. 58 Reamer went so far as to advocate a dialogue with all German neutralists, including the Greens and other left-wing peace activists, to put pressure on Chancellor Helmut Kohl and the Christian Democratic Union, which had returned to power in 1982 after 13 years of social democratic rule. Although the West German constitution explicitly required the government to work for reunification, it did not appear that Kohl was serious about taking concrete steps to make this happen. On the contrary, his endorsement of NATO's plan to install Pershing and cruise missiles in Europe underscored Bonn's support for the Western Alliance, which entailed ipso facto the continued existence of two Germanys. A significant portion of the West German electorate did not favor the NATO missile caper. 220. According to a 1983 Gallup poll, 43% of West Germans distrusted the United States and the Soviet Union equally. Another survey a year later showed that 53% supported the idea of a united, neutral Germany. 59 Anxious about rising neutralist sentiment, the West German Chancellor decided that, at the very least, a symbolic gesture was necessary to placate his right-wing critics. Kohl's riposte came when President Reagan ventured to West Germany to participate in a solemn wreath-laying ceremony on May 5, 1985, at a military cemetery in Bitburg, where 47 SS men were buried along with 2,000 Wehrmacht soldiers. Its ostensible purpose was to commemorate the 40th anniversary of the end of World War II, but Reagan used the occasion to get in his digs at the evil empire, not the Third Reich, of course, but the Soviet Union. German war veterans who insisted that Hitler should not be judged too harshly, because he fought the Red Menace, felt vindicated when Reagan restricted his comments on human rights abuses to only those occurring in communist countries. The president's one-eyed view of history transformed Nazi culprits into victims. He depicted the Third Reich not as a system of mass terror but as the work of a single maniacal despot. The fallen SS fighters were Hitler's victims just as surely as the victims in the concentration camps, Reagan asserted. Absolving Germany of its wartime sins was the president's way of thanking Kohl for backing the unpopular nuclear missile buildup in Europe. Not surprisingly, Jewish organizations were outraged. So, too, were U.S. veterans groups. The American Legion, usually a staunch supporter of the president, reminded Reagan that the Waffen-SS had murdered more than 70 unarmed American prisoners at Malmedy, just 30 miles from Bitburg. Are these the same SS troops buried beneath the stones of Bitburg? A Legion spokesperson asked. Other veterans recalled that the city of Bitburg was a staging area for German soldiers including Otto Skorzeny's notorious SS units who fought against the Allies in the Battle of the Bulge. Bitburg also contained the graves of men from the 2nd SS Panzer Division, which massacred 642 French civilians in Resurgence in June 1942.60. For German Nazis and neo-Nazis, the rehabilitation of the SS at Bitburg was an event worthy of celebration. The HIAG, the SS Veterans Club, toasted Reagan at its annual reunion in the spring of 1985. The Zionists will stop at nothing. But the president is an honest man, exulted one member of HIAG, which had recently been removed from the official watch list of extremist groups monitored by the Verfassungsschutz, the West German equivalent of the FBI. Even Major General Reamer offered words of praise for Reagan. It was high time, said Reamer, who told reporters that he intended to send telegrams to Reagan and Kohl congratulating them for their gesture of goodwill toward the SS. 61 The vast majority of West Germans approved of Reagan's visit, underscoring the extent to which the Bitburg ritual was politically expedient for Kohl.
Soon after he bid out Wiedersehen to the American president, Kohl publicly endorsed the German state boundaries of 1937 at a meeting of ethnic German expellees from Silesia. As the chancellor spoke, revanchist banners were unfurled declaring Silesia remains ours, and neo-Nazis in the audience, emboldened by the Bitburg spectacle, raised their arms in Hitler-like salutes. 62 Bitburg was a vivid reminder of how closely the Nazi era lay beneath the surface of German politics. By lifting the scab on Germany's darkest period, it brought to the fore many unresolved issues of guilt and denial, justice and forgiveness, morality and power politics. The renowned German aptitude for cultivating a protective amnesia with respect to the Third Reich had long been encouraged by American Cold War policies, which continually sought to scale down the scope of the Nazi problem and shrink the number of those who were deemed responsible for Nazi atrocities, culminating in Reagan's absurd contention that one man with a queer mustache was responsible for all the horrors that ensued. Ignoring the truth about the Nazi dictatorship Daubdes took its toll on the German psyche. As West German historian Hagen Schultz warned, "Hat is not worked through in memory will re-emerge as neurosis or hysteria." His words would prove prophetic in a few years when the Berlin Wall came down and Germany was reunified. 63. 222. The politics of denial. No matter how fervently Kohl and other German rightists tried to foster a positive German identity and an unashamed patriotism, they ran into an obstacle that defied integration: Auschwitz. The magnitude of Nazi criminality, as epitomized by the death camps, called into question whether it was psychologically possible for Germans to emerge from the shadow of the Third Reich and become a normal nation again, particularly if this entailed harkening back to an imperial tradition that reached a crescendo with Hitler. Overcoming this significant hurdle to normalization was the task pursued by a handful of professional historians, most notably Ernst Nolte, who felt that Germany's wartime behavior could be put into proper perspective only when compared with other 20th-century cases of dictatorship and mass murder. Nolte's convoluted attempts to relativize Nazi atrocities ignited a public firestorm known as the Historiker Streit in West Germany in 198. 6.64 Departing from the usual strategy of German conservatives who sought to downplay the Hitler era as a historical aberration, Nolte argued that National Socialism was an excessive but nonetheless justified response to the greater danger of Soviet communism. He sought to deny the singularity of the Holocaust by equating it with Stalin's terror, the massacre of Armenians by Turks, Pol Pot's killing fields in Cambodia, the Allied carpet bombing of Dresden toward the end of World War H, and the expulsion of ethnic Germans from Poland and Czechoslovakia shortly thereafter. Although all of these were awful calamities, Nolte refused to acknowledge what made the Nazi genocide unique. Unlike the other examples he cited, the Holocaust was the result of a systematic campaign by the state to use every means at its disposal to exterminate an entire people, as defined by racial or religious criteria. Moreover, the Nazis did not just kill millions of people, but literally harvested their remains for the benefit of Germany's industrial machine. 65 Most academic historians dismissed Nolte's conjectures, yet, if nothing else, he managed to show that the process of reckoning with the past often turns out to be just the opposite: an attempt to 223. Manipulate the historical record and twist it to suit a political agenda. For if Auschwitz was merely one among many modern-day horrors, then why continue to stigmatize Germany? The extreme right appreciated the utility of Nolte's argument, which in one fell swoop appeared to nullify the crux of long-standing objections to German unification. Treading on a slippery historical slope, Nolte came dangerously close to validating the bizarre worldview of those who claimed that the Holocaust never actually happened, that Auschwitz was a fabrication concocted by Jews for their own purposes. The existence of the gas chambers, Nolte asserted, has been contested by a number of authors, and this literature has in no way originated exclusively with Germans or neo-fascists. This point showed that their intentions were often honorable, said Nolte, who concluded that their work should be taken seriously. He even repeated some of the bogus allegations put forward by Holocaust deniers, including the idea that the Jews specifically, the World Zionist Organization had declared war on Nazi Germany shortly after the Wehrmacht invaded Poland in September 1939 and, therefore, it was not unreasonable for Hitler to launch an anti-Jewish campaign. 66 While Holocaust denial had always been part of the post-war fascist scene, it was not until the founding of the California-based Institute for Historical Review in 1978 that the Assassins of Memory, as French literary historian Pierre Vidal-Naquet has called them, acquired an organizational base that facilitated their international networking efforts. A spin-off of Willis Carto's Liberty Lobby, the IHR published the journal OF Historical Review, which tried to impress its readers with footnotes and other scholarly trappings. As well as distributing a glut of books, pamphlets, and audio and videotapes, the IHR arranged expeditions to the annual neo-fascist festival at Dixmude. 67 The hollow hoaxers call themselves revisionists, but a more appropriate term would be negationists, for their modus operandi has less to do with critical thinking than with advancing a rancid ideological agenda. They realized that the biggest barrier to a revival of National Socialism was the truth about the past, hence, their need to convince the public that Auschwitz was a lie. Toward this end, they employed arguments that were inherently contradictory. 224. Some admitted that the gas chambers existed but only to kill lice, others maintained that the gas chambers were built by the Allies after the war to discredit the Germans. They ignored evidence such as Auschwitz commander Rudolf Höss's Nuremberg testimony, in which he described how gas chambers were used to exterminate camp inmates. By picking away at specific details, the negationists hoped to plant seeds of doubt among young people that would persist after those who had survived the concentration camps were no longer alive to bear witness to the truth. 68 IHR activities were vigorously promoted in the Liberty Lobby's weekly newspaper The Spotlight, whose circulation exceeded 300,000 in 1981 but has since leveled off to about half that. Aptly described as the National Enquirer of the American far right, it has usually avoided the crude racialist language that typifies Klan and neo-Nazi literature. Coding its bigotry in anti-big government rhetoric, this conspiracy-obsessed tabloid purports to expose the powerful hidden forces that are supposedly responsible for all of the world's complex ills. In addition to international banksters, its favorite whipping boys have been the Council on Foreign Relations, the Bilderberg Group, Trilateral Commission, United Nations, and the Federal Reserve System. Over the years, Spotlight subscribers have been treated to headlines such as The Diary of Anne Frank is a fraud and skinheads, they're young, they're wild and they're standing up for America. 69 In the weird world of the Spotlight, history is turned upside down. The exploits of the Waffen-SS are glorified and convicted Nazi war criminals, such as General Leon de Grael, are described as war heroes. In 1979, the Spotlight reported that de Grael had written an open letter to the Pope concerning Auschwitz, in which he beseeched newly anoint John Paul II not to lend credence to the myth of the gas chambers. The following year, the Spotlight ran a lengthy interview with Senator-elect Dan Quayle, who thanked the Liberty Lobby for supporting his successful political campaign. Other conservatives kept their distance from the Liberty Lobby. R. Emmett Tyrrell, editor of the American Spectator, ridiculed Carto's group as a colorful collection of bigots and simpletons. The Wall Street Journal cut to the chase and called Carto and the Liberty 225 Lobby anti-Semitic, which prompted a lawsuit. But the court ruled against Carto, saying that it would be hard-pressed to find a case in which the evidence of anti-Semitism was more compelling. 70 Among those who occasionally wrote for the Spotlight and the Journal of Historical Review was Yaki's old friend H. Keith Thompson. He had been invited to join the Liberty Lobby's Board of Policy, but Thompson balked when he received a letter from Carto's organization asking him to sign a loyalty oath. "I took one oath of loyalty in my life and that is all I shall take," he huffed. 71 Thompson made his feelings perfectly clear when he spoke at an IHR gathering in California in September 1983. Held in secluded locations, these annual confabs were open only to invited guests, who paid a nifty sum to listen to a lineup of Nazis, neo-fascists, and other negationists expound upon the latest developments in holo-hoaxology and the gargantuan Zionist conspiracy that had tricked the masses into believing that 6 million Jews were killed. During his lecture, Thompson attacked the Nuremberg trials and recounted his post-war effort to help rehabilitate Hitler's appointed successor Grand Admiral Karl Dönitz. At the end of his speech, he urged his audience to stand by the Third Reich. That comment elicited a standing ovation, whereupon Thompson added, "If, in the end, the Holocaust did take place, then so much the better." At least Thompson was more candid than the typical IHR windbag. 72*. David McCalden, a British neo-Nazi, served as the first executive director of the Institute for Historical Review. Before long, however, he had a falling out with Carto, as did many people who tried to work with the Liberty Lobby's godfather. Upon quitting the IHR in 1984, McCalden started to air the organization's dirty laundry. Rumors began to circulate about a gay Nazi cult inside the IHR that allegedly included Keith Stumley, the young editor of the Journal of Historical Review. An ardent Yaakieite and a protege of H. Keith Thompson, Stumley died of AIDS after the usual parting of the ways with Carto. McCalden himself would succumb to the same disease a few years later. 73 Backdoor links connecting the Institute for Historical Review and the Republican Party quietly persisted throughout the Reagan administration. Austin App, an IHR stalwart who wrote The 6 Million Swindle, was a spear carrier for the German-American National Congress, one of several far-right affiliates linked to the National Confederation of American Ethnic Groups. Co-founded by App and dominated by Nazi apologists, this confederation played an important role in the GOP's ethnic outreach division during election campaigns. 74 For the most part, ties between fascist old-timers and the Republican Party remained a fairly well-kept secret until near the end of the Reagan presidency, when a flurry of news reports exposed that the GOP's ethnic outreach arm had recruited some of its key members from a fascist Eastern European émigré network. Many of these dubious characters settled in the United States with the help of the CIA, the military, and the State Department, which sponsored Nazi intelligence assets during the Cold War. Using loopholes in immigration laws, they were able to facilitate the transfer of an estimated 10,000 fascist collaborators to the United States. 75 According to historian Christopher Simpson, these far-right émigrés did not arrive as isolated individuals but as part of experienced, highly organized groups with distinct political agendas that differed little from the fascist programs they had promoted in their homelands. Boosted by generous CIA subsidies, several militant exile organizations gained a foothold in ethnic communities in the United States and proceeded to carve out a power base on the far right of the American political landscape. Teaming up with homespun American red bashers, they gravitated toward the conservative wing of the Republican Party and assumed prominent roles in the GOP's ethnic outreach committees. 76 The Liberty Lobby and the Republican Party's ethnic outreach division shared an outspoken antipathy toward the Justice Department's Office of Special Investigations, which had been established during the Carter presidency to track down and prosecute Nazi collaborators who had entered the United States illegally. After the OSI succeeded in deporting several suspected war criminals, its efforts were assailed by former White House Communications Director Patrick Buchanan. An admirer of Franco, Pinochet, the Argentine military junta, and South Africa's apartheid regime, Buchanan equated Allied treatment of German civilians after the war to Nazi treatment of the Carrot Jews. It was Buchanan who reportedly scripted 228. Reagan's chilling remarks about how SS soldiers buried at Bitburg were victims, just as surely as the victims in the concentration camps. 77 Buchanan described Hitler as an individual of great courage, a soldier's soldier, and referred to Holocaust survivors' memories as group fantasies of martyrdom. Such missives made him a favorite among readers of the Spotlight and the IHR Journal. The negationists had occasion to gloat when a nationwide Holocaust history program for schools was denied federal funding during the Reagan administration. The Department of Education rejected the proposed Holocaust curriculum because the Nazi point of view, however unpopular, not presented, nor that of the Ku Klux Klan. 78. The following year the IHR, represented by attorney Mark Lane, suffered a legal setback when a superior court judge in Los Angeles ruled that the Holocaust was an established fact and that the institute therefore had to pay $50,000 to a concentration camp survivor Mel Mermelstein, who had responded to the IHR's offer to give the sum to anyone who could prove that Jews were gassed at Auschwitz. 79 Still licking their wounds, IHR staffers sought to put the Mermelstein affair behind them as they looked forward to hosting the 8th International Revisionist Conference, which was scheduled to begin on October 9, 1987, at the Holiday Inn in Irvine, California. Several speakers were slated to appear, including a much ballyhooed special mystery guest who was hyped but not identified in IHR promotional literature. Roughly 100 people from several different countries turned up at the conference, which was dedicated to the memory of Austin App, the Holocaust denier and GOP ethnic mover and shaker who had recently passed away. When it was his turn to address the nearly all-male gathering, August Klaproth, a German-American Bund leader from the 1930s, tried to lighten things up a bit. Claiming FDR's prisons were worse than Hitler's, Klaproth spoke of his confinement during the war in a Michigan jail, which was overrun by cockroaches. He facetiously described how he and some of the other prisoners pushed them together in one spot and then we exterminated them all. 6 million. Guffaws emanated from the audience, then a big round of applause. A gathering storm. 229. Finally, it came time to introduce the eagerly awaited surprise mystery guest. A hush swept through the crowd when his name was announced. It was none other than Major General Otto Ernst Reamer. Keith Thompson had arranged for the 75-year-old Nazi to visit the United States so that he could deliver the keynote address at the IHR confab. For Thompson, it was a crowning moment. While serving as the registered U.S. agent for Reamer's Socialist Reich Party in the early 1950s, he had sent messages to SRP leaders through Francis Parker Yockey, who often traveled to West Germany. 3.5 decades later, Thompson came full circle by bringing Reamer to the Holocaust Denial Convention sponsored by the IHR, which had been founded by one of Yockey's biggest fans and posthumous promoters. Somehow Thompson was able to pull strings for Reamer to enter the country that he had so often and so vociferously criticized. Despite his unrepentant Nazi views and his forthright advocacy of a German-Russian alliance during the Cold War, Reamer managed to get in and out of California without any hassles, a feat all the more curious given that a West German court had just sentenced him to a 6-month prison term for making a crude, anti-Semitic remark that prompted gales of laughter at an SS reunion in Bavaria. A reporter from STEM recalled the incident. From the right-hand pocket of his suit, removed with a grand gesture a gas-filled cigarette lighter. He held it under his nose, pressed carefully on the release so that the gas escaped slowly. "What is that?" he asked, sniffing it, and then he gave the reply, "A Jew nostalgic for Auschwitz." 80 Such humor would have gone over well at the IHR conference, but Reamer was decidedly more sober at this forum. During his lecture, the former commander of the Crack Grossdeutschland Guard Battalion gave a blow-by-blow account of the events that unfolded on July 20, 1944, when he and Skorzeny saved the Third Reich from coup plotters. Translated by IHR editor Mark Webern, Reamer's comments were warmly received by the audience, which applauded whenever National Socialism or Hitler was mentioned and groaned at every reference to Roosevelt or Churchill. After his speech, which the Spotlight summarized in an glowing article and the journal OF Historical Review reprinted in full. 230. A clutch of youthful admirers gravitated toward Reamer. Awestruck, they hung on every word as one of the last living legends of the Third Reich casually smoked a cigarette and elaborated upon the need for a European cultural revival. When asked to explain his country's foreign policy, Reamer tipped his ashes and replied, "There is no policy now since it is a false state. There is no Germany. Only two occupied populations. 81. But in the future, Reamer promised, a newly awakened Europe would pave the way for the unification of the entire continent under the dynamic leadership of Germany in tandem with Russia. Although he acknowledged that the two countries shared a tempestuous history, Reamer commended the Russians for their moral fortitude guided by Slavic authoritarianism. By contrast, America, with its abrasive rock music and Negroid cultural degradations sold to the masses by Jewish polluters, was said to be a more devious and powerful enemy. An undisciplined giant weighed down by race mixing, America bred rampant mediocrity that dulled the sensibilities of contemporary Germans and others under its sway. 231. Only a neo-Nazi resurgence could remedy the situation, Reamer contended, and until such time it was incumbent upon all National Socialists to be cultural torchbearers for the hidden glories of traditional Europe. Those who huddled around him listened with rapt attention and resonated to his dream. Before the deluge. A few months after Ernst Reamer's visit to the United States, Michael Kühnen finished serving his second prison term. Upon his release in March 1988, he immediately began a tour of West Germany, visiting old comrades and recruiting new followers. Monitoring his movements, U.S. Army intelligence made what turned out to be an accurate prediction: Kühnen's actions and the power of his magnetism will have a deciding influence on the future of neo-Nazism. He will very likely try to gather his former associates around him with the goal to again attack the liberal democratic fundamental order. 82 Never one to pull his rhetorical punches, Kühnen stated during a radio interview that a Nazi dictatorship should be set up in West Germany. Our dream is a race of European brown shirts, active political soldiers of National Socialism who will fight in the streets, he told Der Spiegel. Remarks of this sort prompted the authorities to ban yet another group led by Kühnen, the Nationalsammlung, in February 1989.83. By this time, Kühnen was busy preparing for Hitler's centennial birthday celebration, which he had planned while visiting General Leon Degrelle in Spain 5 years earlier. The much-anticipated event turned out to be a relatively low-key affair attended by neo-Nazis from Spain, France, Denmark, Belgium, Norway, and West Germany. As they raised glasses of champagne in honor of the Führer, Kühnen and his colleagues had reason to be pleased. The upstart Republikaner Party had recently scored a breakthrough by capturing 7.5% of the vote in West Berlin. Not since the fleeting victories of Bubi von Thaden's National Democrats in the mid-1960s had a radical right-wing party done so well at the polls. Nationalist thinking stands before a renaissance here, Kühnen. 232. Proclaimed. The Republikaner success in the Berlin election has been a great encouragement to us and all nationalist forces. 84 Founded in 1983, the fast-rising Republikaner were led by a former Bavarian talk show host, Franz Skanyube, who often boasted of his wartime service with the Waffen-SS. His party called for the abolition of trade unions and the state welfare system, the expulsion of all foreigners, and the restoration of a united Germany within its 1937 borders. Skanyube also played down the evils of the Nazi era, equating German misery at the end of the war with the terror it had inflicted on everyone else. But in this regard Schönhuber was hardly different from many mainstream West German politicians, just a bit more brazen and outspoken perhaps. 85 Skanyube eschewed terminology that could be pegged as neo-Nazi, fashioning the Republikaner into a radical, right-wing populist party that purported to advocate for the interests of the little guy. Escalating unemployment and social bifurcation had given rise to a two-thirds society, and those who ended up on the short end of West Germany's economic miracle felt increasingly buffeted by market forces beyond their control. Rather than illuminating the structural factors that bred social inequities, Skanyube blamed immigrants, guest workers, and asylum seekers for nearly every one of West Germany's problems. Peddling a politics ready-made for the economically disenchanted, he touted emotive slogans and simplistic solutions such as "our own people first," and "Germany for the Germans." The efficacy of this strategy became evident once again when the Republikaner polled 7.1% nationally in the June 1989 elections for the European Parliament. After these results, few doubted that the Republikaner had become a serious force in West German politics. Given the racially charged message promoted by the Republikaner, it's not surprising that the party attracted some people who were more extreme or more militant than the image Skanyube sought to project.
Hardcore neo-Nazis loyal to Michael Kühnen had infiltrated the Republikaner since its inception. For tactical reasons, Schonhuber sought to distance himself from Kühnen and his fellow travelers. Noting that he had friends inside Schonhuber's party, Kühnen remarked, "The Republikaner say what many people think, I say what many Republikaner think." 86. 233. In an effort to portray the Republikaner as a patriotic group without neo-Nazi leanings, Schonhuber followed the same formula that seemed to be working for other far-right populist parties in Western Europe. He cloaked his racism in the language of ethno-pluralism and stressed the importance of safeguarding a separate national identity as a precondition to preserving the unique attributes of different cultures. The Republikaner chief also adopted a national neutralist position that smacked of Ernst Reamer's politics. Russia is nearer to us than America, not merely geographically, Schonhuber maintained. Here I am a follower of Bismarck, who believed that the key to the fruitful development of our fatherland lay in a positive relationship with Russia. 87. While they both embraced Bismarck as a key touchstone, Schonhuber differed from Reamer in at least one crucial respect. The Republikaner leader publicly referred to Hitler as a criminal. This may have been a pragmatic concession on the part of Schonhuber, who understood that Third Reich nostalgia was not a formula for political success in contemporary West Germany. The likelihood that the Federal Republic will be defeated by a totalitarian enemy who grows an easily recognizable mustache and prefers brown shirts is exceptionally slight, said Schonhuber. There will be no second Hitler to test the Bond state, no imitation bringing people under its spell. It'll be an unmistakable original whose appearance is trimmed to its time and corresponds to its needs. At best the enciphered similarities will be evident to the experts. 88. According to a report by the European Parliament's Committee of Inquiry on Racism and Xenophobia, the emergence of the Republikaner was only the tip of a very large extreme right iceberg in West Germany. Schonhuber's populist offensive, along with rumblings among Völkisch New Right intellectuals and the growth of Kühnen's underground army, all were part of an expanding political force field on the extreme right that exerted an unmistakable pull on Chancellor Kohl and the ruling Christian Democratic Union. Of foremost concern to Kohl was the possibility that many of his erstwhile supporters might stray into the Republikaner camp. 89. The principal impact of the Republikaner, in the words of the European Parliament's report, was to push the axis of political discussion in West Germany to the right. The Committee of Inquiry 234 cited several disturbing examples, including an August 1989 rally in Hanover addressed by 3 federal government ministers, who endorsed the revanchist demands of German nationalist exiles from Silesia. There was also the claim by official government spokesman Hans Klein that the Waffen-SS was merely a group of fighting soldiers who defended the fatherland. Such pronouncements by mainstream West German politicians did not lessen the appeal of the Republikaner Party but rather served to legitimize many of its ideas in the public mind, the committee concluded. The European Parliament also noted with alarm the annual survey by West Germany's constitutional watchdog, the Verfassungsschutz, which charted an increase in the number of hardcore fascists in the Bonn Republic from 22,000 in 1988 to more than 30,000 in 1989.90. Michael Kühnen sensed the political winds were shifting in a favorable direction. But neither he nor any of his neo-Nazi colleagues could have anticipated the upheaval that would soon shake the entire continent. In November 1989, the Berlin Wall was breached. The two Germanys quickly merged, and the Soviet Union cascaded toward a monumental crack-up. For many years, little was possible, a delighted Otto Ernst Reamer remarked. Then everything changed overnight, and a perspective whose end we can't yet determine suddenly opened up. 91. PARTTHREE. Post-Cold War. Fascism. CHAPTERSEVEN. Germany reunited. Catharsis. A spontaneous Volksfest erupted on the night of November 9, 1989, as young Germans from East and West Berlin climbed atop the 13.5-foot slab of concrete that separated their city. Clearing away coils of barbed wire, jubilant strangers extended hands and pulled one another up onto the hated edifice. They hugged and kissed,
popped champagne, and danced until dawn. Cars honked and giddy throngs surged toward the Brandenburg Gate. Among the celebrants were Chancellor Helmut Kohl and his close friend Günter Strassmayer, the leader of the Christian Democratic Union in West Berlin. While much of the world watched the festivities on TV, a group of West German skinheads with swastika armbands scaled the wall and headed eastward unhindered by the enthusiastic crowd. It was a hint of what lay in store for the post-Cold War era, which commenced symbolically on that fateful evening when Berlin once again became an undivided municipality. Soon a wave of neo-Nazi violence would engulf the fatherland in a manner frighteningly reminiscent of a past that many thought had been left behind. Laden with historical significance, the date of the de facto dissolution of the wall coincided with the anniversary of the 1938 Kristallnacht pogrom. Exactly 15 years before that, on November 9, 1923, Hitler had been arrested for staging his abortive beer hall putsch. 238. Something irrevocable transpired with the opening of the 105-mile-long Berlin Wall. Erected in 1961, this booby-trapped death strip inspired spy novelists and graffiti artists, who decorated it with poetry and colorful murals. At least 255 people had been killed trying to cross the wall. East German communist boss Erich Honecker claimed it was an anti-fascist barrier designed to protect against Western imperialism. In January 1989, he confidently proclaimed that the Berlin Wall would remain in place for the next 100 years. That same month, an opinion poll indicated that while a majority of West Germans supported unification in theory, only 3% believed it would happen anytime soon. By year's end, however, the geopolitical tectonic plates started to rattle, and the Berlin Wall crumbled. Aftershocks from this pivotal, epoch-making moment would be felt across the globe long after the wall had been sold off piece by piece to tourists and trinket collectors. In the process, the wall's graffiti also disappeared, including a prescient Aldous Huxley quote, which warned against bigotry and narrow-mindedness, "There's no single cure for what could never have a single cause." Given the magnitude of what had occurred, it's ironic that the fall of the wall was due to flukish bungling by tentative East German authorities. 2 days earlier the geriatric leadership of the German Democratic Republic had resigned, affording little chance for the new communist government to settle in. The changing of the guard came in the midst of a tremendous outpouring of popular discontent. Nearly 350,000 people fled the GDR in the autumn of 1989. Concurrent with this massive exodus, grassroots protest inside East Germany picked up remarkable momentum. Within a few weeks, outdoor demonstrations drew more than 100,000 people. Originating in Leipzig and spreading throughout the country, this nonviolent citizens' movement coincided with analogous upheaval in other Eastern European states. Catalyzed by Mikhail Gorbachev's reforms in the Soviet Union, bold displays of civic courage were on the verge of transforming the political landscape of the entire region. The fledgling East German opposition led by artists, ecologists, Protestant clergy, feminists, peace and human rights activists never expected to topple the communist ruling elite and precipitate a rush of events leading inexorably toward unification. The two-German predicament had come to seem like an immutable part of their existence. It was not their intention to bring about a national merger. Eager to escape from the communist frying pan, most of them did not want to jump straight into the capitalist fire. Instead, they favored a socialist renewal in the GDR, a kind of third way that would combine the best of both systems. But this utopian prospect was trampled underfoot when the border opened and legions of East Germans lined up at West German banks for a promised allotment of Deutsche Marks and loaded up on stereos, VCRs, and big-screen TVs. As it turned out, the emotional catharsis that accompanied the breach of the Berlin Wall drained the revolutionary project of much of its energy. Caught off guard by the sudden rupture, dissident GDR intellectuals were left gasping at the edge of the abyss. Having created the civic space for an expression of chronically pent-up feelings, the protest leaders were overwhelmed when the unsilenced majority of East Germans began to clamor for unification soon after the wall was rendered obsolete. Emblematic of this shift in sensibility, the original chant of "Wir sind das Volk,"
gave way at mass rallies to the rousing refrain "Wir sind ein Volk." It did not take long before the uglier side of German nationalism began to assert itself. In Leipzig and other East German cities, skinhead youth hoisting flags of the 1937 German Reich marched alongside those demanding unification. Soon proponents of unity, including neo-Nazi militants, started to clash openly with those who still cherished the possibility of an independent East German state. Sensing a unique opportunity to accomplish what had until then seemed like an impossible fantasy, Chancellor Helmut Kohl weighed in swiftly with a unilateral plan to unite the GDR and the Bonn Republic. Once the wall was punctured, the embattled West GER man leader had the perfect issue to steal the patriotic thunder, at least momentarily, from the insurgent Republikaner Party on the far right. Stoking the fires of German nationalism, Kohl drove the process of unification forward at breakneck speed. He told a double lie, promising East Germans that no one would be materially worse off. 240. Because of unification, and assuring West Germans that higher taxes and cuts in social services would not be necessary to underwrite the merger. In March 1990, the Christian Democratic Union was rewarded at the polls, as GDR voters, eager for an economic uplift, sought refuge in a larger national identity. The fusion of the two German states was virtually a done deal a few months later, when Gorbachev acquiesced to plans for German unification without insisting that membership in NATO be abandoned. Given the great disparity of economic strength and political legitimacy between the Federal Republic and the GDR, unification was destined to take place on West German terms. It would be more like a shotgun annexation than a marriage of equal partners. In addition to helping Kohl recoup his popularity, the dash toward national unity played to the advantage of Michael Kühnen and his pumped-up fascist cohorts. Described by U.S. Army intelligence as the most essential representatives of neo-Nazism in the Federal Republic, Kühnen and his inner circle were ready to move as soon as the Berlin Wall tumbled. They viewed post-communist East Germany as fertile turf for recruiting more people to Die Bewegung, as Kühnen referred to his semi-clandestine network. Henceforth, he would focus on developing contacts and spreading propaganda in the waning GDR. The 33-year-old Kühnen frequently traveled back and forth between the two German states. He claimed he was simply swamped by admirers during a January 1990 visit to the East German city of Thuringia. That month, Kühnen and his right-hand men drew up a blueprint called Arbeitsplan Ost, which divided the GDR into several organizing zones and assigned key personnel from the West to liaise within each region. Published in an internal neo-Nazi newsletter, Die Neue Front, this plan described the stealth maneuvers necessary to launch several organizations that would not appear to be related to one another, including a legal political party designed to function as a front for National Socialists. Behind all legal activity must stand a steel-hard, ideologically sound Kader unit that would remain invisible to the uninitiated. The outside should be told as little as 241. Possible about the Kader and its ideological stance, the document explained. The Kader shall remain underground. 3. Kühnen's allies established a squatter's house in the Lichtenberg section of East Berlin that became a makeshift residence for 300 neo-Nazi skinheads, who often strayed into other parts of the city to beat up Fitzkais. Armed with iron bars and baseball bats, they also engaged in fierce battles with anti-fascist youth, resulting in numerous injuries on both sides. Many of these attacks were instigated by members of the National Alternative, which used the dingy Lichtenberg crash pad as its base of operations during the spring of 1990. Masterminded by Kühnen, the National Alternative was one of several neo-Nazi groups that sprang up in East German cities and towns shortly after the wall came down. 4. 242. Dressed in a bomber jacket and heavy black boots, National Alternative chairman Ingo Hasselbach made fiery speeches in which he denounced immigrants, Jews, and other alleged enemies of the fatherland. With his requisite blue eyes and chiseled features, the tall young German carried on as if he had gotten a call from Central Casting to be the local leader of the extreme right. An East Berlin native, Hasselbach had rebelled against the communist government as a teenager, becoming a hippie of sorts, then a spiky blonde punk,
before he gravitated toward the GDR's indigenous skinhead scene that had taken root over the previous decade. In early 1987, after butting heads with the authorities on various occasions, Hasselbach was sentenced to 6 months in prison for screaming, "The wall must go," at a public festival. 5 After he was released from prison, Hasselbach joined the Lichtenberg Front, an East Berlin bonehead gang that dreamed of overthrowing the communist regime and uniting the fatherland. On the night of October 17, 1987, several chain-slinging members of this ultranationalist clique stormed a rock concert at the Zion's Church, a popular meeting place for pacifists, anarchists, and other dissident youth who still identified with the socialist ideal. "We cleaned the church out," Hasselbach boasted. "We hauled the punks out and beat them up." Police units observed the bloody melee but did not intervene until the skinheads had fled. The delayed reaction of nearby law enforcement personnel fueled speculation that the Stasi may have used the Lichtenberg Front to harass progressive groups. Bimd Wagner, the former head of an East Berlin police section that monitored extremist activity, subsequently confirmed that skinhead gangs had occasionally served as an instrument for attacking the nascent reform movement. 6 GDR officials cynically attributed the violence that flared at the Zion's Church to West-inspired hooliganism. Pointing the finger at Bonn was in keeping with a long history of denial by East German authorities, who dogmatically insisted that the GDR was not heir to the fascist side of German history. Nazism was supposedly a Western product, the most savage form of monopoly capitalism. And since the GDR was by definition anti-capitalist, its population did not have to accept any blame for what had happened during the war. With the stroke of a rhetorical wand, millions of East Germany reunited. 243 who had previously supported Hitler were alchemized into upstanding socialists. As a result, crucial psychological and political issues were never really confronted, much less worked through, in the GDR, whose leaders distorted and instrumentalized the past in an effort to legitimize the communist system. Ignoring the primacy of Nazi racial policies, they claimed that those who died in concentration camps were mostly communist resistance fighters. Jews, gypsies, and homosexuals got short shrift. Viewed strictly in class terms, the Holocaust became one of many crimes committed by the capitalist Nazis. This is what Ingo Hasselbach and other East German youth learned by rote in school. Like their West German peers, students in the GDR were not encouraged to undertake a critical probe of the Hitler era. 7 Contrary to its intended effect, East Germany's ritualized anti-fascism made reactionary ideas seem attractive to Hasselbach and his hoodlum buddies, who assumed that Nazi crimes were fabricated for communist propaganda purposes. For these alienated youth, embracing the swastika was the most outlandish way to express their anger at an oppressive system. The fascist style they flaunted had less to do with hardened ideological convictions than a gut-level rebellion against the communist authorities. For the most part, the skinhead underground in the GDR, which by the late 1980s had grown to include about 1,500 adherents, did not become politicized until the Berlin Wall crumbled and neo-Nazis from the West started to educate their East German counterparts. Hasselbach was approached by Michael Kühnen and his emissaries, who supplied combat boots, switchblades, Imperial German war flags, racialist literature, and other neo-Nazi accoutrements. In the chaos that followed the fall of the wall, the extreme right began to thrive. 8 Guided by the more experienced West German neo-Nazi leaders, disaffected juveniles in the GDR provided the muscle for an escalating series of street actions. After a soccer match in East Berlin on April 20, 1990, 600 boneheads went on a rampage, yelling, "Reds out," and "Heil Hitler," as they smashed shop windows and attacked bystanders, who were shocked by the ferocious display of violence. A month later, a large group of skinheads gathered around the Marx Engels Memorial in Alexanderplatz, a prominent East Berlin landmark. 244. Where they formed a human swastika and pranced about ostentatiously while police watched warily from the sidelines. Similar demonstrations were staged in other cities, as marauding gangs of neo-Nazis ran amok throughout much of the GDR.
Hateful outbursts of this sort coincided with an increasing number of skinhead attacks in West Germany during the run-up to unification, which was scheduled for October 3, 1990.9. Not all Germans were thrilled by the hasty merger. Fearing the growth of the radical right, Günter Grass, Germany's preeminent post-war writer, reminded his countrymen how convulsively they had succumbed to nationalism before. In the wake of Auschwitz, he argued, Germany was not and could never be worthy of the gift of reunification. Whereas some felt that Germany's past would serve as an inoculation against the spread of the neo-Nazi virus, Grass was less confident. 10 The failure of many ordinary Germans to deal honestly with the Nazi era was a major theme of Grass's work. In his most famous novel, The Tin Drum, he describes a fictional nightclub where people needed onion-cutting rituals to help them cry a few tears. This inability to mourn and atone suggested that the Germany of yore, radical in its fantasies, was still festering under the thin cover of democracy and affluence in the West, where the acknowledgement of guilt for many people had been reduced to irrelevant, belated, ritual expressions, said Grass. Those who did not work through the psychological impact of the past bequeathed it, consciously or not, to succeeding generations in the Bonn Republic as well as in the Stalinist GDR. Consider for example, the results of a survey in the Somme of 1990, which showed that more than a third of both East and West Germans felt they need not be ashamed of the legacy of German fascism. 11 Mounting racist violence since the Berlin Wall crumbled was a telling indication that Germany had yet to come to terms with its history. The incipient neo-Nazi revival in the fatherland also served as a stimulus to ultra-right-wing movements in other European countries, where neo-fascists who used to whisper on the sidelines were starting to shout in public again. This development, however, was less of an immediate concern to Germany's neighbors than was the prospect of being dominated by an arrogant, economic bully in 245. The middle of the continent with reawakened dreams of great power status. No European government was particularly enthusiastic about German unification. Qualms about Germany's intentions were exacerbated when Chancellor Kohl, playing to a domestic audience of right-wing expellees, dithered and dragged his feet before formally recognizing the Oder-Neisse line as Poland's western border. This was a sore point among neo-Nazis and other German revanchists, who maintained that unification would not be complete until Austria and the eastern territories were absorbed into the fatherland. To make this point loud and clear, supporters of Michael Kühnen staged several noisy demonstrations near the Polish border. When Unification Day finally arrived, it marked a watershed in the history of Europe. The bipolar order of the Yalta system was over, demagnetizing everybody's compass and providing fresh opportunities for neo-fascists in Germany and elsewhere. Across the globe, old certitudes had disappeared and new dangers were emerging. Paramilitaries and poison gas. "We are here in Berlin, we are in the capital of the Reich," thundered Gottfried Kussel, his formidable, 32-year-old Charles Wabbling, as he waved a fist and expounded upon the heroic struggle of the political soldier. There he stood, a huge mass of flesh, preaching to a room full of young Nazis. If our German racial soul would boil for once. It's still just lukewarm, it's got to get hot, it's got to boil. It must bum with love ____. Let us hunger for victory and never be satisfied with less. Let us remain faithful, rock hard, you in the east, we in the west. And before you can blink, we will move on to Breslau, we will move on to Königsberg, he raved, referring to cities that were part of Germany during the Hitler period. 12 A violent, menacing presence, Kussel was one of Michael Kühnen's top henchmen. Appointed as regional head of the Eastern Borderlands, which is how neo-Nazis referred to Kussel's native 246. Austria, he oversaw the expansion of Kühnen's Kader network into Leipzig, Dresden, Cottbus, and other East German redoubts. Wherever Kussel surfaced, a racist outbreak was almost sure to follow. A convicted criminal who described Hitler as the greatest man in German history, this blubbery, ultra-right-wing fanatic liked to sing songs about turning Jews into soap. If he had his way, Kussel proclaimed, he would put the entire German government in a concentration camp. 13 Kussel was a frequent visitor at the skinhead squat in Lichtenberg. But Ingo Hasselbach didn't like being ordered about by Kussel, whose gruff, overbearing manner rankled some of the neo-Nazi locals. Several other leading Kanenites also held court at Hasselbach's headquarters, but none carried as much weight, literally and figuratively, as Kussel. The beefy Austrian served as Kanen's street army chief and was on the short list of candidates to succeed him as the de facto Führer of the neo-Nazi underground. Infected with the HIV virus, Kanen knew he did not have much time left. But he did not share his secret with any of his political associates. One afternoon, Kussel dropped by the neo-Nazi crash pad in East Berlin with a dark-haired American friend, who wore a Hitler-style mustache and greeted everyone with a stiff-armed salute. His name was Gerhard Rexlock, and he ran a Nebraska-based outfit called the NSDAPO. The so-called Farm Belt Führer had worked closely with Kanen since the mid-1970s. Most of the illegal neo-Nazi propaganda that circulated in Germany was supplied by this oafish American, who spoke English with a contrived German accent. By the early 1990s, Locke was churning out massive quantities of hate literature in more than a dozen languages, including French, Dutch, Spanish, Portuguese, Danish, Swedish, Hungarian, Russian, and, of course, German and English. A pivotal figure in the international neo-Nazi underground, he also distributed computer diskettes that explained how to build bombs and wage a terrorist campaign. His other products included bumper stickers with swastikas and missives such as "We're Back," which was certainly apropos. 14. German neo-Nazis received other kinds of assistance from overseas. Kussep's deputy, Günter Reinthaler, traveled frequently to South America, where he collected donations from wealthy Nazi sympathizers. Some of the funds were used to purchase weapons from dwindling remnants of the once powerful Soviet army, which was still posted in eastern Germany. Kalashnikov machine guns were sold openly for 300 Deutsche Marks on the streets of Berlin, where demoralized Russian soldiers swapped grenades for a bottle of vodka. Neo-Nazis procured additional firepower and explosives by raiding Red Army installations. Stockpiled for future use, these munitions formed part of a deadly arsenal that included bazookas, dynamite, laser-controlled arms, and other sophisticated equipment. Getting hold of weapons is not a problem. Never has been, Kussel boasted. 15 Dressed in camouflage fatigues, Kussep's troops staged paramilitary drills in a forest near Vienna, where they learned various ways to kill. These practice sessions used straw dummies dressed as concentration camp inmates, with striped uniforms and yellow Jewish stars. Kanen and his inner circle considered such maneuvers necessary preparation for Day X, when the inevitable armed confrontation would usher in the Fourth Reich. But combat training was not for everyone who walked in the door. Most of the baby skins, as the youngest of the lot were called, knew very little about Hitler or Nazism when they first got involved with the neo-fascist scene. Kanen explicitly counseled his lieutenants against heavy-handed methods of indoctrination. Better to bring the newcomers along slowly by limiting political discussion in the early going to complaints about how the Allies continued to dominate Germany. To assuage their guilt and provoke their anger, teenage recruits were told that the Holocaust was a lie. At this stage, however, inculcating an ideology was less important than offering a sense of belonging and camaraderie to those in desperate need of a quick identity fix. It was Kanen's luck that many impressionable East German youth lost their bearings after the wall collapsed. Confused and insecure, they were gradually introduced to the violent neo-Nazi subculture, a largely hidden world with its own language and mythology, its own heroes, and its own macabre rituals. The Brown. 248. Brats played video games, which awarded points for killing foreign ERS and sending Jews to the gas chambers. They listened to music from skinhead bands that provided a way of bonding and attracting more people to the movement. About 50 hate rock groups performed regularly in Germany. Their songs, which were usually sold under the counter, celebrated violence and mayhem. A National Socialist orientation was evident in titles such as New Stormtroop ERS,
Fetch the rope, blood and honor, white warrior, head kicked in, rescue the race, and Adolf Hitler, I love you. On November 9, 1990, Germany celebrated the first anniversary of the opening of the Berlin Wall amid a groundswell of right-wing extremist violence. Critics accused the authorities of burying history by neglecting to mention the other 9th of November, the Kristallnacht pogrom, in their public pronouncements. The following month, reunified Germany held its first nationwide parliamentary elections. Kohl and the Christian Democratic Union emerged victorious with 43.9% of the vote. By coincidence, the same percentage to the decimal point that Hitler and the Nazis polled on March 5, 1933, the last time an all-German vote was held. But no one likened Kohl to Hitler. The Hitler comparison was reserved for Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein, whose army had recently invaded Kuwait. As the United States rattled its saber and threatened Baghdad, Michael Cunin contacted the Iraqi embassy in Bonn. His overtures culminated in a memorandum of agreement with Iraqi officials, which stipulated that Baghdad would finance and equip an anti-Zionist legion composed of neo-Nazi mercenaries from Germany and other countries. This so-called International Freedom Corps was supposed to assist Iraq if it came under attack by the United States. Cunin, the designated commander of the Volunteer Brigade, praised Saddam Hussein as a freedom fighter. We have common ideals: the creation of living spaces for different people and races in accordance with their own culture and tradition. Referring to Kuwait as the Cilicia of Iraq, Cunin claimed that Arabs were not Marxists but nationalists just like we are. Moreover, they had the same enemy, the United States and its backers, the Zionist forces. But the martial prowess of the neo-Nazis, who pretentiously strutted around Baghdad in SS uniforms, left much to be desired. As soon as the bombs started to fall on the Iraqi capital, Cunin's motley delegation scurried back to Europe. Cunin and his clique were not the only fascists who supported Saddam during the 1991 Gulf War. The Republikaner Party dispatched a representative to Baghdad, where he was warmly received by Iraqi leaders. Jean-Marie Le Pen of the French Front National also got the red carpet treatment when he met Saddam. And several British neo-Nazis ventured to Iraq shortly before the onset of the American-led Blitzkrieg. South African white supremacists sent messages of support to Saddam as well. Not surprisingly, Cunin was quick to applaud when Iraqi Scuds began hitting Israel. Even if Saddam Hussein used biological and chemical weapons, the German neo-Nazi chief maintained, he deserved respect for standing up to the United States. 17 Cunin's bluster on behalf of Iraq was curiously in sync with the covert policy that Bonn had been pursuing for nearly a decade. 250. With the full knowledge and cooperation of the federal government and its BND spy apparatus, dozens of German companies were instrumental in helping Saddam Hussein develop one of the world's most diversified unconventional warfare arsenals. Several of West Germany's biggest firms supplied equipment and expertise to set up entire plants for the production of nuclear, chemical, and biological weaponry. Other countries, including the United States, cashed in on the macabre bonanza that created Iraq's high-tech death machine during the 1980s, but Bonn's role far outstripped the international competition. In addition to constructing Saddam's underground bunker and extending the range of the Scud missiles to be able to hit Israel, German engineers concocted new delivery systems for poison gas and dispensed advice on the most efficient way to enrich uranium into weapons-grade fuel for a nuclear bomb. 18 West German corporations, including Siemens and other firms that had profited from slave labor in Nazi concentration camps, were also involved in the construction of a chemical warfare factory in Rabta, Libya. A key figure in this scheme was Volker Weissheimer, a shadowy Third Reich veteran whose wartime efforts in the area of special weapons development were personally praised by Hitler. Prior to formulating plans for the Libyan poison gas plant, Weissheimer had worked with Otto Skorzeny on several business projects. After Hitler's favorite commando passed away, Weissheimer kept up the Nazi connection by attending annual meetings of a Skorzeny Old Comrades group at a Frankfurt hotel. 19 Although West German officials were aware of BND intelligence reports regarding the nature of the Rabta facility,
For several years Bonn took no action against the companies that supplied Libya with lethal technology. When the US government demanded that a formal inquiry be undertaken, Chancellor Kohl accused Washington of launching a smear campaign against his country. After much stonewalling, Kohl finally admitted that German firms had created Gaddafi's chemical weapons facility. "We always had flaps with the Germans about what they were peddling to Libya and other countries," recalled Douglas H. Jones, a U.S. Foreign Service officer. "They would sell chemicals for fertilizer, which were immediately reprocessed into something deadly." Kohl would say that it wasn't something he had a lot of control over, but of course he did. 20 more tensions between Washington and Bonn arose during the 1991 Gulf War. Disregarding the United Nations trade embargo, more than 50 German companies continued to provide Iraq with missile parts, chemical agents, and state-of-the-art engineering equipment right up until the United States attacked Baghdad. Once again, Chancellor Kohl ignored repeated requests by the U.S. government to probe these illicit business transactions. Later it would be disclosed that the BND had trained Iraqi and Libyan secret police units. 21 Germany's willingness to go its own way in the international arena would result in sharp arguments with its Western allies in the months ahead. Groomed to be Führer. On April 8, 1991, 100 youths in ski masks converged upon Frankfurt an der Oder, a city in eastern Germany that straddles the Polish border. They had come to denounce the opening of the border to Polish tourists without visas. The demonstration had been flagged a few days earlier in a local flyer, which carried an advertisement about Führer Können under the headline THENEO, NAZISARECOMINGTOODER. Undeterred by the presence of police, a horde of Sieg-Heiling assailants threw rocks and beer bottles at cars and buses. Dozens of people were injured by flying glass as they tried to cross into Germany. Skinheads assaulted Polish travelers in several other German towns that month, prompting Polish officials to issue a 252 formal protest to the German ambassador in Warsaw about the violence and the inaction of German law enforcement personnel. The Polish border flare-up was Michael Kunin's last hurrah. Weakened by AIDS, the emaciated neo-Nazi leader realized the end was near. For a while, he claimed his weight loss was due to a strenuous exercise regimen. But his closest friend, Christian Work, knew something was wrong. With fanatical determination, Kunin continued his political work until he could barely walk on his own. Unable to conceal his illness any longer, he told Work the truth. 22 On April 25, 1991, Kunin died at a hospital in Kassel. Agence France-Presse described Kunin post-mortem as the most prominent and eloquent supporter of Nazism since World War XI. To his followers, he was a kind of neo-Nazi Moses who led them toward the promised land of National Socialism without getting there himself. 23 Dozens of prominent figures in the ultra-right-wing scene attended Kunin's graveside ceremony in Kassel. Included among those who came to pay their respects was a representative of Stillhilfe, an organization founded 40 years earlier to provide financial and material assistance for Third Reich veterans convicted of war crimes. An arm of the international post-war SS self-help network, Stillhilfe was originally headed by Dr. Rudolf Askanaui, the Nuremberg defense attorney and Socialist Reich Party booster. H. Keith Thompson served as the point man for Stillhilfe in the United States. He was still contributing money to this group when Kunin croaked. In a gesture that underscored the link between the old guard and the younger generation of neo-Nazi militants, Stillhilfe laid a burial wreath that bore the SS motto, Michael Kunin his honor is loyalty. 24 The death of Kunin created a leadership void just when the neo-Nazi movement was picking up steam. By then, brutal hate crimes had become a daily occurrence in reunified Germany, where racism was alive and literally kicking. A lot of random thuggery ensued, including a wave of head-cracking incidents that entailed booting someone's skull as though it were a soccer ball. Much of it was copycat violence triggered by organized neo-Nazi militants engaging in the sustained harassment of gypsies and other ethnic 253 minorities. Arson attacks against immigrant hostels, the proliferation of skinhead gangs,
the desecration of concentration camp memorials and Red Army monuments all were expressions of a neo-fascist resurgence that had gathered momentum since the Berlin Wall fell. But instead of focusing on the big picture, Conan's minions often argued over irrelevant questions, such as whether it was politically correct for a German nationalist to eat Italian pizza or Chinese food. More important issues were at stake when 250 neo-Nazis met in Cottbus, an eastern city in Brandenburg, on May 1, a week after Conan passed away. The purpose of this gathering was to plot strategy and choose a new leader in light of Conan's departure. He had bequeathed a diffuse and mixed array of groups with different names in every region of the country. Although they appeared to operate as distinct entities, they were linked by a secret, nationwide cell structure known informally as the Gesinnungsgemeinschaft der Neuen Front. Gottfried Kussel, the corpulent Austrian brute, was named to succeed Conan as head of the new front. But Kussel was arrested and placed in preventive detention by Austrian authorities before the fledgling Führer could prove himself. He was later sentenced to a 10-year prison term. 25 With Kussel behind bars, a neo-Nazi junta composed of a handful of individuals took control of the Conan network and its multi-PLE cover groups. The real brains behind the scenes was Christian Work, a moon-faced millionaire with deep-set eyes whose considerable organizational talents made up for his drab personality. As the executor of Conan's will and his most trusted longtime associate, Work was widely respected within the ultra-right-wing scene. Having already spent 4 years in prison, he knew what advice to give his peers so that they could flaunt their virulent views without technically breaking the law. Described by U.S. Army intelligence as a violent neo-Nazi, Work lived in an upscale Hamburg apartment protected by a vault-like steel door. There he held sway as the 34-year-old boss of a local extremist troop. 254. Called the National List. His personal hero was Joseph Goebbels, the Nazi propaganda chief, because he was a kind of artist, Work explained. He made politics like other people make art. 26 Unlike many of his comrades, Work knew his own limitations. For the most part, he was content to pull strings in the background while several would-be Führers vied for the spotlight. Although just in his mid-20s, Frank Hubner seemed to have all the makings of a prime contender for the neo-Nazi throne. A former East German hoodlum with the magnetic presence of a film star, Hubner was the up-and-coming leader of the Deutsche Alternative, created by Conan shortly before he died. Clad in a jacket and tie, Hubner presided over weekly beer hall sessions in Cottbus, where the denizens of Deutsche Alternative congregated. These ultranationalist zealots denounced race mixing as ethnic murder and called for nothing less than a return to the German borders of 1410, when the Holy Roman Empire was at its peak. Hubner's main drawback was his lack of experience. He had been involved with the Conan network only since 1989.27. This handicap did not apply to Bela Ewald Alphons, another young, neo-Nazi leader who exuded charisma. Alphons had already chalked up a decade of training as a hardcore militant, including several years in which he studied at the feet of his erstwhile master, Major General Otto Ernst Riemer. Alphons later formed his own group, the German Youth Education Enterprise, which attracted a bevy of leather-jacketed followers. Fluent in English and French and capable of conversing in a sophisticated manner, he was definitely a rising star among right-wing extremists in Germany. After the Berlin Wall fell, the 23-year-old Alphons emerged as a kind of self-styled press secretary for the neo-Nazi movement. From a well-equipped office in Munich, he ran his own public relations firm, selling racialist literature, buttons, and stickers to support his political habit. Situated in a ritzy neighborhood preferred by attorneys and accountants, Alphons's neo-Nazi headquarters was easy to spot thanks to a large picture of Adolf Hitler easily visible through a street-level window. "This is open National Socialism," he proclaimed in a 1992 interview. "I like to provoke people." 28 An imposing presence at 6'4" with short blonde hair and blue eyes, Alphons oozed confidence as he spoke freely about his hatred of Jews and foreigners, his determination to take back the so-called Eastern territories, his steadfast devotion to Hitler's legacy, and his overall excitement about the burgeoning neo-Nazi movement. "I could use my intelligence to get a job in this system, make a lot of money, and have fun," he asserted. "But I don't want it. Because I'm thinking of the future. I'm thinking about power. I'm thinking that the system is dying, and when the system is dying, people will look for heroes." Sprinkling his discourse with quotes from Nietzsche and other writers, Alphons personified the suave new face of German extremism, the yuppie neo-Nazi with a taste for vintage champagne, whose polished manners and smooth intellect seemed worlds apart from the rabble of swastika-tattooed skinheads that were wreaking havoc throughout Germany. Quick to condescend, Alphons referred derisively to violent neo-Nazi lumpen as lowbrow types with little understanding of Hitler. But he acknowledged their utility as cannon fodder for the cause. "If the boys didn't kick up a row, nobody would bother listening to me," Alphons quipped. 29 By his own account, Alphons was born into a typical middle-class family in Hanover, West Germany. His father and stepmother had raised him to reject Nazism and respect the government, but Alphons rebelled at an early age. When he was 13, he fell under the influence of a group of Third Reich veterans who recognized his leadership potential and groomed him to fulfill their dream of resurrecting National Socialism. Alphons was tutored in Nazi philosophy, oratory style, and secret party lore. "I became fascinated by the Führer's genius. He created a classless society and prepared the way for a super-civilization," said Alphons, who studied old films of Hitler, memorized parts of his speeches, and learned to mimic his gestures. Teaming up with Michael Kühnen in the early 1980s, Alphons directed the Hanover branch of the Action Front of National Socialists before it was banned by the government. When Kühnen went to prison, Alphons searched for a new mentor. Expelled from high school and disowned by his parents, the teenage militant went to live with Ernst Reamer, who had recently moved to Bad Kissingen, a small town in the Bavarian mountains. Reamer is a political father. 256. Figure to me. He's a living part of history, Alphons acknowledged. "I became part of his family. He helped me get my feet on the ground. He provided me with a home when I had nowhere else to go." Reamer influenced an entire generation of neo-Nazi juveniles, but none more so than Alphons, who became his prime pupil. The old Nazi took Alphons under his wing, showed him how to set up a political cell, and introduced him to key figures in the international fascist underground. Ewald emerged as the leader of the youth section of the Freedom Movement, the group Reamer established in the mid-1980s to push for a new Rapallo agreement between Germany and the Soviet Union. "The most important thing Reamer taught me was the idea that Germany needs Russia," Alphons explained. This was also Bismarck's thinking. Reamer counseled his protégé on various matters and introduced him to books that Alphons, a voracious reader, had never heard of. One of the texts that Reamer touted was by a little-known author named Julich Verne. He gave Alphons a copy of Yaki's Imperium and told him to read it carefully. "It's important," Reamer insisted. The political education Alphons received from Reamer convinced him that his country had been hoodwinked by corrupt historians, journalists, and government officials who were bent on making Germans feel shame and guilt for what transpired during the Nazi era. It was all part of a master plot, according to Reamer, to justify reparation payments to Israel and post-war domination by the United States. "Germany has been colonized by America, and people are sick of it," said Alphons. "We must eradicate everything that is alien, non-German, from our culture." In September 1988, while still working with Reamer, Alphons made the first of several trips to the United States. He lived for a month in the Howard Beach section of Brooklyn, the site of a highly publicized racist attack that resulted in the death of a black teenager. Then he bought a '57 Chevrolet and drove across country to Southern California, where he stayed with Tom Metzger, a former Ku Klux Klan Grand Dragon who had become the guru of America's neo-Nazi bonehead scene. Although he praised skinheads as front to 57 line warriors, Metzger always wore a toupee. Aptly described as a Pied Piper of hate, he headed a group called the White Aryan Resistance, which staged several Reich and Roll concerts, including a sparsely attended Aryan Woodstock. Vowing to take the game away from the left, War promoted environmental politics, working-class unionism, and racial solidarity between white people in the United States and Russia. Although Metzger claimed to be a follower of Nazi heretic Gregor Strasser, he was a cordial host to Ewald, the young Hitlerite. Alphons appeared on Metzger's weekly cable access television program, Race and Reason, which aired in several American cities. Shortly after Alphons visited Metzger, an Ethiopian man was beaten to death by skinheads in Portland, Oregon. Metzger was subsequently convicted of inciting this fatal assault, which War's telephone hotline had praised as a civic duty. Metzger and Alphons both admired black Muslim minister Louis Farrakhan, whose anti-Semitism and message of racial separation appealed to many neo-Nazis. "He's someone I really like," said Alphons, who agreed with Farrakhan's assessment that Jews were a deleterious influence in the United States. The Jews, Alphons insisted, controlled everything from the White House to Wall Street and the news media. The Jews ran Hollywood. They even ran the movie industry in Germany. "We want a Germany for the Germans, not for the Jews," he whined. 31 At one point, Alphons interrupted his predictable anti-Semitic tirade and conceded that there was something he respected about Jewish people: they can laugh at themselves. Germans absolutely cannot laugh at themselves. "Ewald, you seem to have a good sense of humor. Maybe you have some Jewish blood in you," I suggested. "No, I don't think so," he shot back with an intense glare. "I've investigated it. I'm sure this is not the case." "Well, I guess you proved your point about Germans being serious, since I was only joking." Alphons looked deadpan for a moment, then burst out laughing. Cotter Building. 258. 800 guests were carousing inside Munich's smoke-filled Lohnbrauchhalle, one of the biggest and most famous beer halls in Bavaria. Shafts of afternoon sunlight beamed through huge windows at the front of the building as a phalanx of young men in bomber jackets stood near the speaker's platform, hoisting imperial war flags and signs that proclaimed "Wahrheit macht frei." The slogan was a variation on the concentration camp maxim. Suddenly several people wearing donkey outfits entered the hall and scampered between the tables. To the delight of the assembled clan, the masked marauders had come to mock the Nazi Holocaust. Those who accept the fact that 6 million Jews perished during World War II were depicted as donkeys who will believe anything. Held on April 20, 1990, the negationist conclave in Munich was organized by Bella Ewald Alphons, who chose that date because it was Hitler's birthday. A rogues * gallery of Nazi apologists responded to Alphons's invitation, including Otto Ernst Reamer, who had slowed down considerably in recent months after suffering a stroke. One of the last surviving links to the Hitler era, Reamer was greeted respectfully by his younger colleagues at the Lohnbrauchhalle. Although many of the attendees had argued bitterly among themselves in the past, they put aside their differences on this occasion to emphasize a common theme, as summed up by the ever-quotable Alphons. "The Holocaust is a fabrication. The pictures of the dead, of gas chambers, of mass murder are filmed by Hollywood, narrated by Trevor Roper, and directed by Hitchcock." 32 The negationist convention in Munich was a blatant violation of German law, which forbids outright Holocaust denial *, but the proprietors of the Lohnbrauchhalle made arrangements with the police not to intervene, and the keynote speaker, British author David Irving, pooh-poohed Nazi atrocities in a joke-filled address that drew a standing ovation from the audience. Some of Irving's historical analysis may have also rung true to Chancellor Helmut Kohl, who gave one of his speechwriters a book by the British negationist as a Christmas gift. 33 Among Irving's closest allies in Germany was a squat, balding rabble-rouser named Karl Philipp. Vitfio looked like Friar Tuck in lederhosen. At 50 years of age, Philipp was a major muckety-muck in the revisionist scene. His political resume included contributions to Code, an ultra-right-wing monthly edited by Ekkehard Frankegrich. Frankegrich Jr. attended the negationist conclave in Munich along with Karl Philipp, who helped Alphons organize the event. 34 After Reamer suffered a stroke, Philipp emerged as his part-time minder.
He was usually present at Reamer's side when the Nazi octogenarian entertained queries from journalists at his home in Bad Kissingen. Fortified by several rounds of schnapps, Reamer held court in his living room, where a bust of Bismarck, a large photograph of Hitler and a medallion from the Socialist Reich Party were prominently on display. With little prompting, he told me of his eternal affection for the Führer and his fanatical hatred of the Jews. "They are our deadly enemies. They have no business being here. They all must be killed." 35 now, said Philip, gently admonishing his elder. "We really don't want to kill anyone, do we?" Reamer proceeded to recount various episodes of his post-war career. He talked about the time he spent in Egypt as an advisor to Nasser and the smuggling operations he conducted on behalf of the Algerian rebels. He also spoke highly of his good friend Otto Skorzeny. Reamer was quick to offer his opinion of various leaders in the Middle East. When the United States bombed Tripoli, allegedly in retaliation for a terrorist attack in West Berlin, he denounced Reagan's gangster tactics. 260. What about Gaddafi? He's a good man, a little crazy perhaps, but he knows what he wants. And the Ayatollah Khomeini? Anyone who makes trouble for the United States is very welcome. Inevitably, the conversation turned toward Russia, which Reamer still saw as the great white hope. The survival of the white race is at stake, he insisted. Russians are white people. They are 100 times closer to us than the fucking Americans, who are mixed. After 2 hours, Reamer retired to his den to watch the news on television. Shaking his head, he exclaimed after one report, "We need another Hitler to set things straight." A few minutes later, the Führer's bodyguard dozed off. While he snored away, several elderly women downstairs in the basement were stuffing envelopes with books, videotapes, pamphlets, and copies of the general's own newsletter, Reamer Despech, which harped on the myth of the Holocaust. There were no gas chambers. There was no genocide against the Jews, the dispatch droned. When Iraqi Scud missiles enhanced by German technicians began to hit Israel during the 1991 Gulf War, Reamer claimed that the attacks were fabricated by Jews to extract more money from Bonn. In an open letter to German President Richard von Weizsäcker, he ranted, "For year after year, you have eaten crow for these very special Jewish liars, which has made many upstanding Germans vomit." 36 Reamer's pro-Nazi and anti-Semitic declarations triggered a long-running legal battle with the Federal Republic. In 1985, he was convicted of defaming the dead by distributing material that claimed the Holocaust was a ruse. Angered by this verdict, Reamer referred to the governing Christian Democrats as toads. Ordered on procedural grounds, a retrial was postponed because of Reamer's poor health. A regional court later sentenced him to a 22-month prison term for inciting and spreading racial hatred. But Reamer continued to publish his dispatch while free pending appeal. When Reamer awoke from his early afternoon snooze, lunch was served and more conversation followed in the living room. "I see very big opportunities for us," he said during an April 1992 interview in response to a question about the neo-Nazi revival in Germany. But he admitted that he had mixed feelings about the skinhead scene. "I don't like the image they produce, but a political fight starts with all kinds of people, everyone who is available. As for the former German Democratic Republic, there are a lot of young people, especially from East Germany, who are interested in political activism. Many of them have a healthier way of thinking and are not as corrupted by money as people are in the West." "What is the biggest problem for the neo-Nazis?" I asked. "We have no strong leader," he replied. Reamer had once hoped Bela Ewald Alphons would grow into such a role, but his disciple had let him down. "Alphons lived in this house. My wife and I tried to raise him the right way. He is smart and he could have become someone," Reamer lamented, shaking his head as his voice trailed off. Clearly, he felt betrayed by Alphons, who left the freedom movement after Hitler's former bodyguard had suffered a stroke. Reamer's influence in the neo-Nazi scene diminished on account of his deteriorating condition.
but he was too stubborn to admit that he lacked the stamina to engage in protracted political struggle. He still could give a rousing speech for 15 minutes, said Alphons. His role could have been that of an elder statesman, but he was not interested in this. He always wanted to be the general. A person like Reamer cannot accept that a younger person with less experience has taken over his part. Since the fall of the wall, Alphons functioned as a roving ambassador for the neo-Nazi cause. In this capacity, he conferred regularly with right-wing extremists in Europe, North and South America, and South Africa. His contacts in France included Yvon Blot, a close aide to Front National chief Jean-Marie Le Pen, even though Le Pen insisted that his party had nothing to do with neo-Nazis. Alphons also befriended the leaders of SEDADE, the Spanish neo-Nazi group that Otto Skorzeny had helped establish. Every November SEDADE held a public rally in honor of General Francisco Franco that attracted a large crowd of fascists from many countries. Alphons and other Germans participated in this annual pilgrimage, which provided an opportunity to develop new connections and deepened, LD 1.37. 262. Several of Alphons's international associates began traveling to Germany each year to commemorate the death of Rudolf Hess, Hitler's deputy, who ended decades of incarceration in 1987 by hanging himself with an electric cord at age 93. The Hess Memorial soon became an important touchstone and international networking opportunity for neo-fascists. In August 1991, 2,000 ultra-rightists flocked to Bayreuth to participate in a Hess demonstration, which had been organized by Christian Work and publicized beforehand by Alphons. Prior to German unification, it was unthinkable that such a large number of neo-Nazi militants could parade in public with swastikas and banners. But times had changed quickly, much to the delight of Alphons and his comrades. Alphons belonged to an elite coterie of young neo-Nazi leaders who were pumping fresh blood into the far right in Germany. According to Germany's internal spy service, the Verfassungsschutz, the number of organized right-wing extremists shot up from 30,000 in 1990 to 40,000 in 1991. About 5,000 hardcore neo-Nazis constituted the knife's edge of the radical right spectrum, which encompassed as many as 76 different organizations. Never far from a car phone or fax, Alphons dashed around the country in his BMW, weaving a web of contacts in an effort to unify a myriad of extremist groups and forge them into a trenchant political force capable of challenging the German government. He even collaborated with far-right political parties that eschewed the neo-Nazi label while playing the parliamentary game. This tactical compromise did not bother Alphons, who described his main task as cadre building. "We are doing cadre work," he explained. "That means inside of any nationalist group in Germany I have 2 or 3 people and through them I can take my influence. That makes me dangerous politically because I have people in place everywhere." Alphons and Work also mended fences with neo-Nazis who had opposed Kühnen because of his homosexuality. Kühnen's death made it easier for hitherto antagonistic factions to reconcile. There